he's there, but that minion wave bot side of the map is going to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, but there it is, 90 on the prowl. Only gets the knock-up onto Dragon, the unbridled airburst. Catches onto non-clean. Has the Sadu Sanctuary, gets taken down here, but it's going to be the proc of that. Can Golden Kite be the saving grace here? Because two members of Blacklist have gone down.
打不了，我没事，被动的没有。为什么要死？被他震惊啊！你们为什么？
Clean, trying to make ends meet for the side of Twisted.
Blacklist.
Ano, ganito. Diba let's say tayo. So, kung hindi sila mag-ban ng ogran sa natin, sa 2 picks natin, pakawalan natin ng pay. Kasi tawag dito, yung jungle nila maluwag pa eh. Meron pa silang Jing, meron pa silang pay.
We are going every tournament and meet many strong teams, so you can see our progress in tournament.
The dreams of Boom Esports gone! Exactly, you've got about at least 24 seconds left on the timer here for the side of Boom Esports. APG will be your last top 4 team going through to the lower brackets.
And congratulations to APG, the Alpha this time in the men's.
Ayun, thank you sa mga sumuport sa amin sa online and lalo sa mga nag-effort pa pumunta rito. Maraming salamat guys. Medyo lumalayo na naman yung PGL kahit sobrang early pa lang natin. So, ayun. Thank you.
Mabuhay Pilipinas, and to all the Honor of Kings fans around the world. Today is going to be an exciting day as the strongest and most fiercest teams are going to clash here at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay.
We have our top 4. Butters, 4 have surpassed the original 16, and after today, we'll find our top 2.
Mara, this is the penultimate day. This is the moment these teams have been waiting for to show that they can be the best in the world and make it to the grand finals.
We started with this competition with flags from all over the world raised up high. And as days turned into weeks, those flags fell one by one.
And Mara, the 4 teams that still stand, the last hope of the Philippines and 3 from Malaysia. David and Goliath, Young Bloods, and the OGs.
Now we're gonna have 3 best of 7s. We'll kick things off with the upper bracket clash where we're crowned the first grand finalist. And after that, brace yourselves as we're gonna have 2 lower bracket matches. That means 2 eliminations. And the last one standing will earn the final ticket to the grand finals.
Here are the warriors that are burning up the flame. They are here and ready to rise to honor. I'm Butters.
And I'm Mara Aquino. And this is the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Get yourselves ready as today will mark history. It's the rise of the grand finalist. Casters, lead the gorge.
What is up, Pilipinas at Ayala Malls, Manila Bay? Nagbabalik ang Filipino broadcast ng KIC 2025. Kasama natin si Chantel, Yasumeo, and OSX sa laban ng day number 6 na knockout stage. Mainit ating labanan. Are you firing, burning?
I'm burning.
Mga kasama natin dito.
I'm a warrior.
Oh,
Ready na ako sa mga napanood ko yung video eh. Nag-aala, burning.
Nagka-burning. Dahil
Yung
sa...
isa nga I'm a rebel. Teka lang, sa sobrang excited ko, nakalimutan tanggal yung ID ko.
Ang tawag dyan, yan yung employee of the month.
Oh.
Ganyan yung pag nakikita, pag naka-ID, kahit naka-duty.
Kahit saan nagpupunta, suot pa din yung ID.
Plus 10 points kay boss. Dahil ang points na hahabulin ng teams ngayon, sinabi na ng mga host natin, 2 elimination. At sa lahat nakakarinig na aming bosses dito sa Ayala Malls, Manila Bay, we're inviting you to join our live knockout stage, day number 6. Dito lang sa gitna, narinig yung mga bosses namin because papunta na tayo sa exciting part, which is yung finals bukas.
Oo, tsaka dito guys, meron din tayong laban ng Pinoy ngayong araw, pero maganda din natutukan kung sino ba nga ba yung makakatapat. I mean, ano muna to, upper bracket, pero mamaya laglagan, kagaya yung sinabi ng mga host natin, kagaya yung sinabi ni OSX. And aside from the games no, na mapanood natin for KIC, meron din tayong iba't ibang mga event para sa inyo. Meron tayong carnival, ayun sa taas na nakikita nyo. And may mga cosplayers tayo mamaya. But aside from the tournament, aside from the activities, matindi ang pinaghahatian ng ating mga manlalaro.
Pag-uusapan natin ang prize pool ngayong araw dahil ito ay USD na 1 million sa KIC 2025. I-breakdown natin kung sino ba ang mga nakuha na ng malalupit na mga prizes na to.
So, Matic, for 13th to 16th place, you have 15,000 USD. At 16 teams tayo nag-start, 9th to 12th place, 25,000 USD. 7th to 8th place, you have 40,000 USD.
And of course, meron tayong 5th to 6th place, 60,000 USD, which is pag kinonvert mo na sa 3.5 na yan,
Nagkakalito ka pala
Meron
dyan,
palang conversion
Walang
kasi ate.
Ano
Ay, ano siya, guys?
yan?
Ayun ang gusto ko sa'yo.
Real-time
Fourth
conversion,
place.
kasi nakaano siya eh.
4th place
Ilan yan?
is 80K USD.
Parang
Wow!
4M yata.
Siyempre,
eh.
nasa
80,000
Pilipinas, 80,000 USD.
USD.
O, magkano sa Pilipinas yan?
I-convert nyo na lang yan.
4.6.
4.6 as of now.
As of now.
Nag-iiba
As of
kasi yan.
now.
Ano yung next?
Oh, yung 3rd place is 110 USD.
Wow!
Do the math.
Teka, kulang yung zero ko. Ayun, sakto.
Yasumyo. Never mind.
Okay lang yan.
Tatry
Sige.
pa kasi mag-joke, ang aga pa eh.
Okay lang yan habang
6.4,
maaga pa.
6.4.
6.4. O sige, convert mo to ha. Second place gets 150,000 USD. O, convert mo yan.
8.7.
8.7
8
million
pesos.
At yung champion makakakuha ng 300,000 USD. Final. Magkano?
17.5.
Alam mo, feeling ko pagkakataon ko na to para maging player na lang.
Feeling ko ito na yun eh.
Kailangan na mag-change change career.
Feeling ko kayo din.
Feeling
No?
ko change career ko na to eh.
Sa mga nanonood kasi, yung ating Filipino representatives, which is yung Blacklist,
Yes.
Bumi Sports, sina Elif, pati na rin yung ACT, lahat yan ang galingan sa grassroots tournaments kung kailan nagsimula ang HoK last year on the last few months, kung saan ang Honor of Kings na nagsimula sa Pilipinas. Lahat to ay nangarap. Sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, pwede din kayong mangarap. Pero ang matches natin today, magsisimula sa dalawang Malaysian teams, Nova Esports at Homeboys Black Shoe Esports.
Oh, hindi na bago sa atin itong match-up na to. Parang kabisado na natin yung dalawa. Pero ito nga abangan nating lahat. Again, we have a Filipino representative para sa ating match 2 of the day. Blacklist International going up against Alpha Gaming.
Wow.
So that's gonna be Philippines versus Malaysia, and nag-iisa na lang yung Pilipinas dito. So guys, kailangan natin talaga ng suporta ninyo para sa Blacklist International. And again, pwede kayong pumasok dito. Libre lang pumasok,
Libre po
lang
pumasok
manood.
dito. Everything is free except sa doon sa
Saan?
HoK Carnival. Kung gusto nyong manalo, pwede
Ayan
kayo manalo ng prizes
si
doon.
Kuyang naka-t-shirt na green at brown na cap. Pwede po kayong pumasok sa loob.
At sa naka-blue dyan na naglalakad, pwede ka rin umakyat sa HoK
Oo.
Carnival. Yung naka-black din, pwede ka rin pumasok dito. May upuan pa. Pero
Yung
ito
naka-polo, pwede.
Yung
Yung naka-ID, pwede din.
pwede rin yung naka-ID.
Natanggal
Pwede.
ko na yung ID ko.
Okay lang yan. bago tayo mapunta sa Gorge, here are the results so far of your votes in the game. You can cheer for your favorite team player and caster in the app. Ito na pala yung ano natin, no? Yung results sa mga nag-vote. Yasumiyaw and Chantel.
Pwede pang pahabulin yung ilan sa mga players natin, even the teams. Alam ko hanggang today. Pala.
Siyempre,
hanggang
ano na rin bukas.
kasi hanggang bukas na lang tabulate pa nila yan.
Kaya mo pang umabol. Malapit ka eh.
Okay.
Kaya pa yan.
Pwede ka pa humabol, pero ang kailangan humabol ngayon yung mga naghihintay sa lower bracket. Kasi ang magalaban ngayon, we're gonna witness the first Ascendants to Honor Titans clash at the peak. Yung laban natin sa dalawang malalakas, Malaysia Nova Esports and HBSE.
Actually, para dito sa dalawang teams natin, sanay na sila na nagkakatapat yung isa't isa. And when we say first ascendance to honor, and if you're part of MKL at matalo mo yung isang team, na dediretso ka Grand Finals, iba na agad yung pwedeng timpla for your region. And looking at the overall head-to-head statistics ng ating dalawang teams, you have high kill participation for Nova Esports as compared to Homeboys. Pero ang difference kasi, we could probably say for Nova Esports, heavy on teamfights. Homeboys naman, heavy on macro.
Speaking of macro, buti na sinabi mo, yung dalawang team to may similarity eh. Similarity sa pick, similarity sa mga playstyle, especially yung mga start ng early game. Ang sabi nga natin, at the beginning of every match, kung kalaban mo isang Malaysian team, dapat alam mo kung paano mo tapusin yung laro.
Yep, indeed. Yun nga din yung nagiging problema ng ibang mga teams natin. Hindi nila maisarado yung game natin. Pero these two teams, hindi kasi sila nagtotolerate talaga ng mga mistake. And super grabe yung punish kapag nagkamali sila. And going into the player head-to-head natin, hindi din naman masyado nagkakalayo yung dalawang clash lane natin. Halos parehas lang din eh, kasi parehas sila ng region dito, which is Malaysian region. So, alam nila yung meta ng isa't isa.
Ang pinakaiba lang siguro kulay ng buhok, tsaka hati na rin.
Yung yung
minsan factor yan eh.
Talaga ba?
Yung mga buhok sa mga players, no?
Parang may tinutukoy ka.
I think napaka-importante yun. I think, alam mo kung bakit sa ulo? Kasi doon nag-start yung mindset.
Yes. Mindset ba?
Mindset. Kasi yung dapat na mindset ng mga players natin, ito tinitimbang ko lang. May isang dediretso posible sa Grand Finals na agad, pero mabigat sa akin yung dalawang eliminations. Ganito kahirap yung kailangan nating i-witness moving forward into this game. Pero habang hinihintay na natin na laban, mamaya-maya, tawagin na natin ang teams na magalaban-laban ngayon. Clash Lane, Schwen! Jungling, CY! Mid lane, Wendy! Farm lane, Muchi! Roaming, Play Pit! This is Nova Esports! Ashlane Goyu! Jungling Musang King! Mid lane, Ziyong! Farm lane, Vivi! Roaming, Zaw! This is Homeboys Black Shoe Esports!
At magsisimula nga yan syempre for Nova Esports. So we have CY, Musi, Suwan, Waypit, and Wendy. Nova Esports, isa sa mga kilala na talaga sa larangan ng HoK. Maganda naging run nila all throughout KIC 2025. At pwede nating sabihin, napakalalim ng kanilang hero pool. In terms of playstyle, more on the aggressive side. And at the same time, the control around the map is there. Definitely, kailangan tutukan dito kung ano yung mga magiging heroes pagdating doon sa farm lane. Kasi so far, yun yung mga nagiging difference lately pagdating sa tempo ng drafting. Again, lahat ng mga laban natin ngayong araw is best of 7.
And as for HBSE dito or Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, sila naman din ay gustong patunayan din na sila ang malakas sa Malaysia dito. Despite losing against Nova last spring season sa kanilang liga, bumawi naman agad sila ng 4-0 against Nova Esports. Ngayon, magkakatapat ulit sila. So makikita natin kung sino sa kanila talaga yung malakas this time. Kung sino yung unang makaka one foot forward against each other.
At yung 1 foot forward na yun, magsisimula yun kung paano sila magkakaroon ng control sa mapa. Sa lahat ng sinabi ng dalawa dito, Chantel and Yasu, one thing that stands out is the macro play within these two at kung paano nila nakakapitalize ang first game draft. Ang ibig sabihin lang ba nito, kailangan lang talaga magka-priority sa mga comfort picks or talagang wala na talaga sa option kasi alam nila talaga kung paano laruin ito lahat?
Actually tricky yung question mo pagdating dun sa drafting and such. Pero isa siguro yung pinaka-takeaway ko all throughout this KIC. Parang depende kasi siya kung kailan mo ilalatag yung best heroes mo and not. Kasi for most cases, definitely from yesterday's matches, we could say that yung ibang mga teams, hindi nila nilalabas lahat, pero may time na parang superstar team. There was a time wherein napagsama si Princess Frost Liang, may Direnji ka pa, tas yung,
no?
diba, na kung iisipin mo, in a normal day, hindi mo siya makikita talaga.
Yeah.
Kasi gusto mo, i-reserve mo, okay, yung Princess Frost tsaka Liang, ibang game na lang. Tapos yung susunod na mga heroes natin sa ibang game na lang.
So sinasabi mo pwedeng mag-best of 7 yung ating unang series kasi pwedeng magkabigayan eh.
Definitely, it's a repeat of the MKL Fall Season Grand Finals anyway. So bakit hindi?
Oo,
Dito sila na Grand Finals.
Hindi na bago sa kanila yung 7 games eh.
Wala,
Andito ka pa.
Kahit sa atin eh.
Andito ka pa.
Oo nga eh. It's a blessing na magkakasama tayong tatlo dito sa second day ng knockouts.
Ay, nako,
Ready ka na ba, Chantel?
nakita ko si OSX, lumungkot ang mundo.
Sabi mo pa man din.
Joke lang.
Huwag ka mag-alala.
Tinanong mo yung schedule nito.
Bakit hindi ako mag-aalala?
Huwag ka mag-aalala. Sa game number 2, magkakaroon tayo ng deeper analysis kung paano mangyayari o kung ano man nangyari sa game number 1. Di ba, Yasu?
Yes, tama ka doon.
Oo, sa game 2. Kasi
Magdadagdagan tayo dito pero that's for later na story natin dahil as of now, HBSE and Nova dito. Again parehas nilang kilala ang isa't isa. Time and time again, lagi sila nagkakatapatan dito. And honestly, Malaysia region, sobrang lakas na region yan. And actually, sila yung region to beat as of now. Since 3 na lang yung natitira dito na Malaysian at isa sa Pilipinas. But I do think kaya natin yan. Kasi
Ah.
napaabot din natin ng 7 games.
Ay, oo.
Alam
Almost
nyo,
yun eh.
Suki tayo dun eh, di ba?
Oo, suki tayo dyan. Pero mabalik lang Gustong-gusto ko yung storya nitong dalawang teams na maglalaro.
Ano ba tong storya nila?
Kasi for the longest time, pag sinabing strongest, pagdating sa global, normally naririnig natin Nova Esports,
Yep.
Nova Esports. Pero yung Homeboys Black Shrew Esports, unti-unti silang umaangat. So parang may contest for this game, specifically for KIC 2025, to prove kung sinong mas malakas sa kanilang dalawa. So, for Nova Esports, 0-4 siya during Grand Finals. So, HBSE, medyo nakikitaan din sila ng pag-rise from previous tournaments. We have the Nations Clash. Dami, ang dami. So,
So,
tuloy-tuloy. Tuloy
So,
ang rivalry.
Ang rivalry. So kung tuloy-tuloy ng rivalry, yung dalawang teams na to consistent din sa performance, ang pwede nating makita sa drafting at kahit sa laban pa lang. So we will know for sure kung ano mangyayari on the draft moving forward.
Yeah. And as for the draft, no, I'm not gonna be surprised kung una pa lang maban agad na Pay at Luna kasi from fall season, from spring season
Yep.
ng kanilang liga up until the fall season, Luna Pay lagi, instaban.
O instaban or prayo no?
Or prayo. Or later on pa siya lalabas. Kasi siguro kapag
Ay.
umabot na tayo ng 6 games
Ayan.
or even ultimate
Saka
battle.
na
Iba talaga. Well, tama yung kinukol mo dito kasi there's yung bigayan factor na nangyayari. Sometimes yung game number 1, parang hindi siya ganun yung parang magiging full
Alam mo
impact
na,
draft, no?
Face check lang muna. Not unless ma-open yung mga heroes, gusto
Wow.
mag-build yung momentum. And ito din pala sa takeaway natin from the games, no? Si Athena ay laging nababan. I think
Respect
there was
na,
a
no?
game na hindi talaga siya nakalusot
Mhm.
early on. Kaso dumating na kasi sa point na medyo mamimili ka na kung ibibigay mo ba siya or not. Anyway, Luna, ito na yung sinabi ko kanina. Pero dahil na-ban si Luna, you have options. Ang daming mga open na heroes. Is Jan si Dolia, kinuha na rin ng Nova. Shoutout pala sa mga cosplayers natin. Pwede nyo po sila makasama.
Yan.
Dito sa ating venue, pumunta lang kayo. Free entrance, Ayala Malls, Manila Bay, sa Parañaque.
Oo. Manila Bay pero nandito sa sa Parañaque nga pala. Pero ito guys madami tayong pwedeng abangan dito, especially sa draft pa lang dahil may mga bisita tayo na going back on HBSE's priority or counter pick. Yung Yang Jan Yuho is one of the greatest answer for not giving your cards right away sa mga ganitong phase mula katapat mo isang Malaysian team.
Yep. And also, Yang Jan and Dolia, yun din yung pinagsasama. So, it's kind of a counter pick na, or counter pick nga na pwede i-pick dito na Nova. Kinuha na nila para sa side ng HBSE. Which is okay lang din naman kasi you still got the sustain of a Yuhuan. And may kakuna na, focus ka na lang on the kuna. Depende sa may dami or depende sa lineup dito na kukunin ng Nova Esports. Secure na agad nila yung Haoyin or etong Silong. Pero etong dalawang kasi na to, speaking of taguan, in the beginning din, hindi rin sila nagtatago ng kahit anong hero Basta makuha nila yung mga S-tier mailabas natin, talagang ipupush nila na manalo. Kumbaga, yung naging word natin before, which is expensive, sinisimula nila sa expensive talaga. Tsaka na lang nila isipin later on kung meron ba tayong mailalabas from
Feeling ko madami kasi silang madami naman silang baraha talaga. So,
malaki yung hero pool nila
malawak yung hero pool nila, ang dami nilang pwedeng i-pull off. Kaya hindi problema talaga yung gano'ng mga moments.
Feeling ko hindi talaga problema expensive sa dalawang teams na to no? Early game kaya palang i-pull off, may ipon na kaagad Madaming mga pagkakataon na yung mga ganitong teams or mga ganitong picks between Nova and HBS katulad na lang ng Noah na mention mo dito yung dun. Mga later stages pa to na lumalabas pero dito they're more confident to actually pick it by taking out the Guan Yu and the Mayin para wala naman sila dong problema sa likod.
Tsaka parang pagdating dun sa mga gitnang game 3, game 4, game 5, at least yung mga usual na heroes, open pa for them. I think nagkaroon ng ganong pattern sa laban ng Boom at tsaka ng APG yesterday na hindi pa agad kinukuha para at least, yun nga, maraming options. Anyway, Dinanji, for HBSE, I like it. Maganda yung nila. Yung drafting nila dito. But for Nova naman, maganda yung sagot nila. They have the Yixing. You have a hero that can potentially break the tempo, make or break the tempo for this game number 1.
So speaking of tempo, madaming AOE na pwedeng makover ang Nova pati na rin sa kanilang sustainability onto the clash lane dahil nga silang una ditong wave na makakasecure ng heroes nila. Ano nga bang pwede pang kunin ni HBSE dito dahil sabi nyo nga there's a lot of possible sustain and a flick of a switch dahil sa kanilang first 2 picks nila dito. Sabi mo nga, Clash Lane.
Oo, open pa si Byron actually. Pwede nilang kunin dito if they wanted a strong Clash Lane or, o nga naman, flex pa yung Yang dyan. So it could be an Agudo na jungle. I don't know, hindi pa nila
Pwede rin
nilalak
maging
yan.
farm lane eh, no?
Oo, tsaka I think Agudo will be a good pick, no? At least meron sila pang counter doon sa
Feeling
mga,
ko ano to,
going in na mga hero dito sa side ng Nova.
Feeling ko ano to, Agudo, jungle, yung
Oo.
Clash Lane. Oo. Ano ba yung direction ng, ano ba yung hindi minsan kasi ina-overcomplicate mo yung mga bagay.
Kasi
Hindi
minsan
kasi-
kasi, huwag na natin i-overthink.
Trabaho din
Kasi-
natin minsan mag-overthink eh.
Tama, tama. Hindi kasi kailangan mong ano eh, kailangan mong mag-make sense minsan.
Oo, kailangan talaga sure eh, no?
Oo.
Hindi kasi, mahirap kasi kung hindi sure yung mga bagay-bagay, no, Chantel?
Ikaw, sex, lagot ka sa akin mamaya.
Hindi, kasi kung itikin natin yung draft, di ba? Hindi natin sure, masyadong flex itong una eh. Malay ba natin kung saan mapupunta to? Kaya nga tayo nag-overthink eh. Pero pinaka ano ngayon, dapat hindi mag-overthink, yung Nova.
Yung Nova. Ay, yung Nova pala.
Oo.
Oo, tama ka naman, tama ka naman.
Sabi mo nyo kanina, hindi sila nakakalusot sa HBSE. Ngayon papunta tong Grand Finals.
Pareha sila eh. 1-1 na sila eh. Yung score nila eh.
Bawian to.
Bawian to
Parang
eh.
ano, continuous rivalry for both teams.
Oo.
Nova Esports for the longest time, parang sila yung nandun. Tapos HBSE, humahabol. Actually, we could say that for HBSE, this is their year.
Hopefully for them, no?
Pero depende pa yon kung papayagan siya ni
Alam
Nova
mo kasi
Esports.
masigigil dito yung Nova eh. Even though ang nanalo nga...
Ano yan? Crunchy yan, crunchy.
Sila yung...
Malutong,
kumbaga
malutong.
Sa ating, Nova ang malakas. Nova ang pinakamalakas. Pero HBSE, tinalo ko sa nila last time lang. 4-0 yung Nova.
Wow,
So,
ang ano nun ah.
It's a clean.
may halong giggle possibly para dito sa Nova and they're looking strong. This KIC 2025.
Well, speaking of strong, sabi nyo nga, HBSE is the current defending champion ng KIC 2024. So there's a lot of at stake, pero with their consistency and their performance, lahat to magiging in check. Makakabawi ba ngayon ang Nova in this series dahil papunta na to sa Grand Finals? So unang game.
Oo, paunahan to if ever pagdating doon sa initial na pupuntahan.
So habang papunta pa lang tayo doon, Gilded Feathers is now here. Log in and redeem your chest for an awesome reward. Kunin mo na yan.
Yan pala yung ano, yan din yung isa sa mga merch kanina na nakita natin sa baba.
Sana
Oo.
all.
Sana all.
Sana all meron
Sana
ganun.
yung PH caster meron din.
Oo
Pag-EN
nga
daw
eh.
yun eh.
Lahat
Oo
daw
nga eh.
mabibigyan sabi ni
Lahat
Daddy
ba?
Hawk. Nakapag-decide na ako. Daddy Hawk, bibigyan niyo po kami ng merch.
Oo nga
Nakapag
eh.
pala decision ka pala eh.
Narinig tayo ni Daddy Hawk ngayon.
Mas maganda talaga kung merong souvenir. KIC 2025 to eh.
And speaking of souvenir, actually, ang bilis lang makakuha ng souvenir dito. Although, medyo limited lang yung iba, pero you just have to go to the carnival dito sa may bandang taas or even just watch dahil mamaya may paraffol daw.
May paraffol!
Yes!
Guys.
Libre ka na nga pupunta, libre ka nang uupo
Ay,
dito, may paraffol
Hindi
pa.
naman
Ano yan?
sa pag-ano guys, pero kahapon nasaksihan ko, binigyan ng ref.
May ref!
May ref!
Ang problema mo
Hindi
na...
na
Legit lang.
Bigyan ng rep yan, ganon?
May ref, may gaming chair sa loob-loob ko. Paano kung nag-commit na ito papunta? Paano ba iuuwi yung
It's a
ref?
good problem, Ate Chantel. Nanalo ka ng ref, nanalo ka ng gaming chair. May raffle mamaya. So sa lahat na nakakarinig naming boses dito, ito ang KIC Knockout Stage Day 6. Libre. Di mo kailangan ng minimum spend para makakuha ng raffle
Oo.
ticket.
Sobrang nag-upgrade from shooting gallery ang paraffol natin.
Oo.
Microwave.
Ay,
Tapos
wow.
naging rep.
Konti na lang, makukumpleto na natin yung kitchen.
Feeling stove na lang kulang.
Stove na lang ang kulang, no?
Tsaka grocery.
Pero ito nagluluto
grocery,
pa lang.
Pero speaking of grocery, medyo pinag-grocery yata nila dito si Musang King. Pero buti na lang ng Super Bowl. Kaso nga lang may sariling mundo. Yung mga top lane dito, nag-1v1 with a great one. Itong si Guyo at si Shungwan. Parehas na nagkakasakitan, hawakan lang ng tenga.
Ito talaga may expect ko pag Malaysia versus Malaysia. Ang similarity ng playstyle, may hawakan talaga ng tenga. What we're seeing, kahit wala mang action na nangyari sa game, sa first 3 minutes of the scenario of the map, they're trying to take it very cautiously and as well as logically. Iba yung nagiging approach nila dito because ang kanilang ginagawa mostly, sabi mo Ate Chantel kanina with the macro play, it starts with the pressure point.
Oo. Pero so far, walang pressure na binibigay both ng mga teams. Ang pinakamapansin mo lang is most probably yung positioning ni Waypit around the map. So, hindi talaga siya... nagbibigay siya ng information for his teammates, pero hindi doon sa other side.
Yep.
And for the side of HBSE, lagi nakadikit si Jihong, kay Musang King, plus si Je. Diba? Yun yung difference sa movement nila so far.
Well,
Parang nagkakaroon sila ng paneling strategy dito. Pero dito naman tayo sa jungle.
Ayun!
Kinuha nga etong si Musang King sa parang quadra neto na side ng Nova. Pero hinahabol pa rin nila with the unruly blade na tamang dito kay Musang King.
Nabuhay
Pero Musang King will still survive dahil nasusustain siya dito ni Jem. Meanwhile, sa may bandang gitna nga, itong si Gayu sumali na rin sa may gera. Pero CY masyadong nag-overstay. You're welcome. Tatama ang Tona to the stand. Pero Gayu ang mapa-first blood by Nova Wendy. Pero going for more, kalma lang daw muna dahil nakakuha na tayo ng first blood.
quick response mula doon kay Nova Esports. Ang ganda sana ng prolong ng HBSC at Chantel, no? Kasi parang ang sinabi niya, so nag-overstay.
Nag-oversave. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin na sobrang ganda pa ng Oren mag-team fight ng dalawang Malaysian teams para silang nasayaw. Na very well coordinated.
Oo.
Yung how they use the skills. No unnecessary na timing na paggamit ng mga resources nila. But anyway, may kita natin sinisimulan dito yung Tyrant. You have players from HBSE and Nova. Pero Nova, ang unang aabante pagdating doon sa posisyon.
Uy, muntik na doon.
Munti ka na yun. Pero alam mo kasi Pilipino lang nakakagawa ng ganun eh. Wala
Oo
pa akong
nga.
nakikitang mag-annihilation.
Ano tayo, magaling tayo sumalisi.
Oo.
Sumali yung mga
Salisiga.
yung mga ganong mga panglilito talaga nang nagsisimulan sa mga Pinoy.
Oo.
Okay.
And this is gonna be another attempt ni CY para manggulo sa jungle ng HBSE. Naku, wala na silang binabigay kay Musang King dito. Tinitira nila yung blue buff, pero hindi na nila kinaya. Again, overstay, you're welcome. Pero habol pa rin dahil may iwan dito si CY. The world is my board. Nilapag na rin yan. 4 yung nakulong nila dito. Kaso nga lang, winasilos lang sila dito ni CY. But that's gonna end. CY dead sa kamay ng HBSE. Pero Guyu, munti ka na rin ma-deadball dito. He's still alive though. 1-0 in favor ng HBSE.
Grabe yung naging goal doon ng HBSE ha. Na-low doon si Vivi sa baba ni Muchi. Pero nag-information nila doon. Low on HP na rin si Muchi. Pero I think hindi nila ina-expect na lalaban ng HBSE sa 5-on-4.
Sumakto rin kasi nag-flash. Nag-flash yung nila dito, yung kanilang yuan. Tapos dumiretso na.
Diretso lang kasi masyado
Sakto naman meron siyang ending sa Oro. So na-prolong pa yung team fight nila doon. And they really forced that team fight against the Nova kanina. And it's all about assessing again the current situation of things. And HBSE, sabi nila, naku, nagamit na yung majority of the skills. Wala nang board, wala nang pang-counter for us. Mahirap naman gamitin yung territories dito for Wendy kapag sila yung pasugod.
Yeah, speaking of assessment, yung naging call nga din ni Vivi, kahit na low siya at nag-regen, nakakuha sila ng ng T1 sa taas ng Torre. And this is how they start their games mostly. Kung di sila makakuha ng kill, nakuha man sila ng team fight dito, ang bilis ng translation nila in terms of taking defense na hindi ka pa nakahinga agad.
An attempt to go on Muchi.
Aray!
Pero
Aray!
ultimate pa yan,
Aray!
of course.
Of course.
The ultimate out, the infinite vastness out to be safe para kay Muchi. Pero ito na ay salubong ng kanyang mga kasangga. Dalawa lang sila laban sa 3. Pero Guyu and the rest, bakawin na lang muna. Kita nyo yung respect na binibigay ng isa't isa. Pag hindi natin na-execute yung isa, okay, bakawin na lang muna tayo. Hindi sila sobrang nag-overstay to the point na hindi nila kalkulado yung pinapasok nila.
Yun din talaga pinapakita ng Homeboys all throughout their performance sa KIC 2025. Kung hindi kaya, they know their power spike. Sabi nila, expensive yung lineup na kailangan nila i-pull off. Pero dito kay Sohong, nako, nang force na naman, sinonat na naman ng isa, binax out si Suan. At dito nga ang laban ay pwede maganap sa mid lane ng HBSE.
Alam mo, nagkakabatuhan lang tayo. Kagagamit lang ng emergence. And at the same time, pare silang may information sa isa't isa. Although Nova dito, alam din nila talaga kung kailan sila magbaba, kung kailan sila mag-i-in. Pero no overstaying na sobra-sobra na nadedelikado sila.
Ano to, parang sabi natin, diba, para nasayaw yung dalawang teams. Ano yun, kabisado nila kung kailan si single-single tsaka to double-double.
Depende talaga sa partner no? Malalaman mo talaga yung yung...
Malalaman mo talaga sa partner kung merong synergy.
Oo nga, yung chemistry dun lalabas yun, no? I think of all
tingnan
people,
natin yung chemistry na yan dahil tatama yung Green Slash dito sa dalawa sa side ng HBSE pero hinahuli ng dalawa pero flash out. Safe pa din naman itong si Jen. Nandito na si Bibi to regroup with the gang. Another flash at Miguel and dalawa yung nanakabibo and that flaming bomb pinagsasampal sa mukha.
Ayun na yung yan dyan.
Even with annihilation pero Guyu nanggagaling sa likod. Ang dami niya nililinis
malaki
dito.
Yan dyan! Malaki yan dyan!
Yung young Jen na yan. Huwag ka dyan dahil si CY na nag-bye-bye and the Dragon lumipad na rin to safety kaso ang daming duguan sa side ng Nova. May flash out with a double kill kay Guyu dito. Tamang linis na lang yung ginagawa niya. Naminamata niya dito si Waypit na konti na lang ang mana. Pero kaya pa bang lumangoy? Tina triple kill will be given. And Richards will be there as well. At mukhang nililinis nila ang mga miyembro ng Nova. At inipit na si Wendy with a flash for the ligtas. Hindi siya naligtas ng kanyang sarili. Even sa tower, that second tier tower, may first tier pa.
Napakaganda ng ginawa doon ng HBSE. Si Goyo lang mag-isa, lahat sila nag-follow up in correct sequence. Lahat naubos sa Nova.
Oo, solid na solid ginawa dito ng HBSE. I think it all started na gamit na rin lahat ng resources ng Nova kanina sa Baya top lane. Pero grabe si Goyo.
Kumbaga, kung Yang dyan yung hero niya, tas kung merong Jiangnan, Andy.
Wala talagang makakatalo pag unlimited yung resources na nakukuha mo, no? Hindi lang sa meat, hindi lang sa mga buff, lahat talaga kompleto. Who would have thought ganun? Ito one of the things na nag-stand out sa HBS is pinapanood ko sa last year pa lang, yung calculation nila on things, kahit losing end, reinforcement, lahat sobrang kalkulado ng team na to.
Yep.
Kaya tin-expect ng Nova na ang bilis mag-follow up ng lahat
Kasi akala natin kanina Nova was winning that team fight sa may top lane. Yun pala si Kuya Goyo ay biglang dadating doon sa area nila. Anyway, 6-3 ang ating score. HBSE lamang dito pagdating sa goal, 3.5k. And you have a very high damage. Actually, mataas yung damage dito ni Wendy versus Sanua. That is because mas spammable din talaga yung skills dito ng Yixing. Mas madali ipatama kaysa isa pa box-box.
Na-trigger na agad nila dito yung infinite fastness. Kala ko harap
Bumalik?
Hindi pala siya. Tinakot lang para makapag-back out muna dito yung HBSE. Pero HBSE knowing that information, pwede nila pasukan dito yung side ng Nova. Yung ibang mga flash cooldown dito sa side ng Nova. Pero HBSE will still respect yung push na ginagawa or defense na ginagawa dito na side ng Nova.
Nagbibilang lang ata ng minutong HBSE dahil alam nila merong Dolya. Madami pwedeng ma-reset sa side ng Nova. Kaya nag-aabang na sila pwedeng ipitin dito. At habang iniipit nila ang mid lane and bottom lane, itong opening para sa Tyrant. Enhance na to
A Tyrant dance at Tyrant chat-chat-cha between HBSE and Nova. There's gonna be a reset pero lahat ng mga miyembro dito nagka-aurahan na pero pinapasok na nga nila agad. Itong GJ, nag-ending sorrow at dinendya na dito si CY. Flaming Fang! Munti ka na madali itong si Zihong kasi still alive pero ma-push back itong Nova. Si Shua na lang na natitira pero hindi siya magtatangka na magnakaw pa ng Tyrant dito. Even though Nova, malapit lang sila. Tingnan natin, baka may nakaw. Hindi. Zihong will still get that Tyrant.
Speaking of Jong, pauwi na sana siya What made him decide to go back no? Iba yung ginawa doon ng HBSE because wala nga nakalapit from Nova side. At habang nakikita natin lahat na tinatake lang at dinadamage lang ni Goyo dito ang Nova, walang nakakalapit kahit na sa objective na kailangan ng Nova Esports, di ba ate?
Great juggle coming in from HBSE. Maganda rin kasi naging posisyon ni Goyo at that time. Majority ng mga players dito ng Nova ay nagamit yung resources. It was a 2 flash. Tapos yung board din ni Wendy ay nagamit na when. In fact, pwede siyang gamitin sana na pang-counterplay. And HBSE, again, the strength is on those juggles and the position before a team fight. So, ang dami kasi na parang nabibait nila yung mga players dito ng Nova Esports na gamitin yung ibang mga skills.
Okay.
Or kaya mapunta sa ibang posisyon. Kaya naman kung mapapansin natin, for this Agudo and for Musang King is currently at 301. And damage items yung binil niya.
So sinasabi mo dito, kailangan di lang muna mag-react ang Nova dahil kanina pa sila sumusunod sa mga crumbs ng HBSE. Lahat ng ginawa nila dito sila, na-react ang taas naman ng damage doon. Masakit na ngayon si Zohong. Nag-aabang na HBSE ng high ground. Oo nga, AoE. Yasuo hindi makalapit, both half HP mid. High ground mid and bot lane makukuha na rin ng Homeboys.
Yeah, this is as good as 2 towers na makukuha ng Homeboys dito with minimum retaliation coming from Nova. Pero at least, HBSE, medyo nire-respeto nila yan. Sila yung may hawak ng mapa natin ngayon ng control against Nova. Habang yung Nova, gaya nga ng sinabi mo, sila yung nagre-react as of now. Ngayon, hindi nila pwedeng ibigay itong Overlord na to, but afford ba nila yan? Yung kasi yung question. And masyadong malayo dito yung mga miyembro ng Nova. May bouncer sa harap, pre.
Nako.
Andyan si Yang, andyan si Guyu.
So kung hindi nila afford, kailangan mo mag-installment muna ni Nova dito.
Kailangan na dito 12 months to pay. Kailangan 12 months
ang
to pay.
tanong, may oras ba sila ng ganun? Kasi
yung problema,
12 minutes na tayo
Jokes aside for Nova Esports, kaya naman nung hero composition nila, again, meron kang pan-tempo. It's just that yung difference na nagagawa ni Goyo dito as compared to Suwan, kitang-kita yung difference. For Goyo talaga naka-front. Not saying na hindi maganda yung ginagawa dito ni Suwan, it's just that one step ahead lagi yung HBSE. Very, very evident yun kanina on the team fight. 4-2-3 for this Young Jan. At pagkatapos nila kumuha ng objective, dadaan yan sa may gitna. Tapos meron ka pa nag-clear na minion doon sa may bandang ibaba. So a lot of threats coming in from HBSE all throughout this game. So for Nova, ang pinaka-winning condition nila is to have that board activated and probably take down Musang King, Jing, or BB before initiating.
So, ang hirap, no? Ang dami mong target dito, pero kumakatok na dito yung side ng HBSE at wala na nagagawa dito yung Nova. Nakapagtak na sa The World is my board. Pero at si Siwa yung nahuli ng sarili niyang kasangga with the double kill na binigay dito kay Musang King na hindi nila ma-access sa may bandang likod. Pero good thing Muchi was there to Dragon Form and to save himself. Kaso dalawa na lang yung natitira, and that's gonna be HBSE 1-0.
Walang nakuha ang depensa for Homeboys. And as we started the game number 1, ang aabangan natin sa dalawang team na to ay ang control ng mapa. And we were talking about how Nova Esports could actually pay back in the later stages. Pero as you said, yung expensive lineup na sinimulan ng Homeboys Black Shrew Esports, nung pinik nila yung Yuhan plus yung Nua, they were ready to they were always prepared to actually amp it up earlier than expected dahil sa control na ginawa nila.
Pwede silang bilisan. To be fair, no, in all honesty, medyo mahirap i-analyze yung game ng HBSE tsaka ng dito ng Nova Esports kasi sobrang linis sila maglaro both.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ano siya, very proper HoK.
Oo, pero if we're gonna summarize what happened doon to HBSE, it's more on they're constantly baiting out yung mga big ultimates dito ng side ng Nova Esports, where in HBSE, they have all the time in the world, they have the patience, and even yung Yuhuan, nakita natin bumili ng Redemption, they wanted to prolong the team fight to the point na maubos dito talaga yung mga skills ng Nova, and then saka sila papasok.
Yeah, with all of you guys that you said kanina pa, it was all like a sequence of logical approach na ginagawa ng Homeboys Black Shrew Esports ever since day number 1 ng KIC 2025. And as you said, kailangan ng oras ng Nova to actually bounce back. Kahit na merong dola sila dito, they were trying to find an angle kung saan pwede saan nilang malugi yung Homeboys Black Shrew. Pero dito, it turns out, yung lineup ng Homeboys activated pa lang nung nawala na pagkakataon ng Nova to bounce back for the takedown sa unang Tyrant.
Tsaka dito, maganda yung hero comp ng HBSE. Gaana siya early game. Meron ka nung damage na Agodo, meron ka sustain with the Guyu. Tapos meron ka Bandirenji Noah. Ang bilis din mag-clear nung Noah at saka Yuan. Ang bilis mag-clear nung Noah at saka Yuan. So parang doon pa lang ang bilis na talaga na magiging rotation mo as compared to Dolia and Yixing. Nandun din naman, pero kasi Yixing medyo 2 items at least, minsan 3 items bago mo pa talaga maramdaman yung damage na meron siya. Not unlike for the Noah, long range na nga siya at saka AOE. So kita naman natin dito for HBSE na slowly kinuha nila yung momentum doon sa laban. Around 5 minutes ng ating game, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Doon nagkaroon ng team fight, doon lumamang yung side ng HBSE. But definitely for both teams, nagkahatian pagdating doon sa objective. Isang Tyrant para dito sa dalawang teams.
Namula ka agad din, no? And how HBSE started that fight is they were trying to find an opening kung paano nga ma-force dito yung paulit-ulit na Infinite Vastness. Pati na rin yung Unruly Blade ni Dun. Speaking of which, we're looking at the 2 junglers, CY and Musang King. Ito yung naging way din nila on to take advantage dahil nga at the beginning, pinapareact lang nilang Nova at habang nagtuloy-tuloy na lang yun, it was a rinse and repeat.
And it was hard for CY na makontain yung damage na binibigay dito ni Musang King. Musang King, he went full damage talaga sa first 3 items niya, saka lang siya nag-defense. And of course, Guyu is gonna be our MVP using Yang Jian with a 4-2 5 KDA, damage taken 19%. Dahil umpisa pa lang, siya na yung tumangke, siya pa yung naka-double kill.
Iba talaga pag biglang lumaki si Yang Jan. It's a force to be reckoned with.
Nung dumating siya kanina, probably we'll see that sa highlights. Yun talaga yung mga turning points din talaga para dito sa side ng HBSE. Not sure kung ano. Ito
yung prolonged eh.
Tingnan nyo guys.
Ang layo pala ng pinanggalingan niya
pala.
Galing
sa
pa siya ng
dulo.
downtown
Galing pa yan ng Cubao. Galing Cubao, pumunta ng Ayala Malls, Manila, Bay, si Guyu.
Nilakad lang.
Nilakad niya lang guys.
Ganun kahirap yun pero dahil sa ginawa ni Goyo goyo dito, hindi lang dito nagsimula yung reinforcement.
Tsaka-
Reinforcement is one thing, pero humahabol pa.
Tsaka ano kasi yun guys,
Double kill.
nung time
Ito.
na yun, naubos na ng mga kakampi niya yung skills nga ng mga kalaban nila. So wala, ang meron na lang flash nun si Kuya Wendy. Hindi alam ni Kuya Wendy, si Bosang King din dadating. So at that time, wala na talaga.
Na-sandwich
Wala nang
no?
resources. Nagamit na lahat ng mga ultimates. There's no available na anything for Nova to shred si malaking Yang dyan.
That's the Goyu moment right there dahil kung saan akala mo tapos na, it was just reinforcement, pero lahat pala ay nandun to actually sweep everything out in the T2 mid lane. So with that being said, HBSE took control earlier than expected in game number 1. Ito ang current standing natin for our bracket. Unang pupunta kay Homeboys Blackshoe Esports, and as we said at the beginning of this broadcast, magkatapat with the Malaysian Tour, any team sa KIC 2025, some team or yung losing team can take this first game into a check phase kung paano mababawi at mapapahaba yung series na to.
Remember, HBSE, last time na nagtapat sila with Nova, 4-0
Yep.
4-0 out of 7 games. Pero HBSE, nakaisa na nga sila dito. Again, yung mananalo sa series nito, they are gonna wait for the grand finals, which is gonna happen tomorrow.
Feeling ko mainit yung HBSE. Grabe yung control talaga nila sa naging game na yun. Imaginein mo, di ba? Ang daming initiation from Nova Esports. Pero nagagawa nila ng paraan para makaalis. Tapos yung pagkaalis pa nila na yun, panalo sila sa teamfight na parang, ano nangyari? Ba't biglang ganun?
They know how to push and pull kasi para sa side ng HBSE dito eh.
Ano no? Suabe, no? Well, speaking of suabe, smooth na smooth ang gaming experience ng ating mga players, and that's because of the power of Technopova 7 Ultra 5G, built for winners. Walang lag, walang talo, puro panalo.
This tournament is under the regulation and supervision of the Games and Amusements Board.
Nag-change. Nandito ba ang ating
normally
mga...
kasi nanonood sila Tito at Tita Langgab.
Minsan, mas maaga pa sila.
Mas maaga pa sila. Actually, minsan nagsa-soundcheck pa lang tayo, nandito na sila.
Yep.
Kahit sa PKL before.
Early bird yung mga natin po, mga representative sa games.
Maraming salamat po sa support.
Medyo humaba lang yung ETA from Makati to Manila Bay na nasa Paranaque. So guys, maraming salamat. Pero now as we wait for game number 2, ano nga pwedeng abangan habang papunta tayo sa game or sa second game ng sharing ito? We're still inviting you to join us here at the center area of Ayala Malls, Manila Bay, kung saan pwede ka makipaghalubilo din sa ating mga live HoK heroes. Hindi lang on-screen, nakaupo po si Ogran doon, pati na rin yung mga sina Jaja.
Anong oras
seryoso
ba
si
ang natin
Ogran
ngayon? Anong oras ang mga cosplayers natin ngayon? 8, 9?
Hanggang
7?
mamaya.
Hanggang 7 lang kayo ngayon, kahapon 8.
Ayan.
Diba? Para pabawas ng pabawas. Kahit
Akalain mo,
matagal yung araw natin, baliktad ang mundo nyo.
Nakakaintindi ng Tagalog yung mga heroes ng Honor of Kings. Akalain
May
mo
mga
yun.
player cards pa yung sakto, meron siyang player card. Ay, may mga player cards din. Sa Carnival yan nakukuha.
Yan. Saan
And
yung
yung
HoK Carnival?
Sa taas, sa second floor.
Sa 4th floor.
Sa 4th floor.
Hindi. Ito yung
Second
carnival
floor?
natin. 4th floor yung mga documentary, may mga interview. Baka mamaya pumunta ng 4th floor, nandun yung
Doon
mga...
kasi tinuro sa akin.
Hindi.
Hindi, totoo. May
Ito,
banner.
Pero meron din tayo sa 4th floor.
Mas hindi masakit sa leeg pag tinignan mo dito. Yan.
Ang dami-
Iikot ka na eh.
Ikot mo na lang.
Actually, to summarize that, madami kang iikutan dito.
Yeah.
Pwede mo rin i-visit ang TT Racing booth natin and also the carnivals and
Meron
yung mga
din tayong Techno booth.
no?
Oo.
And also, kapag lumabas yung mga cosplayer na yan, libre po magpa-picture dyan.
Opo,
Gusto
wow.
nga mag-picture kami mamaya eh. Isang TikTok. Ilan yan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Magsawa tayo no? Kanya-kanya
Kailan
hero
kaya
na
lalabas
hila.
si Luban?
Ay, may luban!
May Luban
May
nga
luban.
May luban!
Check mo nga ba kasi Baby Giant yan? Ay,
Hindi
the
siya
Giant
kasya
talaga.
dyan.
Shoutout pala sa ating cosplayer
Hindi
na
siya
binenta sa akin, si Furball. Thank you so much. Kay Kuya Kenji.
Binenta niya si...
Binenta? Dapat
Ano
libre
mangyayari
na
kay
lang.
Agudo kung walang furball?
Wala eh.
Agudo na
Ganun
lang.
talaga eh.
Ano mo pa yung hero? Binago mo pa yung binago mo pa yung laro.
Yun na nga.
Ganun
Magkasama
talaga.
nga sila.
Nasa akin na si Furball. At pinangalanan siya ng aking mga viewers na si Snowy.
Snowy.
Bakit si Snowy?
Ewan ko. Ganun na talaga ang mundo talaga.
Wala naman ako naaalala
Guys, ingat-ingatan niyo si Chantel. Baka mamaya pati yung bag ni Dolia kunin na rin niya.
Makukompleto ko yan lahat next
Lahat
time.
ng merch ng heroes ng Honor of Kings makukompleto na eh.
Guys, pakitignan yung mga gamit
Oh,
nyo.
baka
Baka
silip
kay
yung
Chantel
gamit
na
na baka mamaya
mamaya.
mawala. Itong power bank na to. Salamat, Anchor.
Oo, ito
Uy,
yung
ano
pumitik
yung
to.
sa jacket mo? Bakit
Ay,
nandiyan
wala,
yung
wala.
Uy,
Grabe ka naman.
Wala
Grabe
pa.
ka naman.
Akala ko yung ano.
Wala pa.
Akala ko yung medal. Anyway, ito ang game
Ito na,
number 2.
ito na.
HBSC,
Yes.
nasa kabilang side, mas reactive sila ngayon. How about Nova? With their priority here, I think it's the same from game number 1. Same side, they wanna prioritize this time ang pwede makapagbigay sa kanila ng counter sa control na laging sinisimulan ng Homeboys Black Shuri Sports.
Oh, solid na to, solid ban for Nova. Expect na natin, ay,
Athena
Athena
pa
talaga. So, ibig sabihin ba nito, HBSE, i-open nyo pa yung Dharma?
Kasi naman no ultimate battle laban sa Blacklist, lumabas
Oh.
kasi yun eh.
Yan yung question mo dyan, kung
Actually,
i-open ba
yun
si
hindi
Dharma o
kasi siya
i-open ba nila si
expected.
Dharma?
Oh, talaga.
Kasi nobody really
Ayun na,
expected that.
Dharmay, Dharmay.
Darmay.
Penny.
Darmay na to.
Pwede mo na.
Ayan na, si Mai.
Oo,
So,
Mai Shiranui.
magda-Dharma ka ba dito? Yan ang tanong para sa HBSE.
Pwede siya lang mag-Dharma dito together with Diadia if they wanted to para sa HBSE para at least ma-disrupt yung mga combo skills ng isang Mai Shiranui. Pero HBSE, let's see kung meron ba talaga silang plano kunin yung Dharma
Pinag-iisipan na
dito.
maigi. Yishing muna. Oh.
Yishing muna.
Kamusta ang match-up ng Yishing tsaka Mai? Yishing, hindi ko pa ako, nag-Yishing ako pero hindi ko pa masyado nakakalaban yung mga Mai.
It takes a lot of precision to land daw sa taking liberties kung siya lang mag-isa.
Taking liberties,
Feeling ko
no?
ginagawa na talaga ni HBSC by taking the Yishing. Just gaining control of the mid lane but not committing to any. Kasi ano nakikita ko pag may humahawak ng Nova, just to answer your question, yung humahawak ng Nova, yun yung gusto mag-counter palagi ng start ng macro control eh. So baka si Nova naman ang gusto humahawak ng tali this time.
Pwede, gana. Ay, ayun na. Sila ko muna yung Dharma.
Sila na yung nag-Dharma eh.
Kumbaga, kung meron bang nauuso ngayon ng palabas na Physical 100. Tama ba? Physical 100?
Oo.
Ano yun eh?
Physical Asia.
Physical Asia.
Ibang pero same franchise.
Physical Asia.
Same
Parang
lang.
medyo ganun ang doon papunta ang hero comp ng Nova. Meron kang tumatumbling, sumisipa, nanuntok. Pero tatapatan na mayin. I like this. Kasi normally, di ba yung mga previous days natin, nakikita natin na magkasama si Mai.
Oo, Eminem.
Eminem. Pero dito, magkahiwalay muna sila. Nakikita mo si Mai at saka si Dharma. Still a lot of damage coming in from Nova plus the cloud control. Pero for HBSE, I like na nag-ano sila dito, nag-awin. High damage per second.
Open din.
May pantakas ka din if ever.
Wow.
Pero kailangan lang ma-force.
Hindi na rin, ano eh.
Ang ganda ng
Wag.
ban ng Nova dito.
Parang hindi na nila ganun sino tanggalin yung Nova kahit sila gumamit ng game 1 eh, no? Ng Aoyin. Hindi nila kinonsider. So, ang one thing that they were trying to look after dito is yung cleanse ng crowd control, pati na rin yung mga tanke. Yung one thing that's so similar between these two, yung nakaupik palagi ng Nejo tsaka yung Jangfei.
Oo. And also, having the Mayin dito ako, I can only imagine na medyo magiging mahirap dito yung buhay ng isang Dharma kasi it's always time and time again. Mayin, taga-check lagi ng pwesto ng Dharma. Eh, ang Dharma kailangan niya pumosisyon, kailangan niya mandikod. He has to get those right
Oh!
Wow!
Ata!
If this ata to.
Oo nga eh.
Actually, ata is a good pick.
Oo.
Pero for the jungle, kasi they already have Mayin eh. More likely yung ata na to.
Jungle ata?
Oo.
Jungle ata ang...
Jungle ata.
Sinasabi namin na jungle ata yung ata. Dito na rin ako.
Mas
Jungle
in-overtake
ata.
mo na naman.
Umupo ka nga
Ata
muna.
jungle.
Wag
Bakit
mag-overtake.
ba't ka ba
Sarap
nag-overtake?
ng lugaw eh.
Ay, lumulugaw.
Nalulugaw.
Oh, iba talaga yung...
Jungle ata.
Nagpa-power up ko siya mamaya.
Kailangan talaga ng power. Ang mahaba-haba yung serye natin ngayon eh.
Oo,
Sa
may
mga-
second series tayo, very
May
special.
third din. Oo nga
Oh,
pala.
may potential third. Again guys, kung sino matatalo dito, meron pang isang laban mamaya. Kakalabanin nila yung mananalo sa ating second series. So punong-puno ng aksyon.
Okay.
Soon pinatalas.
Grabe naman yung
Nalak
homeboys.
na eh.
Nalak na to.
Alam mo, ito ang basa ko
Kids
dito
on
for
the
homeboys.
block.
Oo, Ata will focus on the tankiness while Mayin will have the damage. Aoyin as well. Kailangan nga lang mag-buy time ng isang Mayin para lumakas ang isang Aoyin. Sanbin to prolong the team fight to... ang ganda ng silence neto. Well, in paper, no?
Well, yeah.
Sa HBSE. Ang ganda
Yung Sunbin.
ng pagkabasa. Pero Nova dito, they really have to execute to land those crowd controls, especially they have Dharma, they have Motzi dito, they have the Mai Shiranui. Now, they have to do for Nova, they have to get those pickups.
Yeah.
Sa beginning pa lang. Lalo na Mai Shiranui yan again, kapag 5 minutes going to 10 minutes, wala kang kill or assist man lang coming from a Mai Shiranui, naku po, questionin mo na kung bakit ka nagmay.
So sa ganitong sitwasyon or sa ganitong priority na ginawa ng Nova, expect mo dapat na silang humawak ng mapa compared to Homeboys Blackshore Esports, because kung pag-uusapan natin ng identity or place lang team na to for HBSE, it all starts with one mistake at uulit at counter nila yung pressure from the other side of the map. So kung Nova, dahil sabi ko kanina, expensive pa naging posibleng lineup nila, kailangan nilang i-take advantage yung power spike na ito. First 5 minutes, probably.
Oo, kailangan nila.
Kailangan nilang i-maximize as much as possible. Pero sobrang excited ako kung paano i-capitalize dito yung Ghost Chip. Nung ata kung paano talaga magagamit dito. And hindi natin normally guys, kaya tayo napapareact sa lineup dito ng HBSE. Ang ganda ng build-up kasi sinabi natin kanina may mga teams na, or pagdating sa best of 7, medyo may dilemma ka kung gagamitin mo na ba lahat ng mga heroes mo.
Yeah.
Yung power picks mo early on. And with them winning game number 1, tapos hindi pa yung normal or unorthodox heroes pa yung ginamit nila. Iba yung team nila.
Madami talaga eh. It's madaming stranger things na pwede mangyayari sa mga game na to. I-claim mo na, libre na to. Everything box, mag-log in lang at may libre kang everything box pa. Libre to. Ang dami everything.
Huwag ka malilito.
It's
Nahahawa ko sa'yo.
It's everything you wanted for and you wish for.
Pero ito
pa dyan sa everything box.
pwede, no?
Pwede.
Oy,
Ano ba yun?
yung
Ano
red.
ng topic natin?
Hindi,
Pa-share ng topic.
everything box ate. Well,
Everything box.
kasi may ishing. Siya kasi yung namimigay
Tapos
ng balikbayang
meron pa Motzi. Sa kabila din, merong think
inside
the
the
box.
box. So dito pa lang sa game na to, pwedeng magpadala ng balikbayan box.
Ayun, babalik nga lang si Je.
Oo, pabalik bahay na lang muna dahil nasaktan siya sa binigay baga ni Wavy.
Medyo masakit yung damage ba? Ganto kaaga.
Naku rin,
So hindi ko maintindihan kung paano nangyari doon.
Uy, what if kaya, no? Di ba meron tayong Cebuano broadcast? Shoutout pala sa Cebuano broadcast natin.
Isama niyo ako.
Nagkaroon ng
sample.
Nagkaroon tayo ng Cebu Watch Party. Shoutout din sa Cebu Watch Party natin.
Wow.
Thank you so much sa inyo.
Maayong,
What if magkaroon
adlaw.
tayo ng Ilonggo broadcast?
Ay sana naman, Ilonggo, mga Hiligaynon at mga Ilonggo from West.
Tikalon.
Oy.
Tikalon Gid.
Yung mga tikalon dyan sa Bacolod, pati na rin sa iyo sa buong Negros Island, sa mga Galantaw, Subong. Suportahan natin ang Pilipinas, karon lantaw lang kamo.
Yan. Para naman sa mga Ilocano natin na naimbag na adlaw at kayo amin.
Uy, ikaw naman.
Para po sa mga Tagalog natin dyan, suportahan po natin ang Blacklist International.
Mamaya. Makukompleto din natin ang mga between
Oo
sa
nga.
susunod na mga natin. But, ano kasi, chinichillax lang natin guys. Medyo chillax lang yung mga ganyan na poke para sa dalawang teams natin.
Kaya sa mga nagtataka kung ano nangyayari, no? Kung bakit wala pa nangyayari, pero parang ang dami nangyayari. Parehas lang na nag-aawa ka ng tenga, pero as of now, Nova, they really have to get that pick-off. Kaya mukhang sila yung nag-a-advance sa mapa. And speaking of pick-off, may pinabalat sila sa may top lane dito. Andun si Dharma, nandito din si Mai Shiranui with Wendy. Kaso wala, nakaramdam kasi si Guyu eh.
Alam mo kasi, Kuya OSX, tsaka Ate Yasumyaw.
Yes.
Sabi nila
Auntie.
kapag ang isang Mai ay hindi nakakakuha ng kill early game, ibig sabihin may mali.
Ito to expound on that.
Sige, ano ang compound formula
Ay,
niya?
one hit na naman si
Ay,
Gino.
mutik na si Zong. Pero buti lang may death immunity.
Ito naman ang minion. Joke lang.
When a
Joke
team...
lang.
Buti ka na,
Buti
Buti na, umalis ka na dyan kasi.
Umuwi ka na kasi.
Huwag ka na...
Si Hong naman. Okay, continue.
Sige. Pag may isang team nagpipick ng Mai, it's giving aggressiveness.
Wow, it's giving.
It's giving.
I love it.
It's giving aggressiveness.
Very giving aggressiveness, kailangan niyang mag-slay.
Slay. Kung hindi niya ma-slay,
Di don't.
yun ang problema.
Yun yung problema. Ibig sabihin may mali. Kasi supposedly, in terms of early game, ano yan mundo yan ni Mai.
Oo.
Ito so sinasabi nyo dito, kina-counter lahat ng HBSE, lahat ng early power spike ng Nova sa lineup nila.
Hindi naman sa naka-counter, pero alam din nila yung gagawin.
Oo.
Kumbaga, kung kami ang nasa lugar nyo, ganito ang gagawin namin, kaya alam ko na ang gagawin nyo.
Feeling ko maganda talaga kung meron tayong perspective talaga ng isang player, no?
Oo.
Iba talaga yung pwede nating makitang knowledge sa mga ganitong
And
klaseng
also,
mga...
knowledge
paano
is
sila
power.
humawak ng cellphone eh?
Oo.
Yung iba dalawang fingers lang eh, dalawang thumb lang eh.
Pero iba,
yung iba
apat, tatlo.
Oh, yung claw nga pala.
Yung kaganon?
Oo.
Ano yung volleyball?
Ano, tig 3 fingers.
Ah, okay. Yung iba nga 4.
Grabe naman.
4, hindi. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ah.
Bali 2, 2. Pag 3, 3, medyo 6 na yan eh.
6 nga.
Magagawa mo lang yun sa Technopova. Mas kung malobat ka, syempre sa anchor mo gamitin yun kung malobat ka.
Shoutout pala kay Kuya Nico. Nakikita ko sa techno boot natin dyan.
Ayan.
Alam mo, 4 minutes going 5 minutes into the game and wala pa rin man nangyayari and expect a low scoring game dahil itong dalawang to nag-iintayang lang din ng kung sino yung unang madadapa at kung sino yung unang mapipick off.
Wala.
Gaya nung kanina na naka-double kill itong si Guyu.
Yep.
From then on, nagtuloy-tuloy na yung HBSE.
Well, speaking
Grabe
of...
si Kuya
tingnan mo,
Wavit.
ayaw na talaga bitawan dito
Grabe
si
mang
Vivi.
ipit si Kuya Wavit.
Ayoko.
Sabi niya, ang comms ngayon na Nova, we ipit.
We ipit.
BB at the bottom
Mamimigay
lane.
tayo ng inipit.
Oo, pero pinasok na nga nila dito. Itong si Musang Kigat under the tower. Wendy, tama nga ba yung kanyang naging desisyon?
Ano,
Apat man or tatlo yung kanilang nahuli dito sa HBSE. Pero look at the respect. Sabi niya, okay na yung first blood. Hayaan na natin kahit nakulong yung tatlo.
That counter reaction from Homeboys Black Shrew Esports actually kailangan nila ng oras para makuha din yung item ni Vivi kaagad. Kaya hindi talaga tinatantana ni Waypit kanina pa eh.
Siguro sabi ni Bibi, Kuya, tama na.
Oh, tama na yan.
Ang sakit mo na pero hindi! Dahil flash in ang magaganap dito, hinahabol nila dito si CY na medyo
Ayun, nagalit
nagdelikado
na
na
sila.
cancel.
Si Yoy.
Yung think inside the box.
Uy,
And nandun
tutumbling.
yung ghost shape kaso nakatumbling ito si CY into safety. And nice aggression coming from HBSE pero more on Wendy na may sipa sabay kick pero back away na lang muna. Again, nothing for nothing.
Nung nakita kong tumambling si CY doon sa barko, bumalik yung memory ko ng physical Osha. Yun yung
Physical Osha.
Yun yung shipwreck challenge. Akalain mo yun, naiwasan pa ni Muntik na siya doon eh. Pwede siyang maabot sana ni ni Ziyong eh.
Ganon kalupit ngayon yung dalawang teams natin. Imagine niyo, it was a prolonged team fight. There was a tower. Actually, galing pa nga yun sa may middle lane kanina. Tapos nag-transcend na lang. Nag-transcend.
Wow.
Nalipat. Nag-teleport. Doon sa may bottom lane. Pero wala talagang casualty para dito sa ating dalawang teams. And if we look at the items, no, specifically, pantay na pantay!
Nagamit na yung Truth Mantra dito parang nakasurvive. Pero ito si
Guyu.
Guyu kaso dadaling kita sa may hukay. Pero Guyu still surviving. Kaso hindi na siya makakatagal dito dahil naipit siya ng Cannon Blast. Pero nandito na yung World is my board. Si Muchi lang ang nahuli dito. Pero yung aso nagtatago sa may damo. Pero another ghost shift with a flash out to save himself para kay Muchi. And that's gonna be 1-for-1 in favor of HBSE dahil sila pa yung napupush dito. Musang King looking for a target or just giving information sa kanyang team.
Well, speaking of information, ni ginawa ni Guyu doon, alam ko umikot lang siya at some point even low on HP. It was more than that for Homeboys Black Shrew Esports. Yung ginawa niya doon was completely a call na palapitin ulit ang lahat ng member ng HBSC katulad na lang ito. Set up!
Truth Mantra! Isa lang ito naman. Kaso masyadong nagdelikado siya. Shuwon! Maganda man yung kanyang natira dito pero siya ay babagsak. Si Jelang ang kanyang naging kapalit and that's not a good trade para sa side ng Nova.
Nako. Ito na ata ang hindi nila gustong mangyari sa lineup na to. Dahil ang Homeboys Black Shrew Esports nakuha ng T1 sa Clash Lane. At dito nagsisimula palagi yung pattern nila. How they wanna start and control the game. Tira may pwesto kay ni Guyu. Nasa kabilang mapa na siya dito. Nag-aabang ko sa napunta si Waypit. Abang na dito. Sabi nyo kanina, bantayan na lang ang mangyayari dito eh.
Kasi nagiging strength talaga ng HBSE yung mga counter setup play, yung mga biglaang pagpasok dito against the players of Nova Esports. And ito pa kinagandaan, no? Habang nangyayari lahat ng mga nangyayari nakikita natin, si Kuya Bibi, nagpa-farm lang doon sa may gilid. So medyo nakahabol na niya yung minimal na kalamangan dito na nga side ni Muchi for this game. So still, para dito sa ating dalawang teams, nobody's ball game. Nobody's ball game.
Oo.
Ito,
Pero ito second
Frost
item ni
card.
Bibi.
Frost Scars?
Oo.
Frost Scars for an
Hindi
AOE.
siya nag-eternity agad.
What made it for Homeboys Black Shrew Esports na ganun yung ulo nilang good for an AOE na for a priority item?
So, parang feeling ko ang gusto ng HBSC dito, humabal sa may bangit ng gitna, even with the Cannon Blast, that won't save kasi CY, magkakapalitan lang sila dito, which is a good trade, kahit paano, pero still HBSE, yung may upper hand pagdating sa mapa. Mukhang hindi na nakakatawi dito yung Nova sa may river, except for Wendy, I think she's looking for a target, pero kita mo din yung position ni Guyu. Always checking the backlines, the sidelines, all the lines.
Walang Walang naiwan.
Tsaka solid din dito yung pwesto ni Jihong. Binablock niya din talaga lahat ng mga cannon blast. Kung mapansin nyo, wala pa talagang ganun ka-efficient na cannon blast coming in from Nova Esports kasi naka-ready anytime. And mabilis na pagkuha para din sa HBSE on this Tyrant. The only move or the only trade na ginawa na lang dito ng Nova is to have this Chano clear the minion wave doon sa may top lane.
So, nung nakita ko kanina ulit, balikan ko lang yung Frost Cars.
Yan,
It's giving defensive for the start na ginawa ni Mochi. Ewan ko, kasi kanina, some might say consider the alternative lane first kung ikaw isang Aoyin. Pero ang mindset ba ng Homeboys Blackshore Esports ngayon is prolong and sustain, deflect.
At saka more like a slow push na din. Kasi yung passive nga nung Frost Cars is yung may dagdag na slow for every basic attack.
Yeah.
So para pag nakulong dito ni Kuya Jihong, diretso na agad, pero slow with the basic attack. So unti-unti na lang uubusin ng mga players dito ng HBSE. And yes, the 250 physical defense nila para just in case na malikuran dito nung Dharma, carry pa din. Medyo masusustain.
Tsaka kung iisipin mo, hindi kasi sila nakahaul, naka-redemption sila. So they wanted to prolong the team fight and they wanted to make havoc of the enemy, you know.
So it's giving marathon.
So it's giving...
running era.
Yeah, it's giving a perseverance.
Yes.
So, okay pala yung naging mindset nila dito dahil kung katapat mong isang Chano, bakit yung basic attack yun kung di mo siya na-shutdown.
Practice na board.
Ayun lang.
Kundi pumasok dahil napasukan niya ng apat dito and even with the flash out to his safety, hindi siya naging safe dahil napabagsak na
Musang King, but he's still alive.
Very uncharacteristic mistake by was up in front. He was in the perfect spot to set up the truth. And he hit a small one, but at the end of the day, you needed the rest of the team to back you up.
Oh, missing out that flash in the Rouge. It really cost Wendy his life there, Hola. But now, this is the perfect setup for the side of HBSE. They have all green lights go. CY is top side of the map. He has to prioritize that Azure Golem. He doesn't have the correct amount of teammates to even contest this Shadow Tyrant.
I've seen this mistake happen time and time again here at KIC. I've not been happy with it. And the reason being is that Chuan was down for the count. Why are you trying to pick a fight 4 versus 5? You're a man behind. That is a terrible decision, too much risk, and it's not worth it in the end, and you paid with your lives.
They did pay with their lives, and they also paid with that gold lead as well, right? Finally, for the first time, HBSE have that gold lead going in their favor. But now I feel like if Nova want to play this one well, they just keep chipping away at those side lanes.
Yeah, and they need to, right? Nova Esports understanding that the state of the game is completely shifted in favor of HBSC. Now they need to think about ways to kind of deal with this death ball, and of course, that's by not fighting and split pushing.
Exactly, the split push could be coming through here as well, but also CY has to go on the retreat, but the board does actually connect onto anybody here, but now is Schwan into the back line. Can he make the troop cap this time? But it's going to be infinite fastness. Wendy gets taken down. The Ghost Ship keeps him in place. Baby with a triple kill. They're looking for another quaddy, but now they're open to force that T1 into the mid lane. HBSE going for the copy and pasta strat.
Yeah, they were trying to go all in on WB here, and he just gets on his dragon, and then they got caught completely out of position. Nova Esports, again, these uncharacteristic mistakes. They're trying to get the right target. It makes sense, but the rest of the team isn't there to stack the stuns with you.
Yeah, beautiful use of the ultimate there from the Time Bender. Sunbin Shura just basically created a zone of silence that meant that T3 has gone down. So they not only just lose 1, they lose 2 and 3 turrets in one fatal blow. HSBSE are looking scary.
Very scary, and if we're looking at this board, I mean, he gets over CY, he just barely gets out, and then Chuan shows up a little bit late, and now they're like, oh crap, now we gotta go. Wendy, again, very squishy at this stage. With a dragon, there's no real sort of catch. Chuan dies in return as well, and they kind of clean house at that point, especially with Guyu in the control in that back line.
Yeah, they had a cockroach infestation, and HBSE had the green light go to just burn down the house of Nova Esports, and their base is definitely opening up, and now we have that Shadow Overlord go over to the side of HBSE as well. That's going to put a lot more pressure onto Nova.
Yeah, this is a very desperate attempt here. They have 4 members. Is Guyu going to fall for this bait? Probably not, and they show up. HBSE, the spider senses were tingling. They knew something with a stray, but you know that Nova's in a bad spot when they're going for these sort of Hail Mary very played.
They are, exactly. They're just trying to just kind of force any kind of space here from the side of HBSE, but now they might be able to find it here, but the board is really going to separate these two members. Schwan gets separated from the party of Nova. He has been hit with the mutiny.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed on this one. And again, Schwan on this Dharma, this is one of his power picks. And getting caught out like this, HBSE using all the space, and it looks like they're going to take this top T3 for essentially for free.
Yeah, the single lonely ballista, but it is going to be taken out by that Kachusen there. Nicely played by Wendy, but it's not going to stop the party of the homeboys.
Yeah, it's just too much at this point. HBSE, this is that problem. The Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane as well. Nova Esports really, if they're able to get back in, it would have to be a miracle at this stage.
Oh, it has to be a miracle, right? Like, they are really trying to find a wedge into the door of HBSE right now. They want to join this party, but the boys are like, hey, we got to be Black Shrews, not Supernovas, and they're looking for putting that board down once again, zoning that T3 down to the bot side of the map with the time of Flux bomb as well, as they look to open it up with the Vanguard. There it is, another one being broken down. The House of Nova is slowly crumbling, and down goes Wendy into the back line. It's going to be the 70-year-old Mastro, YU, forcing him into the base. Double kill onto CY as well as Wendy falling. It is all just turning the pages once again. Muchi falling, Team Ace and HBSE take game 2.
Busan King with that triple just to kind of ice things in that end. But the way HBSE were able to play, catching somebody else out. I mean, Wendy was trying to go for that play with that, you know, just go to the back line, but he's very squishy at that stage. HBSE had all the answers.
And that's the time flux value here coming in for a Sundin time bender that has successfully scaled the levels towards the late game here. If you don't take him down in one full skill rotation, the healing rewind will provide so much value that your burst is really put into an awkward position.
Very exactly. A lot of awkward positions being put there for the side of Nova Esports, especially with that Boardmaster. Like Zhong there on that Yixing was just absolutely beautiful, especially that last play we saw, right? Chuan dives in, he puts the board down. He's like, guys, I can't get to you. We have literally created the border between the members of Nova Esports.
And that was such a difficult ask for them, right? Because Nova Esports needed to figure out a way to get by that board, but his boards were on point. The positioning was flawless that game.
That was true, and the early game actually was looking in favor for the side of Nova Esports. They got a decent 1,000 lead, but yet again, it's those few micro mistakes in the team fights that really cost you the later stages of the game itself. And a very interesting build that we need to highlight here. BV going for the semi-tank lone fighter build here. Axe of Torment into the Frostcast Embrace, into the Pure Sky. This build, there's a reason why Schwan, when he's losing gold, if this is a squishy long, normal build, he would have gone out. But the fact that he went this semi-tank build, it always pulled in so much time for Ze's time bender to rewind time and give him back all the HP.
Yeah, HBSC right now hitting that next level, firing on all cylinders. You're seeing some of those KDAs where, again, Musan King did die, Jihong didn't as well, and they just set things up. I mean, with that board and the ghost ship, that was just so much control.
And really props to the side of HBSC's time bender player Ze here.
Yeah.
Every single engage that's been initiated by Wendy or Schwan, immediately you'll see the ultimate time bomb being thrown out and silencing any form of CC continuation.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Roam lives do matter. Zhe is definitely, he had a lot of play. Sorry for not pointing that out, Zach.
I mean, it killed me to say it yesterday. I'm not going to say it today. I mean, back-to-back, you can have that win anyway. But I mean, right now, we're looking at the goal lead here, obviously. Very much favoring the side of HBSE. But it was that kind of like fine line for the entire game, right? Like, obviously, Nova's trying to kind of surmise some kind of resource heist here from HBSE. But once again, it's just that fight in mid lane, the takedowns of all the turrets was really the changer here for HBSE.
You can definitely see a bit of a momentum shift up here coming in for South Nova Esports. Their gameplay is not as clean compared to their upper bracket run here. Maybe it's really because of the side of HBSE. Currently, they're 2-0. Will we see a 4-0 similar nightmare for the Nova boys?
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because it's just 2 games.
Correct.
But, to be honest, it's not looking good for Nova Esports. I mean, I thought I would see a much better bounce-back game. They had some of the picks that they really like. But the way HBSE were able to dismantle them, it didn't seem like Nova Esports were able to find their footing at all in this.
Yeah, in the words of Costello, it's not looking good, Brev. But what's looking good is going to be the MVP here on the side of HBSE with those time fluxes. He was doing the time warp, baby. The party is this guy.
He was so consistent on this pick itself. That's why we say there's no bad heroes, only bad players. I'm sorry, but definitely.
Ouch. I took that personally.
Oh, he looked at you there.
Definitely, he plays super well on towards the time Bender Sundin here. The way he uses his spell too, the way he uses his time ultimate here, everything was really intact. But let's check out the replay of what exactly went down here. Master full outplay here coming in from the side of Guiyu here. Before he falls, he makes sure to stall enough time for his teammates to come by in this play itself. And this was the playmaking coming in from the side of Xuan. And this is BB's build. Take a look at this. If he went for the normal build, he would have popped. But due to the fact that it was a semi-tank low, he got so much value out of it. Zero was giving him shield for redemption, rewinding time. He survived through everything.
I mean, they were trying to take him down. I mean, it makes sense, right? But the rest of the team needs to be there. The way that the terrain was positioned, it was going to be a very difficult ask. Nova Esports don't really have enough mobility to get on and to stack those stuns.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Hail Mary play there from the side of Nova Schwab, right? He really tried to get that Nova Groove bomb come through, but it was really upset there by that time bomb, and then the base, the House of Nova, fell once again.
A difficult road up the head for this MKL second seed here. This will be one of the toughest ones that they actually face off. I think on par with their group stage games against OG Esports.
I mean, if you're looking at some of those guys as they were winning, business as usual. It's so calm, cool, collected, and there's a reason why they're very stable. They're up 2-0 at this moment over Nova Esports because, again, they understand how to decode Nova Esports.
Yes, the Supernova has been contained for now. Obviously, like we keep saying, we get in a bit of ahead of ourselves. It's only the second game in a best of 7. There is still a potential of 5 games here between these two MKL teams. But we've already seen this scoreline before where we saw HBSE take a 4-0 over Nova in the MKL 4 season. So maybe they're trying to replicate that one and show their dominance.
It could be a very well-written road for the side of HBSC, but Nova Esports, they came with a challenge is to complete the year with multiple Grand Slams in the international tournaments here, but so far, it hasn't been looking good for them. So for this upcoming game 3, because we know every time it goes to the halfway through the series, we will go to a short break here. So they need to find this win here. Whatever they do, they cannot bring it to a 3-0 if you're a Nova player or a Nova fan.
Oh, that'd be terrible for them. I mean, just the Psyche being down 0-3, that is a hole that is going to be very difficult to climb out of. And yes, none of these teams are going to be going home. They're going to be going into the lower bracket final, so they still have that other life. But again, you want to kind of win this one out, get yourself to the grand final so you can rest going in.
I feel like they need the Nova fans here with the Nova chips that we saw in the group stage, right? Maybe that's why they're losing. I don't
think that's sponsored.
I don't see any packets of the Nova chips here, so I feel like they need to be shaking it into the camera just to give them a bit of a buff.
Yeah, they need every single energy provided by the crowd to really funnel back their mental state right now, because I could really tell from some of the engages in Game 2 itself, it wasn't really composed as we used to, not as clean as the upper bracket series that they have shown us so far.
Yeah, not clean. I mean, this is, again, Nova Esports. This is a situation, again, we haven't seen at the KIC. They've been behind. HBSC have been able to solve them almost every single time. But if you're kind of looking at how some of these other two teams, if we're talking about like Blacklist, they were kind of able to figure out HBSC. Nova Esports need to, dare I say, borrow some of those strats to get themselves into this series.
They need to find the code breaker, right?
Yeah.
They need to find the Da Vinci code. There is obviously HBSE right now in this one, and Nova definitely looking for any kind of strat play. Here is the update global ban picks here for you see. Not quite the same scenario we had yesterday where it was a ladder like game 1, game 2, game 3, flickering from side to side. It's literally a whole domination here from HBSE for now.
At the first quarter of the series, definitely it's looking super consistent and dominant for the side of Homeboys Black Shoe Esports. At the very least, this game 3 pick and bans here will need a lot of focus coming in from the Nova team here. They really look stressed out here, but as you mentioned here, you lose the series, you don't immediately fall out of the tournament here, but you have to bear the consequences of it, potentially playing even more games at the lower bracket finals.
I mean, going into this one, the biggest demoralizing thing is the fact that they beat you with the Ata Sunbin.
Oh, yeah.
I think that that's got to hurt, right? Understanding that I was like, oh, they still have all the power picks and they're still beating us. We're in a bad spot. We need to figure it out. But game 3, this is, again, got to use your expensive heroes. Got to get yourself back into the series.
It's not like it's a cheese strat as well, right? Like, it's literally like, it's solid. Like, sometimes you see it in other tournaments and other regions, right? But
that was actually played to perfection there. I feel
Correct.
like it was really set up with YU onto the Mayin as well.
Every single thing that they did was really funneling into that Sunbin late game that we talk about here. Usually we see Sunbin. Yes, it's a very strong hero in the late game, but how do you pace yourself from a weak early game to a consistent late game? Every single lane did their duty here. Surviving lane, making sure that Musang King didn't lose too much of the jungle pressure.
Actually, that's the biggest thing also, is that HBSC, if you're looking at that early game, that gold graph, they were losing. But they were like, okay, actually, we're still farming efficiently. We know how to get back in, because it comes back to that team fight. Once that happens, again, Nova Esports just get blown up and they just lose the game.
They do indeed lose the game, but I mean, with the MVP of game number 2, right, obviously Zhe here, he has big hair, he has big plays, and he's looking to obviously try and get that Athena to come through as well, right? Like, I mean, if Nova lets this through in game number 3, it's going to be a hard game, or at least something that you have to try and formulate a strategy to react and win over.
I think with their current state right now, the Athena will never come true here. At the very least, it's time to dial the Blacklist hotline and ask, like, hey Blacklist, how do I come back from this series? What did you do in your series that make it a 7-game against Homeboys Black Shoe Esports here? So for Nova Esports, first thing to really solve is to remain composure and play your composition to the fullest.
Yeah, and to be honest, calling the Blacklist hotline is a local call, right? So it's not going to cost you a whole lot of money. So getting into that one might be key for them, because again, they need to figure things out. They need to kind of tap into the Blacklist mind of just how they decoded them and getting themselves back into the series, because right now they're in a world of hurt being down 0-2.
It's a bit of an oxymoron as well, right? It's Blacklist International, but right now we are national. So we're not going to be paying those international costs here, if you do want to call that hotline, but the hotline will be closing in around about 35 seconds here as we get into game number 3 BP.
I'm thinking from the side of Nova's perspective. What side did they select this game?
I don't know if it was. I didn't see it. So I don't know. But
I was too busy calling the Blacklist.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm too busy calling them. So in the world where it's game 3 and blue side still has priority here, potentially they will have to result into more of the pay strategies here, because so far, yes, you don't really win in the skirmishes against Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, but the macro game has been consistent thus far in the first 4 to 6 minutes in game 1 and game 2 for the side of Nova Esports here. Maybe, just maybe, this blue side game tree here, shift out the plan a bit, play the early game tempo, but give yourself sufficient
the heroes that he wanted. What more could you ask for other than the victory, which they did not get, right? Because again, HBSC, understanding that, hey, he likes the Dunes, he likes the Agudos, make him play some sort of assassin-style hero, which he's not as great as, and kind of put a little bit more pressure on this team.
Potential pressure being put on the team here. Obviously, Nova did get the Mai Shiranui last game, ban out the Ogren here as well. So, does HBSC ban out the Athena or give it over to Nova's Way Pit?
It's a competition between the Pei and the Athena here. This will never come out to broad daylight. Now, Nova has to select. Is it going to be Muchi's Arlie, or is it going to be CY's Pei here? Because you're trading really aggressively here. It will be on towards the hands of Muchi on the signature Parasola here, which allows HBSC to pick up the Pei with no real all-grand counter.
Yeah, and with Nova going blue side almost every single time, it seems like HBSC have done a great job with counter picking.
Correct.
They've always been able to kind of, again, not using the expensive heroes, but having the right, answer to that hero.
The Pei and the pack leader, the Tigress and pack leader do come through here for the side of HBSC. I mean, the next part of the banning phase, it's either that Nova takes away the Byron here, or give it over to HBSC. I mean, that would be scary, right? Like, give it over the Pei Byron combo. Definitely not what you want to be playing against when you are down 2 points already.
Maybe on towards this third pick, there is 2 directions here. You take the Clash laner here, the most consistent performing for Xuan has been that Guan Yu, the War Saint here, that will be locked in here, which gives Homeboys Black Shoe Esports on this 3rd and 4th ban direct access to all the bans against the matchup here. And this will be the Revive Datu Lapu Lapu being hovered and soon to be locked in here, which gives me back to the point. 3rd and 4th ban here, it will be heavily targeted towards CY.
Yeah, heavily targeted. But Nova Esports, this is as powerful as they can go, right? In terms of expensive picks.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's on a familiar hero. If Xuan loses on his Guan Yu, it's an absolute beast. Then you have Wei Pit on the Zhang Fei. You have a great composition thus far.
Yes, the War Saint here coming through for the side of Nova is definitely going to be a tried course, but also we was talking about obviously a targeted ban onto CY, but I mean Wendy's also getting some targeted bans here as well, right? Obviously the Sure, what they're really lacking here is obviously a little bit more control, maybe feeding over, using that Silk imprint to just bring in and just make it easier for Xuan here on that Guan Yu, but now we are getting some bans over to Guan Yu onto the side of Nova.
Yeah, Guan Yu has been having a phenomenal series thus far. A lot of these fantastic plays and survival mechanics coming in from the youngster himself, so putting more pressure onto him coming in from Nova makes a lot of sense. Might even see potential of a Byron or Charlotte that will be removed from the hands of HBSC, but it will be putting the target ban against Zihong on that Xiao Qiao here. This Breeze Heart will be a very big tool to deal against an early here, but it will be removed.
Yeah, it's got to be removed on that one. I think it just has a lot of counterplay. Plus, you know roughly where the fights are going to be with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu going into those. So having that just banned away going to be key for this, but I think that this is an easy lock-in. They got to go with the Byron here to match up with that pay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've got two fantastic engages now, right? Obviously, they have the Lapu Lapu. They have Byron, the Storm Mace here as well, obviously with the Storm Strike knock-up with the ultimate of Lapu Lapu here. This then just can mean, like, Busan King on the Tigress can come through and just clean up shop, but now they have obviously that double kind of marksman combo come through. They have solid front line. We need a little bit of a potential sustain here maybe for the side of HBSC.
Yeah, but HBSC's composition so far, their laning phase is very consistent with the Byron and also the Channel. That really counteracts their lane opponent here. And I like the direction that Nova Esports is bringing here. They're going with the Musashi, the direct 1v1 jungle matchup that they favor against the Tigress. And also, to finalize, they do pick up the Garuda, but when you do the Musashi like that, they will hover and lock in that Princess Frost. This is an insane counter against the Musashi. Once you lock in with the Due to the Death, she's just going to lay down the spell tube below your feet and you will be frozen.
So CY cannot be going in solo, right? He cannot be initiating. I think somebody else needs to really start the fight. Maybe you get the reposition with the Guan Yu from Xuan, and then you're looking to go in. Because again, when that team fight gets out and you get isolated, and you're going to take a ton of damage because these guys are going to just focus you down like they've done in games 1 and 2.
You get isolated by Princess Frost. But no, the Majestic Guardian as well as the Swordmaster coming through here for the side of HBSE. But to your point there, obviously, maybe they use the Garuda, they use the Wings of Judgment to get the damage off onto the backline, and then CY goes in. Could be the potential setup here for them.
But the execution needs to be perfected from the side of Nova Esports, which hasn't been showing thus far in Game 1 and Game 2. So I'm interested to see whether they are well composed enough to pull off such a aggressive engaged composition in this Game 3.
They've actually tried to initiate, Nova Esports that is, in games 1 and 2, but it's just like the positioning of the team of HBSC with the terrain that's around them has been very difficult. If they want to make this happen, Xuan needs to be setting up the plays, and I expect to see a big bounce back game here.
It will be very important for Nova Esports here. If they want to find signs of life in this best of 7, this is the perfect time to do so for the Nova Esports boys here. But Homework back to Esports, they are no pushovers here. They want it to go towards series point right here, right now.
Exactly, they are getting ever so closer to that series point, but what would it be without a tech pause here? I mean, we are potentially going for a pause after this game as well, because obviously Game 3, the break does happen, but maybe something's going wrong with these devices. Let's get them in fit shape for Nova to come through.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're going to look at this team fight action, I mean, one thing that I've noticed when teams play up against like a Lapu Lapu is that they try to isolate him and just go all in on him, and then they're perfectly lined up for him to get that Raging Sea and just like counter-initiate. I feel like he's one of those types where you need to isolate him. He is a difficult hero to deal with, and it seems like some of the teams are not too familiar with how to deal with him just yet.
Still a new hero released towards the tournament realm itself, so it will take time for players to pick up the exact mechanics of the Rehab Dadu here. So at the very least, in this game itself, we might see one of the best roamers coming in from KIC. Show us how it's exactly played and executed in this Game 3.
Yeah, I expect to see nothing but the best from him. I mean, Jay has proven time and time again that he's one of the best here. He's able to just kind of win out, getting MVPs with like a Sun Bin, the Athenas. Like, what more can you ask for from him?
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, right now, obviously, we were talking about the Lapu Lapu, and I mean, the first day that he got released in this tournament, he had like a 75% win rate as well, right? Like, and yesterday we had some dominant performances from Blacklist and the likes of, where we saw some really big, great initiations. I think it was APG as well, right? Like, Saber on this hero was crazy.
It was at that Game 5 scenario, the final fight to stop Boom Esports from actually coming into the game as well. But talk about coming back, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, getting back into the game. Muchi actually getting caught out a little bit too early there between both Muzan King and Vivi as they both like to rotate down to the bot side of the map rather than go for any of their buffs. They're looking to claim that Fire Phoenix.
Yeah, just we'll set the tone early. HBSC again, just getting those leads. I mean, it only spawns one time, and getting that one to kind of really help you out. Really going to help out HBSC to start this one because, again, Nova Esports is in a must-win situation. You cannot be down 0-3 going into the break.
Must-win situation, but it's a bit of a glory run here for HBSE, and that is a CD key if you want to redeem some freebies in-game right now. But as you were saying there, Hola, the fact that they altered the rotation to go down bot side to get that one solo, one-time spawning creep has really gave a bit of a lead there, but CY, top side of the map, gets first blood.
Okay, they 100% needed that to bounce back into the series. That is a great win for them. Kuyu a little too far out. I mean, you think you're Byra, you think you're one of I mean, you are one of the best fast laners in the lane, but he did not expect CY to be there to help out. And unfortunately for him, he gives up first blood.
Yeah, first blood going over the side of Nova is definitely going to be a telling tale here for them, maybe potentially in this game number 3. But right now, a bit of a tip stack going into the mid lane. They'll get frozen. That Bridge of Prison really locked Wave Pit into place. If you want to take down a Zhongfei, it's before level 4.
Yeah, and they were just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, but he was still tanky enough to kind of just withstand all of that onslaught there. But to your point, he's not level 4. That's when things are going to really turn.
Yeah, the Beast gets online at level 4 here, but right now, obviously, Nova are just edging ever so slightly with around about 200 gold lead for this now point of game number 3. If the HBSE win this one, they are one step closer to match point and reconfiguring that 4-0 win that they had over Nova in MKL fall season.
Yeah, Nova Esports, though, are going to just do whatever to get themselves back in this one. And if we're looking at Juan here, he's kind of the guy, right? All eyes will be on him in terms of those team fights. HBSC are not going to be willing to take any sort of really big fight without knowing where Juan is.
Yeah, the War Saint needs to win the battle here over HBSC and then try and win the war. But now, Nova, obviously, they were able to get first blood pretty early on here as well. The Unbridled Outburst with the Wings of Judgment is the setup that Nova needed, but will the Wings be casted? A kill onto the side of Nova? Not quite. A lot of expensive ultimates being used there, but not a single win or kill just yet. But the War Saint charging through, forcing the flash from Sher, means that it gets something, but they get no kills.
Oh, that was so close. Juan actually saw a very low Je. He was kind of baiting it out, and yeah, Je had to just flash just to stay alive, but man, Juan almost gets that kill.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been brutal, right? I mean, imagine the goal lead if they got those 3 kills. That was really kind of like the potential here of Nova, but they've got to be careful here. Guayu into the bush now, trying to get their stop off that Space Sprite come through here onto CY, but he now dives into the backline, used to duel to the death now. The Imperiled State means that Muzan King falls. The King has fallen, but so has CY.
Yeah, and I mean, they traded away, but CY getting that first kill before he died, obviously a better trade for him. And they were like, hey, actually, you want to stop my teleport? Okay, great. I'm going to turn this around. Let's continue to fight. It almost seemed like HBSC should have let him teleport away and then maybe taken a fight.
Yeah, I think it's just going to slow down the go for of these neutral objectives, right? Both junglers died just before these now spawn coming through, so they have to get their momentum going. They have to try and get some of their camps going before they try and go for this one, but both of the Azure Golems have the same countdown here as well, and HBSE know that. They go for the Tyrant. The Wings of Judgment come through to get a bit of poke onto the side of HBSE, as well as the Unbridled Outburst. The combo didn't land the same way it did in the first phase.
Yeah, didn't do as much on that one. I mean, people will kind of walk out of that Wings of Judgment, especially when the objective had already been taken, right? So it's a little late on that one. It's for this Garuda pick to really pay off, it's going to be when those standstills are happening, and then he starts it. Think of it like a Gan and Mo when you got those plays, doing that a decent amount of damage before you go for that fight.
Exactly. That's definitely going to be the setup here that they have to go for Nova to get the maximum impact of the Majestic Guardian Garuda. But now, it's still gold lead going up to Nova for now. Very slim 500 gold lead. We see Schwan down to the bot side of the map here, just trying to put pressure onto the late game assurance. That is VB once again.
Yeah, they're very familiar territory for HBSC, right? They're okay with like losing kind of like the early game. I mean, they're down about 600 gold, which is really nothing at the end of the day. And HBSC, again, it's a certain point when they hit their items and they're like, okay, we're comfortable, let's fight.
Yeah, nice bit of a drive away there for Guayu. He's like, hey, I'm using the space bar, come down to help you guys. But he's just like, you know what? Hey, T1, yes, he may be on a horse, but he still can't make it top side of the map there. T1 takedown for the side of HBSE. They were trying to get the advantage here for Mucci down to bot side, but unfortunately, it failed.
Yeah, Xuan should have taken the Uber and not gone on his horse to kind of protect that. A little too slow with that rotation. Losing that top T1. This is a huge one to kind of start things out. Guayu doing a great job. Again, with the Byron, this is why it's such a strong pick, because you have such early game dominance.
And what's the one thing that you meant to do with Pei here, the Tigress, right? You meant to just keep farming and farming and farming, and that's exactly what Moves and King's been doing. Other than that one death top side of the map, this guy has not let a single camp drop, and is not looking to let that happen anytime soon as well.
Yeah, Musa King has kind of been farming efficiently in his own jungle. He hasn't been as aggressive. He's kind of been off the map. So Nova Esports, on the same way, they're like, okay, if he's off the map, I know that he's not on our side of the jungle. We're going to continue to farm and protect ourselves. And now if you're looking at the net worth, a slight lead in favor of HBSC.
Yeah, I feel like everything needs to be funneled into Mucci here as well, right? Like, yes, obviously give CY the correct amount of kind of like camps here and just give over those small little bit of antidotes here, but also give over the Crimson Golem up to Mucci, because obviously that damage over time, those hit markers are really going to put the paint on the side of HBSE.
Yeah, and Nova right now looking to trade with HBSE, top tower for the bottom T1, so it's going to be an even trade in that sense. So going into this, again, you want to kind of counter move, and they've done a good job of like the yin and yang, so to speak, of this game.
Yeah, they're trying to just play the map 50-50 at this moment in time between HBSE and Nova, but right now, Waypit is looking for a way out of this one. He has the Unbridled Outburst. He will proc it at the last moment, only catches onto 2 here, but now it's going to be the help and the reconfiguring of Xuan on the Guanyu, trying to just force away Guanyu from his teammates, and there is a mutiny being casted here by Nova, but that is it. Winter is here. Signals have been sent from the boys of HBSE. Homeboys are on the prowl. They get the kill onto Xuan. Flashing through is going to be Sion trying to get the Frigid Prism, but gets the takedown onto Waypit as well.
Oh, She-Hulk, so much control. Those Frigid Prisms were on point. The way he was able to flash forward, ensuring that they get the other catch. I mean, Nova Esports were running for their life. They were protecting CY, and they did. But unfortunately, Xuan and Waypit sacrifices their lives for CY.
A little bit of a sacrificial lamb there, unfortunately, but I mean, that is 2 picks off you want, right? I mean, yes, obviously, it's a good time to lose your support and your clash lane if there's ever a good moment, right? When there is no big neutral objective fight to be had, you want to make sure you lose them then rather than at that point in time. But now you can kind of see Mucci is starting to build that itemization. Like, he has the Doomsday, so really the health bar of Lapu Lapu is going to get decreased quickly.
Yeah, and if we're looking at how Nova Esports, like, this is a really tough nut to crack from HBSE. They're so tanky, and they have, they can stack their stuns.
They can stack the stuns, but now they stack the Tyrant onto the side of the Homeboy. CY looks pretty low as well. That double marksman comp, the Pei and the pack leader is putting a lot of pressure onto the Musashi here.
Just too much damage, and CY needs to be afraid. And yeah, that was the last pick for Nova with that Musashi, but he's getting caught out. If he dives deep, he's gonna get killed. So this is why Nova Esports need to kind of counter the play of HBSE by having Xuan or Waypit really set things up, let Mucci get the damage in, and CY on cleanup duty.
Yeah, we know they can do the setup, right? We've seen it time and time again with obviously the Unbridled Outburst, with the Guanyu as well, just taking the charge, but now they have to be careful here. Obviously, Wendy, Wings of Judgment haven't been quite the most judging of Wings.
Yeah, judging quite a bit. I think more in terms of just like what they're eating more than anything else. Not really too much in the damage department or those kills. Wendy's, again, just trying to tenderize, but with this minion wave, it's going to be a bit of a problem. So, like, how they go in, how they get onto Shihong is going to be the big key going into these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like if they do take out the Princess Frost here into an early team fight, really is going to enhance CY. It's just playability around that team fight, but now we're looking to go for the Crimson Golem, just maybe feed it over to BB here as well. Obviously, he is a late game hero, looking at itemization. He has the Eternity Blade, he has the Shadow Ripper. He's looking to build the Daybreaker, and once that gets online, it's going to be scary for the side of the Nova boys.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? BB's been quiet. You never want to, you know, your farm laner on the opposing team off the map and just constantly farming, because you know that he's going to come out of the jungle and he's just going to be like hulked up and he's going to just tear everybody down.
Oh, absolutely there, but Lapu just trying to kind of like force out Wave Pit here, but Wave Pit does have the Unbridled Outburst. See why? Maybe has to make use of that double catch there, but it's actually just going to push them away. Maybe they get the lockdown here onto Guayu, but the sustainability from the Byron is a little bit too much for the Muchi to be tanking the damage here.
Yeah. No value out of that ultimate. You push them back, they didn't even start the Tyrant, and now they're looking to turn.
They're looking to turn this one around as well. Lapu with that engage, the kill onto the Majestic Guardian. Wendy gets taken down. Schwan into the backline. He gets stopped by the Frigid Prison. They are looking for more. 3 kills going up to the side of HBSE, and it's once again the same scenario. We are walking the same song and dance. It's that mid lane brawl.
Mid lane brawl. Ji-Hong with an absolute god play right there. Juan had him lined up, was about to go, but the Frigid Prison just locking him in a prison in that sense, and no chance. But of course, HBSC with the initial pick off onto Wendy, and you see how the Nova Esports lineup just crumbled without him.
Oh, absolutely crumble indeed. And I mean, we are speaking of crumbling for the side of Nova Esports right now.
Tyrant being picked up, HBSC, this is going to be the freest one that they're going to get throughout the entire game. But the way that this team has been able to set things up, I mean, the double marksman you've already rightly pointed out with the Pei and the Chano, of course, but I mean, Ji-Hong, Q-Yi, Jay, all of these guys, so much control. It is so hard to team fight into this lineup.
It's very hard, especially when Zahong gets that catch right. Like, that's been the turning and the pinnacle point of these team fights. That Frigid Prison just completely stops Schwan in his tracks. He doesn't get the Frigid Charge. He's not able to kind of just push and bully around the side of HBSE. But more importantly, Guayu is just kind of making sure he's getting that intel for his buddies right there, looking to go and get this second Shadow objective onto the board for the side of HBSC. But it seems to just be the same MO, right? Like, they get the mid lane, they get the Shadow Tyrant, they get the Shadow Overlord, they get the Crystal.
Yeah, and Nova Esports need to respond a little bit differently. They cannot be looking to just fight this mid lane, and I mean, obviously they need to defend here, but they need to be looking for split pushing. They need some sort of space. Because again, Nova Esports, they're trying to go for the initiation, but they keep getting caught out by HBSC.
Yeah, if sustainability wasn't enough problem for the side of Nova Esports, we see the Ida Phoenix being built here by the side of Guayu, and also the Shadow Ripper as well, so BB is going to get a little bit of help on hit back now with the Chano, but now they're just trying to force this Vanguard down to the top side of the map as well as bot side, looking at T2 takedown with the solo Vanguard as well, but it's going to be Guayu trying to lead the charge, and now Lapu, they both get hit with the Unbridled Outburst. They try and take down Zahong and Vivi, but then they get met by the Makers. That's a 2-1 trade here for the side of HBSE. They have the Vanguards, they've got damage to defend this base, but is it enough for the side of Nova? Muchi Wave Pit goes down, and now Muchi looking to follow suit. Schwan as well. Game number 3 to HBSE.
HBSC just too strong. The way that they were able to take the 2 fronts in, I mean, you saw how Nova Esports were trying to go for the backline. They tried to go for VV, but again, they were able to just withstand it and out-sustain everything.
Absolute domination here coming in from the side of Homeboys Black 3 Esports here with the series score on hand. It is now 3-0, not a 3-3, but 3-0. This is an absolute masterclass thus far.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the Nova players look so deflated. I mean, see why there. He looks so frustrated, but the boys of HBSE, they're having a party. They've got all drinks on the desk. They got bananas. And what did Blacklist say? Bananas are key.
Bananas are key indeed, and right now, you definitely need a lot of bananas for the side of Nova Esports to get that energy in their mindset right now. Something is going on for them.
Yeah, completely, right? I mean, they were able to just not really come back into this game. I mean, it seemed like they needed to eat a little bit more bananas during the break, but they have a little bit of time now because, again, they need to get back. They're down 0-3, world of hurt at this stage.
World of hurt indeed, actually coming through for the side of Nova Esports, unfortunately. I mean, that's just another wall of Nova's house falling now, but right now is going to be, obviously, HBSE. They need to, obviously, try and run this one out.
It's very difficult thus far right now, and if we look at all these situations, right now, Nova Esports, they have expended a lot of these expensive picks, and it's not as easy to really come back when you are in such a draft disadvantage in Game 4 later on.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what to do because CY, I mean, this draft seemed almost everything was what they wanted to pick.
Yeah.
But HBSC, again, this the red side, the counter picking has just been next level and been able to kind of withstand anything that Nova Esports throws at.
I'm going to relieve that stress, Holler. You don't have to do anything, mate. You just have to sit here, look pretty, and give the intel to those watching at home and on the stage, right?
And yeah, Holler, you look pretty today, same as you, Blam. But you know, what's not pretty right now is for the side of Nova Esports. It's horrible. It's 0-3, down series score. Yes, you don't lose the entire tournament, you fall to the lower bracket, but comes with consequences here. You have to play but you have to play another BO7 later on at night.
Yeah, and that's the biggest worry, right? I think HBSC right now, 3-0. I mean, I'm wondering if they just throw out the Athena just to kind of close out this series in style and going into this one because they are so comfortable. You saw that after that game where how happy they were and just relieved that they're in this situation.
It was just another day at the office for them. Yeah. I was like, lads, right, okay, clock in, clock out. Let's get another win onto the board here. But I mean, they do get to clock out ever so slightly with a break after this post-game. But honestly, the playstyle of HoK here in this mid lane was the saving grace and really the kryptonite of Nova Esports in this game.
It is. Like Zihong and also Guiyu, they played a very masterclass style of limiting the enemies. And the main part that I really want to point out was actually, once again, the roamer. Just Lapu, every time he was finding those engages, he found multiple members, he disengaged them beautifully, he found the backline masterclass in every single moment here. This guy is on such a roll.
They had so much control. I mean, they had everything that you wanted, plus Jihong was there, but this gold graph, like you saw the shift into Homeboys. No choice for them. And you were talking about Jay just having a monster game, 0-0-10. Those, like, the way he has 7.1 net worth, I mean, you're seeing exactly how he just completely outclassed Waypit in this.
Exactly. I mean, and if we speak about no privilege onto the Gorge here as well, but no neutral objective as well for the side of Nova is definitely not where you want to be going into game number 3 here, but I feel like Zhe here was just kind of the secret weapon here for Homeboys. There was waiting to have that fall at KWC, and it's like, you know what, let's bring the guy back. Like, he is really charging the lead here with these support picks, but MVP is going to be none other than Musan King. Always pay on this one.
Always consistent on that jungle monster here. He is always on the spotlight here. When his team provides him the playground, he dominates it with almost no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. He's like another marksman, right? Yeah. He's just farming efficiently, taking what Vivi's not really taking, and then just being able to like show up when he needs to, getting 4-1-6 with a KDA, I mean 24% of the team's damage. He was always there for cleanup, really setting the tone with Vivi.
Oh, absolutely. It was definitely the domination into these team fights, especially when Sohan just gave them the green light go. It's like, hey, look, Schwann's locked down, boys. And you're going to see it here in these highlights, the way that these Frigid Prisons were charged, Frigid Prisons were being used here, just constantly putting them into place.
And the very much that I want to say it, the early game has been far consistent so far coming in from Nova Esports, but this is the one that I highlight Zhe about. Spell 2 flash immediately going on towards Wendy here and catching multiple members here. With a good flash coming in from Vivi, the formation immediately disseminated due to the fact that Zihong found that perfect Frigid Prison.
Yeah, he was waiting just to put it under his feet, right? Like, he knew that Schwann was always going to go for the Princess Cross, so he was like, you know what? Put it at my feet, it's always going to land.
Yeah, and the same way, Vivi knew that, like, CY was going to be going after him. So, as long as they had the buddy system, and you see that they go for the jump, but then the counter initiation happens by HBSC and make them pay.
Exactly, but speaking of pay, it wasn't pay on the side of Nova Esports, it was the side of HBSE, and they definitely made them pay with this game at number 3 win.
That pay was painful for the side of Nova Esports, and right now, on the verge of falling towards the lower bracket here, what can Nova Esports realistically do?
I mean, they need to just kind of like shrug things off. Easier said than done at this point, and look at things as more of like a best of one, right? And try things out. What you've done is the old Nova. Like, we've seen this time and time again. These are the lineups that they like, but it's not working. HBSC have solved everything that you're throwing at them.
Yeah, not only solved everything that's on the Gorge, but obviously their new draft and obviously team as well is definitely looking at a defiant one so far for the side of Homeboys Black Shrew Esports. But looking at the up-to-date bracket here, 3-0 for those just tuning in for HBSC, looking to go for that golden matchup that they had in MKL fall season.
It's a repeat of history, right, if it actually happens here. So this upcoming break will be a pivotal momentum shift coming in from Nova Esports. If they can really find their groove coming back from the break, then potentially in a very difficult role, it's going to be a long climb for the side of Nova Esports here. But talking about breaks, we definitely have to pass it over to a short break for these players to recompose themselves, rest up, get some snacks, get some waters. We will be back after this short break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Blood, sweat and tears. Fight for what we I can feel the smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Live from Ayala Mall, Manila Bay, we are back into the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, Day 6 of the knockout stage here, and we will be heading on into game number 4 itself with the updated global ban picks here. Currently, Homeboyz Black Shrew Esports has such a dominant lead over Nova.
Absolutely dominant, right? I mean, just complete control. I mean, you pick whatever you want, and they're able to figure you out. I think Nova Esports, if anything, they might want to look to switch sides because the blue side is not working for them.
Exactly, yeah. Blue is definitely looking at a bit of a blunder here for the side of Nova Esports, but it's not like they're just like, you know what, have been bad drafts. The drafts are good. It's just the execution of HBSE is better.
Very well agreed here, Blam. Homeboyz Black Shrew Esports in every single important skirmishes at the 10th minute mark or at the 4th minute mark has outdone Nova Esports in every single occasion here. So that brings to the question here, is Homeboyz Esports ready to take on that KIC 2025 trophy? Because they are looking so darn strong moving to the final day.
I mean, while Nova Esports, it doesn't seem like they've been able to figure out HBSC. I don't want to count out the other guys, right? We had them in the lower semis with you know, Alpha Gaming and of course Blacklist International, who took them to a Game 7 HBSC. So if anything, that is a potential right there.
Speaking of potential, this could be potential change in turns of the tides here. Nova go for the red side. I mean, they have had the choice for the past 3 games, but now they decide to go for it now. I mean, maybe a little bit of a saving grace.
Yeah, you got to go red side. You got to go angry, right? You got to get mad. You got to get upset, and you got to figure something out because right now you're too passive. You're letting HBSC dictate the pace of all of the games and taking it to you got to turn it up.
But you also have to figure out for the side of blue side right now, Homeboyz Black Shrew Esports, their game 1, 2, and 3 drafts weren't that expensive compared to the side of Nova Esports here, so that puts them into a peculiar position here. Both teams finding their comfort zone right now.
Yeah, stop with the reality checks, okay? You're making too much sense, and yeah, you are speaking facts, right? But going into this one, I think they need to forget that. They need to just, whatever the hero they have available, best available right now, show up.
Yep, show up indeed. Definitely is what needed to be here for Nova Esports. Because, I mean, it's not like all their picks that they have left are bad, right? Like, they're only 4 games in, but they've lost 4 games with some really expensive picks.
That's true here. So for the side of Nova Esports, forget about the first 3 games of what exactly happened. This is at a cost of you putting pressure on towards yourself here. This is not the end of the world. It's the best that you test yourself how far you can go under these tight situations here, which may benefit you when you, in the end, really go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we always talk about the fact that you either win or you learn, and I think that even if Nova Esports were to lose here, they're going to watch the other games. They're going to learn from that series, and then they're going to bring that into the lower bracket finals, and then potentially with all the lessons that they've learned throughout the day, they might even come back stronger tomorrow. But again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves as we haven't seen a single team getting eliminated. We're only into game 4.
Yep, game number 4 with match number 1 so far with these boys from the MKL regions. Obviously, this is the repeat of the grand final so far, and like you were saying before the breaks, Argy, I mean, history was made yesterday with Blacklist International, but history is being is happening again on the side for the MKL teams here.
Yep, it's looking at the verge of a continuance from the side of MKL Falls Grand Finals here. So for this side of Nova Esports, maybe they're haunted by the past of the results that have really put pressure on towards them. This has been a tough year for them so far, especially for Black Shrew Esports here, because they came into spring losing to Nova Esports. They went to KWC, not the best performance, and then they went to a roster reshuffle, and that's where they slowly but surely started finding excellence in this roster itself, which brought them KNC champion, which brings them right now one step almost to the grand finals.
And that's why, you know, the Honor of Kings esports scene is ruthless. It's difficult, right? Because Nova Esports, to your point, they were riding high. They had figured out, you know, Black True Esports at the time, but they came back. They retooled. They figured them out and are now looking to be the top dogs and taking the fight to Nova Esports. It's looking like the complete role reversal.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a role reversal here for the side of these two teams, because obviously, like you were saying, Nova, Season 3 champions, then top 3, KWC. Black True Esports didn't even make it out of the group stage. Like, they really blundered at KWC, and they have something to prove, and they have proved it so far with not only MKL Fall, but looking to prove it further with KIC.
That's the scary part about Homeboy's Black True Esports. You can beat them down so many times throughout the year, but when it comes down to these most important titles of the year and KIC itself, they research and they are now at this current position here. It's just so scary on how they're able to reformulate themselves as a team.
Yeah, and that's actually the most impressive thing, right? There was some like teething issues in MKL. It wasn't the easiest thing, but towards the end, that's the only thing that really matters. When it came to the playoffs, they showed up. And the reason why they've been able to figure that out, and Nova Esports haven't played them since that grand finals. They haven't been able to kind of test any sort of further strats. They're using the old tried and true, and it's not paying off here.
Exactly, but I mean, we talked about obviously the Honor of Kings esports system. You just saw there that you had the Honor of Queens within these audience as well, right? So obviously, it's not just for the male players; it's also female players that have the representation here as well. And not only that, we have teams that have been in the past 2 international tournaments within the Open Series. These are community teams making it all the way to international stage. So there is a path for everyone in Honor of Kings esports.
One word to really summarize what Blam has actually said: inclusivity in Honor of Kings.
Okay, that's a long word, but yeah, I was like, how do
Can
we
you spell that one?
Yeah, no, I didn't use it, but I do agree with you because of the fact that the teams have really grown. I mean, throughout the Honor of Kings, the global scene has gotten so much better.
Yes.
All of the teams that we're seeing at this point really deserve it, and they're so close. I mean, this series has been a little bit of an oddity, but I do expect, you know, the lower bracket semis as well as that finals to really be next level.
I feel like lower bracket is definitely where all the heat comes in because it's added pressure on towards you. One series loss will just fix your position in KIC 2025 for the entire year itself here. So a lot of stakes will be on the bottom side itself, but right now, it also defers you. Are you going to the grand finals, or are you going to take a step into the depths of the lower finals itself? So it's a very peculiar situation. Whichever you win or lose, it sets you in a different path.
Yeah, playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. Even if HBSC were to get the sweep and go into grand finals, they're going to be feeling very good.
Correct.
Flying high and all that. But at the same time, if they get, you know, in a situation where the fight goes the distance, I mean, yeah, they did it against Blacklist International, but they're going to be like reeling at that point. They need to ensure that they're not overconfident in the grand finals, assuming that we even get there.
Yeah, I feel like Nova is not synonymous with the lower bracket. Like, that to me is a fever dream. I feel like I haven't woken up from last night's sleep, and now we're seeing Nova's nightmare, and they are looking to be into the lower brackets for the first ever time, I believe.
I think that is true so far. There wasn't a moment for Nova in this year itself to appear in the Nova bracket here. So that may be a realm that they are not so used to as well.
I think they don't even know what the lower brackets is. They're like, oh, we just lose the winner bracket. We're just out of the tournament, right? Well, what do we do? I have never been there. I have no idea how to play against this one. But, you know, jokes aside, I think Nova Esports, this is a tried and true. They need to test it out. Again, going into Game 4, it's not looking great, but try something.
Yeah, just as you would coach a kid. Yeah, just do something, you know. Just do anything. Just don't cry. Just don't cry. Just do something. And that's definitely what Nova needs to do in this game number 4. Because if not, this is match point here for HBSE.
I think to start doing something, you have to first look at the draft here first. I think until this very last moment, there is no way that you actually allow the likes of the Athena to actually come in towards the draft. And you have to pick between your second van. Is it to lock away the Arlie or the Mai Shirunui from the side of Homeboys Black True Esports?
Yeah, I think losing to Athena would be one of the most demoralizing losses. So I think that you still ban that out and let them play a little bit more standard lineup.
Yeah, speaking of standard lineup, we've not seen a Diadea on either of these two teams, as we've just seen on the in the audience as well. So maybe Diadea comes through, maybe Dolia comes through for the side of HBSE, because they still can use it here. They haven't used that pick just yet.
Yeah, these are the global ban pick pressures that really surmount on towards the shoulder of both players and coaches here, because in towards game 3 itself, 15 heroes are automatically banned away from the hero pool, which places you in a different state. Do you have the sufficient hero measures to play those games, or are you really pressured because of your low hero mastery?
Yeah, and I don't worry too much about it because we've seen these squads go the distance, right? They have heroes. They should be very comfortable going into a longer series of Game 7. So not that big of a deal, but again, it comes back to just the counter drafting. It seems like HBSC have gotten the edge from the draft, which makes it difficult to out-execute.
Yeah, exactly. Straight from the jump here has been HBSC from this word go of this series, and we're still waiting to get into the BP here, and now there we go. The British man calls for it. We get it right now, and HBSE are going to be on the blue side, and Nova on the reactive red. Is this reaction going to be enough to take them further into this best of 7?
It will be very much needed and required coming in from the Nova esports side here. But Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, they want to end it right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you've been getting out-drafted the first 3 games, it's better to change things up, right? I think that be a little bit reactive. I mean, you don't need the prio picks because even when you do pick them, it doesn't seem like that's enough to really take it over the top and get that W.
Seems like the trade-off between these top teams thus far is that they always have a reactive countermeasure when you are on the red side itself, which puts you into a comfortable situation. And talking about the idea that hasn't really been showing herself in the series itself, Homeboys Black Shoe Esports banning Tigers and also the Bomb Weaver away from the side of Nova.
They ban out the Athena here potentially, or did they ban out the Orgrim? Because
Athena.
This is now going to be potential Orgrim pickup for the side of HBSC.
Coming!
Ugh, do they give over the Athena here?
Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, they're definitely thinking long-term. Ji-Hong again, or even Musan King, but they're giving it up. Here we go, the Athena.
Wave the white flags, lads. Wave the white flags. No, we're joking. We're joking.
Okay, so a bit of a history repeat as well. Nova Esports back in MKL Fall group stage was the only team to beat Homeboys Black Shoe Esports Athena Strat in one of the games. So maybe they have a strategy to really limit on his Athena here, but that does open up the Luna for the side of Nova here. I feel like this is a bit of a repeat of what I saw yesterday. With Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, they could potentially pick up the Athena and the Ogren and formulate this double strong early game to really crumble the side of Luna's jungle.
Oh, but no, they're looking to go for the Featherfoot Fade here, potentially for the side of HBSC. They want to go and give the carry over to Musan King, but the Share as well as the Moonblade Luna coming through here.
I mean, going into this one, like this Luna is going to be haunted throughout. CY might not have the greatest of games. He's going to be constantly hounded.
Let's go.
This Athena is going to be a problem. So they need to figure out a way to kind of deal with that. I mean, you do your damage, get the kill, and then kind of move on with your lives. It looks like other teams, when they struggle against the Athena, is that they don't have the burst and the proper time to get back and farm those lanes.
And to really surmount this early game pressure on the side of CY, you can see the priority on the side of Muchi will be on towards that Magistrate here. At the very least, you get one winning lane to look to assist your jungle against the pesky Athena.
Yeah, the Athena could be a real pesky nuisance here. We talked about cockroaches in the house of Nova Esports earlier, and now that Athena is definitely going to be the biggest, the mummy cockroach here, especially playing that Athena distractive strat.
Yeah, the cockroaches are just too many, and at this point, there's an infestation. And again, I think that they need to call the pesticides to get things, because they need to get themselves back into this game right now. And like going against the Athena, I want to see how this team reacts, if they're able to out-execute and to deal with Zhe.
To out-execute and do it against Zhe, we really have to see how they formulate that early game here. So far, the bans are quite interesting. It's really CY protective. They are looking a lot on this Luna, this Moonblade to carry themselves in this game 4. Hence, you can see the Kongming and also the Daji and also the Arlie. All these 3 picks are prime counters against the Moonblade.
I mean, the gunslinger here, Marco Polo, I mean, he's going to do a lot of damage onto Nova's Lapu Lapu here, right? Waypit is going to be the target, but it's going to be the Mighty Conqueror for the side of HBSE, which is obviously in game number 1 for Nova. But then also, Lady Jen, Cascader here as well. The Destructor Deluge. We've seen some really big highlights from this hero.
I mean, also with Ji-Hong's play, right? I think Ji-Hong has been next level in this entire series. I don't think he has an MVP, but the amount of impact that he's had in all of the games has just been so high. He's had so much control and made Nova's lives so difficult.
I think the consistency coming in from Homeboys Black Shoe Esports in this first game series here has been phenomenal. very little miss-ups in those team fights, and they have consistently been delivering better team fight outputs compared to the side of Nova Esports here. Hence, my question is, what kind of clash lane will we see on this final pick coming in from Nova here?
I mean, Nova are still yet to pick up Maven Byron, but that was going to be the Iron Bloom here for the side of Nova Esports. We saw this came up. Oh, wait, no, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Ata clash lane coming in from the side of Nova here. So,
want to fight?
Okay, my logic here, since you are against an Athena that will be damaging one part of your jungle, you pick up another clash lane that's capable of bringing the smite and jungle item and contest the Athena in your own jungle.
Very much so. I mean, definitely it's going to be a tanky one to obviously try and overcome, right? So the Arta here, the white anchor coming through for the side of Nova. I mean, this is the first time in like a series that this pick has come through twice, right? Like obviously we got the devastation blow with the synergy of the time bender, the Sunbin, but now it could be the potential difference maker here against the Athena.
I mean, going into the team fights, I think the thought process is that you're trying to divide the team as much as possible, right? Use that go ship to your advantage and to pick off people that are in your side, right? And prioritize that as much as possible. It will be interesting to see because we don't see Ata too much from the clash lane.
Yep. I think this is the first debut white anchor pick that we're getting towards the clash lane. And interesting enough, this rare pick has came out in this best of 7 twice already.
Yeah, that's definitely once in the blue moon, right? That we have seen the Arta pick come through here. But now it's time for Nova to pull out all the stops, right? They need to do something to get this dub onto the board.
Yeah, they have to at this point. I mean, being down 0-3 and you're just going to lose a series 0-4, I think that they would be going out with a whimper. If anything, you want to roar back. I mean, take one game at a time. It's not going to be the easiest. We've seen this time and time again where HBSC have been able to figure them out. But just one game to get ourselves back into this series.
But the thing is here as well, like the fact is that Schwan is on the Arta. Like he's normally the carry player here for Nova Esports. Is this the real switch up they want to do going into game number 4?
I think it's a specific draft counter or countermeasure against the likes of the Athena roam. Potentially we might see the Ata bring up the jungle roam, the jungle item in towards the clash lane to really counteract this Athena.
Yeah, I always make the joke that I was like, hey, I mean, Nova Esports need to do better by trying things out, but I don't know if Ata is really the one we want to be trying out at this stage.
Only time will tell, right? I mean, they may be able to get a point onto the board here with this one. It may be the case for the side of Nova Esports, but really, they're hoping for this this answer to be the one.
Yep, a small technical pause will divide the game and also us casters in towards the reality itself. We need to get the device checked in first, but talk to me. Who do you give the edge to in towards a draft in this game 4?
I mean, we've seen Ja on this Athena just be an absolute menace, tear up the games, be those MVPs that you're looking for to just carry the team. I think that it's very difficult to go against from that. The data says that this is the team, this is the squad, this is their game.
Exactly that. I mean, definitely going to be the reason why CY is not going to have a great game, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is always going to be in contention of that jungle. He's going to take the smite. He's going to smite away those camps. So his speed and his farm is not going to be the same standard as it was, like, if they weren't having the Athena and being on a Moonblade here as well, right? Like, that's a scary thought. If you have your Azure Golem stolen away from you and Azure is able to get out of your jungle, you're basically a minion.
It's got to be frustrating for CY. This is the most disheartening thing is because it's like you rely on the jungler to do so much, especially early and mid when you're making rotations and just really take the fight to them. But CY has not gotten going, and then in a must-win situation, now CY is being targeted. It's got to be so frustrating for him.
Well, diamonds are forged under pressure here. You need to be figuring out every single countermeasure and also maintain your composure in high-stakes games like this. That's why these two teams, they are considered the best of the best in the world currently.
Best of the best so far, but I mean, like it's just G saying in that introduction video, right? Like last year wasn't as fun for these players to play, right? There was a clear disparity, but now the other regions are getting so close to the MKL region, and Blacklist have already proven that and look to prove it in the next series. But with this series, it could be either the maker or the breaker of Nova Esports.
Yeah, and Joshi said that because he's winning a lot more. It's much easier. It's way more fun when you're winning. Obviously, very difficult when you're on the losing side. But Nova Esports, I mean, you're seeing the demeanor of the players right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, calm, cool, collected as on both sides. Nobody's kind of like hyping it or anything like that. But it's still a situation where now you got to be resilient. You're here for the long game.
The long game will start if they can win this game for itself. If they lose this, there's no long series per se. It's only towards the lower bracket where you have to climb step by step back to the grand finals here. But for them right now, being able to come up with a countermeasure here, we're not sure whether it will work out, but for us to really view, and if it does work out, potentially it might be a counteractive measure that is perfect for other teams looking against the Athena.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lesson indeed, right? It could be a very valuable lesson, and definitely those that are still in this competition, like APG, Blacklist, they could be looking at this series and be like, okay, if we play against Homeboys, Black Shrew Esports next time, this could be the answer.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the way for the global scene. Everyone is just like, we'll pretend to bait out Nova, we'll go down 0-3, and then we'll let them pick the Athena strat, and then Nova Esports on the grand scale end up pulling the victory off, and then go for the reverse sweep, and then now everyone has figured out HBSC's Athena strat.
Calm down here, Holler. That is a
I'm a script writer.
That is a long script and a long road ahead here for the side of Nova Esports. If they really want to look for a reverse sweep, the first thing to do is to win this game against Zeus Athena Rome. That has one of the best performances so far in this tournament.
Exactly, definitely one of the best performances so far, maybe even FMVP worthy, you know, like, hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there is definitely potential on the whole side of Homeboys, Black Shrew Esports to be the FMVPs, and obviously used to be Musan King. He's taken a backseat to the 17-year-old Maestro. I mean, I'm not too sure what I was doing at 17-year-olds, but there was a lot of tissues because I was crying a lot.
Oh, I don't even think I was potty trained at 17. I mean, that's a completely different world, right? I mean, this guy, just the way he's able to play is just so next level. His decision-making, his execution, is basically everything that you want from a Clash lane.
Yep, this was the Guiyu that we wanted to see back in the Blacklist International versus Homeboys BSE series just a few days ago here. But it's glad that we see the recovery of his form coming in towards a series that's so important today, because you play this series, you can win and go back home and rest instead of your opponents who has to play that lower bracket finals.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? I think that if you're having to play multiple best-of-7s in a single day, that's got to be strenuous. And then if you pull that victory out going into tomorrow's grand finals as well, that is going to be potentially 21 games in 2 days.
I mean, the scary thing is as well, is if you're playing 14 games maximum when you are the losing team of the upper bracket. Like, you have the momentum going. If you're in the lower bracket, you are the winner going forward. Yes, you're showing your best strats, but still, you have the positive momentum going forward. Whereas if you drop from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket, it's not the same kind of gravy. It doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's a double-edged sword, right? Where Blam mentioned that, yes, you play now, you go down, you get to rest, but you get to rest in a very sad mood because you just lost at 0-4 or you just lost a long series. And then this exact examination from the side of Homeboys Black Shrew Esports, they already give you the answers for the other teams that, hey, if you go down to the lower bracket and fight Nova, this is exactly what you need to do.
I mean, it's looking that way. So I think that you need to just mentally be prepared for whatever situation happens here. Obviously, you want to be coming back, looking for that reverse sweep, put the pressure on. But if that's not able to go in, you kind of just need to forget about it, right? HBSE could be a problem for another day. You got to figure out what these next two teams are bringing.
Well, at very least in this game itself, these two teams, they are bringing into an equilibrium of two things here. One, they're playing towards Athena Rome into the Luna here. One of the better matchups, I would say, because Luna, not the best heroes to be counteracting against these resources here. She's not strong level 1 to level 3, she only gets online level 4. Hence we see the proposed strat coming in for Nova will be the Ata White Anchor, potentially bringing the Smite.
Yeah, but the Ata was one thing, and that's the last pick. But why would you pick the Luna into the Athena? Because it was done right away in that first phase of the draft.
I feel like this question is really down towards Nova playing towards their comfort, and then also utilizing the Shi as a utility mage to give back the missed out farm towards the Luna itself. So when they pull the game towards the mid-game scenario, the Athena value will succumb to a lower priority here. But we will be finished up with our technical pause here. This will be Game 4 of Homeboys Black Shrew Esports at the verge of winning the series 3-0 already against Nova Esports, finding signs of life back towards this series.
Oh yeah, and we get in Lapu with the Smite here as well. Obviously looking for that double contestation of the Smite. So hey, maybe that's the one way you come over the Athena, right? Like, hey, if they're smiting your camps, I'm going to smite yours too, because if you can smite, I can smite better.
you need something to compete with that, right? It especially comes back to the big neutrals and all that. But going into game 4, elimination game, right? I mean, not elimination game, just a ticket to the lower bracket, and of course the grand finals going into this one. But again, I think that you need to look at it like an elimination game.
Oh, absolutely. If you are Nova, you want to be playing like your hearts are on your sleeves right now. Because this is potentially match point for homeboys Black Shrew Esports as they looking to be dominant into this one. But why are you actually being put under a lot of pressure here? Maybe it's the 1v1 matchup against the Mighty Conqueror, right? You go for the White Anchor against the Conqueror.
That's going to be an interesting matchup. We have not seen the Fatih Ata matchup. Let me be completely frank, because the Ata in the Clash lane is definitely a rarity in that. But I think that it's more of like the mid to late game. When those team fights are happening, how much impact these ghost ships are going to have.
Yeah, but I mean, the Athena here with the smites already taken a lot of the camps away from the side of Nova Esports onto the red side, right? Like, they're just trying to go with the Spike-tail Beast here, just trying to get a lot of those resources through, but he may get lost in a bit of a hard place here between a place of a hard rock and a stone is going to be Azure, but he gets out alive.
He gets out alive, and that's the biggest thing. But I like the fact that Nova Esports are like, okay, we got to stop chasing. We got to get back into our lane, because most people get that tunnel vision and they just focus on Jay the entire time. It's like, oh, we get we get 10 kills on him. But then the outside lanes, we have not been farming, and you get completely, decimated there.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is as well, right? Obviously, we got double smite onto the side of HBSE, but we also have the hardened Jade Steel, right? Like, that's basically having 3 smites to 2. So I feel like Nova was forced to take the smite here rather than the flash, which has been a great engagement mechanic here for the side of the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, the biggest thing here is making sure that CY gets first blood. They will secure it for him. Jay will be hunting him around, but CY is the guy that's going to be mostly affected by this shit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no point hyping up the first blood onto Zerg, right? That's going to be just the case in point here, and the whole point of the Athena strat coming through here is that he's going to be dying quite a lot, and there's no need to get hyped about that one, because they're just going to get one member onto the side of Nova Fat, and then if they get the takedown, that's going to be a prize pick.
Yeah, and you're seeing just the impact that he's got already. Yeah, he's died twice already, but you saw the bottom T1 was completely open. Fuchi was helping deal with Ja. And he's going to be tanky, he's going to be annoying to deal with, so you need damage dealers, but then again, that's why the outside lanes and the mid lane are going to be kind of, left alone.
Yeah, exactly. There again, we're getting the killing spree onto the side of CY, so if we get a shutdown of CY before the Tyrant, that's going to be a big boost of gold over to the side of HBSE, but then also the Tyrant takedown will be a little bit easier. Obviously, they will have to still contest with Waypit with the smite on the Lapu Lapu.
And another thing that they're doing very smartly, that is by Nova Esports, is that they're not starting any sort of the Golem, the Crimson Golem, until Ja is killed, right? Exactly. And then you know that it's kind of free. He doesn't have that smite.
He doesn't have the smite, and there we go. Obviously, just another kill going over to the side of Nova. It's 4-0 at this moment in time, but that gold is going to kind of diminish the more you kill the Athena as well, right? Like, it's going to go less and less and less.
Yeah, less, and you're not going to do as much damage. So, I mean, he's not going to have as much gold that you're taking off when you get those kills. Correct. So it's going to be less of an impact, but he will be able to smite things away. And look, it takes a village to deal with this Athena strategy.
It's like a whole 4-man job here, and that's not what you want to be doing, right? You're taking resources from a lane. Yes, Moochie's having a good lane in that bottom side of the map, right? Look at that T1. It's definitely taking a beating here, and BB is looking to be a Marco Polo that's going to be very absent from his lane going into that mid stage, right? Once he gets that itemization of the Sparkforge dagger being built just right there, as well as the Doomsday, he's going to be up and across this gorge taking T1s.
Yeah, HBSC, if they know what they're going to look be doing, obviously they've played the Athena strat quite well, but they need to be aggressive in the lanes. You want to be pushing, have the minion waves crashing into the towers as much as possible, so that Nova are punished when they try to rotate and deal with Zhe.
Yeah, exactly that. You saw there, right? Obviously, Zhe was able to get that Azure Golem away from them slightly for a brief moment of time. They weren't able to get the Tyrant here, but obviously first Tyrant finally for the side of Nova Esports is going to be in this game number 5.
Yeah, and the net worth lead has shifted ever so slightly, about 200 gold right now in favor of Nova Esports. So they've done a good job, and now they're being aggressive. And you're using that Luna for that extra mobility.
Yep, CY does steal away that Azure Golem ever so slightly, but it's that Ardent Jade Steel not going to come out in time. Takes a big of a beating, loses a lot of health, but now it's going to be Athena. Maybe here Zhe gets the kill off as well, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, Zhe actually went for that Smite Steal, actually missed it. CY ensuring that he got it. So Zhe not getting as much value as we've seen him on this Athena at times.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure being put onto CY here is definitely a not what you want to be at if you are in game number 4 between Nova Esports and HBSE, right? Like that, you are contesting with 2 smites, with the Hard and Jade Steel, but still managing to outsmite them is a good call.
Yeah, if you're able to do it. But I mean, he's just going to be annoying in other ways, and he's looking to smite here, competing, contesting, forcing out CY to use the smite.
More cinematics use a smite, but it's going to be the Overlord going up the side of HBSE. So they haven't come out empty-handed here with this first wave of the jungle neutral objectives, but training T1 for bot side, the top side of the map here is going to be YU. Looking to put that pressure onto Schwan.
Yeah, Nova doing such a good job of just kind of weathering the storm, right? They've seen the Athena strat. They know that HBSE are going to be bringing it, and this is how they're looking to deal with it. And so if you're like, again, Blacklist or APG that are watching this game, this is the kind of style that you need to deal with this potential HBSE monster.
Oh, Wendy's got to be careful here. The Silk in Beauty has to be careful, but even more so, it's going to be YU. Goes into the backline, uses the ultimate, able to get the damage off. Oh, just about, but now, sure, comes in, forces out the flash of Wendy, but still saving grace.
Oh my gosh, Wendy just saving the flash for that one, and now he's going to get dove under on this point. Wendy, what is he doing?
He's trying to get the ultimate off, trying to get that last little bit of damage. Can he get that damage over time? Okay, so Wendy falls. This means it's going to be a trade for the T1 bot side, top side of the map as well.
Okay, Wendy there, I felt like he should have kept running instead of just stopping. I know Joe definitely has the dashes, but you got to make him work for it a little bit, and just can't be free food just standing still on the side of the road, right?
Yeah.
So, but still, it's only the first kill that's gone the way of HBSE.
Yeah, first kill going over there as well. But I mean, look at the itemization being built here. I mean, definitely keeping pace, even though they have been put under a lot of pressure. CY obviously has around about the 2 full items being built, which is the Augur's Ward, as well as the Insatiable Tome as well. But got to be careful here. Schwan doesn't want to get caught out, especially with BB with that true damage.
Yeah, with that damage. And now you're seeing just the power of Zhe even more with the vision. Yeah. And Musan King was looking to go.
Yep, he's looking to dance around. CY gets a dunk onto Zahang as well before he can even drop the Destructive Deluge here. But down goes Zhe as well. So double kill going up to CY, looking to amass a lot of gold here. Not yet been shut down, which is still a good call here for the side of Nova.
Yeah, Nova Esports, on the other hand, they understand where Zhe is looking to go, right? He's going for Wendy every single time because Wendy needs to stay alive, potentially controlling Musan King, VV, stopping those, Fever Barrages, all of that goodness, right? So he needs to stay alive.
He does need to stay alive. Obviously, he does use the cleanse for now, but he gets the mark off the trade, the shutdown as well. So now you can see it. HBSE take a slight gold lead now to shut down the prize pony, but CY being taken down here. It's now meaning that the damage is not going to come from elsewhere other than Mucci getting the takedown onto Zhe. But look at Wendy. He is so low.
So low. He has to walk. He can't just recall from there because he knows that Zhe might be coming back from the grave. So it's a slow walk in that sense, but getting a couple kills, VV and Zhe both down for the count, which is going to be huge for Nova Esports. But if we're talking net worth, HBSE are still making this strat work as they had the lead.
They do. They are obviously definitely putting a little bit of a halter to this Athena's just monstrableness that we've seen up throughout the most of the game. But obviously you saw there to try and go for the bit of a steal of that Tyrant there. Still not the Shadow Tyrant, still not 10 minutes. But that Hard and Jade Steel is going to be that lifeline inside of HBSE.
Yeah, and CY actually with the slight net worth lead over Musan King, understanding just how to outfarm right now, which is going to be key because all eyes will be on him as Musan King.
Yeah, Musan King tries to go in here as well. CY now has the help of his teammates. Wendy actually gets the flash and actually gets the Silk imprint onto Zhe, which is not the target he was looking for. He was looking for the King himself.
Yeah, he was trying to go for him, but Musan King just too light, too agile. He gets on out of this. I mean, this fade is gonna be a problem come mid-game, especially when it's so close and you're fighting for those big neutrals later.
The problem is, I think here for the side of HBSE is Mucci actually playing a very good macro game. Okay, trying to use that pull into the lane there, but now CY gets a dunk onto 2, but Zhang actually gets the Destructive Deluge off, but it's not going to do enough damage. Backline access there from YU. He gets to take that onto Wave Pit. Wendy as well. They're looking for a little bit more, but Mucci, he's being kept in a very good place. Cleans up Musan King. Maybe this is the opening for Nova.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Mucci. I mean, the fact that he was able to just understand that Musan King was hitting that back line, Wendy looking to go down as well as Wave Pit on that one, but him just being like, okay, I need to focus him down, taking down that damage as much as possible, and now Nova with a sizable 1.5k net worth.
Yeah, still, again, pretty decent for the time that we're in. We're at about a 10-minute mark now without Shadow, Tyrant, and Overlord to come through here as well. Start to see Mucci try and make a good sure start here as well. But we do have, obviously, the Athena coming through here. Sure, does have the smite. They've got to be careful. Do they get the steal here? It doesn't look like it's going to be quite a potential because that Silk imprint is going to delete YU here. The Ghost Ship comes through, tries to separate Ship from the rest of the team, but maybe this is going to be a bit of a split push here for the side of HBSC. They're looking for that juicy mini wave top side of the map.
10 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, Nova Esports weather this Athena strat storm, right?
Yeah.
They've actually turned the lead into their favor. If there's any other team that's looking, how do we stop HBSC's Athena strat? This is textbook.
Yeah, oh, there is a Fever Barrage. It's going to be enough to get down Mucci. Oh, there it is. The Silk imprint is going to stop Musan King in his tracks. Zahang and She have to defend the base.
Oh man, both of those guys, Musan King and Vivi, just not on the same page. If they went in together, they would have gotten the wombo combo with that damage. But Vivi going in with that Fever Barrage, and then after he died, Musan King going in, you could tell that they were just slightly off in this coordination.
Yeah, coordination, communication, maybe just a little bit of a intercom here between these two teams, but CY definitely been showing how his prowess on this Moon Blade Luna for now. Obviously trying to get the dunk onto Eva or Vivi at this moment in time, but just getting that T3 takedown into the bot side and mid lane map here is really going to open up the house of the homeboys.
Yeah, taking what they wanted, those T3s, but now they're going to get gone on here. Che just continuing to just do what he's going to be doing, right? He's looking for those steals, and he actually takes that, but he gives it right off.
Exactly, that's the problem, right? If you get the steal, you give it right back. It's like, yes, you get the gold away from the camp, but you then give that, you give the buff straight back over to the enemy team.
Yeah, and this is kind of where that Athena strat really starts to crumble a bit. He hasn't really been able to get too much value. Yes, he's got that kill onto like Wendy and things like that, but just overall, Nova Esports have been able to, again, deal with this Athena.
Yeah, maybe HBSC's movement here, we just get the macro play right. Obviously, you see the mini wave top bot side of the map there for themselves, but then top for here, Nova Esports looking to approach that final T3 here. Now they drop the Radiance as well. We see Musan King going in from the sidelines. Can he get enough damage onto Schwan or Eva Wave Pit? Mucci looking pretty low, but he's just going to keep shredding that damage thanks to that lifesteal into Doomsday.
Yeah, and I mean, he's tanky enough. He was doing a decent amount of damage to Mucci. Almost got it, but I mean, Nova just turned around. The rest of HBSC were really not there to kind of help support. It might have been suicide.
Vivi, oh, he gets taken down. He's not having the best game here onto the Marco Polo. He is definitely being put into his tracks here, but now it's going to be Nova Esports with the comeback here, potentially. They're trying to stop that Vanguard, and YU does it for now, but there is going to be a base race here. For the side of Nova, they come back in Game 4.
Yeah, no sweep in mind. You know, Nova Esports, you knew that they were going to have something in terms of a counter strat to deal with this Athena strat, and they pulled it off.
Yeah, one break at a time as they look to pace themselves for a potential reverse sweep against none other than Homeboys Blackstreet Esports here. But that is still a long way to go. But fortunately, for the Nova Esports here, they did found a decent answer against the side of Homeboys Blackstreet Esports in the Athena room.
It took them a while to really get going. I mean, things were kind of like, is it really the right counter strat? Are they able to out-execute? And you saw exactly how. CY on this Luna was able to out-farm. It was able to solo Ja, as well as get his own farming done.
I think the countermeasure that has been proposed so far that Boom Esports tried to do in their game. Yeah. Remember the fact that Boom Esports, when they opened up the Luna first pick, and then immediately it was answered by APG with the Athena, and they went for the Dire Dia Smite. It's actually very similar in this case itself, where you are looking for your roamer to take Smite so they can go for the jungle item and contest the double Smite against the Athena roam, and then the added advantage comes from your mid lane. Because your mid lane is going Knowledge Gem, they can always give up all the gold towards the jungler that's being sabotaged in that gold department.
Yeah, it's all about sabotaging, right? I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I mean, Ja here is 115-2, but most of that farm going into CY with his 17 kills, 13,000 net worth. I mean, you knew that CY had to have a monster game, and he really showed up in this one.
Yeah, he had to come through with this Moonblade, right? But I feel like the the opening and obviously the safe net that he had from Waypit and Schwan really kind of obviously gave him the carry potential here for CY, right? Like if obviously Schwan was trying to play carry as well, I don't think this game would have gone in the same kind of highlight that it has right now. But like you were saying, this has been an absolute sabotage.
Yep, and you can see the damage dealt coming in from the side of CY when you give him an easy going game. 143,000 damage dealt on towards the Luna and 76,000 damage taken here. This really comes from the fact that Ze has been that nuisance in the jungle, tanking about 150,000 damage from this Luna alone.
But also Muchi. I mean, his 82,000 damage. When they found that back line, he was there to do the damage to ensure that no one else got picked off, especially with the Zhe, who is tanky, but the armor shred was real.
Yeah, absolutely real. I mean, Mamuchi on this pick was absolutely just dominated, but that's all, again, just propped up by that solid front line, right? Like, when you have the Magistrate come through the D-Ranger, you need to have that solid front line, and that's exactly what Lapu Lapu and Schwan was able to do here. But I mean, ever so slightly, it was just kind of like a very much a battle of, between good and evil within this gold chart.
All right, wait, who's actually evil in the end?
Hey, it's completely perspective, okay?
Oh,
Subjective perspective. I'm not putting claim on that.
Stop putting my buddy on the spot here, Gene. I'm kidding here.
No, I will. I will tell you, it is definitely HP. No, I'm always for the underdog. The big guys are always the underdog.
So I do want to point out that in this game, like what Vlad mentioned here, the Magistrate on the hands of Muchi, also the interesting build. It's not a tanky D-Ranger that we usually see. He's go up for the Doomsday into the critical chance D-Ranger here. So a stronger late game funneling for this marksman player here. And then the tipping point that we really need to point out was the fact that Muchi found the decisive kill on towards the Fade Musang King.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all you need in terms of the damage, right? But of course, it's got to be the MVP showing up when he needed to. When the team needed you most, it was, of course, CY on this Luna. He was. It looks like he's going to be 17-1-7. Makes it very easy. Like 15 of those kills were on Zhe. A little bit, buffed in that sense. But the 43% damage, that's where he truly shines.
Yeah, finally having a smile on his face there. Obviously, he looked very stressed going into this last series, right? So now is Nova going to actually be a shining bright after the death of their star coming through after this game number 3-4 point coming through for this team, right? But obviously that 43% damage dealt is absolutely monstrable. But you can see here into the highlights exactly how CY played the Moonblade.
That is such quick footwork coming in from CY's Moonblade here. Immediately extracting the backline, getting to the hole, and then kiting towards Ze. But this is the tipping point that we talk about here. Goalie is dead even here, but take a look at Waypit here. When Musang King jumped towards the top, found the side of Wendy here, but at the second one that we see here, he gets pulled down by Xuan from the wall, which allowed Muji to find that burning kill.
I mean, if you saw that kill right there, it looks like Musang King got pulled into the fight because Zhe was continuing on, and I felt like that was I mean, Zhe's going to die regardless, so Musang King probably should have got out of there. Just got to save yourself for the next day, but the biggest piece to me about this one is that fact that Nova Esports have finally been able to solve not only HBSC's Athena strat, but also them as a team and getting themselves one win in terms of the series.
It's a very good confidence builder, especially for the Nova side, but it's still match point in hand for the side of Homeboy's Luxury Esports here. One mistake that will be dealt towards the side of Nova Esports, that could just be checkmate, and there you go, to the lower bracket.
All it takes is 1 point, right? One win onto the board, and that's the second win that you need here. I mean, yes, you are going to falter even further into the ocean of the global ban pick now, but hey, Nova's able to actually put out a win, so that's a good thing for them here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my indigestion or what sort of feeling this is, but I feel like a reverse sweep is coming up.
Oh no. Let's hope it's indigestion.
That is going to be a spicy series here. I mean, what could you expect less coming in from two of the strongest MKL teams or two of the strongest global teams? But yes, for the reverse sweep to happen, we need to have two more back-to-back wins coming in from Nova Esports.
Yes, obviously Nova Esports need to try and come back here in this best of 7. So, are they going to take it to the ultimate battle, which we failed to see yesterday? Obviously, we haven't seen one yet after our 4-day break. I feel like we are due an ultimate battle.
Yeah, it's a huge confidence boost for Nova Esports going into this one. Of course, it's just one game, but you got to look at every single one of these games as like single best of ones. Right? This is the time where you need to just show up. I think that would be the ultimate demoralizers for HBSC if you were to reverse sweep them.
And they lost on the true strat, the Athena roam that they prized themselves a lot here. So maybe it's starting to look like a momentum shift up coming in from the side of Nova Esports against their competitors here, which is HBSC here. But all that needs to be starting on the drafting as well. And so far, red side today, 100% win rate.
Red side, best side, right? You're seeing exactly 100%. Oh, okay. Well,
There
I'm wearing a blue
we
tie.
go.
Okay.
Blue
It's kind
tie.
of counteracting. Okay, a little bit, but
tie.
it just so happens to be in this series, red is fine. Let's see how the second series goes. But I think that it's, again, the counter draft has been key up against these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. First prio pick has not always won them the case, or even the match point. It's always what gets chosen in that reactive red side, but as you can see, once again, we are getting further. So this is a total of what, like 20 heroes per side that's been taken off of the gorge here for these two teams. Yes, obviously the respective team can still pick the likes of the heroes that they have not, that their enemies have got, right? But it's still quite a lot of heroes that are now not available.
Yeah, not a lot in mind. I mean, going into this one, I think that they need to continue to ride this momentum train that is CY. He's feeling it after that last one. He got fed, got a bunch of kills, MVP, everything that you wanted for. They need to continue on. Let him do that same thing. Might not be as easy because you're not getting that takeaway of that food delivered to you into this next one.
And my question coming is, will Nova Esports play the Athena roam themselves, or will Homeboys Blackshoe Esports ban away the Athena roam here? So it will be an interesting pick and ban here coming into game final alone, but what I expect here at the very least from Nova is to remove the likes of the Mai Shiranui and the Arlie from the pool away from HBSE.
Yeah. But not only that as well, obviously Orgren for both of these two teams has not come out yet. Obviously it was something that we were really kind of like hinting to in that last draft, but then they decided to go for the Featherfoot, the Fade, and obviously wasn't quite as fruitful as they really wanted to. I feel like if they did lock in the Orgren here for the side of HBSE, we would not be seeing this point go over to the side of Nova.
That could potentially be the case because, or for the side of HBSE, they are trying to reel in whatever draft that is available for Nova in game number 4 and do the decisive quick blow in game 5 stuff. Because look at the draft here. Every single one of the drafts coming in from Nova has been super duper expensive.
Very expensive indeed. I mean, at some point, Nova is definitely going to be looking for that Ogren. I think that is going to be one of CY's special. So at the same time, HBSE are going to be understanding how to counter that one, but we haven't really seen how that one's going to play out just yet. But I do think that is definitely on the table into these potential final games here.
Oh, okay, so Nova goes back over to the blue. So HBSE does get the win inside, the 100% win inside here. So it's now at their loss to lose this win inside the red side for the side of HBSE.
I think the blue side priority only lies on the fact that top Clash lane could pick up potentially like the Mayin or the Rose Fencer here. So these are the available options for the first pick here, or even the likes of the Ogren or Diadea. These are still the up and available picks that can be drafted for the side of Nova on their first pick.
Yeah, and it's still very open, right? I mean, we were talking about expensive picks, but these guys still have their signature heroes very much available, right? And then the assassin-style junglers, those are, Fade on the other end. You have, the Jing. That you have a lot of potential power plays still available.
A lot of power plays, a lot still at the helm of these two teams, but they have to draft the best foot, right? Obviously, especially if HoBoys don't want to go to an ultimate battle. I mean, yes, they have the better historical point that they've taken the victory on the only ultimate battle that we've had so far within the KIC 2025. But they could lose it all to Nova, who was the Ultimate Battle champions in Season 3.
Ah, that's a very good storyline that you brought up here, Blam. So for Nova to actually pace themselves into that Ultimate Battle, it won't be easy because there is still 2 more games on towards the hands here that they really need to bring up to that Ultimate Battle here. And these 2 games, every single one of them comes with a lot of pressure. One mistake, one misplay will put you directly into a 1-4 finish.
And you saw in that last game, just like Nova made the least amount of mistakes, and they came out with the victors, right? So, I mean, hopefully they can kind of continue on that with that momentum, because that was a great win for them. They, again, it's been so far from when they last were able to beat HBSE, and just taking it to them, that's got to be a great confidence boost.
And the only way they can take it to them, first off, is in the BP here, where obviously the game of 4D chess between Nova and Homeboys Blackshoe Esports come into play.
Yep, with Nova Esports going on towards the blue side here, they will definitely have to use up some of the bans on towards priority picks like the Arlie, like the Mai Shiranui, for example. Here, these 2 probably won't see the daylight in this series itself here. On the side of Homeboys Blackshoe Esports here, the Tigers, and potentially another strong pick here. I would say that you will put more focus on towards the side of CY after such a fantastic game. Maybe consider banning out the Ogren.
Or maybe you just banning out the Athena again, right? Obviously don't give it over to Nova.
Yeah,
That's true.
one thing to take note of, I mean, the fact that Nova, HBSC playing that Athena, now you don't have to worry so much about it, right? I mean, they were previously banning it. It's completely wide open right now, and they're going to feel a little bit better. They can do more standard bans.
There it is. There's the Augie boy coming through. Soul Guide for the side of Nova Esports. CY gets the charge with his tank.
This is a perfect scenario for the side of Nova Esports to start picking up the Ogren here. Because Homeboy's Black Shoe Esports has already expended the likes of the Lady Sun, and the pay is no longer available here. Two of the prime counters against the Soul Guide has been removed from the pool here, and priority has been given over to some of these remaining OP and tier 0 picks, which comes in the form of the Soul, the Diadia, and also the Rose Spencer.
I mean, interestingly enough, obviously the Mai Shirunoi is still available here for Zhang, right? They could go for this pick to obviously have early, fast-paced aggression here, but onto the side of Nova, it looks like they're going to be locking in the Byron here for Schwan. But ultimately, they still have the shirt here as well from the side of HBSE.
Sure is always a very good pick when you want to play the strong and aggressive mid lane 3v3, but I'm liking this from Nova Esports here. This Da Xiao is still serving as a flex pick coming in for both Wendy and also the side of Waypit here, the double W's as you quote here. So this 3 picks is already very consistent in that early to mid-game marker.
Yeah, I really like this wrinkle from the Da Xiao, right? Because the Ogren will sometimes get caught out, even though he has that path of passing. But now you can see him fade him on back to safety. Again, just another level, because you know that HBSC are going to be looking for ways to control this CY Ogren.
Looking to control him is definitely going to be the name of the game, right? Or will they outpace him into the jungle? Obviously, the monkey pick up here for Musang King is another one of his cuddly favorite heroes here coming through for the side of Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, but banning out the Marco Polo, which is obviously a direct counter to the monkey dealing that true damage, really shredding his fur.
And the marksman pool is trying to get diminished coming in from both sides here. So it will be very interesting to see, will they expend the Flowborn marksman on either side, which removes the Flowborn tank in towards the pool later on.
I mean, going into this one, there's still, I mean, the Kong Min being banned out, just to get rid of some of that burst. But this Menki's going to be a problem, right? He's going to be that tanky frontliner. I mean, kind of to deal with the Ogren in that terms of that standoff that's going to be potentially there. But again, the Lady Soon here looking to kind of deal with this tanky Ogren.
Yeah, exactly. Using that frag grenade, going to be able to do a lot of damage onto the side of the Ogren, as long as they don't get caught out, right? Because, I mean, obviously, yes, you have the rolling raid, but you've got to contend to the leaping koi tides as well, right? Like, that's going to really put the Lady Sun into the tracks of the otherwise known as Cannonbell.
The main matchup that I really want to see is that this Da Xiao has to be played to a flawless perfection here. If you can continuously land those big ultimates, transfer your teammates from a cross map towards your side for those big team fights, that could potentially put Nova in a much more comfortable position. And there you have it, Woodland Ranger, a direct counter towards Lady Sun in towards the mid game has been locked in here. Although the laning play still favors Lady Sun, but if Buchi is able to survive this thanks to the help of the Da Xiao that's being funneled for the side of Waypit, this could look pretty decent for the side of Nova.
Yeah, and I mean, it really kind of revolves around Waypit's play, right? That Sea of Fate, how many people is he able to save? Is Zia, who's very static, right? Not mobile at all. I mean, Wendy might have a tough time, but now that he's kind of has that get out of jail free card, you might have some options here.
Yeah, the Lantern Lights obviously being the Da Xiao here as well. And then obviously we have the Smith and Blade. Ganemo coming through here for the side of HBSE. And we love a good Ganemo play. And definitely onto a player like Zhang, where he's going to be wanting to lead the charge and be the carry here as well, right? Like, you're going to see those big, crucial setups from Guayu on the Charlotte here, and then also the Dream Roams from Monkey also. It's going to enable such great setup for those couple blades.
Yeah, it's a very strong triple core lineup here coming in for the side of Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, but it comes with a cost that it is very late game centric here. If they cannot defend themselves against the Ogren early game invade, things could go really sour for the HBSE lineup.
Do you think that they're more so late game than Nova's lineup with a Ogren, Gia, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, Council, you were to agree, like, it seems like they're kind of set in that late game.
I feel like it's a 50-50 matchup here, because if we were to look into the direct matchup here, Woodland Ranger Consort U does get outranged by the side of the Ganemo, and the Ogren occasionally isn't able to tank those full freshly forged stack on towards him, and then you have the clash laners here. Byron gets outscaled by the Rose Spencer Charlotte here. So it's really down to a 50-50 how they play that early game, and the most important key part, that Nova isn't really winning in this series itself. Does Nova take the team fights?
Yeah, but I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do you think that this draft is actually good enough, though, to deal with that HBSE lineup?
I feel like it's a 50-50 between these two teams.
I mean, get off the fence, man. It's really uncomfortable.
For me, it's for the side of Nova Esports that they actually can draft with the remaining pool here. Hence, I do favor the Nova lineup if they can execute those team fights that we talk about here. But let's save the talk. Let's bring it to action for the players themselves.
Exactly that. I mean, the fence has to be sat on, right? It used to be me, now it's Sagi, but now it's up to HBSE if they are going to be the ones to basically demolish this fence that we are sitting on to prove us wrong in this game number 5.
I feel like we need to put a little barbed wire on this fence, right? It seems like too many guys are getting a little comfortable on it. You don't want to be there the entire series.
I can sit on barbed wire, don't you worry. I'll find a way. I'll get a cushion somewhere. Cushion for the pushing. But now, here we are getting into obviously this game number 5 here between these two teams. A lot of pressure in top side of the map here, obviously rotation-wise. They're looking to just kind of funnel in every little bit of help onto BB on this cannonball.
Yeah, for me, it's about this early game, right? Is Nova's CY going to get that farm to be really just kind of take himself to the next level, because there's going to hit a tipping point where he's going to be so tanky and tough to deal with. Plus, he's going to be powered up by Wendy, and then he has that, Da Chao Seal Fate to get on out. So he could be a potential problem in that mid game.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like maybe the Sea of Fate's going to be there to save the Schwan on the Byron, right? Like he's going to go in, use a Sword Mace, get the knock up, and then if he gets 2 damage, it's going to be a hard task to damage him anyway, but obviously a lot of true damage coming from obviously the frag grenade as well as obviously the couple blades from Zhong. He can get sent back to base and then just reconvene.
And for me, this Nova lineup, I mean, aside from the Gia Wendy, which is not his stock standard, but the CY Ogren, Chuan on his Byron, these are the tried and true. If they're going to have a chance in this series and this game, those are the guys that are going to be making the play.
You definitely look at those two players to try and spearhead through another point here for Nova Esports, because if they don't, the House of Nova falls and crumbles into the lower brackets, but just seeing a bit of a fight and tip attack into the mid lane here, just trying to get that priority of the minion wave.
Yeah, and Nova need to do a better job of, again, understanding that your win condition revolves around CY. Get him as much farm as possible.
YU not having a great little time there, a bit of a tip for tap, but more of a scratch battle scar. YU running away from the pit.
Yeah, it needs to run away in this one because, like, he will just be all in the bottom lane, and they did a bit of a lane swap to kind of give a potentially Vivi a bit of an advantage in that top lane with that range advantage because you're going. Oh, who are you?
Ooh, so close. These leaping koi tides, man, they are literally denying access into Nova's Moochie's range.
And look at how Schwan, right? He's got that force field suppression, been zoned away, and this is the lane matchup that Vivi's looking for, right? You have that pace, the range. Obviously, he's going to outscale the Byron melee.
I mean, the thing is here as well, obviously the Rose Fence to the Charlotte, obviously you have the dash, but dashing into an Oak Ball is not where you want to be going, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And you in the same way, you just don't want to lose. I think Charlotte is more, again, the mid to late game. He just needs to get there. He just needs to not make or protect that tower as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a team fight setup here is going to be the Charlotte, but Guayu taking a lot of damage. There's the Eye of the Whirlpool come through, and first blood goes over to Nova Esports.
I mean, they set the Whirlpool. Those guys showed up a little bit late, but they were there in to high-five them, ensuring that they got that at least one because, Nova Esports, nice rotation there.
Yeah, chucking those couple blades, but now he's going to get chucked back to the Shadow Realm. CY picking up another kill.
Yeah, picking up a great rotation and a huge win. 2-level advantage over Musan King, and now they're putting the pressure on the bottom T1. It's not even 4 minutes.
It's not even 4 minutes, but Schwan not having the great time. Top side of the map, it's going to be BB getting that kill. Looking to trade that T1 as well. Actually saved by Musan King down to the bottom side of the map and saved by the Bell because there's no minions.
Yeah, HBSE must have done something like that. I mean, you have to force the issue, especially since the bottom lane was looking very rough. But now in the jungle...
Yeah, speaking of forcing issues, it's going to be the force of that Azure Golem. It is going to be BSE that is able to get that one for themselves, though. It means that Tyrant is going to fall because it's just so fast. The damage from CY on this Ogren.
Oh! Steal away. I mean, easily done by HBSE right there. I mean, those free forged plays from Chi-Hong ensuring that they have both of the blues on that side.
That was precise. That was like quick scope, no scope 360 there by the side of Zhong. He gets the Azure Golem. Taking that away from CY is going to be at a detriment, especially the amount of mana this guy zaps away in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, CY was spotted in the bottom, more or less, so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we have a little bit of a time to kind of take that out. HBSC with a nice rotation. It's the little wins, and now they have a 600 gold because of it.
They do indeed, but it's going to be the other Whirlpool that's looking to put pressure on that T1 down to the bottom side of the map. We have HoK here waiting in the wind, but that's the path to pass it. It's really going to create a way out of those couple blades, but top side of the map, the pressure has been surmounted here onto the side of Nova Esports.
So the Whirlpool is like good and bad, right? I mean, yeah, you've got everybody there in a hurry, but the way that HBSC just disengaged, they're like, okay, we don't need a fight. We have nothing to do. We don't have the numbers here to be there, and they put pressure on the top T2. That's a win for HBSC.
Yeah, win so far for them. Obviously, they do get the Overlord here as well, going off to the side of HBSC. A bit of a repeat of the last game between these two teams, but I feel like the pressure definitely needs to be created by CY. CY has to be leading the charge, but the Dream Roam leads the charge here for HBSE, but the path has been created, and it is going to be a passing one here for CY.
Yeah, and that's what they need to be careful about, right? HBSC, I mean, they have a surprising amount of bursts. You have Jeong on the Ganon Bow as well as VP there with that ultimate shell, so you've got to be careful. And so this is why also Waypit needs to ensure that his Sea of Fates are there to keep CY alive.
Yeah, CY definitely doesn't want to be dying anytime soon, especially when that Azure Golem's up as well, right? Like, if he died then, that's another free Azure Golem over to the side of HBSC. But speaking of free, they're going to get a free T1 top side of the map, being traded for that T1 down to the bot side here. Giant script as well as support item being built for Wendy on Tasuya.
Yeah, I don't want to be over dramatic when I say this, but CY, if he dies in like the first 10-12 minutes, the team will crumble because there's so much that's riding on him to ensure that he hits that tipping point of items where he's able to tank and be able to survive, because the rest of them are really, they will crumble without this front line.
Yeah, but the good thing about the Ogren here though as well is the fact that it forces HBSE to build anti-heal items first. As you can see there for Zohang, they built a bit of a staff, they built the Blazing Cape onto Monkey as well, so really forcing them to get that one before the damage items come through means that you can try and build a big outcome for your team before that moment comes. But there's a Sea of Fate for the side of Nova sitting in that brush there, but it's giving the access onto the back line right now. Schwan trying to do a lot of damage, but the couple of blades with the rolling raid and the ultimate shell, but ultimately it's going to be Musan King picking up a kill, but then being on the receiving end of CY's death precipice.
Yeah, CY just strolling in from the top, ensuring that he gets the cleanup onto Musan King. That's going to be a win for them. But Schwan kind of, I mean, he was tanky. He was, you know, going in, but the Sea of Fate, it seemed like it was committed a little bit early, which is uncharacteristic of Waypit, and not able to keep him alive. If they were able to get the 1 for 0, it would have been much, much better for them.
Yeah, it feels like it was just using it to maybe get a bit of intel, right? Like, see if anyone would get the flank onto the back line of Nova Esports, just using it in that respect. But it did mean that obviously Schwan had to fall there, unfortunately. But hey, you fall for the enemy jungle, you get their Azure Golem. It's looking pretty positive here for the side of Nova.
Not the end of the world, of course, for Nova Esports, but Schwan is still a guy that you want to be tanky. Like, he needs to be that frontliner because, again, if CY gets CO faded, then who else is going to be that front guy? You need that backup, and Schwan is there.
Exactly. Schwan is going to be the Storm Mace going into these team fights. A Daybreaker being built here by the side of Muji. Muji's having a fantastic game so far. He has around about that 5.8k gold now for the side of Nova, and they're looking just to build more and more damage items, but looking to create that pressure is Guayu down to the bot side.
And this is kind of scary for HBSC, because CY is kind of that guy. He's not afraid to dive.
He's not afraid to dive. He is the raid boss. He's looking just to focus out, sure, on this Diadea, but for now, they're just using that path of passage to be a driving force. The hammer came through, but it's giving that fatal damage that gets taken away there. Keeps him alive.
Wow, the guillotine was just not enough to do the damage into killing Je. He got thrown up, thrown down, but he somehow survived. Nova Esports, though, playing this Ogren, this draft perfectly, right? You want CY to go over, you want that path of passing, you want him to be aggressive, and then Waypit with that save, and to bring him back right on time.
That's what I mean. Like, if HBSE just drafted this Ogren last game, it would have been Joe before the side of Nova, but now they take the Shadow. Actually, not Shadow Overlord, it's just the Tyrant here once again, but it's still going to be another bit of neutral objective. Increased damage, increased movement speed for the boys of Nova.
Yeah, and CY being able to take that one, just really huge. I mean, he needs to exert his dominance right now. He has a 2-level advantage. This is exactly where Nova want to be. Yes, they're behind in terms of this net worth, but that's fine, right? Because they don't have any answers for the Ogren just yet.
I feel like maybe Homeboys Black True Esports, their problem is a potential endurance problem. But speaking of endurance, it may be the endurance test for the side of Schwan. The dive in, the takedown, but it means they created, once again, huge pressure top side of the map to get away this Crimson Golem, and also a big juicy minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, it took 3 members to take down Schwan, so that's not the worst thing. I mean, Nova, just ensure that you don't want to fight, but now the Shadow Tyrant is up at stake. This is a problem because, again, they're outmanned.
They are outmanned and outnumbered here. They are left playing at a disadvantage. Universal Law being placed down here just to drive them away, and see why, once again, just getting that soak of damage. Can the couple plays come through? BB gets the steal. Now it's time to go in. We see YU take the charge to see if Fate is going to save CY, but can they get this T1 takedown into the mid lane? Whilst we have the absence of CY, he looks to get the path of pass in just to get the minion wave taken out.
Yeah, I think, I mean, CY up in front, I was like, oh my god, why are they taking this fight? And I totally forgot that that Chow was there. Wave Pit with the ultimate save, ensuring that CY stayed alive. If he were to be picked off there, that might have just completely shifted in favor of HBSC, but the fact that, again, HBSC has a 2.5k net worth lead, they're still playing well to get themselves into this.
I feel like Nova Esports are just listening to the BGs, right? They're just staying alive. They've got the beat in their head. You're like, right guys, we've got timers, we're clapping our feet, we're in sync, and that's all that matters. But speaking of which, definitely in sync is those minion waves on the opposite side of the teams crashing into those T2s.
Yeah, you said NSYNC? No, we're not doing that. we're in the Philippines, we're not going to do a karaoke. Okay, we're going to continue on with this one, but look, HBSC, this is the great situation, right? They have enough damage. You're seeing that Vivi is able to do some serious work.
Yeah.
Nova now have to play a little bit scared because they understand that that burst is real.
The burst is real for this team of Nova Esports as well as HBSC, right? Obviously, they definitely need to be putting in all those couple blades and throwing them wherever they can. But Nova, they have to contest this Shadow Overlord. If they don't, it's going to be a hard task to compete.
Yeah, you don't want to give up anything for free at this point. Something to take note of, though, is Muchi is level 16. He's gotten that level up from Wendy there, so that's going to help in terms of this damage because he's been largely quiet, but Waypit getting picked up elsewhere.
He got deleted with the other Whirlpool into the mid lane here as well. And Musa King, he gets the Shadow Overlord. He's like, boys, look away as we come crashing through. BB with a kill onto CY. This means that mid lane, unless the Universal Law wipes them out, is going to fall. And now it is the same song and dance from Homeboys Black True Esports as they march down mid.
Oh, they find the right opening. They get the pick off onto Waypit and CY without his brother there to kind of get those saves of those Sea of Fates. Opening up the door, HBSC full control of this game now.
Yeah, using that Vanguard down to the bot side of the map, really going to kind of mitigate that huge blue wave that we were seeing moments ago, but now YU goes for the split push, CY back up in 2 seconds, Waypit here as well. Maybe enough to drive away these Vanguards.
Yeah, I mean, the push is real from HBSC. The damage that you're talking about, how do you even try to get onto Vivi, who's the guy that's been doing all the damage? You have so much pull from Shihong, Musan King is there as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one to crack.
You've really got to kind of hope that Schwan gets that really big Storm Strike come through, but now you have YU just kind of constantly checking him, having that intel onto the team, right? He has the flash, he can use it, he's just looking for the right moment for Vivi, but Vivi's playing at the complete opposite side of where Schwan is.
Yeah, they played this one perfectly in terms of that comeback. Things were looking rough for CY, but when you don't have Waypit around, he's very vulnerable. And HBSC have made him pay. Yes, you have the level advantage in terms of Wendy and Muji, both level 17 at this stage, but the net worth is shifted. It's going to be tough because you're taking so much damage.
You're taking a lot of damage here as well. Now, obviously, we see a Iron Dome version of Nova Esports, right? They are looking to make sure they keep that T3 alive into the mid lane because right now, HBSC, as they kind of push further and further into this late game, it's going to get harder to contest this damage, especially if they go for this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, Nova Esports, though, haven't really been able to kind of, I mean, aside from the saves, but CY looking to go in.
Oh, CY is definitely looking to try to go in and contest this one. He doesn't want to lose this at all, but they keep the Crimson Golem. It goes over the Waypit. Probably not the best hero to have this one, but it's still going to deny the side of HBSE that extra bit of damage. But Guai Yu as well as Xuan having a bit of a tip-tat into the mid lane, and definitely Wendy gets taken down by the Destined Encounter, and that's the name of this series. It is a Destined Encounter by the two MKL teams once again, but it's going to be Xuan into the backline, tries to get the saving grace. He's swinging the mace, he's trying to stay alive, but BB into the backline. It's only Xuan alive. Minion wave into the mid lane. Dream Roam comes through, keeps him from going back to base.
I mean, that was an absolute masterclass of how to initiate. HBSC looking to end.
Looking to end this one. The House of Nova is falling. HBSE do it once again. They are your first grand finalists.
Congratulations to HBSC as they are into the grand finals, easily winning that game, complete dominance, and things were looking kind of scary in the beginning, but HBSC understanding how the lineup of this Augur and the Da Chiao were to play out, and they were able to counter that in the end.
And still the beautiful team fight strategies here being committed from the side of Homeboyz Black Shiro Esports. Every single game thus far that Nova Esports has lost, it was really the early game. They were doing decently well, but the mid-game team fights, HBSC finding a certain member in the side lane, converting that into a 10th minute objective, which led to them to win this upper bracket finals, qualifying as the first seed to the grand finals itself.
It's all about making the least amount of mistakes right there. And they, again, HBSC just understanding just how to take advantage of those gaps that were available to them.
Oh yeah, the gaps indeed, right? Obviously, there were moments in time where it looked really healthy for Nova Esports, right? Like CY with Waypit on this Da Chiao really put them to the test, right? That Lantern Light, using the Sea of Fate, using the Eye of the Whirlpool, really kind of turned the tides. It really reminded me of OG when they had that strat against them as well, right? They really put the pressure onto the macro of Nova Esports, but obviously, ultimately, Nova won that one, but lose this series.
This is the real test that we have shown so far. You can play such a strong early game with the Ogren, but when the timers hit for the Ganemo, Charlotte, and also the side of the Marksman Lady Sun, you start to see the triple late game come into fruition for the side of HBSC, which outscaled the side of the Nova Esports lineup here, which in the end, it happened here because they missed out the crucial 10-minute fight.
Yeah, just missed too many. I mean, like, the level advantage was a non-factor. It was all about the damage at the end of the day. And once VV hit that point, it was kind of like it doesn't matter where you were at. You're not able to sustain that damage. He just does way too much in the end.
A lot of damage came through for the side of HBSE. But I mean, look at VV, man. No death run here for both the boys down to the bot side of the map. It was Diadea, it was the Lady Sun, just sticking together. Sticking like glue meant that they could not be torn apart by the side of Nova.
This specific setup coming in from the side of Homeboyz Black Shiro Esports, the Bond Weaver and also the Cannon Bell, they really did super well in limiting Xuan with the early game lane swap, and in the mid game they repeatedly captured Xuan in towards the side lane, deeming the 10th minute mark a 4v5 essentially for the side of Homeboyz Black Shiro Esports. You can see the damage dealt coming in from VV on this Lady Sun. He's been phenomenal this series.
Yeah, they had no way to get to that back line, right? I mean, you see the Ogren, it's very linear. You know where it's coming from, and they just kind of work around it. And this lineup that you're seeing, I mean, the gold grab is completely in favor of them because of the way that they were able to just take those fights on.
Yeah, exactly. You can see here, there's no kind of like fight for good and evil like we was talking about in the last series. It's literally a wave of red, and once again, the red side having a 100% win rate here as well. And we're looking at the head-to-head here, obviously, into the mid lane. Obviously, two different kind of playstyles, right? The Zuya is there to give the sanctification, the universal law, to have that wave clear and give over a little bit of an unlocked potential to one of the teammates. But Zhong here, obviously, just dealing so much damage. 70k compared to 57.
Yep, it's a knowledge gem mid-start that we talk about here, that you funnel all the single available resources in towards the hands of the Ogren here. But if CY falls in those fights, the gold lead immediately explodes with this Zihong Ganemo being the sole factor here. But of course, VV having a phenomenal game on that Lady Sun, well deserved of the MVP coming off this game number 5.
Yeah, completely carried on that one. Just his farming efficiency was really, really great because that's what they needed. They needed that damage and with those items. And 31% of the team's damage, 402, was never really at any sort of risk because again, if you're looking at the draft, Nova Esports had no way to find him.
They did have no way to find him. I mean, especially that last team fight, right? Xuan was on the opposite side. Like, they were literally like Romeo and Juliet in that one. They just could not get together But now we see these highlights. Those couple blades really just put so much pressure onto Chuan here. Like, he was literally like deleted, or pretty much like at death's door before anything even else happened.
And as of this point, CY already got outscaled by the triple damage dealers coming in for the side of HBSC, which in these team fights is very difficult for you to take on already here. CY with no real armor item here gets immediately taken down by the multitude of damages here, just landing on towards his Augur.
And look at how they got that single kill, Wendy dying early, and they just turned it on, right? HBSC just going for the flank. Green light go, we have the numbers advantage. Guyu not afraid of dying. He does not care about KDA. It's all about the victory.
It's definitely all about the victory here, especially when it gets you into a grand final spot, right? Like, we have our first grand finalist of the KIC 2025, and we've now kind of already started to show that that's 5 players potentially worth of this MVP skin.
Wow, that's the thing, right? If you see the entire performance coming in of this upper bracket finals, HBSC really proved this fight that Nova is their kryptonite. For HBSC, they really counteract against Nova every single draft that they propose in the first 3 games.
I mean, going into this one, we're going to see in that Blacklist International versus APG. Blacklist has been the closest to taking down HBSC. I think they need to make the miracle run to potentially go into the grand
Imagine
finals.
that. They're just basically ticking off the boxes, right? If they get APG and then get Nova, they get the rematch and try and tick off the 3rd and final MKL team. That's such a great story.
And then to talk about storyline as well, Blacklist International taking on Alpha Gaming, MKL's 3rd seed. Then you take on Nova Esports, MKL's 2nd seed. And then the grand finals taking on MKL 1st seed. And this cementing yourself as the best region in the world. That's an absolutely insane storyline that Blacklist International could potentially pull out of the pocket.
Couldn't have written a better script, right? I mean, exactly in the order that they're going. I mean, it's not even like 2-3-1. It was like 3-2-1. Let's go. Let's take them down one team at a time.
Well, with that in mind, Nova Esports did suffer a loss against Homeboy's Black Shrew Esports in the upper bracket finals here, but we do want to hear from the HBSC players. Butters and Mara, do take away the interview on the stage.
We now have our first grand finalist, Homeboys Black Shrew Esports. Congratulations, Guiyu!
Yeah, and as for the first question, congratulations on winning that upper bracket finals match. And it's the same, it's almost the same as the MKL Grand Finals, but they won 1 match this time around. Now, my question is, were there any difference in the type of preparation that you did for this upper bracket finals?
For this field day in our scrim, we prepare new draft like Sun Bing, but not that all. We still have secret weapon in final.
You know, Guiyu, it shows how prepared you are. Because every time you go up against another team, Homeboys always dominates them. How does it feel to be considered one of the strongest teams in the world when it comes to Honor of Kings?
I felt very happy because before the match, I see all the talent is support Nova. We beat the prediction, and I think they already forget how we win Nova in MKL. I have them review in today.
You definitely proved that you are the stronger team. Now, if you were to predict who you would face in the grand finals, who would that be, or who do you want to go up against?
No have any special team I want to against. Just see them fight first. I think that was very amazing.
He doesn't care whoever
He doesn't care.
gets
He doesn't
in
have
grand finals.
any predictions.
He will beat anyone who steps up to that grand final stage. But now, tomorrow, you will probably get the chance to meet what people are saying, what the Filipino people are saying, that is your long-lost twin, H2. Now, do you have any message for H2 that's probably watching right now? Do you have any message to him?
H2, let's take a photo. We see really same or no?
The crowd is definitely gonna love that. You guys look almost like twins. Now, what would you like to say to all the supporters, not just for Homeboys Black Shrew Esports, but the supporters of MKL?
Thank you for your support. We will try to do the best team for MKL.
Congratulations once again, Guiyu. You guys are phenomenal.
A lot of things are going to happen, but first, we will take a break. You are watching the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, and we'll be back.
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一超的 Cat。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai. Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是 No Fair。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC 2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time. And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakandang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportahan natin ang Boom pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop talent. No one's a needed for trust, we got the confidence. Better step it up, be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. You know, play this smoother than ice, you gon' pay the price. Sit the trap, got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. The chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. A rebel won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we putting up a fight, 'cause we never die. We're rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it on it.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't confidence.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Take a breath, share my plate is smoother than us, you gon' pay the price.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well.
Congratulations!
The cabinets is holding through their back. Winner-spawn, Crystal Sapper, and Lord.
The árbitro ele cai! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente!
Hi guys, I'm Dusty Jungler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, like, I'm going to like wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's some people here. My roommate Golden guys is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs? Yeah. For me, I think the venue, because I think it's like so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also like there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part. And also the SB19 one, because they're going to perform at the grand finals. So like I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, like I go like to exercise always in the gym. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go together?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go guys. In this gym guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love like, you know, the speaker compared to the headphones or like AirPods. After I finish the workout guys, like exercise, this is like my finisher. Like walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that like all the regions is here. But I think right now it's really like this or really equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for HoK. There's my teammate also, guys. Hello. Hello.
Hey, bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day.
So now guys, we're here in Tremuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango guys flavor. So good. Should try. Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami be like that. After 2 years.
After 3 years?
Bro, like this. Hey. Hi guys, we're still here in Tramuros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah, it's for the because it's a midget day right now, and this one is for I think for the trailer for HoK playoffs. For me, I think Nova because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship. Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. See you guys.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. And I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a time down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time we did. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. We barely fight as one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is win and look at me still with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party time we did. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling higher now.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day 6 of the knockout stage. We are here in Ayala Mall, Manila base, here in the center of Philippines here. And just now, we saw how Homeboyz Black Shoe Esports systematically deleted the side of Nova Esports and sent it right going into that lower bracket, which also awarded HBSC to qualify for that direct slot into the grand finals here. But it's not just me, it's also our fellow casters here. We have Kindofu and also Holla back onto the broadcast here.
Yeah, and obviously happy to be here as well. I mean, Blacklist International going against APG, who's going to move on to play on Nova Esports. Everything at stake because this is, of course, an elimination game.
Yes, and it's going to get very tiring because both these teams, they have to go through another BO7 again after this. So I feel like this game for APG as well as Blacklist, it's important that you try to end this fast so that fatigue doesn't get to you when you play against Nova in the last series of Best of 7 today.
It's not only about fatigue as well, that's a primary thing, but also you don't want to go to the extent of 7 games, which shows you all your trump cards to Nova, who's just waiting to pounce on you in that lower bracket. They suffer a bitter defeat, so they are definitely angry and looking for someone to vent their anger towards it. But this is our featured matchup of the second one today. It will be Blacklist International taking on Alpha Gaming. Agents' first test of endurance against an MKL team.
I mean, this is the first one. We were kind of talking about in the last series, right? Where they have to play essentially all 3 MKL teams. It seems like they've lined up from 3rd, 2nd, 1st, all the way to that grand finals going into this one. But can they break the code here?
I mean, it's going to be difficult. This is like a taste test, right? Okay, so what kind of difficulty do you choose? 1 to max. I mean, there is no difference here. Every single team coming from the MKL region is very strong. And of course, the first challenge they have to face is going to be APG in this second half. And I mean, we're approaching towards the end of the KIC 2025, so you really have to perform your best.
And it's also Philippines' final hope at stake here. If they can really make it towards that lower bracket finals and we do the numbers game, Blacklist International is the only team thus far in the playoffs that pushes HBSC into a 7 games, which Nova Esports couldn't have done just now in the upper bracket finals.
They've looked impressive, right, in the KIC. This is a whole new Blacklist that we've never seen, right? The way that they've been able to step up and being able to find it out. Yeah, they did lose in that game 7 against HBSC, but that was the closest that team has gone to losing.
Exactly, and I think this might prove the point for PKL because, look, they have been growing thus far. Every region has been growing, but the growth of Blacklist International specifically, this one works wonders, and perhaps they can dare to dream.
I do believe that in this scenario itself, Blacklist International is no longer the underdog, but a fierce tournament contenders here. They are ready with whatever it takes to get this entire tournament in towards their back here. But to really allow them to do so will be to traverse the lower brackets here. In front of them is the MKL 3rd seed Alpha Gaming. And if they do make it past APG, they still have to face the 2025 Grand Achievers here, Nova Esports, in another BO7.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because Nova, while is a formidable foe, but they still got to go through Alpha Gaming. This is a team that's 3rd place. You're seeing why they're one of the toughest teams in the entire KIC. Yes, they're ready to go, but this is a situation now where can, again, Blacklist find a way to overcome the first MKL team in the KIC.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more difficult, right? Because, funnily enough, it is now ranked 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So if you beat the 3rd, okay, welcome. You're going to go up against the 2nd team in MKL. And then the final challenge in the grand finals is going to be the #1 team, Homeboyz Black Shoe Esports.
I want to know who the scriptwriters are because they set it up perfectly, right? I mean, this is going to be the first true test, as you're seeing here, in terms of endurance. Because not only, again, 3rd, 2nd, a 2nd waiting in the wings, then you have 1st place potentially tomorrow. All of the MKL teams are like, Blacklist, come at me. But of course, we'll see if, of course, they can first overcome Alpha Gaming.
And this is the head-to-head matchup between Blacklist International and also Alpha Gaming here. In terms of kill participation, they are neck and neck tied at that 71%. And all of these statistics, they are rather 50-50 between these two teams. Even the average deaths per match and also the goal, all these are very neck and neck. 50-50 between these two squads.
Yes, very close. And we'll take a look at a very specific lineup here, head-to-head. we're talking about the farm laners, Golden Kite and Sun. Now, Golden Kite obviously has impressed us in the group stages, going to knockouts, and now in this final stage of KIC 2025. Sun didn't really show up until the later parts of this tournament, but still, the stats are pretty impressive on this guy.
Well, Golden Kite is the only player so far in KIC 2025 to get that pentakill on that specific channel pick here. So it will be interesting to see. Son has been one of these high achievers in the 2024 year of HoK Esports. I want to see them battle out. And also, the rivalry between these two players was not day one, because back in 2024 KC, that was Blacklist International defeating Team Secret, and Son was on that roster.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a little bit of bad blood. Son will want to show up. I mean, you talked about the fact that he showed up a little bit late here, but now he's here, and you're seeing Alpha Gaming kind of hit that point, right? They've been much better. I think they've been way more stable with Sun in the farm lane. This is something that they need to be worried about, Blacklist, that is, going into this series.
I think it's always better late than never. This is not to excuse, me being late every time, but with that being said,
every time.
Every time.
Now is the time to show up, right? Not just for this particular game, but for the rest of this tournament. Because look, the prize is 300,000 USD. That's a lot of money, and it's a big bump up, right? We start with what, 60,000 from the top 6, and now we are at top 4. So there's a lot of money involved. It's 80k minimum.
I think it's like every time you win, it's like a 30,000 jump, then 40,000 jump, and once you hit that 150,000 at second place, you get that ×2 jump to 300,000 here. So it's not only about prize pool itself, but it's also for regional glory here. Being the sole PKL team from the Philippines surviving and thriving in the tournament, they definitely want to make it as far as possible, or maybe be the first team ever in the global landscape to get that FMVP skin.
Yeah, and getting that one, of course, but getting top 3, that's pretty much where they want. I mean, the fans right now are lining up. They want to see Blacklist International win, but they have to take and overcome Alpha Gaming in some fashion to really get themselves into that lower bracket finals.
I mean, they have the home ground buff, right?
Yes.
If you guys didn't notice, this place is packed, like all over the place. There are no seats left for me. I was trying to squeeze in the audience just now, but couldn't really find a space. So let's see what happens in this particular series.
But hey, we need to introduce the home crowd favorites here. Blacklist International, one of PKL's best performing teams. They will be taken on the stage with a teaser video that we have prepared for you. Let's take it away.
G stands in their way. Does this become an MKL final? Let's take a look.
The Blacklist International will do whatever it takes to stop them and debunk the code here. But dude, bring me through their rivalry in this roster.
It will be Chammy1, Dragon, Joshi, Chaz, Golden Kite. This is the team that has actually found their footing. They're hitting their groove. Everything is going away. Yes, they stumble against HPSC, but this is a team that is still proving that they are one of the top teams here.
The growth has been phenomenal so far coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Their KWC run was about first round exit, but right now, in front of you, in Manila Bay itself, they stand tall and they are right now in top 4 and hungry for more.
Yeah, very hungry for a lot more, and they are not the only team that has the hunger in their hearts and stomachs. It's also about Alpha Gaming. Now there's 5 members, San, Shishan, Yulong, Saber, as well as Xiang. These 5 members have shown us that they can be extremely clean. Now they have taken down the brothers of Blacklist International yesterday, Boom Esports. Is this going to be the gatekeeper for the Philippines squad?
I don't know, because this is definitely the new and addition PKL gatekeepers in the form of Nongshin Red Force that they did back in honor of King Season 3 Invitationals here. And can Blacklist International break their top 4 curse? Because they were stuck at semi-finals, similar to where they are right now. If they can break it through, maybe, just maybe, they can push it towards the grand slam of the entire event.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Blacklist is they need to do what they've been doing throughout. Always having a good game one, setting the tone. I think a lot of the teams were like, wow, Blacklist have leveled up, and they were very surprised, and they're caught on the back foot, and that's a losing situation.
Okay, so they do get the blue side, they get the prio pick. But then let's take a look at APG. You have the man himself, the monster in the jungle. 3 games, 3 MVPs. Yilong here has been just tearing it apart for APG.
But Joshi has also been the concern so far, the voice of the team, to really elevate them into a different realm. He has phenomenal performance, especially when controlling the map with the picks like the Agudo or the All Ground here. But aside from the jungle, we need to highlight the matchup on towards the clash lane here. Chammy1 versus Xiang. Xiang has been one of the best performing clash lanes in 2024. And in this tournament alone, Chammy1 has shown very brightly.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more consistent. Right? I think that we're seeing time and time again, like a lot of the plays are just literally won off a single team fight, and it usually sets up by one of the Clash laners. And I think we have some 2 amazing ones in this series.
All right, so to shine a little bit of light about what the potential situation is. Now, Xiang has come from a championship team before. They have won the big international events, but Chammy1, he has also gapped some of the biggest and strongest Clash laners in KIC 2025. So the challenge today is going to be about who outshines another, because when you get that perfect setup, you know the remaining 4 members on both sides, they can clean house really quick.
But that's the difference between the 2 players' playstyle, right? For Chammy1, it's about those big plays and big setups here. And for Xiang, he's like the strong shield, the sponge that absorbs pressure coming in from the enemy team. When the team is in a dire situation, needing of someone to forego that farm, it is always the side of Xiang providing the farm to Yulong, Shisan, or even the side of Son to get their groove back into the game.
Yeah, but Chammy1's kind of the same way. Things are looking dire. Things are not looking great. We need some like amazing truths, like wombo combo stun. Chammy1 has always been the guy to shine and to really step up when the team needs him.
So what kind of truth will he be spitting today? Is it going to be welcome to the grand finals for the side of APG, or is it going to be welcome to the grand finals, or go home right now?
Well, the home is pretty near. It's literally in Manila. But all jokes aside here, they will do whatever it takes to forbid the grand finals of MKL of re-happening here in Manila itself. They have a lot of things on the line here for these 2 teams. At the very least, for Blacklist International here, the first thing to do is to solve the puzzle. In their eyes, it's Alpha Gaming, the team that sent their brothers home in yesterday's match.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be doing a little bit of a revenge tour. I think it starts obviously with this first team in Alpha Gaming ahead of them, but Blacklist International, the storyline could not be any better. We know what the other teams are going to be in terms of where they are. Nova's waiting in the wings. We see HBSC all the way in the grand finals. Yes, this is going to be one of the toughest roads ahead of them, but the chance to make history here at the KIC, oh my gosh, it could be chef's kiss.
Exactly. So this is kind of like, you know what, the expectation is I'm going to open a book, I'm going to read like 5 pages. But right now, Blacklist, they are going to be in such an engaging position that you might just finish the whole novel in one shot. That's the dream scenario, right? Blacklist runs through all the MKL teams, gets the biggest win of KIC 2025, and they bring PKL as the #1 region.
That is such a beautiful storyline that could potentially happen with how they are currently in the standings in the lower bracket here. Taking down APG, then towards Nova, then potentially the HBSC rematch here. That is definitely something all the Filipino fans want to see on the grand stage right now. But you have to do it with actions here. And what better way of starting the action than to jump into game #1's VP, starting off with Blacklist International, taking the blue side, and Alpha Gaming on the red side with a 100% win rate today.
It's been very good. It's been very, I mean, it comes back to the draft. I mean, we know that both of these teams, I mean, the coaches are really going to be digging deep because it's all about that edge. You saw it in the first series about just having a slight edge in terms of the counter picks. It's super helpful and it really gets your team over the top.
Yes, and one main difference you're going to notice about this KIC 2025 in comparison to all the other events was that previously if you ban something, it's more of like, okay, this person cannot play any more heroes, it's going to be an easier game. Right now, in KIC 2025, it's more of pick your problem. You are going to have a difficult time regardless what the team chooses.
And Blacklist International putting APG into a situation that forces the side of themselves to potentially pick up the Luna here. Liang and also Arlie, some of the best Luna counters here, but it will be the Athena roam, hover, and potentially lock in for the side of Blacklist here. A very quick start to the series itself, but just now in the series here, Nova, in the one game that they won, they show us how to crack down this Athena roam strat.
Actually, this is interesting because, you know, in the last game that they played on the international stage was against HBSC in that game 7 where they lost. But they're just setting the tone because, again, Chaz is able to play this. But also, it's one of those situations where the ban, you don't have to ban it because you picked it yourself, at least in this first game.
Okay, so the question now is, can they last against APG? Because APG, yes, very fast rotations, the pay and the Mai, very early game centric as well. But if it gets shut down, the snowball factor on the side of Blacklist is going to be pretty crazy. And add that on with a Kongming. This Kongming should be going to the jungle for Jeshi.
It will be going to the jungle here, and especially when we talk about the Kongming, Shi, and also the Tina here, this is directly a funnel strategy here. The Athena will take Smite, the Shi will buy the Knowledge Gem, and then Kongming on the hands of Jeshi will be beneficial with all the farm in towards his pockets here.
Yeah, one thing to take note of though is that when you saw Nova Esports counter HBSC's Athena is that they had a lot of heroes that were really tanky. Where Je was not able to get that solo kill off of them. Wendy was a little bit low, but I mean, that was like the main target. But they did a good job by fortifying and making sure that their heroes were tanky enough to deal with this one-on-one.
Yeah, so I like this particular pick, right? The Zhang-Fei, the Beast, has been very effective. And, you know, talking about tanking through the damage, that's definitely going to be a problem for Chaz. Let's see what else this APG offers. The final 2 bans going to be focused on the Clash lane. As we talked about it, Chami 1, a big problem coming from the side of Blacklist International for APG. What are they going to pick to try and stop this growth of Blacklist?
And that's 5 Clash lane bans between both Xiang and Chami 1 here. With APG having the final pick in the last pick here on the red side, they do give more advantage towards the side of Xiang to get that counteract pick after Blacklist gets limited in this Clash lane pool.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this, it looks like the Flowboard Marksman, Sansa, to kind of round out this draft. Again, I'm not a huge fan of Sansa, you know that, but I think that it has played because you need some sort of counter initiation. If anything, we're going to rely on Chami 1 to really make some of these plays.
You know, for the rare occasion, I agree with you for this one. I feel like Blacklist International don't have enough tankiness, right? And if this strategy fails in the early game, it is almost over. And APG, they're going to add on to that difficulty. Yes, you have the Zhang-Fei, the Beast, but now we have the Night Plume as well. Ambrosia with the double lives. How much damage can you deal on the side of Blacklist International to try and break that crystal?
Because Blacklist International in this stage itself, yes, how much damage can you do? It comes from how fast this mastermind on towards the hands of Jeshi is able to look for those resources, make sure that he gets the power spike as soon as possible here. Then the snowball starts when you start taking these advantageous fights in towards the mid lane. Make sure that you win out these skirmishes, steal away the jungle camps, strive aside of pay the Tigers on the hands of Yulong away from these resources.
So right now I feel like APG is kind of like the forbidden fruit, right? You have the shred coming in from Blacklist International. So you have to shred down the skin, peel their defenses off, and then you get the taste, the juicy victory coming in from the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but Blacklist International, I mean, this is a squad that, I mean, with the Kongmin, you have that burst, it seems largely like they're able to mitigate a lot of that, especially when you have the Umbrosa there. But this is looking to be a squishy lineup. All eyes right now on Chaz. How much impact is he going to have on with this Athena?
For the Athena, at the very least, the early game, you will want to steal away multiple camps from the enemy jungle here. Make sure Yulong doesn't get that level 4 as early as possible here. So it gives you a simultaneous edge towards the side of Just to get that level 4 power spike and start himself getting going the farming tempo here. But there is also a concern. Sure, you enter my jungle. You have it, Chaz. I'll just enter the calming that's weak at level 1.
That's true. Right now, I think the scariest thing is the punishment coming from APG is actually very valid because they have 3 very big chase downs. They have the Mai, they have the Pei, and they also have the Umbrosa. These 3 heroes can actually catch Chaz out really quickly, and even if you steal the buff, taking the life away of Chaz is going to be very valuable for APG, at least at the early parts.
Well, execution is always what we talk about here in Honor of Kings Esports here, and right now, we are at top 4 closing to the finale of the HoK KIC. I'm very excited to see which of these teams can best each other in this tournament.
I think it's going to be super interesting. I mean, the draft from the APG side, kind of stock standard, right? Especially when you're talking about a Pei, somebody who wants to be a little bit of fast pace and just really take up with a tempo, but then now you're seeing the Athena. How does this put a wrench in the wheel, so to speak, of this APG lineup?
And also to add on to that difficult equation is, how does Jashi get that finishing blow? We all know about his ultimate, right? The winning strategy. It's a huge, big burst. It follows you, targets like a heat-seeking missile. But if the side of APG gets a little too tanky, then Jashi is effectively silent for the entire game.
Now, this brings back to the question here. Where is the setup coming in from Blacklist International? It will come in 2 forms. 1, Dragon on towards the Silk Weaver Shi. Number 2, the Seafarer and Sun Ce on the hands of Chami 1. These 2 are the primary sources of crowd control to allow the 2 carries on the teams of Blacklist International, the Mastermind, the Golden Kites Floorborn Marksman. These 2 picks are the late game carries here. So it's really down to perspective here. If Dragon and Chami doesn't perform, this team crumbles fast.
Yeah, and crumbling, which is definitely going to be a problem. But Blacklist, this is kind of not that most of expensive lineups, right? You kind of threw it into, with the Athena, and you're thinking, we're going to have a great time. We're going to definitely pull this out. And APG, you're like, okay, we have to counter. But if you're looking at these drafts, I mean, the Kong Min Sun Ce, this is not the end in terms of like a long series.
I agree. I feel like APG needs to win this first game. Even more importantly, right? Because if you take a look at what's happening, let's entertain the mindset that, hey, Blacklist, this is not a very expensive lineup. Is there a cost? Yes, there is. But with that being said, even if this strategy doesn't work, they still have many more picks to explore.
I think it's a very good game 1 draft. You're testing the waters a bit, use up the Athena roam in game number 1. If it doesn't work out, sure, we can just pace on ourselves to the following game series here, because I think for Blacklist International, they're not afraid to lose. At the very least, if they can get some info out of that game itself, it's very beneficial for them.
And we've seen them being aggressive, right? Especially in that game 1. This is one where they're kind of not as aggressive. They've definitely thrown a curveball in terms of what they're trying to do, and they're looking for this in terms of the late game, right? Like game 5 and 6. That's kind of what they're eyeing right now.
Okay, we may be reading too deep, but for me, I feel like, hey, since the Pei is on Yulong, Yulong's Pei is one thing of wonder as well. Very scary pick. Maybe they don't mind throwing a couple of these wrenches in the plans, right? You kind of waste the Pei pick, but we'll come back even stronger in game number 2.
That's true, and it really comes down to these early game setups, right? We keep saying like, oh, the Athena's gonna invade your jungle here, but you lose out 1 member in defending your own jungle against what? The strongest trio in the game. You have what? Hey, Zhang Fei with Smite, and also the likes of the Mai Shunling, who is consistently going in towards the side of your team.
Yeah, so obviously Pei and the Mai will be doing a lot of damage. And so at the same time, Chaz needs to be a bit careful because the burst is there. But once he hits that point where he's kind of able to survive that, I don't think that they're going to have too much of an issue. So they need again, the timer right now for me is on APG, especially with the Pei. You need to be high tempo.
Exactly. If it goes to the late game, I feel like Blacklist, they will definitely be able to bring the pain over to APG, because in the late game, this Athena is going to be a threat nonetheless, and now it's a double smite. And if we ever hit into the Tempest Dragon timing, 20 minutes and above, this is what makes me super excited. 4 smites, whoever gets it, it truly is the better smiter.
Yeah, it really comes back down to that last one. But for me, this Athena one is also just like, it's tanky enough. He's able to solo some of these guys, so I think that they're going to be fine in that sense.
But with that being said, let's head on towards the game number 1, Blacklist International, the PKL's only hope, taking on the high and tall mountains of the MKL Third Sea. Let's get it going.
Okay. There's a little bit of a false start. I think that some people were a little... We're just going to do a quick little pause to kind of see exactly what's going on with that one. But, you know, look, I think that we need to make sure everything's right going into the series. Everything needs to be crispy, smooth, and clean.
Yeah, I like it. Everyone's right. Then we go into a pause. I mean, of course, we definitely want everyone to play on a fair battlefield, right? So we're going to have to work through some of these technical difficulties that, you know, some of the players may have. But in the meantime, this gives us more time to explore about the potential situations that may arise in this best of 7, because we might be in for a long one, we might be in for a short one. I think there is no in between. This is either going to be an absolute domination, or we're going to have to fight tooth and nail between these two teams to really get a result here.
I feel like we need to do predictions in terms of the series. Like, you know, is it going to go game 6? Like, you know, 4-2, 4-3? Like, who are you going to give the edge to here?
Okay,
who wants
Ken,
to
you go
predict
first.
All right, so here is that very big take. I think one of the teams is going to hit lower into the lower brackets as well.
What?
Deeper into the lower bracket, sorry.
So you essentially didn't answer the question.
Wait, what? So no, which of the two teams is going to win? I think that's what we care about. And then we're going to talk about in how many games are they going to move on with.
So the team on the left, your left, my left, I don't know.
Okay, all right.
He's playing words,
sitting on the fence, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this fence just now, but here we go. Straight away, APG, they're going to be able to take a big steal in terms of the Azure Golem. So APG start this game well.
Yeah, they'll start off that one. I mean, APG, this is a big piece. And Sun, look at that damage on the Golden Kite. He's been scurried away at this point, and this is the stability that we're talking about with Sun joining APG here.
Yeah, I think he has been a very stable player for the side of APG, which is exactly what they need, right? But at the same time, take a look at what Chaz has done. Chaz has already stolen away the Azure buff from the side of APG, and it feels like they're not looking to punish Chaz, but they're looking to look for a win elsewhere on the map, and Chami 1 seems to be the ideal target for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I mean, the biggest thing also is that Chaz, yeah, he got the steal, but hasn't given up first blood here. So you're taking away buffs, plus the fact that you're staying alive, and that's got to be super annoying for APG.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. But you know what? This first blood, I think, would then be so much more valuable, because APG, I don't think they want the first blood on Chaz. They want it on someone else. And imagine if it's going to be Joshi.
Yeah, obviously that would be best case scenario. But you'll take what you can, because Chaz will be out of position. He'll be in the enemy jungle. He's still there now, man.
Yep, look, the difficult thing I feel is Joshi has no room. There is no space on this map for him.
Yeah.
He is being targeted.
Yeah, but speaking of being targeted here, Joshi and Dragon, they've been scurried out. So APG are like, hey, you want to invade our jungle? Okay, but at least the farm is not going into Joshi.
Oh, that's true. And that's what we need, right? From a Kong Ming pick, you need to have the levels, you need to have the gold, you need to have the items as well. It's a very expensive pick in terms of the winning condition.
Yeah. And he'll be able to do that damage. And APG are going to be worried. They are vulnerable. Yes, you have the Final Frenzy. Xiang, maybe not as much. But when that's on cooldown, I mean, you have opportunities. This could be scary here. Oh, they decided to go in. Shisan gets the pick back, not able to push away Joshi, but here comes the reinforcements. Golden Guy gets pushed away. Shisan's going to dash away, but Dragon's going to be killed. Yulong pounces forward, gets that kill.
And that's what exactly they need. It's going to be a return kill for the side of Blacklist, but APG have done the damage. Hang on, Sun.
Yeah, Sun get dove on here. Chaz not playing Scare, looking to go on this one with that tower, but he will be fine. It's a 2-for-1 still in favor of APG.
Yep, APG didn't lose too much here. As long as nobody else falls, oh, hang on, Chaz.
Yes, Chaz is still sticking around. I think that we'll see him die many a times from here on out. So, that said, you don't want to be giving Yulong all that farm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yulong getting farm is already a problem. This guy has had almost every single MVP that Alpha Gaming has in the number of games. So this is a very scary stat to have. Now, at this point, they do have a slight lead in terms of gold. But the biggest thing here is, what do you do with that gold? Can you take a turret? Can you take more offensive objectives across the map?
I mean, you're going to want to. And so you're going to have to find the numbers advantage. And look at what APG are doing. They know that the Athena's in their jungle, but they don't care. They'll let them go. I mean, yeah, you farm as much as you can. It's not going to be as fast as what they do. APG right now are like, hey, let's use our numbers advantage in the lanes itself.
That's true. I mean, coaches have told us about this particular pick for Athena. I mean, it's either or. So if you leave her alone, she gets the free farm. farm. But right now, looks like even though they're free farming on the side of Chance, that has very little value for Blacklist International.
And look at another buff, that blue buff that's going to be taken away from Justy yet again. They know that timer's there, but at the same time, Blacklist are like, hey, you're going to take mine, I'm going to take yours.
Yeah, biggest challenge here is going to be the 4-minute mark. This is where the first tyrant of the game.
Although set sail actually connecting on. It looks like the shields are going to be there with Leaping Savior. The Silky Imprint not able to connect onto this one. They find Shasan with the winning strategy. That's going to be huge. And now Chaz is on the back line, finding 4 members there. Chaz with those shields, he will be there, but APG getting away.
All right, so they actually get it. So APG trade that tyrant for the life of Susan in the mid here. Is it going to be worth it? I think at this point it still is. But take a look at the farm that Golden Kite has had access to. He is just melting Sun down at this point.
Yeah, doing a great job. That Aerostorm is doing some work, and Golden Kite with a slightly 200 gold over Sun. And I mean, APG looking to invade as much as possible. They've got the pullback, but not enough. It looks like the red buff will be picked up by Yulong.
The craziest part is actually Joshi is keeping pace with Yulong, even with all the buff steals happening. Right now, APG looking to punish Chance. I don't think this is going to be too much value here. I mean, Chance should be able to get it. Will start running out and take a look at that.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, they find him. The Dragon is just way too low, but the winning strategy snipes out Yulong. So making a pay, and Sun gets picked off as well, but they lose the bottom T1.
I don't think that's a big matter. Yulong now has no buffs, and there's no more buffs coming back for the next few seconds.
Yeah, and actually that's going to be a big one, right? I mean, you take the tower for that, you're looking to trade. Chammy 1 looking like he's going to AFK. Yeah, I thought he was looking to bait him out more than anything else.
Yeah, I was looking, okay, where are the rest of the Blacklist members? They were nowhere near, and now, of course, this is where we have to go for a pause because I think we might have to explore that situation. But let's talk about it here. The pacing on APG is so fast, but Blacklist is catching up. And we talked about the funnel. That funnel is working. Everything is going into the hands of Joshi, but also Golden Kite, which is a very scary situation for APG. You need that timer to be much longer for Blacklist, but their timer has been cut. Blacklist is coming online soon.
Oh yeah, with the notice of how Just G is able to scavenge all these kills towards the cross map and Golden Kite getting the lead over towards Sun, these two late game monsters will be coming up and available even shortly, especially at the 10th minute mark here. So it's not the greatest of the news for the side of Alpha Gaming, considering their draft is very snowball reliant.
Okay, I'm gonna make a dad joke here. You know, it's looking like they're taking the escalator. They were expecting the escalator, but right now it's Escasuna.
Okay, all right. I get it. But, I mean, this is a situation also. I mean, we're talking about speed and pace, right? APG, we're definitely going to play fast, but Blacklist, their lineup is kind of able to do this. I mean, they're able to kind of counter the plays as well. I mean, you have Kongmin with Joshi, who's doing a lot of damage already. This is a squad that's able to kind of counter that fast pace.
But how long can you do it for? Because if you take a look at what has happened so far, it's kind of weird, but on the side of APG, they haven't really made full use of the Unbridled Outburst yet, right?
True.
We haven't really seen the saves come in from the side of the roam for APG. In the meantime, Blacklist, because of the composition they have, they're able to be so mobile, they're able to change angles as and when they need, and that's a very scary situation for them.
Oh, we have some friends for the side of Blacklist International actually coming over to the venue to support them, really. And oh, Malaysian flag as well, supporting Alpha Gaming here. So of course, in the venue itself, here at Manila Bay of the Ayala Mall, you have a lot of fans and a lot of people supporting each other.
So when you see the Malaysian flag like that, I feel like the fans, I mean, we're in the Philippines, they should be booing right now. Their team, their last surviving team is here. I mean, yes, they're super friendly and hospitable and all that stuff, but man, this is the time to be booing that, right?
I think you want to add one more letter and boom it up, right? Take the spirit of boom, put it into your last remaining member on the side of PKL, because this is not just a tough journey, this is going to be a very tiring journey, because this is one of 3 MKL teams you have to beat to claim what is the biggest prize in HoK Global Esports in the entire year. KIC 2025. This is where the best out of the best will show up.
It's like you're playing a mini game, and every time you win, you have to amp up the difficulty to get a better prize in this case itself. And for Blacklist International case, you beat APG, you beat Nova, and then you have to beat HBSC, which is a long but slow curve towards the top here.
Yeah, I mean, look, like the players here just really want to be geared up and just good to go. Alpha Gaming right now, they feel like they are, you know, the team, right? They deserve to be here going on into that lower brackets against Nova Esports, and they will play like that and be very aggressive. But Blacklist International thus far have, again, equalized in terms of everything that APG has thrown at them thus far.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to see the future you want, but it's another to be able to create that situation for yourself.
True.
And right now, APG, they do see it. The vision is very clear. They want to play this early game and smash the heads in for the side of Blacklist International. But Blacklist, they do not see the same vision. And right now, that reality is taking place. Blacklist International is not only keeping pace with APG, but more than likely, the next 2 to 3 minutes, if they play their cards right, they could be the ones holding APG on the floor.
And to really add on to your point as well, Shisan's Mai Nui is not a full magical damage Mai Nui. It's playing as a pseudo roamer to allow his team to get resources from him. And the primary benefactor of these resources is Yulong. And what did Yulong do? He suffered a casual death in the bottom side, which when you die as a carry jungle, it puts you behind every step you go. And to add on towards that, it's a tiger's pay of all choices here.
It's completely exacerbated, right? By him dying. I mean, he needs to play safe and understand that obviously he was going for those kills or whatever, but you need to kind of balance that risk versus reward. And I mean, getting caught out like that, not the greatest situation, because Pei is the guy that needs to always be there to set the pace of this game.
But this is HoK, and this is the beauty of it, right? You get to force errors out of your opponents. We say so many times, this is not a game of just physical ability, it's also about mental flexibility. Can you get into the heads of your opponents? And once you figure out what their train of thought is, you can start to really work wonders onto their strategy and make that win turn into a reality.
Game 1 is especially important because you win that game, you put yourself into such a comfortable position going into the BO7 series, as we saw from just now in the upper brackets. When HBSC won, they had demanding back-to-back first 3 games against Nova.
Yeah, and which will be very good in terms of that momentum, that motivation, all that psyche. They were so happy after that game 3 going into the break. I think I saw Joker smile. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I mean, he's a very serious guy who's always up for business, but to see him smile, you know for a fact that the boys actually performed super duper well just now.
Yeah, they did really well. And I think more props to HBSC for moving on. Well-deserved, obviously into the grand finals for a reason. That's the kind of play that they want to go into this. But now, like throwing it back into what APG, this has got to be about business. Handling the fact that you see a crowd that's kind of against you. I mean, yeah, you see a couple members that are throwing up the Malaysian flag and everything, but in the end, you're in hostile territory.
You definitely are, and this is where you really want to keep your composure, your calm and composure self, because it is the ultimate requirement. To be successful in HoK, you need to not only be calm, you need to be cold, you need to be calculated, you need to know what is next.
That is true here. Calm, collected, composed, the 3 C's that we need in a tournament setting here. And also, for these players here, I do think that they have what it takes here. You made it this far. We started all the way 2 weeks before. 16 teams going into 4 different groups, and then they battle it out in the knockout stage and make it as far as towards the top 4 here. Today, we decide who amongst these 4 teams make it to the grand finals.
I think the coolest thing about this particular situation, right, is also that we get to really see how fast do you learn, how fast do you adapt. And that is the mark of a champion, right? It's not about, hey, I'm the strongest, I can get big games. It's about how do you adjust your strategy, how do you adjust your mindset when you're met with different problems. And these are not problems that you will know beforehand.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because you're looking at these top 4 teams and you're seeing the level differential between them. It's so small that it comes back to the minute details, the strategy, the execution. Those are the pieces that we're looking about, not just this like high level gaps that you might have seen with the other teams.
And of course, I really love this Lapu Lapu cosplay here. It's so ripped and strong. He has the perfect bot for the Lapu Lapu cosplay here. Oh, and that's Carl in the stage as well. He's coming here to support the players.
Yeah, you need all the support you can get, right? This is where the PKL needs to stand together. One as a league, second as a nation. And right now, I think Blacklist, they're getting ready to go up against APG once more. We'll see, can they do further damage to the side of APG?
Can they? I mean, that's the #1 question, and we all want to find out, especially in Game 1, which I feel like Blacklist, they did not go full on, right? This draft is kind of, not dare I say mid, it's not like the best, but I mean, Athena's like fine, but I think that you're in the heads of APG already.
I think Athena is like another strategy that, yes, it performed super duper well against the HBSC side when they did against Blacklist in the upper bracket semifinals, but do you think it's a bit of a psyche bait? Because yes, it did well in that series, but we just saw how Nova systematically destroyed it.
I think it will be, but only if Blacklist wins this game. Well, welcome another few more of the Boom players here. They're giving more support to Blacklist, the brothers. Now, if you win with what we consider to be not a strong draft from the side of Blacklist International, what do you think that's going to do to the APG boys?
Oh, they're going to be in an awful territory then, because their draft is not cheap. It's very, very expensive. You have Mai, you have Zhang Fei, you have Pei. All these are the expensive drafts coming into Game 1 itself. But we will initiate a bit of a time machine reflux here to equalize out the game into a fair condition. So let's do drop into the break for us to initiate it. Let's take it away.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in life. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in life. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. 'Cause it matters the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
from a short break here, we do have Game 1 of Blacklist International and also Alpha Gaming going towards live in just a short moment here. But with the recent kill happening towards the bottom side here in favor of Just G's Mastermind, I do think that's off to a very good start for Blacklist.
A great start indeed. I mean, that's kind of what you wanted. They got that kill, really setting themselves up for that success, right? Because again, every single time you kill Yu Long, which is the guy that really needs to stay alive and just be farming, you're doing your team a great service.
You're buying a lot of time, right? You're delaying the game and you're fulfilling your win condition, which is for Blacklist International. Let's go to the late game. Let's make this Athena a true problem, right? There's two stages to this problem. First one being, okay, I'm going to steal everything from your side of the map. Now, once that happens, in the late game, he's going to be in a situation where he can abuse that anti-CC ability. He's going to die on your backlines as well.
Yeah, at what minute mark, though, do you think that if Blacklist just survive or go even, they're going to be fine in this game?
Blacklist International, I think it's definitely 10 to 12 minutes when you see 3 to 4 items coming into both Golden Kite and also the side of Just G. That's where the goal button is initiated here. The problem is, all these initiations needs to be initiated by the side of 2 players from Blacklist. Number 1, Chami1. Number 2, Shi, the Silk Weaver on the hands of the twin brother, which is Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to have to set things up, right? I think that will be key. Even for myself, I feel like Chaz, even on this Athena, once he gets those couple of items, he's already kind of tanky. He's able to slice and dice through these squishy heroes on the side of APG.
Okay, but even though that stands true as well, if you take a look at the side of Alpha Gaming as well, they do have that reverse condition, and that's going to come out to the Zhang Fei, the beast, right?
Yeah.
If they can land a perfect Unbridled Outburst, they should be able to heavily dive the backlines because they're really squishy on the side of Blacklist International. But if they miss the dive, I think it's the graveyard. Straight to the graveyard, you're going to have a tombstone erected straight away.
I feel like that is a very good point if the Mai Shiranui is going for a magical build. Because this Mai Shiranui, as we know so far, went for the roamer item start to compensate back most of the farm towards Yu Long here. And Yu Long's pay has suffered 1 death in towards the bottom side, which halted his farming tempo heavily. And we know a fed pay and a pay that has died, the difference is very big.
Yeah, it's definitely very big. I mean, I think going into this one, even with like Shisan, I mean, you were talking about the fact that like Mai has to be making those plays. But I think that early, this is it's on, you know, Shisan as well as Yu Long to be making those plays, getting some sort of pickoffs, and getting them a further lead. Because right now, it's looking a little equal.
It's also looking like they're heading back into the game. I think we might be ready soon. But you know what? We'll tease you for a little bit more, right? And I mean, with that situation, now the last scene we saw was the fact that Chami1 got taken down. But I think that is not going to be the case anymore. Let's see, is there any difference once we go back into the Gorge?
Yeah, it does look like the players are getting underway as they've actually picked up their phones and then we'll be able to play this one. But as we load this one up, I mean, a little bit of a tech pause. Apologies to all of our viewers right now as we go into this, but we want to make sure that everything is Gucci, everything is running smooth as possible because, again, everything is at stake. Winner of this one moves on into the lower bracket finals. Loser goes home.
Yeah, I want to see who is the hunter, who is the hunted. Does that situation change? Let's head back into the Gorge, and that situation has been reset.
Yeah, it looks like it, just to kind of keep everyone in the loop, what's going on. 5-4 in terms of those kills, but only 6 minutes into this one. APG right now with only a 100-gold lead. You definitely wanted way more than that, especially since you got the pay.
Yeah, you definitely need to have the lead. But right now, I mean, Shisan's doing a good job of making sure he's getting the pokes in, right? This is, if you can't get the kills, it's okay. Just at least batter them down.
Yeah, and batter them out, put a little bit of damage on. I mean, even putting pressure on this bottom T2 is going to go gravy for APG. But Golden Kite, wow, with a sliver of life just barely surviving there.
That was a little close. You want to make sure that Golden Kite does not stop farming as well, right? He now plays the same role as Yu Long. As long as the two of them keep farming, there is a big chance of a turnaround and maybe swinging the momentum over to the side, because right now we are dead even.
Yeah, and look at how Chaz has actually been on his side of the river in the, you know, before the 10-minute mark. Is he playing this Athena wrong here?
I think it's about getting more information, right?
Yeah.
And knowing that now APG knows how to make that punish happen, I think it's better to play safe. They do take the T1 at the top side, so this is going to be very important for Blacklist to find a trade elsewhere in the map.
Yeah, they lost the top T1, so APG again just ensuring that they've continued to just grow with that lead ever so slightly at this point. But APG again, now that Saber's, you know, the potential for that Umbrella Outburst, for that team fight winning combo.
I think if we take a look at the patterns that have happened over the past few days, if we take out a mid laner in most team fights for Blacklist and APG, they kind of crumble.
Yeah.
So right now, Dragon as well as Shishan, the two of them need to make sure that they're in a very good distance, not just to get aggression on, but to make sure that they are able to escape as well.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, this bottom T2 already taking a lot of damage, and this is the pressure that APG want to put on, because once they have that map control, they're able to choke you out. It makes it very difficult to farm, and you can, again, just grow that lead.
Which shows you there's a very thin line between success for these both these teams, right?
Yep.
And now the fact that they have the smite as well, you have to make sure you get those camps. Chaz did use the smite, but it actually went into the hands of Sun for that last camp. So APG edging it out just by a little bit. We're not having the biggest of goal differences, but another T2 take. This could really spoil the market.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. I mean, that's going to be huge, but the Crimson is going to be used as well. The Umbrella Outburst, they find the pick off onto him, and Joshi, just like that, gets picked off. Chaz is now running for his life. With that turtle shell, he will be fine, but they got what they wanted. Of course, the Crimson as well as Joshi.
And you start to see the value of APG's composition. Stuns for days. With just Saber and Sun, you can definitely get that finishing blow.
Yeah, finishing blow, but to start things off, the Sylvia Imprint onto Sion with that pullback. Not the real target that you're looking for, but if anything, they defended the mid T2, but they're going to lose this Tyrant.
That's fine. I think at this point for APG, okay, they're achieving their win condition, right? Which is to put the mental pressure on. Now, as the side of Chaz, you are going to be a little bit hesitant to step into the jungle on the side of APG. And that's going to buy you a lot more space, which means you amplify the farm and rotation thing on.
Yeah, and they have a little bit of damage onto Saber. They're going to get the pushback onto him. They're doing as much as they can, but it looks like they're not going to get him. No, Chaz will find him and chases him down, but Golden Kite getting picked off. Dragon is going to try to flash away, but Yulong pounces on forward, gets that kill, and Chaz is down as well. It's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, big wins for the side of APG. This time, T3 is opened up. They can put some healthy damage here. They might be even able to take it.
Yeah, they're going to take this one easily. I mean, that Siege, nope, they're okay. Okay, all right. They calculated it to the final shot by that Siege Catapult, and they'll happily take that as well as the mid T2.
That's why they call professionals. So with that being said, APG now have a 5,000 goal lead. This is what 2 minutes of the game can do for you.
Yeah, and APG right now, full control right now. This is not what you want to see if you're Blacklist. But again, we kind of talked about this. How are they going to able to weather the early game onslaught by APG? I mean, yeah, you have those T3 still alive, and Blacklist do have a chip and a chair into this game. But again, it's a situation now where you know, the 10 to 12 minute mark hasn't happened, as HoK was talking about in the pregame, of getting to that point where they're going to be able to equalize.
I feel like they may need even more time. Golden Kite, yes, is at level 12, 3 levels away, but he needs more gold to buy those items, right? He needs to be 6 slotted, and that really could change the situation, because right now Saber is able to soak in all the damage, but what happens when Golden Kite gets that 6 slotted state? Saber is going to melt.
Yeah, it's just all about that time, and now the Tyrant, he will be tethered back in. He's going to be leashed on this one. I mean, Chaz has been spotting this out, and APG, again, just playing with it. They're like, okay, does someone want to go? Are they not? But Chaz is still in prime position. He might actually decide to dive over the wall for this, but he's going to be killed even before the Tyrant can be taken.
Smart moves from the side of APG. Delay the Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant, by the way, and then get the life of Chaz before you complete the job. You don't want to put yourself at a risk where there is going to be a surprise steal from Chaz.
Yeah, and now with this numbers advantage, the super minions in the top lane quickly dispersed by Golden Kite on this one, but it's all about the T3s here. Chaz will be spawning very shortly.
Right, we'll see how much time can they buy. T3 is taken in the mid, in the top. This is not a lot of time left for the side of Blacklist. A big push could really seriously end the hopes of Blacklist International in this first game number 1.
Yeah, and actually APG doing a great job of understanding how to finish this game out. They've got a 6k net worth lead, doing the perfect siege, nobody dying, and then getting away and then taking over your own jungle again for that one last route around, and just ensuring that you have that net worth to really take them over the hump.
Which is why I view Saber as a huge issue for the side of Blacklist International, right? Ominous Premonition with the Succubus cloak as well, so he has both physical and magical defense. Now, this is not enough time for Blacklist International, because right now APG have gotten their hands on the Shadow Overlord, and I believe this is with the Primal Bond as well. So add on that difficulty, your base is in trouble.
Yeah, definitely in trouble here. I mean, with this the Vanguard in the bottom lane, this is going to be a tough one, right? I mean, APG will just slow siege this bottom T3, wait for that Shadow Vanguard to actually make an appearance. But Blacklist International right now looking to kind of initiate at some point.
It's going to be difficult to get this done.
The Turtle Shell. Chaz is going to be fine.
Yep, he's totally fine at this point, but the tower is not. T3 looking to be taken, and this is going to be an open base for the side of Blacklist International. Things are going to get more difficult from this point because the Shadow Vanguards and Overlord are here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult indeed. I mean, the stuns, they have all of their ults if they want to go for this one. So Gimprint is really not going to do too much on that one, but the Umbrella Alpha is going to be used. But the nice three-man stun with the Rue Engine, pushing them back. They've gotten Justy, they got the first, the Chammy one is going to be killed as well as Chaz. They've got a 3-for-1 there so far, but they're going to take the Crystal. And just like that, APG take game number 1.
With an ace as well, with the cherry on top. So this is going to be a difficult situation for the side of Blacklist International. But what a performance by APG. They knew what the win conditions on Blacklist International was, and that was just time.
The time really meant a lot. When I talk about the 10 to 12 minute marks coming in for the side of Blacklist, that is under the consideration if they can make the game into an even state or a 1 to 2,000 deficit here. But with the superior macro decisions and team fighting coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming, especially Shisan and also Saber, that was just beautiful plays here coming in from that 2 setup.
Beautiful, right? And I mean, you were talking about the good macro plays, but it's very easy when you have a lead to kind of close things out. And APG understanding just how to play those heroes. They were able to do that damage, and just like in a flurry, you could just see them going in and taking out everybody.
That's right, and to add that on, the difficulty is that Saber is very tanky as well, right? Really quick Ominous Premonition for the physical defense. It also has that really quick Succubus Cloak, so he has the magical armor as well. Now, if you can't get past Saber, that's already one problem you have to solve. But what happens when the guy you can't break jumps at you instead? And with the Unbridled Albus, that was like the icing on the cake for the side of APG to take the game.
I think that was also a very important point that we really missed out in that game alone. Yes, Justy and also Golden Kite, they were really fed on those hyper late game carries here, but if you're always on the reactive end and the enemies don't miss their engage like how Shisan and Saber was doing on those crazy picks, then you are always in a position where you are the fish on a chopping block waiting to be decimated.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time, right? I think APG, once you had that lead, it was pretty much all she wrote on that sense because they were just too squishy. Blacklist International was like, yeah, you might get some of those items, and we're looking at Golden Kite with like 10k from Justy, but the other end, you're talking about like Yulong with 12k, Xiang with 10k, and then Sun with 9,000. So just like the complete net worth was just way too much damage.
And I don't think the side of Blacklist International, they played the Athena roam to a full potential because this is the first time I've seen Athena only having 5 deaths. Usually we'll see like what, 14, 15, and then you continuously steal away the jungle monsters and then send yourself in towards the enemy's mouths with a 20 gold bounty. That's the usual playstyle.
I like the way that APG viewed this game because it's a very different game set and the mindset they have, right? So instead of going for the kills, they were very bent on making sure that we'll take the towers instead. We'll play the macro game, right? Because your towers don't come back. My buffs will. And even as long as we hold a similar or even a small gold advantage, we can turn this whole situation around. And once you see T3's drop, there is no more game to be had.
Yeah, and going back to Athena here, it's kind of like the perfect strategy against it. It's like, don't give the bully any sort of power. Don't give him any sort of attention. Just completely ignore him. And you saw Chaz was like, hey, guys. And he's trying to bully everybody, but nobody wants to play with him. And he was just like, oh, I'm so lonely. I'm just going to go back to my side of the river.
I'm very glad that the Athena roam has been having specific countermeasures here, which also elevates the competition to a different level. It means that teams are actively searching for a code breaking, how to really boil down this Athena strat itself. But this is the jungle head-to-head matchup here between both Blacklist Justy and also Yulong.
I see what you did there with the code breaking. Now with that, this code has been broken in game number 1. APG, of course, Yulong doing really well. 9-1 and 12. I mean, you expect this guy to be rich, but we also have to give props to Justy here. 3-3-2, but he was close by 10.6k.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to keep on pace, but he's vulnerable, right? Once Yulong found him, he would pounce forward the amount of damage that he had, and he's, again, one of the better pays in terms of the KIC here, so very impressive there.
Yeah, very impressive 9-1 and 2 performance here, and also a very strong invasion rate here, and also what better way to run off than another MVP title coming in from Yulong on the signature Tigress here in this game 1.
This guy's not looking for wins. He's just farming the MVPs at this point. 9-1 and 2. I mean, the way that he played this game, the game plan he had for APG was really clear, right? We're going to ignore every problem that they give us, but we're going to give them more problems to solve. And once we have that comparison, Yulong with this pay really just feasted on the entirety of the jungle.
Too fast, too furious, just in the hearts of the Blacklist lineup, just constantly. And he was forcing it down. This is the one where we talked about where like, Yulong, he died a little bit early. This is going to be a travesty. And he's just like, no, actually, that's my only death of the entire game.
And this is the perfect setup that we talk about here. Yes, Justy has a lot of gold, but how do you use the gold if you're under the ground?
Exactly. The stun setups coming in from the side of APG is just insane, right? They're showing you that you can control the squishies, you can control the big burst damage people as well. This movement by Yulong, understanding that, hey, once you use your flash, only then will I start to chase you.
Wow, Shusan is just so clean on that Maestro doing here. Every single fight, it's either the specific target on Justy or multiple members coming in from the Blacklist roster here. You don't give this man a Maestro Nui, he's so scary.
Yeah, so scary. One of the best on that one. And you saw Saber, I mean, he kind of zoned away. He technically missed the Umbrella Outburst, but then Shishan was there to help clean up, getting that 3-man stun in that perfect spot because you funneled them in a certain area and he made them pay.
He indeed make them pay here, and we do see this side of the bottom here. Blacklist International lose out game number 1 against Alpha Gaming here. The 3rd seed coming in from MKL, the tall mountain that they have to climb one at a time.
Yeah, just one game though. All right, I think that going back to this one, you tried the Athena, you tried to throw a spanner in the works, so to speak, but hero-wise, you're fine, right? Continue to just like bounce back in game 2. Obviously, you need to expend a little bit more on to equalize in the series, but I think you're okay in the long term.
So right now it's, okay, Blacklist, they understand that APG are looking like a mechanic in game number 1. Right now, they have to start figuring out, okay, what other problems can we throw to the side of Alpha Gaming, and are there certain win conditions that we can try to force upon Alpha Gaming and make their life a little bit more difficult? That's going to start with the bans and pick on game number 2, right? This is where I think the difference will be made.
I think to put Chami 1 on a much more secondary engaged role, that will be much more required coming in for the Blacklist International, and then put Chaz on the primary playmaking role. I think that has been the success story for the side of Blacklist in most of their games, especially against Homeboy's Blackshoe Esports.
This is a Dharma game, right? I always say that he's always got 100% on his Dharma. Chami won that is because he's just so good. This is the time where you need to kind of reveal that and just turn the tides, equalize in this series.
And if you want to learn a lot more, you just have to follow us on social media. Make sure you learn from the best of the best. And of course, be experimental with that as well. All you have to do is to give us a follow. We have multiple platforms. You will also be rewarded if you follow all of our various social media accounts. Now, with that being said, I think there is a lot to follow through for today. I mean, game number 1 has just ended. APG now lead the series 1-0, but as we all know, this is a best of 7. It's a long journey.
It is a long journey, but with the long journey being pointed out in this BO7 itself, for the side of Blacklist International, you do not land on the correct step. However, for Alpha Gaming, they put on the right step in towards a long series right now. You will feel definitely more comfortable and energetic, especially the team morale definitely ups right now.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International are like, hey, this is my house. How do you know where the steps are, right? Like, this is kind of a little creepy, right? I need to ensure that I make the right steps. And I think Blacklist International, this is a perfect time. We've seen this time and time again where they, at least at the KIC, Blacklist International have been able to kind of, you know, step up when they face that adversity.
I think it's right now it's a race, right? So everyone is looking for the key to open the door to the next stage of KIC 2025. Obviously, both of these teams want to approach and reach that grand final stage, of which Homeboys Blackshoe Esports is already waiting. Now, this is going to be a long journey because this is not the only best of 7 they'll play today. Right after this, whoever wins, they're going to be facing against Nova, another giant monster. Number 2 in MKL. Let's see. I mean, I have some big expectations of Blacklist International today, but APG proving to be the stronger foe for this particular moment.
Now, two perspectives here, Ken. In the Blacklist International versus Homeboy Blackshoe Esports upper bracket semi-final series, the same thing happened. They dropped game 1. It's more of an experimental, try the waters. That's the stuff that we're talking about. Now, point number 2. If you're Alpha Gaming and you are in this situation, you think about, okay, I have to fight Nova next. So let's smash it and go for 4-0.
I think that would be like, that's something that they're thinking about, right? Because the easier, they don't have to go through like a game 7 and be mentally taxed and kind of go through these emotions. Obviously, that's what they want, right? Just to end this series and just kind of move on with their lives. But you know, at the same time, Blacklist are like, no, we are far from there. Don't even think about the door. You need to deal with me.
Yeah, I think you really need to take one step at a time. As a team, as a player as well, everything needs to have a process, right? You need to go through the process to be able to understand why certain things work, why certain things don't. At the same time, this is also a risk because both Nova and HBSC, they're watching. You know for a fact they're watching, and they're kind of learning as the game goes on. Nova, now they get to have a rest. They will only get a very short rest for whoever wins this particular series, but yeah.
I don't know if you saw, but there were some of the Nova players here that were just right in front of us, and they were having ice cream.
Oh.
And I always look at that as like, hey, when you have a team, you only get ice cream when you win. Right? So I'm a little confused with this situation because they lost this one. They have to play another series, but they're having ice cream a little early.
Now, that's the perspective issue here. What if the ice cream is to heal their broken hearts from the upper bracket series?
You can only have so much ice cream. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. But hey, I do think that if we bring it back to the game itself, in Game 1, you already expended Athena that has been largely banned out throughout the entire course of the tournament here. Didn't find a win itself. So right now, do you take the Athena ban moving down the line as Blacklist International?
I don't think you need to, right? Not to say that APG doesn't don't know how to play it, but you know, as APG, they have shown you their quality. They don't need to play it.
Yeah, I think that the same way, as long as you're playing fast and furious, kind of like the way APG did to counter the Blacklist Athena, I think that they should be okay, because it's one of those things where if you play it, you know the counter as well.
Exactly. So I do want to see whether Blacklist International can do the same exact thing that APG has put up against them. With Blacklist International picking on towards the blue side, the priority picks are still very vastly available. You have the Luna, you have the Arlie, you have the Lung, you have all these different picks that are strong enough to bring you the game win.
Yeah, and you know what? Going back into the same sides again proves that they have a game plan on the side of Blacklist International, right? They know exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They have a game plan. And I expect this to be a very strong draft coming out from the side of Blacklist International. But APG, you never count them out.
Never count them out. I mean, you never really, everyone has been able to kind of just continue to fight. And we're seeing just why the MKL teams are so good is because when they face any sort of, adversity, they've been able to step up and they have the counter for it. There's nothing that really catches them off.
I think that's the thing that we talk about, right? The adaptation that they do in the tournament itself. Can Blacklist International evolve as fast as these MKL teams? If they can really go as far as towards the grand finals or winning the entire thing. But first thing first, Alpha Gaming is before you and they are one-up you in this BO7.
Okay, I want to see how that's going to happen, right? Because one-upping another person sounds easy, but to have to go through at least, I mean, this is like a 15-minute core workout. It's not as easy as it seems or it looks.
Okay. That was very specific. I feel like you're really struggling with these 15-minute workouts.
I truly am.
But I think you need to build a little bit of the core for her, so like 5 minutes at a time, and then you slowly build up to it, so 15 minutes is not going to be a problem. We'll talk about that one later. But going into this one, I think that, APG right now, you put the pedal to the metal, right? You want to go home, you want to move on. Today could potentially be a long day. You want to shorten it as much as possible.
That's true here, and with that, we will go into game number 2's draft, featuring Blacklist International selecting the blue side and Alpha Gaming. Once again, going on towards the reactive red here, and so far, it has been the same story here. Red side, 100% win rate in the first and second series.
So, are we looking at okay, we've been in this situation so many times. Are we looking at a Luna coming in for the Jashi jungler again?
I believe if you do want to go towards a Luna, you have to really consider about the Athena ban here. Yes, Nova Esports did allow the Athena to go over to that HBSC, and then they played super duper well, but that's under the correct mindset that you have trained for that countermeasure.
Yeah, okay, they have.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have to ban that one. They don't want to just deal with this. But, I mean, to kind of go back to game 1, the fact that they picked the Kongmin second part of the first phase, to me, was a bit of a mistake there, because I feel like you're giving away way too much information by revealing the jungler then.
But I think at this point of the competition, I'm pretty sure both teams have already done their homework. You know what the potential picks are, right? Right now it's really, like I said, choose your problem. And Blacklist, they have not used this yesterday, but there's a potential of a Dolia Yangjian or a Dolia Nerza combination.
So C-Singer with a Tri-Light, C-Singer with a Tunecaster, C-Singer with a Wild Spark, all these are available options here. But coming into the side of Alpha Gaming here, they do what exactly Homeboyz Blackstreet Esports have shown us in that game 1 itself. Take away the Yangjian, serve it as a flex. Take away the U1, serve it as a flex. And then you see Blacklist International, what do you answer with?
You can't answer with Nerza, there's no way, right? Because right now if you use the Wild Spark, he comes in, dives, all they have to do on Yuhuan is to make sure that she uses her ultimate to get the heal. But Blacklist say, you know what, Kinofu, we don't care what you say. We are going to give it a try.
And for Alpha Gaming here, they have a correct angle here. You don't have to really flex the Yangjin or Yuhuan towards the jungle. Just lock in a strong jungler here in the early game and bully this weak Nurza that has not the best of the early rotations here in the jungle.
It almost seems like a bit of a bait when
there we go.
They let it go. But if they're going to go with the Ogryn to kind of counter, it's like, hey, you want to get to the back line? Okay, fine, but deal with this raid boss.
The backline is Yangjin. And then, that's going to be a very tough situation because we've seen this in the previous series. The Yangjin Tri-Line can really hurt your backline as well. And now you have to deal with a double whammy because you have the Ogryn as a front-facing shield. He has lifesteal as well. Now the question is, how much damage does this Jashi Nurza do towards the backline of APG?
That's only if he can get out of the jungle alive, because right now you have such a strong early game setup coming in from the Soul Guide Ogryn here. Your main thing about the Nurza is to get out of the early game with a smooth level 4, get that 2-3 item power spike, and then you start jumping on towards the enemy backline without taking too much of a risk for yourself here. But if your early game falters here, that's going to be a big issue for Just G on this wall spark.
Yeah, it's going to have a hard time. I mean, APG, if they have an early, if they come out even or slightly behind, I think they're going to be fine, right? This is a lineup that will scale. Even the Yangjin in the top lane can do a lot of damage. This is a scary lineup thus far.
Okay, but I feel like they need to reinforce this entire lineup because they don't, number one, they don't really have stuns. Number two, they don't really have much tank. Yes, Nurza are tanky, but it's one potential 1v5 here.
They potentially can still look for the likes of the lane if they really want to round up with a secondary Dolia hero here. And to the side of Alpha Gaming here, they once again take away another Dolia combination here. The Nua, the Celestial, will be removed from the pool from the side of Blacklist.
I mean, it's smart, right? It's another thing that, again, taking away that Annihilation and, as you rightly pointed out, the Celestial Melody, it's going to be huge for them. And this Dolia, it doesn't seem like we've gotten a whole lot of value. I mean, the Skyfall, yeah. The Autumn Storm, maybe. But, no, I mean, it doesn't seem like the typical classic Dolia lineups.
And I'm not the biggest fan of this Scorchet Angela here that's being drafted by Blacklist International here. Usually, when we say this, it's paired up with like a Liang or a potential Diadea to have that primary lockdown for you to dish out all your full damage spell here. This will really test Dragon in that mid lane on how accurate he is on those skill shots.
That's true. I mean, at this point, you need the tank shredder. And this is the same situation that Blacklist face. Meaning, if Dragon takes a fall as the Angela, you have no more tank shred. That's a very difficult situation to fight your way out of. And Blacklist International right now, they have, this is the cards they've chosen. This is the difficult they've chosen. APG on the other hand, this is not a perfect draft, but it's looking pretty solid.
For me, the execution coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming is definitely much more simple compared to the side of Blacklist International, which requires so much mechanical prowess, especially on these three members. The Charlotte on towards Chami, Angela on towards Dragon, and finally Arlie on towards Golden Kite. This is an insanely difficult draft to execute.
Yeah, very good point there, Misaki. I mean, the biggest thing, if we're looking at like player skill, all things being equal, it really comes back to just who can play a simpler lineup and to really take advantage of it. And this APG draft, it looks simple and it's very easy of what they're trying to do, and they might pull out the victory because of it.
Okay, look, whether you like it or not, it's still going to be difficult, right? So why not pick something you enjoy and do your best with it, right? So I feel like Blacklist, this is a very comfortable lineup for them. They're familiar with this setup. Let's see if they can make it work, because if APG gets their way, they are going to be halfway through this series already.
Well, in esports itself, if your comfort is able to win you games, then you define the meta in your own terms here. That is the pinnacle of how strong a team could actually be, but they need to prove it in this game to itself.
This is going to be it. Blacklist International, I don't think that this draft is really... if they're able to execute, they're going to be fine. But I do have some reservations on this one. I think that it's a much harder one. Dealing with this Yulong Ogryn is not something that you really want to be doing in a game 2.
You sound like a disappointed dad when you sigh just now.
That sigh was real, man. That sigh was real.
But it's okay. I do believe with how much Blacklist International has evolved towards this tournament, they might have some cards up their sleeve, especially in terms of the execution. They have shown signs of improvement, especially if you were to compare Blacklist in KWC and Blacklist in KIC, that gap has been enormous so far.
Yeah, we'll see. If Blacklist wins this game, I'm pretty sure they're going to come up here and ask you, are you proud now, Hauler?
We're going to have to find out, of course, as we go into this one. I mean, we know the teams, well, the players, the heroes, and everything they're going into this one. Game 2, Blacklist International down 0-1. Can they bounce back?
Well, it's all about the code 01. That is part of a coding process as well. Let's see if Blacklist can figure out what to do in this game number 2.
I hope that, Coach TG is like next level and understands what this draft is going to look at me do, because I'm looking at this one just straight up in a vacuum. This is going to be a tough one. The Ogren, the Nua, all of these things, they make a lot of sense. The synergy is real as they do some damage on the Golden Kite.
Yeah, this is not ideal, all right? You want to be able to funnel the farm into the hands of this Arlie, the Parasola, of course. Golden Kite facing an unsurmountable difficulty at this point, and Yulong straight away goes in for the jungle steal.
Yeah, might as well. You have that aggression. You were able to do it. You have the body, the bodyguard, so to speak, just walking around, ensuring that you secure as much as possible, taking things away, and now Siang is on, running for his life.
Okay, but this is exactly what they need to do. Come up with the response, right? They do have the smite onto Joshi, so this should be a straightforward one. As long as he doesn't get stopped, it will go in the hands of Joshi. So this is going to be a trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, but Golden Kite in a bad spot. Yulong on the chase. Gets to the Seer State. That's going to be first blood. Now Chaz is about half-life. Yulong continuing on with that death precipice. Chaz is in a bad spot, been pushed away, but he will continue to chase under the top T1. No, he's not going to go.
He makes it out, and there is a potential. Chammy 1 did get the return kill, so that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in terms of kills across the board. Now the big question here is, okay, now that APG have garnered for themselves a very, very small lead, what else can they do with it? Because if there's no more answers, Blacklist, if they can take the space right, they have the upper hand in terms of jungle rotation.
Yeah, if we're looking at timers though, Blacklist International, I mean, when you have that Arlie and Golden Kite doing some work, Sun actually flashing away, and he will recall right under the tower.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to see. Playing to the absolute limits. We are at the final trenches of KIC 2025. You have to be at your best. You have to push every single limit.
It's all about the centimeters, the inches, whatever metric system you're using at this point, because again, it's the small things, right? If he was able to do just a little bit more, finding Sun, that would have been huge, but still, Blacklist International in this game, I mean, really taking the fight to IPG.
Which is what we want to see, right? Blacklist is not the easiest lane for the side of Chammy 1 as well, right? The healing factor of the ultimate on the side of Xiang is definitely going to be a little bit hard to handle for this Charlotte on Chammy 1. In the meantime, you can see there is a lot of long-range poke coming in from Shishan. That may be the game changer here.
Yeah, if he's able to catch you out. Now Xiang here, he's potentially looking to go. They have the numbers. He goes to the Hound, and he finds Jussie with that Annihilation. They have a lot of the damage, and Dragon is just going to be flashing back, but Blacklist coming out worse for wear.
And you can start to see the game plan here. It's really just shredding you down, right? We want to make sure that we peel your health bars down. And Yulong, he doesn't have to be put in a risky situation. He just comes in, gets the cleanup with his Seer State, and then it's all about the gold advantage for the side of APG.
And you're seeing the power of the synergy of this draft by APG. Well, most times, it's kind of like the Ogren is the be-all, end-all. But this one, Yangjian, the Nua, Concert, you have a lot of guys that can do damage. This is a good lineup. Now you've added an Ogren, which takes it to another level.
Yep, they can close the gap. I think that's the scariest thing. They can close the gap really quickly. Once the Hound lands on you, Xiang jumps straight in your face. And if you're out of range, it doesn't matter. Shishan can touch you from almost anywhere on the map.
Yeah, nobody wants to be touched from that far, right? So I think that going into this one, it will be key, right? Like, we need to look at Golden Kite, because this is the guy that come late game, Justy, yeah, he can be diving in, but they're too tanky. You don't really want to be diving the back line unless you know that the fight is going to happen, and Golden Kite is in there with that damage.
That's true, and the other person is going to be his twin brother. Dragon needs to be the shredder. He needs to find ways to get past the defenses of APG.
Yeah, the Hart brothers need to really step up this game. I dare say they need to kind of ensure that they blow in. But now the Tyrant has been stolen away by Justy. They've looked to turn this around. Justy is so low, he's going to be picked. But Yulong has been traded away. And now Blacklist International will be very happy with that one.
Yep. Jungle for jungle, this is what they want. This is what they need. Blacklist International, they did fall in game 1. But game 2, looking like there is a little bit more strength coming in from the PKL number 1.
Yeah, this is the fight back. This is the everything that Blacklist are looking to bring, right? They wanted to take the fight to APG and say, hey, you're on our turf, let's go.
Yeah, and that, you know what the curious thing is? Golden Kite and Sun, they are neck and neck in terms of EXP. They're just like, what, a quarter of a level difference right now.
Very close indeed. But I mean, like again, we're gonna have to be eyeing in on Golden Kite because this is the Arlie. If he's able to make those plays, because if you're able to take down Xiang and Yulong, I mean, it's pretty much a one T-fight at that stage.
Yeah, and they need to be really careful because at the end of the day, you can kind of use the Maple Dance to negate the Annihilation coming out from Shisan as well. So if you time your skills wrongly, Blacklist are going to punish you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but I've never done that, right? I've never been able to time it properly, but my old man skills just not cool enough on that sense. But APG, on the other hand, like if they're able to kind of like stack their skills, the burst is essentially very real.
Yeah, and this is very reliant on Joshi having the level advantage and the gold advantage as well, right? If nobody can deal with Joshi, then this fight instantly becomes so much easier for the side of Blacklist. They're gonna start
but
trying
now
now.
Skyfall, he actually goes for the backline. Joshi taking a lot of damage though, needs to be careful. Yulong looking to just turn this around, and with Saber there, I think Blacklist are gonna just disengage.
So smart. Look at what the result is. Chammy1 now has all the space in the world, takes the T1 on the top. Xiang does come in for the response, but Chammy1 can escape. He does not care about this. Right now, it's about pulling attention away from the side of APG. Blacklist, this is the macro gameplay that we need.
Yeah,
once again, they're diving.
It was looking to go in. Skyfall used yet again. Finding Sun, the unending sorrow has been used on this one. Joshi taking some tower shots, and Chammy1 is now joined with that teleport. Yulong is now here with that Death Precipice. Finding Chaz, gets the pick off onto that one. And now APG have actually got what they wanted, which is that single kill and defended the tower.
No, but it's fine. On the side of Blacklist International, giving away the life of Chaz for what? Look at the damage. It's more than half the health of the T1 turret at the bottom side, which means you're opening up the map so much more for the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but roam lives do matter, okay? I mean, you're trading it away for just tower damage, not the end-all, be-all. I mean, if they took it down, it would have been huge, but now look at Xiang taking away the Azure Golem.
Okay, but at least they know about it, right? So Blacklist, they have some information now. They also have the timer. What can they do with this, right? But on the other side, APG, this is exactly what they need to be doing. Making sure that they're pulling Blacklist all across the map as well. Taking away important buffs because Joshi does need the cooldown reduction. He does need the mana regeneration as well.
Yeah, you need that, especially to fight. I mean, both of the blues right now in favor of APG. Them understanding that, hey, if we take it away, Joshi's going to have a much harder time. He's not able to kind of just cycle his spells, get that jungle efficiency going.
And the biggest part, Xiang has it as well, right? So, like you mentioned before, which means the number of hounds he can drop is going to be a little bit more important. Xiang now being jumped on.
Yeah, jumped on, but he's going to hound back to safety, and here come the reinforcements from APG. The reaction time from APG and being able to defend the towers has been key.
Yeah, and it's all about Blacklist trying to burn out the resources on the side of APG. Hasn't really found too much success after they burn important skills like Saber's ultimates just yet. So for now, I would give the advantage to APG, but only for this moment.
Yeah, just, I mean, the net worth says otherwise, but I get your point that you're kind of feeling APG really getting themselves in this game. As long as they're just slightly losing at the 10-12 minute mark, I think that they're going to be fine.
And this is just, you know, simmering, right?
Yeah.
The pot is boiling right now. We will take a look. The 10-minute mark is where things will start to boil over.
And now Saber taking a decent amount, doing a little bit of face checking. Yulong has showed up, and Blacklist are like, no, we're not gonna go anywhere nearby.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. The Black Dragon might come in and bite them from the back, if you know what I mean. But on this side, Blacklist holding off and staving off the aggression of APG for now, and they're keeping close to a 1,000 goal lead for now.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they're growing the lead, which is finding the micro plays. And Chammy1 finding Yulong with that Skyfall, decides to go right on top of him with that power gradation. They'll push back onto him, but the Conductor of Souls is not going to be enough, and Yulong has been slain.
There's going to be a big kill right now at the 8-minute and 40-second mark. May not have been the best timer for the side of Blacklist, but still, a kill's a kill. You got down the biggest tank.
They find him and look like they want to go for this one, but Xiang with the Heaven and Earth, he's going to just be backing off on this one, but he's going to be chased by Joshi, forcing it down, and Joshi's done a great job of targeting people.
Yep. If he gets this one, it's going to be even more painful because he needs that blue buff. Unfortunately, will not get it.
Not going to get this one on this one.
But Chammy.
So I'm taking this one, but Chammy1, this is his split push is real, using all of that space, taking that out. Now they've been thrown to the top lane. They're going to take the Tyrant for free.
They're so smart. You can see their eyes, but you don't see their vision. And this is exactly why Blacklist has improved so much. The evolution is not done yet.
Yeah, and they're fainting like the jabs, but they're actually going for the right hooks because an APG right now on the defensive, they're being very reactive, being pulled all over the map.
Oh, how long has it been since we've seen Yulong being put in such a difficult position? APG though, they can definitely come back. It is just a 1,500 goal lead going to the side of Blacklist International. If they can stop Chemi from getting these split pushes off and stop getting distracted by the Blacklist International lineup, I think APG, they will find a way back into this.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yulong getting pulled around like this as much as, I mean, as like this game, right?
Yeah.
He's been very reactive and he's kind of slow. The Augurant is not the fastest of people. Yeah, you have the path of passing, but the Blacklist team has just been, you know, like they've been dictating the pace of this game and where the fights are happening.
And this is the 10-minute mark. They're pulling them in. Once again, look at what Chami1 is doing. It's all a bait to pull them in so that Chami1 can get the split push. Now Xiang is going to be forced to pull away. But hey, there is a different game plan. They want to dive in.
Yeah, they actually find Chami1, but Heaven and Earth mode has been committed by Xiang here. Now they've pulled elsewhere. APG now looking to go on top, but they have the Skyfall. They find Xiang, and now Justy understanding that they don't really have the damage, and now they might look to turn this. It looks like the emergence from Jisan has shown up, but they backside. Yulong is a little bit on the lower end, and now Blacklist will disengage.
Yeah, look, this pulling game, right? It's so intense. APG, they know they have to respond. At the same time, this also puts Blacklist in a position they can kind of force the Shadow Overlord. They don't know about it on the side of APG.
Yeah, they don't really know. I mean, Chaz is there, but they picked that one up, the Overlord, and now they start the Tyrant, but this might be a little too late. Here comes a Skyfall. No, he's going to abort mission and not go for that full mode.
It's all about making sure that they don't start this Tyrant, and right now, APG are falling prey. They are getting hunted.
Yeah, they're getting hunted. And again, this is the thing where you can use the Skyfall, abort mission, not actually commit for that, and use the Celestial Melody. Now you got it again.
Okay, so we answer the question. How much has Blacklist improved? They have improved a lot. APG, they were looking so dominant in game number 1, but now you can see game number 2, there is some response coming in from Blacklist International.
Yeah, this is a brand new Blacklist International team, right? Showing up at the right time, the right moment, the KIC in the Philippines, on their home turf, and going in, and they're getting pulled all over the place in the sense of APG with that Skyfall potentially going in, taking the bottom T2.
It's the fake out. I've never seen a Skyfall being used in this particular way, right? They normally just commit, and take a look at the damage. Golden Kite already melting Saber down by quite a bit.
Top
Another
lane,
one.
they find Xiang. They want to just push him back with that smite, completely pushing him away. And now Blacklist International doing a great job again with this Joshi Neza.
You don't look at the dive. You look at what else. Where are the other members on the side of Black? Joshi,
Joshi, we might have dove in too deep. He gets slain on that one. He stuck around and found out. And now APG have a little bit of a man advantage.
But they did take the T1 in the mid. And if we take across the map of Blacklist, every single turret is still up. It's 9 towers to work through.
Yeah, look at the Vanguard in the bottom lane. Xiang is actually going to have to rotate. This is APG. They're trying to fight this with only 4 members. Potential steal could potentially happen on this one. Golden Kite, he's getting gone on, taking a decent amount. He gets picked off. Sun actually gets that one, but now Yulong taking a decent amount. The Conductor Soul's not going to do anyone. And Heaven and Earth mode, he actually goes out forward, finding 3 members. The Annihilation only on the Chami, but Xiang taking a decent amount. He's being bounced around, and Chami1 gets that pick. And now he flashes away, and 4 members of APG not able to chase him down.
How are they doing it? This is so crazy. They're still maintaining the goal lead. They gave away the Tyrant buff to the side of APG, but still they're making the map work against against APG. They make a pseudo dive once again. Blacklist International. Every attempt by APG to regain control of the game has been nulled.
Yeah, it's been nullified in that sense, but Blacklist, the biggest thing is that Golden Kite dive, right? He's the guy that will get you over the edge. Blacklist, the rest of them are all about just doing that damage, and you'll get to a state where you're able to close the game out, but Golden Kite must be there to get them over that eventual hump.
We'll see how that is, because at the late game portion, for this side for APG, you have to pay attention to Shishan as well. Shishan is going to be the game changer, right? With his catch potential on the Matrix, he will be able to set up situations where the jungler Yulong, as well as APG clashing Xiang, should be able to find those openings on the side of Blacklist. But that's only if Joshi doesn't catch them first.
Yeah. Easier said than done, because he can go anywhere, right? I mean, he has that Skyfall. He can get to wherever you need to go. But the biggest problem with this lineup from APG is it's a deathball lineup. They want to be sticking together, all 5, just run it down mid. And Blacklist are like, well, they're pulling them all across. They're putting pressure on all 3 lanes, and now they find Joshi with doing a little bit of work, who's just trying to get back to safety. The emergence is on forward, but they find Joshi yet again.
They found the solution here. The backup from the side of Blacklist was not fast enough. And APG, I think they have found their pacing, they have found their footing here. They could potentially come back.
Oh, but Golden Kite doing some work on the Yulong. With those heals, that's going to be enough. But the top
T1 eventually taken down by Sun. That is the space that's been created.
And the T3 as well. They're sacrificing this. They have to make this work on the side of APG. If the defense comes through, Blacklist get the T3 at the bottom for free.
Yeah, I mean, the minions will just eventually take out, but the Overlord is going to be the big target here. Yulong got about half. And now Chaz looking to go over the wall on this one. The pullback, the Hound, he decides to go with the Heaven and Earth mode, finding him. Golden Cut is in a bad spot. The Annihilation is doing a little bit of work, but not able to find the pick. Chaz is under the tower. He will survive Saber with not enough damage.
Okay, just saving themselves by the skin of their teeth at this point. Blacklist to survive, but APG, they have a lot more left in the tank.
They have a lot more at this point. I mean, Chaz is back in the fountain. He will be looking to join again. Justy just trying to take his Crimson. That's going to be stolen away by Yulong with that smite.
This puts a lot of pressure on Dragon. Dragon needs to make sure he gets those stuns as well as the ultimate Blazing Brilliance down. If he cannot find that move, APG are going to walk all over them.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen too many of those Chaos Cinders, the Blazing Brilliance, the damage, the kills. I mean, he's 002 Dragon, that is, but his net worth is higher than Shisan. When those team fights happen and they group up, that's when you're going to see the impact.
Yep. And then look at the goal right now. APG have completely recovered. It is now back in their advantage. I mean, it's not the biggest goal lead, but it's closing into 1,000.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want, right? It's got to be scarier for Blacklist, right? Because that lead going into the Ogren and then counter you, this is a bit of a problem. Now, Blacklist on the defensive have to figure this one out. The tether is going to be used by Yulong onto Justy, but they take what they wanted, which is the bottom T2.
Yeah, and they've done a fantastic job. APG looking for an opening. With the help of the Shadow Vanguards, they have managed to take down the T2s at the bottom. The Shadow Overlord now is making his way down. So,
now they're going in. Skyfall goes right onto Sun, tries to dive onto this, but he's been pushed back, he's been focused, and now that unending sorrow with those heals, and Yulong in the middle of everything. Chammy1 is a little bit low. Joshy's just trying to attract attention to the top side, but Chammy1 gets picked off. APG making him pay.
Yep, they are 5 members strong. Shadow Overlord is making his way as well. T3 opened up for the side of APG. Blacklist, they have to defend.
Yeah, not much you can do with Chammy down for about 30 seconds, but APG looking to close this game out. They will be up in front. Saber there, he's got those heals. Chaz is taking a decent amount. Xiang with that Heaven and Earth mode tries to hound on forward. He's going to get on back, and now they do the damage onto Justy, who tries to stay alive, but he gets picked off, and they find Chaz, the conductor of Soul, slamming him down, and APG funneling the rest of them back into the fountain. They go for the crystal, and APG will take game number 2.
Yep, they can't do it. And of course, APG wrestle their way to the front once again. Game number 2 goes safely into the hands of Alpha Gaming.
Just, they were able to weather the early storm and then to kind of get themselves back into this one. Blacklist International, again, with this Neza pick, was just really not able to kind of overcome the draft.
But almost, I mean, almost done, right? But almost is not enough, especially in esports, especially in KIC 2025.
It was looking pretty good for the side of Blacklist International, especially in that early game. But the ability for the side of Alpha Gaming finding Justy back-to-back really brought the game back into their own hands. We saw a 2-3,000 goal lead thanks to the fact that Chammy1 on that Charlotte was finding multiple engage angles and getting the neutralizing kills. But the key one really, not to condemn Justy, but the side lane losing out 2 times of the Wild Spark kills, not the best one.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to, I mean, we're talking about how they were playing the macro game so well, they were pulling everybody, but at the end of the day, you do need some kills to get those towers in the mid lane, because once they grouped, that's where they all were. APG were just waiting. It was like a trap for them, and Blacklist eventually faltered.
No, but that's where it's a double-edged sword as well. 2 possible situations as well, because the Nerta with his first skill is able to get the anti-heal down, and when you are in the middle of 5, that's the perfect position to get anti-heal on every single person, but you need to survive after you use that skill.
Well, let's check out the end game screen here coming in from Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming's game 2 here. Aside from Yulong being this big beefy boy in front of the front line for the side of APG, Son and Shisan, the 2 consistent DPS dealers for the side of APG, very well played by both of them.
Yeah, actually those 2 really just showed up when they needed to. I mean, Sun was, he had the most net worth, but that was the guy that just had enough to really take them over. Yulong was doing a lot of damage, and he was attracting them on. Xiang was there also doing quite a bit as well, but you needed Sun with that damage to follow up, and he was always there when you needed him.
And I feel like to add on to the strength on the side of APG, I feel like Saber was that winning pick for the side of Alpha Gaming. Without the heals, without the stuns coming in from range, this composition would not have worked. They managed to buy some time for the side of Xiang and Yulong.
And look at the overall stats here coming in from all Alpha Gaming players here. damage has been done consistently by all 5 members and also the tanking department as well. This goes back to Kin's point, whereby the Yuhuan Tunecaster pick provides you so much value in those long and existing team fights. If Just G gets caught out on that wall sprout, you don't have that healing reduction for the long term of the fight.
Yeah, no long term at all, and you're kind of seeing that like the 12-minute mark when that gold graph just completely starts to dive in favor of APG as they figure it out, because again, it's all about that team fight. Once they had those items and the healings were just too much from APG.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the 1v1 situation here, and this is the lane that I'm super curious about, the Clash lane. Because we saw how effective both Clash laners were, but they came at different times. Xiang was waiting for that super late game where he could recover back into the lane, but also in the teamfight department.
That's true, where Xiang in all these team fights, his role and Chami1's role is very different. Chami is looking for those backline flanks, but Xiang is actively looking for the engage on towards the Arlie or on towards the likes of C Singer Dolia, and he was always in the eyes of everyone in that game itself, where he provided a lot of value in damaging those backline targets.
Alright, but the MVP of this one has got to be none other than Sun, as he was just had an amazing game. He was like 3-0 and 5. That's what I was going to say. But 23% of the team's damage. But the goal that he just carried was always so efficient and just pushing towers when he needed to.
For me, Sun has been a miracle of a substitute coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming, and he's been providing a lot of value due to how much experience this player has coming in from the year 2024 into this 2025 year. Yes, you can argue that out of the 2025, he has yet to qualify to any form of international events with his own team, but to be able to perform in the top 4 brackets back-to-back games, and especially be MVP of game number 2, definitely speaks a lot of volume for this player.
I mean, this win brings a lot of feelings back for Sun, because the closest Sun ever got was 2nd place in an international competition, right? So with that being said, I want to see if this is going to be the start of APG's reign. I mean, if they take out PKL's #1, this is a MKL finals here.
Would you say you're proud of your son? Huh? I'll show myself out, guys.
Get out of here!
The stairs is on my right here. Please mind your step as well. But let's go back towards this game itself, on towards the highlights here. This was definitely one of the key turning points here. Just G being caught here set the game pace for the side of Alpha Gaming back towards square one in towards the equal state.
Not just once, so he got caught, twice. And that was the start of the comeback for the side of Alpha Gaming, right? This was so difficult because you can see here, the moment you have to deal and put attention on Yulong and Xiang, you can't take them out. Who gets free time? Shishan gets free time, Sun gets free time, and that time is extended by the Helper Saber, get the redemption for the shields, get the Melody of Peace for the heals as well, and even with the Unending Sorrow.
It comes back to this draft. I mean, the backliners are doing what they need to do, the damage and the control, while the frontliners are always just creating so much havoc, and they're so tanky and doing so much work that this APG lineup was very difficult to deal with.
For me, Blacklist International Draft, yes, it works out if you play a perfect game, but under the condition of such a high-stake BO7, to play a perfect game, it's a very difficult task to do. Hence, right now we see in the match 12 lower bracket here between Blacklist and APG, APG currently sitting on a comfortable 2-0 lead. First to 4 wins.
Yeah,
Gary, right? I think even the crowd, you can see they're starting to tense up a bit, understanding that they're in a bit of a hole. 0-2. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Blacklist International have ways to come back in, but right now it seems to be fully in control of APG in this series.
I mean, halfway mark is a great achievement, but we do know that you need to last the distance. It's never about, hey, it looks good at the start. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So we'll see how this is going to be like for Blacklist. There is some time to recover. I'm curious about what is left, though, in the hero pool for both ends.
So at the very least, for the side of Blacklist International, some of these tier 1 picks are still available in the form of the Pei, in the form of the Ao Yin Long, in the form of the Guan Yu Dharma. All these are fresh picks that they can look to venture into. So if they do go over to the blue side, it still has a lot of value for them.
Yeah, I think that they need to kind of take some notes and do a little bit of a shift and get onto that red side, because it is, I believe, 100% win rate all day today. So they need to continue on with that streak. They need to just shift right now.
Okay, they also have the home ground buff in the form of Lapu Lapu. He is here live in person. We've seen him with his cosplay. I mean, this guy has been on a tear, not just on stage, but with the audience as well. You can hear them cheering all the way. Now, if you are free and you're around Manila, Philippines, come join us here in Ayala Malls, Manila Bay. everything is happening here. Of course, if you want to catch the action, you can still do so. We're only technically halfway through, but that's only if APG wins 4-0, which I think is not going to happen.
And even if APG really wins 4-0, we still have another lower bracket finals for us to watch here. But this is the updated global ban picture, and if you don't know, HoK functions under this GBP rule. For every hero that you use in the certain game that you have played, you can't use him anymore until game 7.
I mean, if we're looking at these heroes, it seems like the first game, the Blacklist, a bit of a wash. It was Athena strat, not really expensive. The second one, Dolia, but this seemed like not the typical Dolia lineups. It didn't fully utilize the power of the Celestial Melody.
At the same time, I want to add on to that as well. Like, I feel like the mid lane for the side of Blacklist International has been very utility based, and I feel like Dragon is more like aggressive. I get the kills for you guys. I want to see the Mai come out from the side of Blacklist International. Flip side, we take a look at APG. Perfect job from the side of Susan.
Beautiful. Able to pilot a Knowledge Gem Maestro Nui on the aggressive end, taking the least resource and going for the biggest engage, and playing on the reactive end, playing the Nua for the late game here. However, when we talk about Dragon, we can also talk about how he's able to be the funnel of the team itself. You want him to be on utility on the first 2 games, sure, but he's also capable of playing those carry heroes like you mentioned.
Well, let's see if that's going to change, because right now they have swapped the sides. We're talking about the 100% win rate for the side of Blacklist and APG being on the red side in this particular day itself. So Blacklist, now they're going to test that theory. Do they get the 100% from being on the red side as well?
The data don't lie. No.
The data don't lie.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I think it will be a bit. I mean, the biggest also piece to this is the fact that you're able to counter pick in the draft, which is really, I mean, at this level is kind of the slight edge you need.
That is true here. And so far, I think if you were to look at the red side win rate, it's so far 7 games if you consider back to the HBSC Nova series and also this series, 7 out of 7 right now.
Okay, 7 out of 7. That's a nice number to have, right? Right now, another nice number to have for the side of APG is having the 3-0. They want to close this series out ASAP because in their story right now, if they can close this fast, they still have the stamina to last against Nova in another best of 7.
Like we were talking about this before, if APG were able to 4-0 and just kind of move on, that would be best case scenario for them because again, Nova are well rested. You know, they had their ice cream. They're going to be very good to go in that last series of the day. But I think going into the same points, Blacklist right now, this is a must-win game. You go down 0-3, you're pretty much out.
That's true here. So for the side of Blacklist International, Game 1, Game 2 draft, not the most well seen thus far. If we can really put into a consideration in Game 3, they draft the standard Agudo Dirinjie, maybe that will put them back on towards the board in this series itself before going into the Game 3 break.
That's true. I mean, the Agudo has not been used by both ends, which kind of cancels out the potential of an Algrim pick for the side of Blacklist as well. Now, that's going to be a very scary notion because it feels like if you take a look through the lenses of APG, I think they have an edge in terms of the BP here.
Definitely an edge. I mean, that drafts, it's just the way that they were able, I mean, they had an edge going into every single game, right? It seemed like the picks, they got a little cute, right? They tried to go with the Dolia, Neza, and they were trying to catch you off, but they had answers. And APG have gotten the one-up every single time thus far.
I think throughout the entire tournament thus far, the Dolia Neza has been systematically researched on how to exactly win against this team-up. Yes, it's really strong, only if the matchup itself, the duo itself, doesn't get bothered in the early game. But what did Blacklist International suffer from? It was Yulong getting that first blood on towards the Parasolar on the hands of Golden Kite, and then converting that lead into a lot of jungle pressure, which puts Just-G into a more peculiar and difficult situation.
So I think at this point it's more of time. I feel like every game so far, Game 1, Game 2, it's all about time. Blacklist is running out of time.
Correct.
Yeah, which is unfortunate for them, right? Like, they made it to the final, the second to last day, which is great. But I think that at this point, yeah, you want more than top 4 at this point. You have an opportunity. You cannot give up. It comes back to this draft. What does TG have in terms of like the tricks in his hat? Because he needs to use it right now to really one-up them into this series.
Yeah, we need to dive into the minds of the coaches because right now I think both teams, coaches have been pouring their all into the drafts. You can see the difference. Even the slightest difference now has made the world's change. I mean, the reality has been completely different from what they expected, at least for Blacklist International.
Now, if we revisit back to the success story coming in from Blacklist International in the lower bracket run against Twisted Minds, in the upper bracket run versus HBSC, the way that they win games is really through strong river control and that 3v3 brawl around the mid lane here. If they can go back to that draft that they always play around, potentially the Agudo, potentially the good setup coming in from Chaz, maybe that's their keyway into the series itself.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Or, I mean, the other way is to kind of just go with tempo, maybe like a pay style, to just really kind of just go with tempo and just like take the fight to them, because you need a fight back right now. I think that APG right now are super happy and they just want to close the series out as quickly as possible.
I like the idea of the pay, but let's see what Blacklist does, because right now they do have the option to pick up the pay, and they know about this, right? They are not going to allow the Athena to come through for the side of APG as well. APG, do you take out the pay?
Now, APG has the option, okay, you take out the pay, you take out the other picks here, fine. But my concern over here for the side of Blacklist International, do you ban the Luna or the Arlie here? Both are deadly heroes that could be used for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially after the Yulong performance in Game 1, Game 2, giving him a Luna now or even giving him a Jing is going to be a big problem. But they feel like Sun is a bigger problem.
Yeah, definitely something that you want to target. But I mean, because at the same time, you might ban on some of the junglers, but you're kind of hurting yourself as well.
Okay, so if we were to dive deep into Blacklist International's history, when they see a Luna, they will oftentimes pick up the likes of a Daji, full damage Ogrun, and potentially even a Diadea.
Okay. I like the answers for that, right? But we have seen how players can use that strategy against you, right? The Luna never shows himself or herself in front of the Daji. And Blacklist, you wanted to brawl, we'll give the brawler to the best brawler in this space, and that's going to be Champion 1.
All right, I don't know why we're drafting or even playing this game. You know, Champion 1 has gotten his Dharma. This game is over, right? They just won. This is done.
Now, to break over your belief on the 100% Champion 1 victory, in Game 7 itself, Champion 1 did get the Dharma, but he has lost in that game against HBSC.
Look at you throwing facts at me, okay? Like, look, buddy. I mean, it came down to the ultimate battle, and Athena trumps the Dharma Champion 1, okay?
That is true. Well, okay, let's see if Blacklist International is able to continue that Dharma for Champion 1 in a game 7-4 series here. And for the pickup here coming in from Alpha Gaming, that's a lot of setup. Both the Revive Datu and also the War Saint.
Yes, a very effective setup as well. Like if no Xiang does not find success, Saber will. Someone on the side of APG with this draft will be able to find a chink in the armor, a gap that Blacklist International cannot cover. And right now, that window is getting a little tighter.
I mean, look at this lineup. Ogryn, Loong, Dharma. This is as heavy as it gets. Blacklist International, extremely expensive. If they lose this one, they kind of deserve to, because these are definitely the heroes that they're super comfortable on. They're very strong. They're meta. This is a all-in lineup by Blacklist thus far.
I would say it's a very well-comprised lineup compared to Game 1 and Game 2 itself. So they are finally coming into their normal senses to really draft around these strong skirmish teamfight compositions that really benefit them against TM and also HBSC in the upper and lower here. And you can start to see the priority that we talk about here, Diadea being locked away, and for the side of Blacklist International, all the strong heroes that are good against Ogryn removed from the pool.
So if you're APG, why don't you just go for the split push strat, right? We know Luna is very good at doing the split push as well. They could potentially pick up Marco. There's so much setup for the side of APG to save or set.
So the split push is a good idea. You kind of saw that in the last game. That was what Blacklist were trying to do, but at some point you get caught. So you need more mobility, maybe like a Da Chao, or somebody who can get you on out of there to get you safely in, out of the way.
But to this specific point, the split push game, right? But how do you split push if the side of Blacklist International is looking to box and fight you for every single resources here? You can see the combination here, Yixing and also Dharma here. Laid on the board and everywhere, all 4 squares, those are walls for you to play if you're Champion 1.
Dance with the wolves. Did Blacklist use the Beast already?
Not yet.
So the Beast is the answer here, right? Blacklist, this is the final pick?
Potentially available pickup here if they do want to look for even more of engaged tools here for the side of Blacklist International here. It really comes down to what Chaz wants to play. Does he want to go for the Beast for the double engage and also the board laying down for the multi-wombo combo? It will be lock-in, and this will be Blacklist International super combo draft.
Look, this is the best possible draft, synergizing, bringing out the strengths of each individual pick on the side of Blacklist International. If they still lose this, I mean, it just means the APG, Shushan is playing really well, because the Princess Frost is going to do so much damage with the Frigid Prison as well. But, I mean, APG, this is also a very strong draft. How many stuns do you need? Yes.
Yes, everything, right? And I mean, to your point, this is a typical, the best case scenario Blacklist International lineup. If they were ever looking like, hey, this is what I want to do, even in maybe like the ultimate battle, this is the style that they want to go because they're so comfortable on these heroes.
That is true. And also, if you were to look at the two teams' playstyle, it's very similar in its own respective cases here. For the side of Blacklist International, you want to play around Boardmaster's ultimate here. Lay down the board, allow Chammy on the Marshall 1 come in with those fancy big engages and also the Beast Chast of Vital Outburst. On the flip side, towards the side of the APG lineup, you have the Guan Yu, you have the Lapu Lapu. Also, big setups capable of changing the tides here. It really comes down to the point, who gets the better setup for their team?
I think this might be the most normal game between the two teams, right? This is the most stock standard draft. The amount of setups available for both teams is insane. And if you get the setup, you should not miss. There's no way to miss with this competition, right?
Yeah, I mean, someone will find a way. I think that someone will. I mean, there will be mistakes that ever happen, but it comes back to who makes the least number of mistakes as we go into the draft. I really like Blacklist. I think that this is their strength going into this, but APG definitely. If they're able to out-execute, if you have Yulong with this Luna, it could be a huge problem.
It definitely is going to be a huge problem because the stuns coming in, they will stun you for at least 1.5 seconds. So right now, Blacklist, APG, who's cleaner and who's more calm?
Yeah, I think it really comes back to that execution when they're able to get it. But at the same time, if Yulong is able to fly free, just get his farm, it's going to be a huge issue for Blacklist International because Golden Kite, Dragon, both very vulnerable.
Yeah, this one, I think it depends, right? If Dragon catches him on the board, there is a chance that Yulong does not make it out. But then there's the safe condition from the side of Xiang as well, right? Xiang can actually set as well as help escape from the clutches of Blacklist International.
Yeah, and Blacklist International here, I mean, there's got to be so much pressure on them. Down 0-2. You lose this, you're down 0-3 from the home crowd. You do not want to be in that situation where your backs are on the line, your tournament lives at stake.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a little quiet so far from the crowd. They need the support from the PKL fans. They need the support because we are in the home of PKL in Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, I think if we were able to channel that energy right now into Blacklist, I mean, I think that would be great for them because they're going to need every ounce of it to really get themselves in. But the Crimson going to be taken away here by Joshi on that smite.
And that was the first big attempt from the side of APG. If they have gotten that 4-man invasion successful, Joshi now would be buffless. His jungle will be open for contention. And the lanes will start looking very messy as well.
Yeah, it would definitely be very messy. I mean, at the same time, Blacklist International, understanding that Joshi, this is the guy, right? You have Golden Kite who's going to be in the bottom lane, getting on his own farm, but the other one is that you ensure that Joshi has a good game.
Yes, and this is very important because now the first point where we get to see who is the better team is when everyone hits level 4. This is where the setups will be insane.
Yeah, and looks like you're going to see Saber on this Lapu Lapu, just one of those heroes that provides so much. The latest hero that's been released for the Honor of Kings, the global app on this one. And this is a guy that he's the national hero of the PKL.
Okay, what a timing to hit that as well. Ball laid down. What do they get? They get Saber.
Yeah, they got Saber. The board is locked in on this one, but you don't really want to commit too much. Chaz not level 4 at this point, so you can't really get full value out of it.
That's true. And right now, Chammy1 trying his best to handle Xiang, right? Xiang does not really have the best of HP points at this particular situation, which is ideal for Blacklist because you want to try and force out even more flashes, you want to try and force out even more mistakes. For now, Sun, he will not have, if they start at the 4-minute mark, flash.
Yeah, and Chammy1 needs to do a better job of just containing Xiang, making sure that he's not able to do as much. Get vision on him, ensure that those Razor Cavalries are not team fight winning.
I mean, at this point, the one person I really want to pay attention to on the side of Alpha Game is Shisan. Shisan, to me, not just because I play Princess Frost, but if you really land a multi-man Fidget Prison, it changes the whole fight. There is no way you win that.
Yeah, and at the same time, Blacklist International need to do a good job of ensuring that they've got space, right? They're not grouped up because that could be a potential problem, that Frigid Prison, but you have your own board Umbrella Outburst, which can make things very chaotic.
Okay, they put it down.
They've got that board of the Stampede right on top, and they find Saber. He's on the wrong side of town, but the Frigid Prison right on point with that heroic charge. Oh, Chammy1 with the flash. Xiang looking for the attack, and he actually gets picked off. They make it him pay, but Yulong is there. Chammy1 is somehow still alive. No, Shisan gets him in the end.
But it's a 2-for-1, a big win for this other Blacklist, a great way to start, and this is at the 3 minutes and 30-second mark, 30 seconds away from the first Tyrant of the game. Yulong looking a bit low, but he should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine at this point, but I think that they're going to be very happy with that trade. Blacklist, I mean, Chammy1 going down for that one, but in the end, you get more picks off, and it's going to be great for Blacklist here.
Yo, Sun is just insane, man. I have seen him steal so many of those fire peaks with every use of the channel.
Oh, the raging control. They've got 3-man stun. Justy's just trying to get back to safety. The passive is not going to keep it alive. 2 members down from Blacklist.
What a painful strike from the side of APG. 4 members now onto the Tyrant. And we talked about the setup. How many setups do you want? As many as you can. And Alpha Gaming, they're going to look for the punish here.
The Raging Sea from Saber just provides so much. The Azure Golem going to be taken away. It looks like Golden Kite was there in the nick of time.
Gets it. It's better in the hands of your teammates rather than going to the opponents, which means they have to give this T1 away, right? You have managed to secure a little bit of security in that bottom side. Now with that APG, this is the marker of success for them. 1 more kill, 1 more T1. This map is going to look a lot darker. Saber here, ready for another engage.
Going in, I mean, whenever that ult is off cooldown, the Raging Sea, you just saw what happened. 3-man stun, the lockup, and it's pretty much all she wrote. But now Chaz looking for the return. The Umbrella Opera is going to be completely whiffing on this one. The board has been set up. They get the Raging Sea, and now with that Razor Cavalry pushing back Justy, he's been stuck into the winner is here. He's going to be killed, and now he goes in forward. Golden Kite is trying to stay alive, but Dragon's already been picked. 2 members down from Blacklist.
Dissected. This is a medical situation for this other Blacklist. You have to call the doctor. The surgeons are at work, and right now APG are looking so clean.
Oh man, if Chaz was able to hit that Umbrella Outburst, I mean, that could have been like team fight winning on that one, but he completely whiffed. Dragon tried to salvage it with the board, but even that wasn't great, and Blacklist International now on the defensive yet again.
It's also about Shishan, right? Look at the Frigid Prison along with Winter is here. The setup is insane. One more time.
Winter is here right on point with that Raging Sea. He has to get on his Dragon, and Golden Kite is on out. Chaz is going to survive as well.
Yep, but they buy some time, but not some health. This is exactly what they need to do on the side of Alpha Gaming. They're doing this to the T. Blacklist International. It's all about Yulong now. If he forces his way in the back.
Oh, they're trying to go for the steal, but he actually stuck around and he got picked off. Justy making him pay.
Okay, but Chammy 1 took the Azure Golem. Not the ideal situation, but better in the hands of Black than in Alpha.
Yeah, I think that they'll be okay with it. I mean, Justy's just like, hey, at the end of the day, we got the kill, so not the worst. But Sun, he's been doing this all series, right? He's been just taking the towers and just making his way on out.
Yeah, good job. Are you winning, Sun? Yes, you are.
He's doing a great job. I mean, he's been really stepping up in this series, which is what they really needed. They needed that consistency from the farm lane, and Sun has really stepped up.
And okay, so here is the silver lining for this other Blacklist International in terms of farm. Golden Kite is matching. He does have the Crimson buff in his hands as well. Right now, itemization, it is looking pretty neck and neck. Now, the only question is, who's going to deal with Shushan?
Yeah, I don't think they've been able to find him. I mean, look at how the lineup of Blacklist International works. They're very linear. They're kind of just stock standard coming at you. Yeah, you have the path of passing, but they know what's coming. There's no jump in.
Yeah, there is no entry, right? That's the big problem. And if you choose a dive, you're potentially putting yourself in a very unsafe situation where Xiang will then make you go deeper in the depths of APG's side of the map.
Yeah, look at Saber. All that vision, he's just so tanky. And this Crimson is going to be a potentially under siege. The Umbrella Outburst only onto 1. And Champion 1 looking to go with that True. The 3-man stun with that board. But they're turning this around. The winner is here, zoning them away. Champion 1 is going the wrong way with that formlessness, but he's going to be picked off. Xiang is so low. Chaz is low as well. And Dragon just barely, no, he's going to be picked off. Sun with that damage.
They can't do it. They can't do it. They have to run now. Right now, it's just Chaz as well as Golden Kite. If the 2 of them fall, this is a guaranteed win for the side of APG. But what a setup. Shishan, how many times will you break the heart of PKL?
Yeah, this Princess Frost pick has been just so much value. He's always been able to stay alive, and actually with those Winter is here, the Frigid Prison, but DJ can break it down.
So look, it was looking so great for them for that setup, but look at that Frigid Prison along with the combination with Xiang on that Razor Cavalry, pushing them right into the smallest circle available. I mean, that circle looked too big for Blacklist.
Yeah, just way too much at that point. I mean, this has been an APG game, and you're seeing exactly why. How they've been able to just dismantle you through the skills, and that team fight has just been next level by APG.
I mean, we had a conversation with the MKL players, and they did say APG is that, dark horse. They have the potential to be the champions, and right now they're showing you they definitely can.
Yeah, they're definitely
finding their groove. This is a team that's really starting to level up each game, each series, and you're seeing the strengths. Blacklist International was looking very good in the series, but in this one thus far, they've looked very pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really just making sure your combinations work. Chaz has been finding those ultimates, but they need to find Shishan with them as well. Shishan has been the one turning the fights for the side of APG.
Yeah, but it's one thing for Chaz to actually set that up, but now the winner's here. The zone away, they find Joshi, the Leaping Savior on back, the Soaring Greek Dragon trying to push him away, but they turn their attention on the top T2 instead.
All right, this is macro play coming in. Once again, Shishan playing really safe. He is out of vision. And every single time he's out of vision, you can expect there is going to be a surprise for Blacklist that they will not enjoy.
His positioning is flawless. Like, the way he's moving around the map, always in the back line, never a danger. He's able to cycle his spells, and you really don't need a whole lot of items when you're just constantly just CCing everybody.
And yeah, talking about, oh, maybe he's out of range. No, he will never be, because Xiang actually pushes them into the circle itself.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing. This combination has been on point. The winner is here with that Razor Cavalry. Time and time again, you're seeing the team fights that have been shifting in favor of APG because of those skills.
Yeah, we'll see the defense put up by Blacklist on the side of the T2 at the right-hand side of the map. Blacklist, they've
on
bought
the side.
time.
Jamie 1 is trying to fight this one, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to have to flash, but Saber catches him down. Yulong gets that kill, though, and now Blacklist International down a member.
I mean, they've burnt just Saber's ultimate. That's the only usage they had. Jamie 1 committed ultimate, committed his flash as well. This is 2 minutes of unfounded strength for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, and he's really not hitting that hard. This Monk is just not there yet. I mean, it's only 10 minutes into the game. He was trying to make a solo play, but he got caught out. I think at this point, you got to be like, hey, calm down. We need to play as a team.
I mean, 10-minute mark. This is a immediate take on to the Shadow Tyrant. APG now in perfect fighting form. Not only that, they're hitting level 15 soon. That is where your max level achieved.
Yeah, Yulong level 14 versus Jushi's 13, outscaling at this point. Joshi right now just fighting for scraps, whatever he can find on this Blacklist side, but now they're huddled in their base, just trying to defend the T3s at this stage.
There's very little value, right? Because Sun is 14, Golden Kite cannot get the burst down. And take a look how quickly they take that T3 at the bottom side. Blacklist, this is potentially the last stand for game number 3 here. They need to do something.
Yeah, they need to do something, but I mean, you just saw how much damage, and the Sun is doing some serious work. Yulong is there for that potential jump in. You have so much CC from Xiang and Saber that, like, you really can't crack into this lineup.
Yeah, there's no answers here. If you deal with Xiang, you have to make sure that you watch out for Yulong. And then once you deal with the two of them, there's Shishan as well as Saber. So many problems, and Blacklist can't solve one of them.
Yeah, cannot at all. I mean, the winner is here, just the zone. They did a little chip damage on that top T3. They'll chip off some of that paint. They will walk on out.
We'll see at this point. I mean, for Blacklist to win, one potential is to try and last the Tempest Dragon, but that is 8.5 minutes. That is extremely long. That feels like an eternity for Blacklist International.
I think it would be a mistake for APG if they didn't close this game out in 8.5 minutes, right? I think that they have everything, all the tools, all the net worth, everything that you would want to really close this game out, and it's just a matter of time. If Blacklist were able to get there, that would be huge.
Yeah, this is not supposed to happen, right? Yeah. So if you take a look at the goal difference, Xiang has a 2k net worth lead against Xiaomi 1. There is a 1k goal lead between Yulong as well as Joshi. Same situation for Sun and Golden Kite. Every single thing points that Blacklist does not survive this game.
Yeah, it does not survive, especially, I mean, surviving another 8 more minutes, which I don't think APG are definitely going to be doing, but now they need to continue to slow siege. Take out this top T3, the bottom lane is pushing as well.
Yeah, but they don't know Chance. He's hiding behind them. There is a potential!
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst, another whiff, and he just needs to get back to base just because of shame, right, at this point, but now they find him. Infinite Basses, Yulong is going to have to just do a decent amount, but Joshi's already been picked off. They've got the space for the top T3, now APG looking to close this one.
They survived their first onslaught, so they would get rid of the minions. But here comes the true problem. Shadow Overlords, Shadow Vanguards. Can Blacklist International last this test?
I mean, without Joshi for about 15 seconds, that too is an eternity. The Razor Cavalry on board with the winter is here. It is just too much. APG is a take game number 3.
What a big performance coming in from the MKL number 3. Killer moves coming in from Shishan. Killer moves coming in from the entirety of this number 3 seed of MKL.
Do you feel the breeze? Because I am feeling Shishan's Princess Frostborn all the way on the spectator seat here. My goodness. Frigid Prisons after Frigid Prisons. This is no Liang Princess Frost. This is a single Princess Frost performance coming in from Shisan.
You're telling me this is the number 3rd seed from MKR? I mean, how crazy is that? The combinations they pulled off in this particular game has been insane.
Absolutely insane. I mean, it comes back to this draft. Shisan just next level with those Frigid Prisons, the winner, everything. Just so much control that Blacklist could never really take any sort of team fight.
And it's not like individual plays. It's a team play. Like the Frigid Prison being maximized by the fact that Xiang is catching all of them in one fell swoop. Like, it's just everything. I mean, stuns of the stuns. How do you play this game?
I don't know, because it's looking so stressful coming in from the side of Blacklist International. We were talking about it during the pre-game draft. We were saying like, hey, whoever gets the perfect engage first, aside from these big knockups, big boards, will win the fight. But who would have thought that Shisan on a Princess Frost, that spell 2 on Princess Frost is one of the hardest to actually land in the game. He was hitting like what, multiple members in every single fight? That was absurd.
It's hard for you.
I agree.
Shisan, I mean, he made it look so easy. I'm sorry, that's hard for me too.
What? No, it's actually not that hard, right? But the thing is, you need good teammates.
No.
And that was Premium HoK.
Now, Kin, you're playing with Grandmaster players. They're playing with pro players. No, the difference is kind of huge.
Okay, understand, but there's a reason why I'm not on the stage, right? It's to make sure that people know that there is a big difference. So, talking about the differences, let's go into the stats page, because this one is going to be a complete different story on both ends.
I feel like it's absolute domination here coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. Yes, we have the Yulong Sander doing the usual Yulong things, but this game, Xiang, Shisan, Saber, this trio has been phenomenal. Like what? The first one we saw was Saber finding a 3-man knockup in towards the bottom river, and then Shisan Xiang combination here, finding these multiple man frigid charges into the push coming in from the war scene Razor Cavalry.
Okay. I found out the winning condition. Why APG is so strong? Because they always have SSS. And add one more S for that. So that's 4 S's. 4 S tiers. I mean, that's why it's so hard for Blacklist to find that opening. And it's hard to see the opening. Blacklist, this was a great draft. We talked about this during the ban pick phase, right? There is no way you cannot find an opening. But the way that APG executed the draft, it's so hard to play this game.
So hard. And it was like the perfect kryptonite to this Blacklist International lineup, which is, again, their bread and butter. This is what got them there. But it was completely outclassed, and it was just too much control from Shisan and, of course, Xiang, as well as Saber.
It's looking very difficult and desperate so far coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Game 1 and Game 2, we could say that yes, it was an expensive draft, but Game 3, hella expensive, but the execution wasn't even there as well. The team fights has been always in favor of APG, leading into a 9.7k goal lead with everything. Only one tower drop into the favor of Blacklist.
I want you to watch the replay of this particular game between APG and Blacklist. And this is the definition of forced errors. Did Blacklist make a mistake? No, they did not. The errors were forced by the side of APG. They had no control. Alpha Gaming just took the game to them. I mean, he brought the dish and said, eat it. This is your buffet now.
Okay, I feel like somebody's done that to you. We're going to have to talk about that trauma later. But I think that, to your point, I mean, APG right now, unwelcome guests, right? I think that the way that they've kind of dismantled Blacklist have made them look not great, and they've been completely outclassed, and Blacklist are trying to make things happen.
And yeah, talk about outclass here, Kin, and also Holler. Shisan definitely outclassed whatever Dragon brought to the table here, because this is his one-man show in this game.
If you feel like this graph is scary, wait till they add control time. That is the scariest part for Shisan. But of course, we will take a look at the MVP, because the one that in full control of this game, it has to be Saber. He was the setup, right? So yes, we have the perfect plays coming in from the Princess Frost, from the Guan Yu as well. But Saber, he opened up the game for the side of Alpha Gaming. He was the one that started the ball rolling.
That's true. We're in the bottom side of the river after the side of Blacklist International got a decent win in those exchanges. This man found a 3-man knockup on towards the Lapu Lapu, which set the tone for his team into the multiple frigid charges coming in from the Princess Frost itself. As we can see towards the highlight here, we can really see this first play here. So this was being achieved by the side of Blacklist International here. But this was kind of interesting because Xiang pushed Champion 1 out of the ultimate.
I mean, this is that moment where Champion 1, you think he's going to survive, and then he just gets barely picked off. But again, Shisan with those plays, you're seeing those highlights. And this is that one they were talking about. Ooh, 3-man stun. Oh my god, that was just gravy.
That punched me in the gut as well. That was so beautiful, and you can't help but feel bad for Blacklist International. I mean, take a look at it. false errors chairs. He was expecting a different direction altogether.
Look at this play here. It really chokes out Jushu in being this tanky frontline Ogren. And this was the one. Take a look at Shizan here. Engage on towards here. 3-man Frigid Prison. My goodness. Immediately melting the hopes of the side of Blacklist International in any single attempt. Look at the health bars here. It's actually really super duper close between every single player. Imagine he didn't hit that. That would be an easy fight for the Blacklist.
Easily, for sure. But Shizan hits that Frigid Prison because Siang with that Razor Cavalry makes it very easy when they shuffle him into that little area where that winner is here on that one point.
And that's why they're professionals. A professional's job is to make it look easy. The execution of this is insanely hard. This is really peak quality for the side of HoK. And because of their peak performance, APG now leads Blacklist International in this lower bracket here by 3-0. One more does it.
They need to do every single thing later on into the 5 minutes break to bring whatever strap, bring whatever in the kitchen sink to throw against Alpha Gaming. Because right now, things are looking super dire here. It is not looking remotely close at all.
It wasn't close at all. I mean, they look next level right now. I think that they're ready for Nova Esports. They might even be like overthinking it right now and just not like bypassing Blacklist because they seem very comfortable and it doesn't look like Blacklist has any answers.
I would argue that it looks close. But the close is a closed door for the side of Blacklist International at this point. I mean, we all want them to perform, but right now APG is just defiant. They don't want to allow that to happen.
I feel like they are really just shutting down the whatever hopes they are bringing towards for the side of PKL. Yes, we do say that Blacklist International, their growth has been phenomenal, but right now, the cold hard reality has been slapped on towards their face with a 0-3 scoreline. Everything is possible. We do need them to go into a break. We need a break as well. So after the break itself, we need to see how they come back from this.
Challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, it'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party's time we did. Go, live how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Kind of the one who made it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose. I can see it,
I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We barely fuck as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've taken my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, turning I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the party's time we did. Go, live how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
rising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's in our sight. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao.
Hello, welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 here in Manila, Philippines. And right now, we are at the Ayala Mall here at Manila Bay. And so far, bad news for the side of Filipino fans because Blacklist International 0-3 down against Alpha Gaming in an elimination match for the lower bracket finals.
Well, it is not over until you win. So let's see how it is, because 3-0, we have seen this situation before, but there are rare occasions, and if there's any team to do it, it has to be Blacklist International. They can come back with a 4-win streak.
The reverse sweep, that's the dream, right? I think that for all of the Filipinos out here in terms of the stadium and this venue, just they need that, right? To be able to pull it off, I think the break could not have been better timed, and they need to just kind of just chill out, because right now it doesn't seem like Blacklist are playing the game that they like to play.
Exactly, and so far in the history of KIC 2025 itself, there was only one reverse sweep in the lower bracket itself. If I'm not mistaken, it was done by Alpha 7 or Loops, either one of these teams. And for the playoffs, we have yet to have any of that happening right now.
I mean, it's only going to get more difficult, right? The opponents are much stronger, they're much cleaner as well. We'll take a look at this Blacklist. They choose the red side again. Now, they have broken this red side 100% win rate today. Does it continue?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it was a good one. I mean, it went. We had a 100% day thus far, and then all of a sudden at the very end, just being able to kind of crack that one. I think APG are like, it doesn't matter what side we're on. That's just a myth at the end of the day.
With the momentum that has been shown for the side of Alpha Gaming, MKL's third seed so far, they're looking to be an absolute monster here. And if they can close this series in a 4-0 fashion, they will get a decent break time to go and fight for that lower bracket final spot and be the second team to their grand finals.
But this is the dream, right? For the side of Alpha Gaming, this is exactly the scenario
Correct.
you want to create, because Nova had to go through a very difficult journey. It's a 4-1 game series for them on the first series of the day. Right now, if APG cleans this up, and these games have been really quick, they can essentially play the fatigue game with Nova as well.
Yeah, they could. I mean, at the same time, I think that Nova are like, hey, well, let's extend the game, the series as long as possible, tire them out a little bit, right? Because it would definitely help them, right? Going into the next series, which is not going to be great for them. But at the same time, Blacklist, they need to just get that one game, get a little momentum.
It's difficult, right? Because right now there's so much pressure on towards their shoulders. And with back-to-back 3 losses against one of the, I would say, their comfort compositions, things are not looking good for them. I am looking to see what kind of draft that they can bring up to the table to really reel themselves into this best of 7.
Okay, so the non-meta does not work. The meta did not work because APG knows exactly what needs to be done. So why not just revert back to the super weird, super off meta?
Well, you got to kind of get a little bit of a balance. I think that more so for the draft to kind of outdraft them, right? To counterpick properly. Because right now, some of the games that you saw, and we saw that with the global ban pick, like the Nizza pick was like completely random. It didn't really have a whole lot of synergy going up against the lineup of APG, and they've been penalized with these kinds of weird drafts already.
The weird drafts really didn't make a lot of sense in that Game 1 perspective itself, but we do categorize that as the test the water sort of draft. But coming to Game 2, the Nizza Dolia was systematically debunked by the side of Alpha Gaming here. And game number 3, it was really... they lost the big team fights, they lost in terms of execution here. So game number 4, how do they formulate a decent enough draft to really control the map, take the advantage away from Alpha Gaming? Because we saw signs of life as well for the side of Blacklist International. When they drafted the Nizza Dolia, they didn't lose because of execution. They lost because of the fact that they were careless in the side lane approach.
Yeah, definitely careless. I mean, they got caught out a couple too many times. Like, you saw Saber with those massive stunts. Like, you can't just face check brushes and then just, like, group up, right? Because you know that you could be vulnerable. So these are the kinds of things where they're losing the vision game. They're not playing smart. They're actually just kind of instinctively moving around, which is not great for this squad.
All right, so APG, they're going to start off the picks and bans here. The picks obviously going into the Aoi and the Dragon Boy here low. Now, normally we'll be taking a look at the Hoi, the DRNG, go for a tank build, right? And then you try to pad it up. So we're looking at DRNG as a direct response. Now, what are you going to be left with?
I feel like if you're Blacklist International, go for the DRNG Agudo, play the 10-4 game. Choke out Alpha Gaming and don't let them think. This is the PKL playstyle. If they can really force out and make you fight them and then reel you into the river for a brawl, that's the ideal situation. Your reference back to how Alpha Gaming lost to Boom yesterday.
Yeah, they're going to be smart with this one in terms of that Mai, but APG are like, okay, you want to go fast, furious, gank at potential, we're going to go tanky, right? We're going to go with this Dune and let Yulong kind of just be this tanky dude that's going to be so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, like, can you punch a wall? Can you break the wall? That's the big question now, because there truly is a big hurdle for Blacklist International to try and triumph and go past, because at this point, 3-0 already. This is series point. And APG, they're going for the double D's combination. One of our favorites, Dun and Dolia.
Dun and Dolia being secured for the side of Alpha Gaming here. A very consistent, I would say, jungle roam synergy. You go for the unruly blade in and then you bail it out again. A very in and out sort of composition here. And to test the waters here once again in a 3-0 fashion, Blacklist International going back to their regional specific hero, the national hero, Lapu Lapu, locked in for them.
Yeah, and he's here in person as well. I mean, there are many different versions, but I feel like this guy is the best version out there. He is live here at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay. Let's see what other setups can they do. Blacklist, they know about this. The big burst composition in the mid, not allowed. No Shangguan, no Kongming, no double ults.
Yeah, no double ults, but they have a decent amount of a CC already, but they need some way to go to deal with the Dune, who will be diving potentially for that back line onto the Mai and the DRNG. To kind of scale things up. I think that for the Clash laners, you're probably looking for like a Mayin, something of that sort, or maybe like a Byron.
Oh, that could sound really nice here for the side of Blacklist International here, but they do save the final pick for the side of their Clash lane here, meaning Chami 1 gets the direct access into that 1v1 matchup. With the lock of the Musashi here, it does give you a lot of comfort because it simultaneously counters out the Flaming Palm coming in from the Lone and also reduces the healing coming in from the Dune.
I think APG now are in a very nice position, right? All they have to do is to get a secondary dive, and I think their competition is complete, right? The mid lane, doesn't matter who they pick at this point. The difficulty for Blacklist is, you know that Joshi will dive with the duel to the death. He needs someone else to back him up with the damage, right? The DRNG, great if he gets the token, but he's not going to be long range enough to be able to help the dive by Musashi.
And also my worry for the South Blacklist International draft, you no longer have the Charlotte to go up against the Mayin. If you default towards the Byron, it's really good, but only if you win the game pre-12 minutes here, because this is such an early to mid-game composition for Blacklist. There is no room for error.
But what choices do you have left? You need to have the tank, right? Lapu Lapu, great. He is tanky. He is able to set it up. But what happens? You have to prepare. What if the early game does not work out, right? There needs to be a fallback safety net for the side of Blacklist as well.
The this last pick, Yixing is going to be a problem, right? He's going to lock you in. You will duel to death. Okay, we're locked in prison. Now what are you going to do? And they have a decent amount of burst and potential control, but a lot of eyes are going to be on Sun on this one, because if he passes away, if he gets picked off, they don't really have a whole lot of damage to follow up.
And I'm interested to see what kind of build will Son really show us today, because he was the first marksman. Although he didn't really win against Nova Esports, he went for the semi-tank long build before the side of VV did it in the upper bracket finals. So it seems that it could be a pretty interesting itemization, especially against these pesky high-burst mages like the Maestro Nui.
I think once you get your first Eternity Blade, just go for one defensive item, right? Ominous Premonition, Succubus Cloak, whoever is dealing more damage. And I think this is game set for Alpha Gaming, but only if they get the lead. Blacklist International, their job now is to buy time, and time is one of the hardest things to buy in HoK.
But that's the problem. With Blacklist International's comp, there is no buying time per se. They need to step on the pedal because there is no late game coming in from the Blacklist International draft.
Yeah, they have to go fast. I mean, this Mai is going to fall off like no other. The Musashi will be controlled. D-Renjay is the last guy. So late game, it's not looking good. I mean, they need to go fast and furious, especially early, to really just take over this game here.
Right, we'll see. The fans are cheering them on. They need all the help they can get. Potential last game. This is game series for Blacklist International. The last hope for PKL.
I mean, top four, they made it there thus far, which is great for them, and they want to continue on. But again, this is a mountain to climb, being down 0-3 against Alpha Gaming, who have looked on another level.
Yep, this is not about money, this is not about titles, this is about the glory and to represent your nation in the biggest competition of HoK Global Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're like, hey, this is the elimination game, we're on the backside, we're gonna just call up the national hero Lapu Lapu and give ourselves a chance. We're gonna go out with, you know, fist throwing everything at it.
I mean, Raging Seas, right? That's the ultimate on the side of the Lapu Lapu. This has to be the most rageful sea. If Blacklist is able to get the win here, the fans will erupt.
Yeah, first 5-10 minutes going to be key for Blacklist to really set the tone on this one. Dragon, how much impact is he going to have? Are they going to be able to get some ganks to really get this kind of the snowball going? Because again, it's all about momentum in this game, and getting it in, especially with an early game lineup, you need to strike first.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be very dependent on the number of Kachosins that Dragon can get in before the actual fight starts, right? You need to, you know, soften them up. And this is not a very soft lineup from the side of Alpha Gaming. Oh, hang on, maybe this is the chance.
Oh, they do a decent amount of damage onto Saber, who's limping away, but in the top lane, there's a little bit of action. And Dragon goes in with the Ruinja, finding it, but they're not able to get it. Taking liberties is going to zone them away, and Yulong is just too tanky at this stage.
Same time, at the bottom side, Golden Kite and Chance are taking quite a bit of damage because of the heals coming out by Saber as well. This is not an easy fight in the farm lane. Everything against the likes of Blacklist International, they have to hang on.
Yeah, they definitely have to hang on. This is not a good, easy lineup. I mean, the draft, I'm giving a slight edge to APG, even in terms of the laning, maybe except for the Chammy 1 versus Xiang 1, because Byron is just a beast, but this is going to be a very tough game for Blacklist.
It's a very tight game, and timing is of the essence, right? And I feel the fact that Joshi has this Musashi, right, the Sword Master, is actually very apt, because in the duel to the death, you only have that short amount of time where you're in peril, where you cannot get heals. You need to get the finishing blow then, which means execution needs to be absolutely perfect from the side of Blacklist, or they will lose this.
So that's where Dragon and Chammy 1 setting it up. I mean, Golden Kite like tenderizing, taking some of the damage away, and Joshi going in with that duel to death to really clean up. He cannot be that initial initiator.
Yeah, and this one, in HoK, truly the better team wins. Rarely about individual efforts. It all comes down to how much team play do you get. Can you get that synergy you're looking for?
Oh, now you're talking about team play. Now you want to talk about coordination. Well, you know, in our ranked games, you never want to talk, huh?
I'm going to carry the game.
All by yourself. But he mentions the Rage's Seed. They find Saber, who's taking a decent amount. He's going to give up first blood, and that's a great rotation by Dragon.
Exactly what you need, because it's Dragon who gets the first blood. That's the Mai Shiranui, the Fire Ninja. You need that early game, and Blacklist get the great
they have to get another kill. They find Xiang in the top lane as well. Blacklist International are doing a great job early.
Okay, that's exactly the MO right now. They need to do more. I mean, I may feel like I'm being greedy at this point, but Blacklist, they need more than just first 2 kills. They need the turrets. They need the objectives.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that you get the kills. They get the nice little Ruinja onto Shisan. He's going to taking liberties on back. They're going to look to trade. But it's one thing to get the kills, but you gotta convert it into those objectives as you were talking about.
Exactly, and it's not going to be easy because if you take a look at the lineup on the side of Alpha Gaming, they have a lot of sustain. Shishan, his passive, allows him to stay alive for one more moment, and that could be the difference maker in those 5v5 skirmishes. Right now, Blacklist, they have the slight advantage. Can they turn it into a neutral 4-minute objective of the Tyrant?
Now, both of the Roams, though, are going to meet in the middle in terms of this Tyrant. They're going to take the Crimson first for APG, ensuring that Yulong picks this off. This is going to be the next big fight as the Tyrant gets pulled around. Chaz is still there, but the rest of Blacklist not going to be following up.
I think Blacklist have other plans in mind, right? It's really about making sure they get the steals as well. Looking for the T1 on the top. The macro game is more important because the Tyrant buff will expire.
Yeah, and it looks like Xiang just dealing with the minions. The top lane is a little under siege at this point, but they take out the Azure Golem. Justy stuck in the box. He will be looking to just run on out of this. The wind slash is on point, but they find Yulong in not the greatest of spots. Nice little Raging Steed, nice little play with that Storm Strike, but they've pulled around by the Taking Liberties. They've already got Yulong though.
They got the biggest target, and right now Blacklist International, they come alive. The fans are here as well. They are looking for the win. Blacklist, they just need to take it.
One goes in and gets the strike, and Chisan is down. They turn this around, and the mid T1 is down as well.
And this is where no response comes out of APG, not because they don't want to, but because they cannot.
You can't. I mean, because Blacklist are
Golden Kite.
Golden Kite, he gets pulled around. He's all by himself. The legal immunity, the flash away by Golden Kite, and the great Houdini gets away.
He actually makes it out. Blacklist International, they need a miracle, and a miracle has been delivered, at least at this 5.5-minute mark.
He gets that pick off on the Golden Kite, Xiang that is, and the dynamic of this game completely shifts in favor of APG because again, you need Golden Kite to close this game out.
Exactly. The fact that his timing has not been spotted, has not been delayed too much, that is a big win. He also has the Crimson buff in hand. He's able to deal a lot more damage. And I mean, is Lapu Lapu just the answer?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got a 4K net worth lead. When in doubt, call in the national hero, right? Like, we need help. It's like Superman, right? In that sense of just being able to go in. And they've done such a great job. They've built this lead. We have not seen this type of lead from Blacklist in this entire series.
Yep, bear in mind, this is 4,000 gold in the space of 6 minutes. Right now, Blacklist International, they're looking for the T2s. If they can break a T2 before the 10-minute mark, this is going to aid them massively in that 10-minute shadow variance.
Yeah, that will definitely help them out. But APG funneling from back to the top lane to the mid lane, just dealing. Again, they know that they're behind. They need to stem the bleeding in some fashion.
They have, right? Because the goal lead in between and goal differential between Drag. Oh, wait, hang on. Next, you get it. All right, so they get the first overlord of the game as well. So with that being said, Blacklist, they make the trade in terms of neutral objectives. It's all about making sure that you have the goal lead. Right now, Shishan is training by 1,000 gold against Dragon. The dream scenario for this Fire Ninja.
Yeah, this is a great way to get back in. The bottom T2 has been taken out. You're seeing the impact. Pre-10 minutes, how Dragon is literally running from lane to lane, putting that pressure on, and they've gotten the first bottom T2 already.
I mean, the fans are making a big difference. I was confused for a moment. I was, what are they cheering for? And that was actually the first overlord in the game. So now, APG feeling not just the brutal strength of Blacklist members, but the Blacklist 6th member, the fan.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling that one. I mean, you could feel it in the floors, right? Like the energy that they're kind of putting out here. And Blacklist International looking to take the top T2. They don't need minions for that. They'll take that one out.
That's exactly what they need. Now, with just the T2 in the mid left, this gorge is extremely dark on the sidelines, which means Blacklist, they can open up potential catches. Chance is going to be responsible for this one.
Growing that lead even more. 5.4 in favor of Blacklist here, and they're looking to contest. They have 4 members of APG, and all they want is their Zergolan, but now they're going for the duel to death. Tries to go in, just zones them away. Stuck in the border or not, doesn't really matter.
Right, the Raging Seas used as a defensive measure, or rather offensive one, to make sure that there is a deterrent. So they will manage to stave off the aggression from the side of APG, make life a little bit more difficult. It's a 5,000 goalie now. Blacklist in a prime position to be able to have control of this game even tighter.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu here is just so much fun. I mean, so much control, everything that you want from a tanky roamer to add into the hero pool here. And Chaz has provided a lot of value. I mean, he's got a 500 gold lead over Saber, which is not the end-all be-all, especially when it comes to the roam.
I mean, the biggest difference maker here is the fact that, look, Dragon, with all the success that he found, the first item he rushed was the Venomous Stab. You need that against the Dun.
Of course.
Golia and Dun,
That's
the
sustain,
heals.
right?
Yeah.
Plus you have Saber as well, right? And that pool with that healing and that sustain, you need some way to kind of stop that. But now Blacklist International looking to go for the right angle. They're going to just focus their attention on this mid T2 instead.
It's all about this macro game. How much have we missed this macro game from Blacklist International? With 1 minute left before the Shadow variants come out, Blacklist wants to engage, add more to their strength.
Yeah, Yulong potentially going for the steal, not able to find anything. The Crimson has just spawned at this point, and now Blacklist looking to go for this one, tries to go for it, but the smite is going to be on point. Yulong with that wind slash doing some decent work. He gets the Unruly Blade on out. The flash forward by Dragon tries to get the pullback. The Duel of Death on it too, and they find it, but the Blood Rage is keeping Justy alive. Wants to go for the backline, finds Saber, and they try to get to Yulong. They've got 2 members down, and it looks like Blacklist International with all 5 members continuing on with that push.
Yep, recovery complete, and then Crystal is in sight. T3 in the middle to be taken down first. And right now, Blacklist, they cut deep.
Yeah, did you want a bounce back game by Blacklist International? Because I think they were like, okay, we're going to bring it this one. Game 4 has been completely in control of Blacklist. The way that they've been able to control the game, taking that T3 pre-10 minutes.
And why were they so calm? Because they knew exactly what the game plan was. Look at what they're doing now. This is a specialty that I enjoy from Blacklist. It is going to be the double Shadow objectives. At the same time, the killing blow that Blacklist has done to many other teams in KIC 2025. And right now, the game is on.
Yeah, taking both at the same time. I mean, that's how far up they are. 8.6K, and it's only growing. You might as well take everything at this point. And now APG on the defensive, trying to find ways to get back into this one.
I mean, this is going to be a long and arduous climb for the side of APG.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for him. I mean, at the same time, Blacklist International are not making any mistakes for APG to get back into this series.
Yeah, definitely not, right? And the biggest difference here is the ability to set up from the side of Blacklist, right? Dragon has been getting those absolute nice catches, but it's Chaz who has been making sure those raging seas have been super on point.
Yeah, he's been really setting it up. But I mean, also Dragon with those Ruin Engines, right? With those pushbacks, have the nice little 1-2 combination has been so tough. And now with this bottom T3 about to be under siege, looking to just go down by Golden Kite, he had that serious damage on this one. But the top lane, also, they want to go greedy. They might as well take everything.
They make it look easy at this point. The true challenge is the T3 at the top. Shadow Overlord approaches from the skies. And this T3 looking like it is going to be gone. It's an empty base for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, the Doctor just ordered super elite minions, and I think that Blacklist will be very happy with this push. APG on the defensive, of course. They have to find a way to just salvage this, but they decide to go in. The Raging Sea is going to be found out, and they find Yulong. The board has got him blocked in, but it doesn't really matter too much. The Infinite Vast is unaggressively saw it. He's going to be picked up. The double kill goes the way of Golden Kite, and it looks like Blacklist International will get on the board and take game number 4.
Welcome back into the series. Blacklist International, what a game.
Superior competition here. Blacklist International drafting a full early to make it aggression draft, but their execution was just so darn clean. Right now, they are back on towards the board in game number 4.
In style as well. Take a look at this room on the side of Blacklist International. They are not phased. This is a phase and room where they know there is a potential to come back.
There is, and with that, it sparks hope not just for the side of Blacklist International, it also sparks hope for the PKL fans and for all the fans right now that are sitting here in Ayala Mall at the Manila Bay.
Yeah. Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
It was that one baby step, and that's all they really needed to get themselves at least a point onto that one. They could not go down 0-4 and not without fighting. And they showed that fighting spirit that you saw right there. But can they do this 3 more times in a row?
I mean, look, Blacklist International is a team of multipliers. Give them one chance, they will always come back. I mean, how much growth have they had since the first time they stepped into HoK? It's been phenomenal so far, right? 18 months. That's how much time they've had. But right now, they're duking it out with one of the strongest teams across the MKL, the strongest region in HoK Global Esports as well.
But now my worry is as well, yes, the game itself looked really darn clean coming in for South Blacklist International, but this gave me a bit of deja vu because we were to look back to the upper brackets on how HBSC and Nova series went down. Game 4 was also won by the losing end here, and will that be the same story here coming in for the next game?
I mean, I think that APG will also retool, right? They're going to go back into this break, have a little discussion of what went wrong. But Blacklist International too strong in the beginning, right? That early game, they didn't die a single time in this game.
Wait, yeah, they did not fall a single time. That's crazy. I was more concerned about the setups. I mean, it was just poetry in motion from this side of Blacklist International. Every move calculated, every stun netting a result. And this is where Blacklist International, I feel like they have found their stride. But Alpha Gaming, there's a reason why they have an Alpha in their name. There is a potential they come in and crush game number 5.
But at the very least, this game does spark hope back to the PKL and also Blacklist fans because they really executed this draft into a strong perfection. Because we talk about it, if this draft they aren't able to get that early lead and they make mistakes, they could potentially face off in an outscale position here. But look at this goal lead. 0 mistakes, 0 towers falter. It was a smooth curve for South Blacklist International to take the game in a 12.7k goal lead at the 12-minute mark.
High risk, high reward lineup, right? We're talking about the fact that they're going to fall off hard come mid to late game, but they're like, actually, let's just play early. Everyone understood the assignment, what they needed to do to close this game out and get themselves on that win column.
And here's the biggest difference here. Yulong, this is the first time we have seen him struggle so much in the game. Joshi, his communication with the team was so clean. Every single time the board laid down by the side of Shushan in the mid, the question really then turned into, wait, hang on, who's the one being caught here? It felt like APG was the one being caught, even though they threw the net.
And Dundolia today didn't have much of a great win rate so far. In the first series that we saw, they lost. In the second series that we see today, it lost as well. So this combination of the double Ds, not the greatest so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it just hasn't, I mean, teams have been able to solve it. It's been, that combination's been around for so long, and yes, it has value, but this is a situation where you know that, like Chaz, on this Lapu, when your tournament lives at stake, he needs to show up, and he's got it with his 008, but the amount of control, not a stat that's being shown, was really the game changer.
I'll borrow a line from PKL casters here. It's Chaz with the jazz. I really like that whenever they brought that up, because he really put the music, put the symphony, put the flow into the side of Blacklist International.
It brings a lot of vibe towards this as well, and we were looking like, hey, Game 4 Lapu when you're at the brink of elimination here in Philippines, and with a Lapu cosplayer here in the stage, the storyline just hits up so well.
Yeah, and actually, going back to the Lapu cosplayer, that was the first time I saw him sitting down. Maybe he should sit down a little bit more.
But now, because of that particular situation, let us revisit this dream game for the side of Blacklist International. They just need to do it 4 more times. Are there any 3 more early game-centric drafts available for Blacklist?
And this was the early gameplay coming in for the side of Blacklist that really caught Yulong off guard, segregating him away from the Dundolia competition, not allowing any form of refresh in mind here. Take a look at how Dragon plays this. So we see a disengagement, immediately Dragon flashes over the wall, gets a 2-man re-engine, and then Joshi comes in with the follow-up here, making sure that no single member escapes from this massacre.
This fight was so precarious in the bottom. I thought Joshi was going to be killed, but the blood rage was just enough, and then they turned this. And you were talking about the boards, like whose board is it? It looks like it's Blacklist at this point.
Yes, it is, and this is where the value of Joshi's ultimate was so big, right? Because once you get to the Imperial state, it's so hard to be able to sustain the fight. That was the win condition for the double D combination. You needed to be able to get more health, you needed to be able to get more shields, but with the Imperial states, you can't get more shields, you don't get more life, you don't get the heals.
Yeah, you don't get much at all. And I mean, that's why Blacklist were able to take that game, get themselves into the win column. Yes, it's still a bit of a mountain to climb, but that one is definitely going to help them as they're only down 2 games at this stage.
It puts them back onto the board at the very least in this series, and you gotta give them props because at the stressful environment of being down 0-3, you still pull up a insanely higher reward composition and brought yourself back into an equal footing with a dominant win here. That definitely feels good.
Yeah, and another piece is that if you didn't win a single game, like it seems impossible, right? But now that you've done it, you can see that the gods can bleed, and now this could potentially lead up to more.
Yeah, literally a glimmer of hope. Now, you can take a bow, but do not bow out just yet. Blacklist International, there is still a chance for them to come back into this game. Now, it's up to APG. Hero pools have been cut, but I think we know that APG still have it in them. They have the grit, they have the perseverance, and it's also up to Blacklist. Can they make life more difficult?
For Blacklist, at the very least, if we were to see back the original draft in Game 3 and Game 4, those are the exact win conditions that they want to be executing. Getting the proactiveness in their own hands. In Game 3, wasn't the best execution, but you can see the proactiveness was always in their hands. You have the board, you have Chami 1. In Game 4 itself, similar, you have Dragon on the Maestro Nui. You have Just-G on the Musashi here. That's why, if Blacklist International has the initiative, that's where they can get the game going for themselves. So I'm looking forward for Blacklist to come back into the series with those picks itself.
Yeah, and getting themselves back in, obviously an early game lineup helped. Ken, you were talking about the fact that how many more early game lineups can they find? We're going to have to see in this another game, this draft here, because it's going to be key. But of course, if you happen to be at home, please do give us a follow on the Honor of Kings global esports sites. You're going to get some freebies, some digital goods and all that. And it's just a great time because you see the lives of the players as well as getting some stats in terms of just getting becoming a better player.
Yes, and of course we're going to answer all of your questions online as well, right? So what are they cooking? What kind of compositions will we have available for both ends to try and wrap up this series? Of course, the wrapping up is going to be a little quicker for the side of Alpha Gaming. All they need is just one more game. Blacklist, they have to do this 3 times, but 3 times in a row. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that.
And let's deep dive into the global ban picks here, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 20 heroes defaultly banned away from these teams. So for Blacklist International here, I think the most expensive so far in terms of the role has to be the Marksman and also the Clash Lane.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I think based on the available picks, actually there is quite a lot of early game centric. The pay is still available for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, still have options. I mean, even I would say the jungle side for APG was kind of committed quite a bit. So it seems like there are definitely options in terms of what they want to go. You want early? Pay is like the best answer, but you know APG are looking to ban that.
You know what? Actually, I would go against it. I would say APG are okay with giving that pick to Blacklist. And in fact, counter pick with the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yeah, that could be the potential as well.
That is definitely something Alpha Gaming actually thrives in doing here. So potentially the case here, but after such a demanding game coming in from Just-G, I do want to remove the side of Just-G getting his hands on such a strong early game tempo jungle here. Maybe that's some of the consideration that they are going with coming into this game 5. So far, we have been seeing like what? Just-G being locked away from the Luna, Just-G being locked away from the likes of the Pei.
Let's do the Jing, let's do the Fade.
Have we seen Jing, Just-G play Jing before in this tournament?
Who knows what better time to whip it out and now if you have the potential to perform on it, right? Best time to surprise your opponents is when they don't expect it.
Well, for now, all these are just speculations that we can really bring out on the pick and bans itself. With 1 minute on towards the timer here, and this time, Alpha Gaming is going over to the red side here. When we talk about red side, blue side, in the first few games of the BO7, blue side has a lot of advantages, but as we dwindle down into the BO7 series, that's where the value of red side starts to show because there's no longer priority picks. It comes down to more of these reactive red counters.
Yeah, it's all about the counters at this point. And I think that going into this one, let's see exactly how they're going to play this. Because, you know, TG has done an interesting job in this series thus far. I think that he's done a better job throughout the KIC. But this one, it just seems like he's getting a little too cute, especially early. Yes, they're not out of this one, and they have a lot of heroes available. But let's see how deep they want to go.
I think this is also a test of their mental strength, right? Yeah. Look, nobody likes to lose. Right. I hate to lose. But it's also important to understand why you lose. And we will see which team learns faster. For now, based on the stats, APG have learned this game, or this series, a little quicker than Blacklist. But it looks like Blacklist International is wisening up.
Well, they are slowly decoding the MKL teams. If they can repeat the same success that they have against the side of Alpha Gaming from the past game, potentially, we might see an ultimate battle, but that is still so far away. They need, what 2 more back-to-back victories?
I mean, at this point, I'm not a hacker, but it takes some time to decode a lot of, passwords here. So let's see if Blacklist gets the password into the hearts of APG. The crystal is what they're looking for, and we'll start with them being on the blue side.
Yeah, this is the game, right? I mean, just how you got that first one in terms of that win, right? But going into this one, just getting a little bit more momentum. Now is the time. If they win this one, APG have got to be super scared going to Game 6. But again, we still have Game 5 ahead of us.
Very well agreed here. And to start off the pick and bans here, the Athena will not be seeing daylight here for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Do they go back with the common bans here of the Pei Luna here? But there we go, Ken. You are on to something here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Chemi1 to shine, okay? So we have a problem that you want to fix on the side of Blacklist International for Alpha Gaming. Taking out the wall chain, great job. But then, do you want to deal with Chaz now? The Lapu Lapu, great hero, but it's also because it was Chaz piloting the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, did a great job on that one. The amount of control that they had, that's kind of what you expected from Chaz. But going into this one, I think that you still want to go, like, probably want to secure the farm laners, because it looks like they're really targeting that role, at least for now.
Now, I see the script that's being brought up by you here, Holler. Opening the pay, and then potentially countering with the Ukkyo Tachibana or Musashi seems to be a available strategy for both of these squads right now. As we see the squads being lined up in towards the audience here, the Lapu Lapu is also cheering fiercely for the teams.
I don't know if you really want to pick it now. I think that
you don't have to.
It seems like a bit of a bait on this one.
The pay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there we go. They don't have to pick it first because due to the global ban pick rules, APG has already expended the pay, so they don't really need to prioritize the pay. They can look for something more aggressive. And I talk about this. When you have the proactiveness in your hand, especially if you're Blacklist International, it gives you more options in this case.
Yo, this one hurts. This one hurts. APG. This is a very painful combination. If the bolt lands on you, you can be guaranteed Shishan gets those couple planes.
It's gonna be a bit of a problem, like that damage. But like Sun Tzu, for me, it's like, okay, it's a little bit deeper into the hero pool. I'll let that one go, because again, I'm not a huge fan of that one. But those two make life very difficult for the Liang, right? We know that Chaz will probably be playing that one, but it looks like they're gonna go with the pay here, really setting themselves up. But the Ukkyo, obviously they can counterpick.
Feels like for Blacklist International, there we go. Liang, Princess Frost, the funnel strategy directly in towards Pei's pocket here. So what is going to happen for the Blacklist? Liang and Pei, these two will be a duo to fasten up the jungle clear. And this P Frost coming in from Dragon will be a pseudo roamer here on towards the side lane here. But APG hovering towards the Zhuangzi here. So this is the idea. When you get altered by the Liang, that is the suppression here. But once it's comboed with the freeze, the suppression gets replaced by the freeze, which can be cleansed by the Zhuangzi.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought the Zhuangzi was not going to be super effective in this lineup against the likes of Blacklist International. No, I'm joking. But with that being said, I think now we're looking for a very fast-paced jungler, right? If you spoil this Princess Frost and Liang combination at the start of the game, they don't get to level 4, you have the gold advantage. It doesn't matter whether you get caught or not. You will be able to out-sustain this combination.
It's a repeat of what they drafted in Game 4 itself. Like, we talk about it, yes, high risk, high reward, but with the execution that Blacklist International has shown us in Game 4, potentially this is something they want to repeat in Game 5.
Definitely going to be something that they can go. I mean, the ban for Fatih, Chano as well, Jing on the other end. I mean, you have ways, like, they're trying to protect this pay, but they didn't really, I mean, are they going to look to ban the Ukkyo? No, they want to go the Huyi.
The Fatih was a great answer for the side of Blacklist, actually, because he can actually eat the boat from the Sun Tzu and cleanse it with his ultimate, right? And immediately go into attack mode. Go, attack, Viking!
No. There is still a worry. Blacklist International, are they going for an all-in composition here? Because with the tank of the jungler being removed from the equation, Just is the pay, right? So where does the Clash lane actually pick? You don't really have much of a front line to begin with in this end stage of the draft in Game 5.
I am looking at... Oh, wow, okay, so I like this idea from the side of Blacklist, right? Ambrosia, obviously with the Undying State, gets that second life. He will be the one responsible to trying to force out the ultimates coming in. Number 1 from Zhuangzi, right? The Dream Wanderer. Saber, if he does not give extra shields to the rest of his members, they could get melted down. But only on the situation that Chemi1 out-farms his counterpart in the lane.
There's a lot of firepower coming in from Blacklist International here. Like, it's the same story for Game 4.
Yeah.
You make a mistake, you're entirely out, but that's their entirely playstyle here. So this early game matchup here, especially between the K, the Tigress against the Swift Strike Ukkyo Tachibana between the two junglers will be super duper important here. Whoever gets an edge will control and dictate the early game.
For me, my vision is all the way in the mid, because I play mid the most. I feel like this is a game where Shishan or Dragon dictates it. The one that gets a better control, the one that gets a better result for their team will influence the result of this game. If Shishan performs like a god, APG, move on.
I think that's definitely the case here. And when we talk about the Liang pick as well, this is one of those picks that is, if you don't find the first few ultimates to be in a big of a advantage, you will come to your senses where, so it's late game now, what do you actually do? Because your formation doesn't have a solid front line. So the moment that your first ultimate fails, what's next?
But it's the same could be said of the reverse as well, right? If nobody can find a stun onto him, I mean, it's going to be value galore for the side of Blacklist International. Many different lines, many different realities here. Blacklist International, this is the last lifeline. Alpha Gaming, this is the last battle to be had. They want to win. Both sides want to win.
Execution is the name of the game here coming into this game number 5. I feel like execution has been the name of the game for the entire day thus far, but I want to save the talk. I want to let Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming show us what it is to mean to make champions here in the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is Game 5 between Blacklist International versus Alpha Gaming. This is lifeline on the line.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into game number 5 here, again, Blacklist International elimination game yet again. 1-3. Is this draft good enough? Are they able to go fast and furious with this pay?
I'm hoping they will. I mean, at this point, Joshi, if he doesn't do it here, APG are going to just be the harbinger of destruction for the Dreams here. But for now, it's looking a bit decent. Both junglers will not be super aggressive, but hang on. In the class lane, this is where the action gets a bit spicy.
Yeah, but watch the rotation by Saber. He's going to be there. It looks like with that kaleidoscope, zoning him away. Something to take note of. I mean, Xiang will be taking a decent amount, but look, let's talk a little bit about Shisan. There was a lot of eyes going into this draft, and the fact that when you have Chaz, he's like a sitting duck. He has that control, but he is so easy to pick off.
Exactly. It's a situation where positioning is so important, right? And the fact that Shisan has taken a gun and more, the Smith and Blade, as you would now know it for his title, I think Shisan really is going to be a big game changer. You can steal the neutral objectives, and here we go.
Yeah, they're looking to go for this one, and now with that little stun, they find him. A champion one is so low, and they have the damage. First blood making a double kill, going the way of Yulong.
Big win for the side of APG, and this is the success they wanted. Now for them, one more blow would do it. They will kill off this gold advantage that Blacklist have.
What a great rotation there, making them pay. And that's a great start for APG, who didn't have a great one in the last game. And now things are looking to turn. Dragon is showing up, and Saber actually is going to cancel the recall, finds him, and he just gets on out.
I mean, he's fine. He does have his passive, right? Which means he's going to cleanse himself every 7 seconds. But the real issue here is Blacklist, because of this rotational speed from this side of APG, they need to be really wary about the positions, especially for Golden Kai. He cannot be shut down. Flash already used.
Yeah, used on that one, just staying alive. That's the biggest thing. And Yulong already making some serious headway in terms of these gank attempts. You're forcing things out and you're putting the pressure on, although you're not really farming when you're doing it.
Talking about the farm, this is where, you know, Joshi, we talked about this the other day. Joshi as a pay, he needs to keep farming. If he can't do so, Yulong is going to outskill him. And for every death that either Joshi or Yulong has, this one hurts much more.
Yeah, and here's the set sail, trying to find Chammy one, but he gets over the wall. He actually gets boated, but now with that recall, he's going to be coming back, but he's going to be killed a secondary time. He's a Gemini.
Easy. This one is going to be straightforward for the side of APG and Alpha Gaming, showing you that they have the advantage right now in their palms.
Yeah, that Final Frenzy is just not enough. I mean, the reinforcements are on the way, but they're a little too slow. And now in the top lane, the Space Sprite is getting gone on this one. They find 3 members of Blacklist, and with that barrier there and that control, but the shields are going to be on point. He's looking to turn this, but Xiang is going to be picked off. Yulong is looking to show up. He's got the Heavenly Hack, gets the 2-man stun, killing out Chaz on this one. And Yulong doing some serious work, but he's stuck in the frigid prison, and he gets pinged. No! He turns it around, and he says, I'm not dead yet. Yulong continuing on, gets another!
No way, he survives, gets the kill, and now APG, everything for the formula of success happening that way. He's gonna use his ultimate for the life steal as well, and APG dominant display in this 3.5 minute mark.
I mean, completely turning that team fight around. He was low, I thought he was dead, but it was not gonna be that way. He says, I will choose when I die, and
break it down here.
I mean, this is where the value of being tanky works out, right? Eating the Liang ultimate from Chance, this is where the final value comes in. And with the burst damage potential, this is why this is such a huge counter, because not only does he survive the initial bursts from Joshi, because of the save coming from his teammates and the continual attempt to slow him down, he gets a reset on his ultimate, or the cooldown done, he gets a life steal, gets the kill, and now they have a massive goal lead.
Yeah, they actually tried to funnel the farm or the kill into Chammy 1, and they actually backed off Joshi in that. So, and that was just enough for Yulong to just barely get away. This is a situation when you have that moment to go for that kill, you gotta go all in and you gotta make sure that you secure it.
I mean, this is something that we don't get to see, but it's the cooldown on the normal skill, skill 1, skill 2. That really came into play for the side of Blacklist International. And APG, I know they're calculating the cooldown timers on this skill. Right now though, Blacklist International, they may be losing in gold, but they can play the map a little better. T1 on the top is virtually non-existent.
Yeah, non-existent at this point. I mean, that will be taken down, but this mid T1 is under siege as well. APG with 4 members looks like they're going to turn their attention onto the Tyrant. Oh, the Fever Barrage, he even goes forward. That was a very aggressive one by Sun, but APG not able to really find anything.
I think it was more like a bait, right? Because Shusan actually had his ultimate available. Yulong at that point had his ultimate available as well. So right now, as we've already seen especially in the previous game, setup is so important for both these teams. You need your stuns, you need your suppressions at the right time, and on the right target as well.
Yeah, of course, you got to stack it, and that's where Chaz, when the chaos is happening, finding the right guy. You get Yulong, you get Sun, you have an opportunity, but you gotta also worry about the butterfly effect from Saber.
It's not just Chance, right? It's just Dragon and Shishan. The 2 mid laners, they will change the fight. Shishan, if he has a dream game, he steals every single objective. He gets the one-shot burst on the select members on the side of Blacklist International, and they end this series as it is.
Yeah, I like it how you're manifesting dreams for Shisan, right? Let's manifest some dreams for Blacklist, right? What do they need to do to get the perfect situation to get themselves back into this game?
Force the flash from the different members on the side of APG, slow them down with your first skill, and then hopefully there is a stun coming in from the side of Chance's first skill. Get a multi-man lockdown with your second skill. Ultimate, done deal.
Alright, look, I said manifest 1 dream, okay? Not manifest 30 dreams. That's a very difficult task, but it looks like Joshi picking up the Overlord here.
Never stop dreaming. That is the start of a potential dream start for a comeback for the side of Blacklist International. All they need to do is to land those skills. But, like I said, Shishan, his range is so much longer. I have been in this matchup so many times. You need to be beware of that freshly forged couple blades.
It's got to be scary, right? Because he could just literally burst you 0 to 100 in a second on this one. But now APG, even with this angle, Shisan, he knows that how powerful of a position that is.
I mean, take a look at the level difference. Shishan's level 9. And every time you have a level advantage with a gun and Mo, easy kills. You have extra damage. There's no way you don't get the kills.
Yeah, so at the same time, Blacklist International need to find a way. Obviously, the vision game is going to be key for them to find out where Shisan is so they don't get sliced and diced.
We'll see how that's going to work out, because at this point, Sun, they haven't really forced him to use his Purify at any point of time in this game. And that's a cause of concern for Blacklist International fans, because if you can't force him...
Oh, they get the first Golden Kite. Blink and you might miss it. And again, Shisan with those blades.
What did I tell you? Gun and Mo, this is one of the biggest answers. And look, Sun's pick is also something that's very scary for 2 reasons. Number 1, if you do not put him in a very uncomfortable situation where the Purify needs to be used, he's going to have full confidence. He has to back out the team. Fever Barrage will be a win condition. But at the same time, even if he doesn't get the team fight, he can split push like a monster.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit of a problem here. But APG don't need a split push. They just going to want a death ball, taking the mid T2 down. And Blacklist International, no answer.
I mean, this is what you need to do as a Garden mode. Look, Savant's Wrath already, I have to point you in the direction that this is Shishan staring Blacklist in the face and telling them that the answer is no.
Yeah. I mean, they are the gatekeepers in that sense, and Shisan is one of them. He's holding the door, like he's the one that controls who comes in, even to their own side of the map, right? So they've completely controlled this one. Looks like they're going to take this Tyrant for free.
It's a free one. It is definitely a freebie. There's no way you come and get a steal from Joshi as well, because that is such a risky play. You're already looking at your entire team struggling to keep up with the pacing of APG. If you lose your life here, there is a 45 situation with an over-level Shishan with so many items on hand. There's no way you win that.
Yeah, you can't win that. And you're squishy. That's another big problem with this lineup. I mean, everyone on that side, I mean, Chammy 1, yeah, you have that secondary life, but everyone is vulnerable to Shasan at this point. It was such a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, Saber as well. I think this Zhuangzi pick, Dream Wanderer, has been a... I mean, okay, I hate to say this is a dream on the side of Alpha Gaming because it nullifies the impact that Chaz has. You need to land that first skill, you need the barrier so that you get the stuns, and then you can potentially set up a free freeze for the side of Dragon. But that is not possible because right now they have the goalie, they have the EXP lead, and they have the map control as well. So everything in favor, APG. This is looking like a great game for them.
Yeah, looking very good. I mean, this draft has just been the perfect counter. Everything that they want to do, Blacklist International are having a hard time even playing just this game.
Yeah, and it's not something where, hey, maybe there is a potential comeback situation. You have not found a solution to burn the Purify. Now you have to find a way to burn out Saber's ultimate, the butterfly effect. And while in the midst of all this, you have to watch about the position of Shusan because at any point in time, those couple blades come in and you're dead. You're gonna make a try. But this one, immediately, Howling Wind, put to waste.
Yeah, pulled to waste at this point. No sort of catch. I mean, it's very linear of the approach, right? And we haven't really seen too many of the control stuns into those kills because the way APG are controlling the game and just owning the map, it's so tough for Blacklist here.
Okay, Susan steal, and then you have the stun ultimate with the frigid charge.
Look, Chammy 1 is taking a lot. They have the control, but it's not enough. The Fever Barrage is on it too, and they find him. And the final frenzy is going to be popped in for Chammy 1, but he's going the wrong way. They've got Golden Kite as well as Dragon. It looks like they will find Chammy 1 as well. And this is all APG at this stage.
Everything Alpha, and Saber has found the next target is Joshi. It is him against the dreams of APG. One-man army. He needs to clear the waves and do it quick as well. Everyone's surrounding him.
Oh, the set sail. Joshi sidesteps it. He's going to be pouncing away, but the blades are unreal. And the wrap around, they find the Tiger and they take him down as well. And APG off of the ace. Looks like they might go on. No, they're going to wait up just a little bit longer.
Yep, Joshi bought so much time. They're juking, the weaving in and out now, right now. He has given Blacklist International another chance, but this may be the final chance because this is the Shadow Tyrant.
Not much more time, not many opportunities for Blacklist to come in, and they did this last game where they took both of the big neutrals. APG's like, we can do it too in this game.
Man, I mean, this is looking like the final chapter for PKL's #1 seed, Blacklist International. At this point, you would require more than a miracle to turn this whole game around.
I mean, they're just sticking around. They're waiting for somebody to potentially show up. This is a Hail Mary play, if anything. They need to recall because they have so many of the lanes that are pushing in the top and the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any person to make this change, like we said, it's the mid lane, it's Dragon. He needs to hit some crazy freeze of some sort. The Frigid Prison needs to be the game changer here. They need to lock up as many people on the side of APG as possible.
I mean, they need to try, but the winner is here just looking to zone, not hitting everything, but they've been kind of pushed away. Looks like APG are going to turn their attention towards this mid lane, but the Shadow Vanguard pushing in the bottom.
Okay, maybe this is the chance they had to wrap around. Sun is in danger.
Josh pounces forward, finding Sun. The Fever Barrage on back just for safety. The set sail, he's looking for the target. He finds Justy. That's going to be the nice little knockup, but they find Golden Kite. That is the prime target that they're looking for. Sun turns it around off of the double kill, and now they're going to continue to chase, taking out the top 3-3.
All right, they've gotten rid of that big problem of Susan. Right now, Dragon and Chammy 1, they need to hold this. Could this be the game that ends the dream?
I mean, the winter is here. It looks like it's not going to be enough. Chammy 1 throwing himself at this one, and congratulations to APG as they will move on into the lower bracket finals.
The end the dreams of Blacklist International. APG make it an all MKL final.
MKL's fans rejoice as your three back-to-back representatives of all three seeds they march it for, and it is a guaranteed MKL team that will be winning the grand finals here for the KIC. But as we celebrate the victors here, definitely Alpha Gaming put up an alpha of a show today in this BO7.
Well, that was a great series for them. They have taken this 4-1 here. A very dominant display in this last game of the series. Well-deserved for the side of Alpha Gaming, but the challenge does not end here. After a short break, they will be going up against the #2 seed of MKL, Nova.
Well, they will have to gear up whatever it takes to take on that series here, but they get to be happy because with that win alone, they do push forward in towards that lower bracket gauntlet here, and we thank them for their achievement thus far because they will be going up against Nova again with the upper bracket rematch.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, props to them. I mean, they had a great showing. Top 4. I mean, it's tough to go into this one. And let's give them all a round of applause for this one because, again, they fought to the bitter end on this one. They really leveled up. And even moving forward, this is going to be a very strong, formidable team.
Yeah, they are now the standards that all PKL teams need to achieve. Blacklist International has not just done a lot for themselves, they've done a lot for the PKL teams because now there's a reference. Someone has done it. They have won games against MKL teams. They have put pressure on the toughest region in HoK Global Esports. Now we will see if they can rise once more.
We do thank them for their efforts though, because you have to really acknowledge the fact that through Spring itself, they didn't make it into the tournament, into the full extent of S3, but they ended as semi-finals here. And then you look into KWC, not their best performance as well, halting as the first exits here, and then you pan yourself to look at the Honor of International Championship 2025. They put up every single marker to push it into the top 4 finish here, and this is the endgame screen here coming in for the final time between Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming.
Okay, they did fall twice in this game. So not the cleanest, not perfect, but hey, we take what we can get.
Man, your standards are high.
But I really want to once again point you in the direction of Shusan. I think Shusan really was that knife at the back of Blacklist.
Also Yulong, I mean his play,
that was crazy.
Every time he would make some sort of gank, a rotation, and that highlight reel in the top lane where he just barely survived, took down 2 members, and he survives. I mean, that was an amazing play.
I think when we saw that play on towards the Clash lane, especially the teleportation portal, I gotta say, I heard some hearts being shattered in the audience there.
Yeah. Actually, that was my heart. You heard that one. I was right next to you when it happened.
It went through
that
the
one
mic.
killed me, man.
Plus mine as well, add that in. I mean, end of the day, that was a dream, right? We were talking about dreams so much that APG said, Dream Wanderer, your dreams will be gone. And this one was a very strong turnaround, and it really started straight from that moment in the game where the dive happened, right? They couldn't get rid of the jungler, and this is where the difference started from the start of Alpha Gaming as well as Blacklist International, and it never went away.
And it was all about that early game lead. I mean, you were talking about this head-to-head from Dragon and Shisan. I mean, Shisan with those blades, an absolute demon on this one, but the net worth almost double Dragon? Are you kidding me?
I think this also goes into the fact that their roster coming in for that Blacklist, the draft is just too high risk, high reward here. One small misstep and it will put you into such a insurmountable deficit. So for them, yes, they did find a Game 4 victory, but Game 5, it was just too difficult. And you know who made it difficult? It was Yulong. That outplay in towards the Clash lane, just another masterclass performance coming in from the APG jungler.
The MVPs of MVPs here, using the Ukyo Tachibana, also known as the Swift Strike, and Swift he was. He survived the initial onslaught that Blacklist International threw onto him. 5-0-6, I mean, damage and damage taken, so clean.
Yeah, that fight in the top was very anime-esque, right? Like he was like a sliver of life, you think he's gonna die, and he somehow pulls out the double and he survives and he walks away to see the next episode. Are you kidding me, Yulong?
I think the micro mechanics makes so much sense, right? He used the first ultimate in capturing Chaz, and when you use your passive and you refresh it with your spells, you get more of the spell refund here, which we can see in this play itself here. So the first initial ultimate coming in from Chaz has been expended on towards Xiang here. Take a look at Yulong here. Spell 1, gets a stun on towards Chaz. First ultimate used here, uses the passive slash, gets frozen, and take a look here, immediately assassinates Dragon here, plays towards the pit, and uses the ultimate to stall so much time against Just G.
Sena, and this would not have been possible if he didn't have both the buff as well.
And they backed away, but this Fever Barrage on point. I mean, with the way Sun played in this entire series, like, wow. Like, the APG looks on another level with him in that farm lane.
For sure, and to make it even easier, Saber had his butterfly effect to make sure that there was no one available to stop him as well. The catch here by the entirety of Alpha Gaming. This is why we say, right, the better team always wins in HoK.
This is the difficult part, really, and with a sad part to say, we do have to bid goodbye to Blacklist International in the KIC 2025 itself. We congratulate them in making it as far into the top 4 seed.
Yeah, this is not the end for Blacklist.
It will
Let's
not
be very honest. They've completely leveled up. I think that we've all been impressed with how they've really stepped up, but unfortunately for them, they will be dropping out of the KIC, and now we have the final 3.
the final 3 is an interesting one because 3 MKL teams, they can really claim themselves as the best region in the world right now. As so far, the next upcoming matchup, we are not done for today. We have Nova going up against Alpha Gaming for the final series of the day to decide who joins HBSC in that grand finals tomorrow.
Yes, it's going to be a very important matchup because Nova, they definitely want to take this series and go back against HBSC, right? They want a rematch. But APG, will they actually allow that? I'm not really too sure.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the piece, right? Because they're going up against Nova Esports, who are, again, a little bit well-rested. I don't know how much time they're going to have in between games and the series here, but it's pretty much, you just got to go next. GG, let's go.
I mean, if we were to compare 2 teams' form, the way that Alpha Gaming won against Blacklist International, it puts them into a very comfortable zone. Hands are warm, mental is strong going into the series for the side of Nova. But for Nova, they suffered a very tough loss, a tough cookie coming up against HBSC here. So the mentality will be very different here, but that will be the story for later on of the final series here. We need to know who comes out on top, but without that, we need to go into the winners and losers interview. Take it away.
Alpha Gaming dominated that game. Congratulations, Saber. I have to say, Malaysia has proven to be the strongest region when it comes to Honor of Kings. And how was that like, performing in front of the home crowd where everybody is cheering for your opponent, Blacklist International?
I just focus on my game performance and that's what allowed.
Just focused on the game performance. And that really helped them out, Butters.
Yeah, and now you have to face up against your hometown sister teams. You have Nova Gaming, Nova Esports rather, waiting in the next round. So, what do you have to say to them?
We just try our best and enter to the grand final.
All right.
It's definitely going to be the tough fight. It's going to be the battle of the strongest nation. You know, Saber, you are so impressive and you have a lot of supporters watching you. What would you like to say to everybody supporting APG and Malaysia?
Thank for all support APG and keep support us. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Saber, and we'll see you in the next best of 7. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Butters, it's difficult for us to do.
Definitely.
And it's happened here, but things like this happen in every journey. There must be a champion and there must be somebody who will fall. Let us give respect and welcome Chami 1 and Jushji of Blacklist International. Hello, Chami, Jushji.
Yeah, thank you for such a wonderful performance. You represented the country well. So now, let's just ask a few questions. How was the journey from last year to now? What we've achieved in KIC 2025? Can you run us through the things that you have, encountered in the journey, in your HoK journey so far?
First of all, natutuwa kami kasi sobrang laki ng improvement namin as a team and sobrang nakaka-enjoy kasi nakakalaban na namin yung mga Malaysian toe-to-toe. And sana next year, mas maganda pa maipakita namin against Malaysian teams.
They're really happy because they recognize that they have improved and they saw that they can go up against Malaysia toe-to-toe against the strongest region, and they hope that they can come back stronger for the next year. Now, Jushji, in this entire journey that you guys have had, what was the biggest learning? And what is it that you want to learn? Ano ba yung mga gusto mong matutunan? Yung pinaka magandang natutunan nyo sa journey na to, lalo na sa KIC, at ang mas gusto nyo pang matutunan para sa Blacklist International?
Siguro yung ano lang, madam, yung overall nung game. Kasi feeling ko medyo bitin pa kami talaga. Tapos compare sa mga Malaysian teams kasi sobrang pulido na nila, ganun. Pero yun, siguro dahil ang tagal na rin kasi nila naglalaro talaga. And ayun, proud din naman ako sa team ko kasi kahit like mag-almost 2 years pa lang kami naglalaro, kaya namin may pagsabayan sa mga Malaysian teams.
What he wants to learn is more about the game, right? He wants to learn more about the game because he recognizes that Malaysia, they still have a long way to go. And they want to learn more. And now he's really happy because going up against them, he could see that they could go toe to toe. And he's proud of the achievement and the growth that they have. Malaysia is playing perfectly and they still have room to grow. Thank you so much.
And top 2 team, top 2 country, second best country in KIC 2025, Philippines. Now it's time for your messages to your families, the fans. What do you want to tell them?
First of all, thank you sa mga fans na pumunta sa amin para i-support yung Philippines. And sana patuloy nyo kaming supportan sa mga next namin tournament. Babawi kami.
Ayun, thank you guys sa pagpunta. Babuyan natin yan next year.
They will make it up to everybody next year. You know, Chami won, Josh Tree, regardless what happens, we're still proud of you. You once lifted the trophy and proven that you could become champions. You've inspired fans and you've made your region proud. This is not the end of your story. We know that you have many more stories to write. Thank you for giving us the honor. And everybody, let's give him the honor and give him a big round of applause. For the last time, when I say blacklist, you say break the code. Blacklist. Blacklist. One more time with all your heart. Blacklist. Agents, thank you so much for your support. Blacklist, we are still so proud of you.
Thank you.
We have one more best of 7 to go. It's gonna be the fight of the strongest region in Honor of Kings. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey, Car, give me something.
Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to Car. Hi. This is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So please.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC 2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Miggy also. Sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy. What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now because we have a match. So let's go.
各位召唤师们，大家好，我是解说02。
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一超的 Cat。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Ayman.
大家好，我是 Novel。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC 2025。
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakandang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportahan natin ang Boom, pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. Feel my plate is colder than this, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Come on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We gonna dream it up high, the limit in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we putting up a fight, we give whatever die. Keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it on it. For honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, we are the kings. It's time to showtime.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Fighting illusion as well. Sandy! Ke belakang! Jihad!
Hey, Car, you need something? Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to Car. Hi, this is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So clean.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC 2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Miggy also. It's sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy.
Bro.
What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now because we have a match. So let's go. So now we're arrived at the venue. We're gonna go to the waiting area, player room, while waiting our game. So hi guys, we're here in the carnival. So we're gonna try this Luban's Barrage. So let's go. Hello po, boss. Hello po. So paano po yan laruin?
Sa simula sir, we have three targets here. Siyempre gagamitin po natin yung Lubans, guns, baril po nito.
Nanalo na ba kayo?
Yes!
Ay, nanalo na sila.
Go Carl, go! Kaya mo yan!
Let's go, Carl!
Pabaliktad! So 1.9 kuya. Meron pa. Sayang. Isa pa. Meron pa. 4 bullets more. So ngayon tapos na tayo dito kay Luban. Tatanungin natin kung ano experience nila. Ikaw kuya, ano experience mo dito?
Ayun, yung pagbaril mo sa Honor of Kings na badge. Yun lang.
Masaya naman.
Oo, masaya naman.
Ikaw kuya?
Ayun, katulad nyo, masaya and siyempre, nakaka-thrill yung laro.
Nakaka-enjoy po.
Enjoy. So ayun guys, tapos na tayo dito. Nag-enjoy naman ata sila. So ayun. Thank you po. Salamat po. Thank you po. Ingat po kayo. Thank you po. Ingat po. Salamat po. Thank you po. So we're done with Luban's Barrage. For now, we're gonna try Yixing's Boardmaster. So let's go. Hello po.
Hello po.
So paano po siya laruin?
So dito po sa Yixing's Boardmaster, para lang po siyang color game.
Okay.
If familiar po kayo. So bibigay ko po ito sa inyo. Then pili lang po kayo ng isa. Then if yung pinili nyo pong color is aakma po sa color na lalabas po dito, meron po kayong sticker. Sticker na. Then if hindi man, meron tayong 3 tries.
Oh, 3 tries. 3 tries. So, pero isa lang yung ganito ko?
Isa lang.
Okay. So, yun. Try natin, kuya.
Ika.
Uy, tatayarin nata sila, kuya.
Tatayarin kayo.
Dito kay, Agudo. Ang cute, eh.
Yeah.
Uy, panalo ko. I won, guys. I chose Agudo, then 3 greens. So, yun guys, pwede kayong pumunta dito sa HoK Carnival. Marami kayong makukuha. So, nakaka-enjoy. So guys, we're done with the carnival. We're just waiting for our game. So, let's go. We're gonna start.
Depende. Isip tayo ng basketball first kick. Basta huwag tayo maniligoran sa dapat.
sadly, we lost the game against APG. They're really good, but for my teammates, I think we're gonna do better for the next time. Like, it was a big lesson for us. The experience that we can get here it's amazing. So I'm excited for more. So hope to see you guys soon in the next tournament. Bye. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一超的 Cat。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是 No Player，
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC 2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakantang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportahan natin ang Boom pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
我们马尼拉见。
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop talent. No one's a needed for trust, we got the confidence. Let us step it up, be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. You're my biggest golden minutes, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, the limit in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. We're a rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up the fight, I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well.
Congratulations!
Defending champions is holding through their back.
Representing Kai! Hindi uhubo! Simples make...
Hey, Car, give me something.
Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to car. Hi. This is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So clean.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC 2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Miggy also. It's sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy. What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes greatest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly.
It's time to decide who is the final team that will march towards the grand finals to meet Homeboys Black Shrew Esports. But the news right now, MKL's team's absolute domination in this tournament, taking on top 1, top 2, and top 3. But journey's not over yet. We need to find out amongst Nova Esports and Alpha Gaming who will become victorious and who will take the plane home. My name is Sagi HoK, your desk host and analyst for today. And with me is the caster line of the Voices of the Gorge. We are having Blam back to the broadcast and also Kindofu. Welcome back.
Right, it is going to be an interesting time because now it is a MKL versus MKL. This is the MKL, finals, rematch, everything. I mean, at this point, it's the Kingmaker's reckoning, the last stride to the throne, right? And we want only the best team. So once again, we're going for another best of 7.
Exactly, potentially another full best of 7 here. I mean, we've been literally starved of them in this knockout stage. We haven't had a single one given to us just yet since that 4-day break, and it is going to be the MKL mashup between APG and Nova Esports. Both teams almost playing 5 games, could go for another 7 games here.
But you have to really observe the tempo that's going on behind these players' minds. With Alpha Gaming getting a decisive and dominant 4-1 victory over Black National, the same cannot be said for the side of Nova East, but they suffered a 1-4 defeat against HBSC, and that also opened up the flaws of the Nova squad from the side of HBSC. So that is an exam paper with the answers given over to the side of Alpha Gaming.
I would even go as far to say they got a big whooping over there, and we'll take a look at the stats here. Still pretty close between the two teams, but you know, Alpha Gaming did fall quite a few times, so they have a little more average deaths per match.
Yes, here, obviously, it's very, very neck and neck here. Obviously, there is not a lot of difference here, like you were saying, Kim, but obviously, average deaths do go over to the side of APG. Maybe something not to be too proud of, considering neither of these teams play the Athena.
That is true here, but so far in this tournament itself, the Athena has shown signs of defeat, where before the 4 days break, we were seeing like, okay, Athena is pretty damn strong. What are teams going to actually do with it? But today, Nova Esports, they did decode one of the strongest Athena users here, known to be HBSC.
Yes, and that's going to be quite an interesting point to pick up, right? So Athena, there is a potential to take it away.
Yes, taking another Athena away has been one of the common bans so far within the knockout stage since we've resumed, but head-to-head is going to be none other than CY and Yulong in the head-to-head mashup here. Obviously, Yulong with the objective securing being about 4% more on average, but the damage coming through here is definitely on CY's favor. But overall, less damage, but more kills.
And I do think that these two players share about the same hero pool. They both really value the picks like the Luna, such as the Pei, and also the likes of the Musashi and Ukyotachi Bana here. So I'm very excited to see what kind of priority will be given over to in this first game draft.
I think this is more about how effective are you, right? The picks would naturally come because you can't ban everything. Obviously, as the game goes longer, there will be more heroes you won't be allowed to play. Number one, because of global ban pick. And secondly, of course, because of the picks and bans as well individually. So it really is, when you get the heroes that you want, can you make it count towards the scoreline?
But the best thing is obviously it is a new series, so these teams can play those heroes that they played in the previous series. Obviously, they are not still at the behest of the global ban pick, but first team coming to the stage very soon is going to be Nova Esports. Already taking an L, but looking to get a dub. Let's go and look at the boys in purple.
Gaming.
This will be an interesting matchup between these two teams here, but do bring me over the challengers here, Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they were once looking defeated on stage, right? But hopefully they have a bit of a brighter face with their potential tournament life on the line. This time it's CY into the jungle, Muchi into the farm lane, Schwan up into the clash lane, Wei Pit into the roam, and Wendy into the mid lane.
And this roster so far has been phenomenal throughout the entire 2025 year, but the remaining end of it has seen slimes of slump because they have been consistently losing against Homeboys Black Shoe Esports in the upper bracket finals and in the MKL Grand Finals itself. So how do they redeem themselves? Because the upcoming challengers, their opponents, will be from the same region itself, Alpha Gaming.
I mean, redemption is definitely necessary, but the fire players coming from APG, Sun Shusan, Yulong, Saber, and Xiyang. This is not going to be an easy one because they are on a complete different story, complete different trajectory. They have gotten here with a 4-1 win, the complete opposite of Nova. So do they take that momentum, bring it into this final series of the day, a best of 7, and give them another 4-0 defeat?
I mean, that's the thing, right, as well. They've already played for Tournament Live already once before, so they know they can perform under pressure. APG coming to the stage for the second time.
But if we revisit back to the upper bracket semi-finals that they really played against each other, it was really systematically for the side of Nova Esports to debunk the playstyle coming in from Alpha Gaming here. So I do think that remaining of these two teams, whoever goes towards the grand finals, is no longer about the team identity. It's about who brings the more so of the consistency coming in towards the series.
And who lets pressure get to them. This is where you really get to see the true colors of a player, of a team, because the times will get difficult, right? And this one has to be the most difficult time because the difference between winning and losing is about $70,000 USD.
Oh, that's a lot of money here. And I also want to put in a perspective for you. If we were to look back into the team history of Nova Esports, at the very least for this year, they have never been into a lower bracket before. So I don't think this is a familiar ground for them. However, for Alpha Gaming, in MKL Spring, in MKL Fall, in this tournament itself, they are consistently in the lower brackets. So this is their playground.
It is their playground, unfortunately, for the side of APG, but for Nova Esports, like you said, it's an unfamiliar scene, and that has already been shown that the pressures are starting to show here with Nova Esports. Obviously, they did lose 4-1 to Homeboys Black Shoe Esports, and they've gone for the blue side once again, which did not bear them much fruit of favor.
But it's still a Nova selected side, right? Whereby if you see blue side, they will oftentimes prioritize the picks such as these fews, Guan Yu, the Arlie, or even the likes of the Mai Shunui. All these are priority picks here coming in from Nova. When they get their hands on these picks, it's how they formulate the suitable draft for their specific players.
But I think the biggest difference here is the fact that, look, I think we've watched Nova today. That synergy is not coming through so far, right? They have landed the stuns, Unbridled Outburst by Wei Pit many a times. That game was fantastic. But where is the follow-up? This needs to operate on a team level. And APG, right based on the results of the previous series, APG is looking a lot stronger.
Very strong indeed, APG. Were very dominant, very clean as well, right? Obviously, they were the team to take down the final PKL representative, unfortunately, for those in Manila Bay, but there's still people in the audience, still believers within these two teams.
And also you can see HBSC players sitting there. They want to know who will be the eventual opponents of them coming into tomorrow's grand finals here. But without further ado, this is the lower bracket finals here. Winner of this series will be sent straight up to that grand final spot to face up against Homeboys Black Shoe Esports.
And loser goes home. Once again, I don't know, I've said this so many times today. And with this being said, nobody gonna start the bans first. The Dharma not allowed for Xiang. Xiang has been on fire today, finding many openings onto his opponents. And APG, they respond in kind. The long pick is not going to be opened up, which means that there is a potential of an Arnie going to the hands of Muchi here.
Ali coming through for the side of Nova's Muchi. I mean, we've seen some dominant performances with the Parasolar so far within the KIC 2025, and it's definitely still one of those T0 picks, but APG not giving over that War Saint, the Guan Yu, over to Schwan.
One of the best performers so far in this year has been Schwan on that War Saint here, so removing that makes a ton of sense to mitigate that tempo here, but you do give over the Parasolar early towards to Muchi in this game. Number one here, for APG, you have a lot of anger angles you can explore. The Direnjie, the Mai Shiranui. All these are available options coming in towards this game.
Yeah, right now, game number 1, the pool is so open. Or as you like to say, Blam, the ocean is very deep for this one. And APG, they straight away snap pick the Mai Shiranui, the Fire Ninja, along with the Spark Mace. These are the two combinations that the RD is really scared of.
This is very comfortable draft thus far coming in from Alpha Gaming. But you know Nova Esports, you give them the early, they will come in with the Ogron and Diadea. This is their go-through strat every single BO7. This is also a repeat of what exactly happened in the series of themselves.
Yeah, CY getting that Ogren's pretty crazy, right? With the Diadea as well. Obviously, a lot of sustainability here for the side of Nova Esports, but APG are going ferocious with the Byron, with the Mai, and with the Yukio Tachibana.
He's definitely feeling it. He was the one that made that insane outplay in that Clash lane just now against Black International. So bringing that momentum in towards this series, definitely a good sign of confidence for Alpha Gaming in this game 1.
I like this. High risk, high reward, right? Ukyo Tachibana, the Swift Strike, we've already seen. Damage output, insane. Lifesteal, insane. But once you CC him, he is a goner. And right now, that is the one thing that Nova doesn't really have in terms of shining. You want the Diadea to lock onto him, but who is then going to handle the Mai Shiranui?
Exactly. We're not talking about CCs in emails. We're talking about that crowd control here onto the side of APG. And like Sagi was saying, that outplay onto Blacklist where Just Chi went back in to re-engage and that triple kill came through was scary. But then you've also got to be looking out for the Fire Ninja as well as the Storm Mace as well. But APG are looking to take a little bit more control of the board here and take the board master off from Nova Esports.
You can definitely see these two teams playing towards their comfort draft in this game alone. Where's that Alpha Gaming here? No one is stranger towards Shisan on that Fire Ninja Mai Shiranui. He's been one of the best performers so far on the pick, sharing the title with Wendy. So these picks coming in towards this game is already looking very spicy for these two teams.
This bench, not for this game. This is about the late game.
Right.
I'm talking about late game of the series, right? They are inviting with the channel pick. It doesn't matter if it's an unfair matchup. The main important point here is we get rid of the consort because we want you to use that later on in the series.
Yeah, speaking of later on in the series, the consort you mean banned out here, the Woodland Ranger, but then also obviously the Motsu here coming through as well. Still, obviously, really good setup against the Orgrin here. Soul Guide, the Peacebringer, is definitely using those cannon blasts to make sure they come from the far, but it is going to be one of those counter picks into the mid lane. If you want to keep the Mai Shiranui checked in, it's the Milady that you are wanting to cast here.
Well, Mecha Boss being locked in here. This is also one of those signature matchups that Blam has featured so far. So, with all the Mecha minions that you spawn, the Mai Shiranui has actually one of the worst wave clears in the mage roles itself. So, you're essentially locking him in lane and making sure that Shisan, you want to roam, then say bye-bye to your tower.
Now, this is a very important part, right? The macro game is so important for both teams. We've already seen how much you can do, especially when you don't have towers to defend against, right? And this is going to be a situation where if they find and make the right moves, Nova, this game number 1 could end really quickly.
It could indeed, but obviously the pack leader coming through here as well. We're going to have the minions going up against the Spirit Wolves, so there is going to be some additional adds onto the Gorge in this game number 1 between Nova and APG, but looking at this draft here, obviously CY we know is a maestro on his Orgrin and the Mayin. We're looking at obviously getting that takedown onto the potential Chano here.
I think Alpha Gaming's draft, it's like what Kin mentioned here. Yeah. Very high risk, but the reward comes in plenty. If they can get the game going, utilizing the Fire Ninja, utilizing the Peacekeeper, facilitating the tempo coming in from the side of Yulong, the game will go really smoothly for them. But on towards the other end of the spectrum, if they fail the early game, it's going to be a landslide, obviously going over to the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, this then places priority in the mid lane, right? You want to make sure that this Milady or Mecha Boss does not get the kind of growth they're looking for. Because if they go greedy on Nova and they just go for the initial Scepter of Reverberation pick, then you get a free burst. That is 1 ulti, 1 death.
But at the same time, though, obviously, if you use that ulti onto one of these heroes onto the side of Nova Esports, that CC is a crucial lockdown potential here, potentially on the Yukio Tachibana.
That could be the case here. And one interesting thing that I actually thought of as well, after seeing the Mods that's being picked up by Saber, you kind of think like, oh, the mech minions are actually going to potentially block all those pesky cannon blasters coming in from the Peacekeeper here. So all these are theories that we can bring up in the drafting alone. But with Both sides locking in 10 heroes here. We will be going into the lower bracket finals, game number 1 between Nova Esports and Alpha Gaming.
Yes, the MKL representatives fighting for tournament life on the line in this best of 7. It's going to be Nova going up against APG. Nova onto the blue side, APG on the reactive red here. APG just coming back off a fresh victory against Blacklist International.
All right, and we're going straight to a pause. That's going to be the most exciting part of this day because this is going to help you build the anxiety, build the suspense for the match, because now we get to explore a little deeper into the details of the draft here, right? So let's explore this Swamp Seer skinned Milady pick against the Mai, and we obviously with the Mortar as well. There's one thing that straight away in the mid lane they did for this Milady, which is they waited for the minions to show up before they dropped those robots. I think that's a very important. A lot of people might overlook it, but saving your minions and bots to be able to form the Mega Bot is one very crucial part of Milady's gameplay.
And also, the composition, I really want to dive deep into the side of Nova Esports. Yes, your late game early isn't as strong compared to the likes of a channel here, but that's only if the channel is given the opportunity to scale towards that 4 or 5 item power spike here. If we were to put our focus on towards that Nova Esports draft, is looking very sharp and consistent. And this comes from a few things. You have the Ogren Diadea. This is already a very strong and early composition to snowball that game for you and for the early.
There we go, a very small tech pause there, just to build up the ambiance in the stadium between these two teams. But obviously CY trying to contest those balls, but then Sabo's just like, hang on, have a range check, baby. Those balls are ours.
That actually is a very important part of the game, right? So actually making sure that CY does not get the growth that he's looking for is very important. At the same time, he protects the camp. Yulong gets the growth that he's needed in this game so badly. Still and secure comes in for the side of Xuan here, which means APG, yes, they made the correct calls, but they don't get the rewards.
They're not reaping the rewards of these reactions and their rotations right now, but they were able to get that space right. Obviously very much not contested here by the side of Nova Esports, so definitely making the rotation back down to the bot side or even to the mid here, as you see now the Fire Ninja Wendy rotating background.
Right, I want to take a look at how this rotation will impact. Wendy coming in. Now, this is not the usual Wendy hero that we see, right? Normally, he's very aggressive with the Mai Shiranui, the Fire Ninja. He's making this aggressive plays as well. But the risk is a lot higher with a Mecha Boss pick, right? The Milady, not very mobile. A lot of risk taken when you dive a little bit too deep.
Exactly. If you are lost into the source on this pick, it's definitely going to be at your own despair or even demise. But here comes Xiang swinging with the Storm Mace. Wow. They get the CC. They get the lockdown already, and CY gets taken down.
And APG, I think they're still fresh off of that series win against Blacklist International. They're taking that momentum, bringing it into game number 1 of this lower bracket finals BO7.
That's what I was really scared about, and even more, Muchi should be scared here as well, having to use the Parasol back to behind that T1 safety now, but Saber with Shishan here, getting caught out to that brush, going to die here, using that bit of farewell, but at the same time, Muchi looking pretty low, the Wolves coming through, but they answer the call, they get the trade. Can they get Saber as well? The Peacebringer may actually end his maker, and it is the takedown for Waypits.
Important win for the side of Nova here. The trade was absolutely necessary, but even with that, APG still lead by about 500,000. And this is going to be very important for the side of Nova. They need to match the pacing on the side of APG, because if they don't, this Mai Shiranui, especially for Shushan and Yulong on this Swift Strike, is going to snowball out of control.
That recent CD key really threw me up there. I thought it says we goop, but it's actually we go up. So if you put that into game, it's going to give you gilded skin here for Jing. But back into the action right now. APG actually only ahead by around about 500 gold, which at this point in the game is not the difference maker.
And you know what the formula is? Gold sharing, right? This is the reason why so many members actually group up in the lanes. This is to be able to share the gold that is given to them, as well as the EXP. So APG, they're pulling ahead, they're trying their best too, but Nova, because they know what the strength of the composition is. Look, the blocking of Cannon Blast, so effective, slows down the push potential. They get that group up, share gold, share EXP, they keep up.
Exactly. It's going to be hard to get those kind of blast hits when you have the extra minions kind of blocking off the airwaves of the enemy team, which would have been needed in that mid lane when CY got took down, but it was just so much CC at his feet that it just meant that he was going to be pretty much dead to rights here. But we're looking at Muchi into the bot side, and after he does build that spark for Jagger, he's looking for that attack speed, he's looking for that lightning.
Yeah, but the concern here for me is APG has a lot of control, right? You have the knockup from Shushan, because of the stun from Yulong as well. A lot of potential for the kills, but let's take a look at this one. 4 minutes in, this is the wrestle. It looks like Nova actually might not be too keen on this one.
Yeah, absolutely not. Obviously, you see CY trying to rotate to the mid lane there, but a takedown onto Wendy is almost at a crucial point there, but it's going to be the hard link for Wendy that keeps him alive.
And at this point, Xiang is just doing Xiang thing.
Oh, yeah.
He's making sure he's soaking all the damage so that APG can come in for that counter strike. And for now, it's looking like it's the winning formula for now. They've extended the goal lead. Still less than 1,000, but closing in.
Yeah, Xiang's literally swinging that mace like he's in a dark room and there's a ghost he's trying to like exercise with it or some kind of thing. But it's definitely doing the job right. It's keeping the way the members of Nova Esports, they do not want to face the Storm Mace himself.
Right, I'm very curious about this item. It looks like Wendy's actually going for the Master of Agony. No, but it's the half build for the Venomous Staff as well.
Exactly. I mean, it would make sense as well, right? Obviously, the healing from Xuan, Xiang, sorry, and Yulong would definitely be at the detriment here now, but obviously Destiny counter. See, Saber flashing into that one as well. He has to use the flash to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and that's the risk, right? Or rather, that's the strength of Wendy's pick on this Milady, also known as Mega Boss. We'll see if the rotations will make sense for the side of Nova here. They're starting to trail by close to 1,000 already. And you can see, even though they have the robot minions coming down, Wendy unable to find that because there is a lot of burst potential from the side of APG's line.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like it's kind of like a 1v1 into the mid lane, right? We're seeing like always like a 2v2, 3v3. So really, locking down Xishan is not going to be a problem because it's like, hey, we've cleared out the minion wave, let's rotate somewhere else. And that T1 down to the bottom side of the map is really going to put pressure onto the side of Nova Esports.
Looking much better for APG, right? They don't even get a response on the top T1 for the side of Nova. Right now, APG already looking to put damage on the T2. The response is coming, but APG are waiting in the shadows here.
Yes, obviously missing out that skill shot there is Yulong. He tries to parkour over the wall, tries to get the CC, but they get the T2 infinitively here. So now, again, Muchi has not a single lane, so you're going to be really seeing him very vacant from that bottom side of the map. But he is trying to place that pressure, trying to get that trade, that T1 top side now.
Immediately saved by the side of Xiang as well. Quite a bit of healthy damage, respectable damage put down by Muchi. Half the health of the T1 on the top has been taken, but less could be said for the side of Nova. The T1, T2 in the farm lane already gotten rid of. APG playing the map so well.
Yeah, the problem is when they have pressure down to that bot side of the map, you know for a fact that Crimson Golem is going to be taken for the side of APG and more than likely funneled over to Sun on Luciano.
And look, they've taken a T1 at the top as well, mirroring every move that Nova is making. Not only that, here comes the disaster. Eternity Blade in the hands of Sun as well. This guy has been on form for that today. I mean, for every single series he's been on, he has been performing. And Sun seems to be the winning formula here.
Exactly. Don't stop him when he's on a good roll here, but that CC comes onto Yulong here from the Milady ultimate Mecha Boss, just dropping that big nuke of damage, but it's not going to stop him.
I would like to say that he negated the damage, but when you take a look at it, it's still quite healthy, right? Yeah. The fact that Yulong had to expend his ultimate just to stay alive, that shows you the burst potential of Wendy. And CY going for the ominous premonition very quickly.
Using the Radiance here, we're trying to catch out for Waypit, trying to get to that intel, but it's going to be a very reactive Saber there. He's like, you know what, I know they're going to use it, let's try and get it out of the way here, so that slow coming to this next team fight is definitely not going to favor, or at least be at the utility of Nova Esports.
Okay, I have a question for you. So Wendy, this pick on the Milady, right? Yeah. The fact that Shushan is at the exact same level, has this pick worked out in favor for Nova? No. Because you want to keep them, you know, leashed.
Exactly, yeah. It's looking to try and like make sure that it kind of like keeps him down, but at the same time, if you're able to kind of maintain that pace, then you see it here. Yes, Wendy has a couple of like 200 gold ahead, but the Fire Ninja has not been placed down or even been stopped just yet. If anything, it's a crucial Rujin here coming in from the mid lane here now. Maybe trying to come and save the side of Nova, but now CY gets taken down using the Conductor Soul to think inside the box with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ultimate. Is going to be a lot of lockdown here onto the side of Nova. Have to use the Heartlink to stay alive, keep CY as this Tyrant is alive.
And they stay alive, that's the biggest part, right? Xiang actually had to take a fall. He was hoping the backup will come. It did come, but still, APG could not get the punish, and that is the value of wave pit on this Dianthea as well. We'll see how this is going to turn out, because right now APG finally, if they've extended this goal, it's going to be close to 2,000. It's going to be a small poke coming in from the side of the Yilong Swift Strike. Not too much to cause any big usage of the flash or the ultimate just yet, but APG, this is a healthy approach so far.
Very healthy approach. Obviously, like you were saying, wave pit onto the Dianthea is definitely going to play a dividends here for the side of Nova, but at the same time, they cannot catch a break at these neutral objectives. The other third Tyrant going up to the side of APG as they look for another ball into this mid lane. But we are starting to see that mid lane start to falter, right? Obviously, that T1 there looking not so healthy for the side of APG.
In fact, I would also add on, like, both the side lanes as well, not too healthy, right? Yeah. So if they manage to clear the T1s across the map, they balance out this deficit they're having now. And the mid portion of the gorge is going to be really dark for both teams, of which both teams have huge burst potential.
Exactly. I mean, if you can take down 3 T1s in certain ones, that's a fail swoop here to the side of APG. And they've taken 2 out of 3, and that ain't bad.
Take a look at what kind of difference can they make. They've broken the T1 in the mid. Great start, but the stuns are coming in. This will be control galore for the side of APG. One more side.
It will be, but I mean, are they going to get CY off the gorge here? And the answer to that one, probably no. They're just looking to make sure they keep this Azure Golem alive, because this is now the direct consequence of losing that T1 into the mid lane, is that your Azure Golem, as well as your Crimson, are all at the helm of your enemy team. So now we have to put a bit of pressure on to APG to make sure they're getting the clean clears into their jungle. But now CY looking to approach the Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant that it is. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Claims it. Yulong makes a long play to claim that second form Tyrant here, but now Xiang does fall down for CY and Squad. They're looking for a little bit more. They're looking for the range, but it's going to be the Heartlink that saves them, and now the Parasola. Muji into the backline, but he gets taken down. Now it's left to Wendy to keep this mid alive.
I mean, this is perfect gameplay from the side of APG. The way they took that fight, sure, it was looking a bit dicey at moments, but they got the Tyrant buff. They got the win in the fight. 4 kills for the price of 2. This is absolute value for the side of APG. One more. Let's take a look at the instant replay here. The big setup, the most important part was the fact that Saber set up the thing inside the box to stop the smite from happening on the side of CY as well, and that's why Yulong got that Tyrant buff. And with the addition of the fighting prowess, they cleaned house with this one.
Absolutely cleaned house with all that. But I mean, at the same time, like he was quoting that kid, if they didn't get that Tyrant, APG, I don't think would have came out of that one as good as they did. So 4-2 trade overall, weren't able to get the lockdown onto Wendy, and it still keeps a rolling that gold lead into the favor of APG.
And you know what, at this point, if you're unfamiliar with what Premier HoK looks like, this is exactly what it looks like. One small mistake, a second of a difference, might cost you the game here.
Absolutely, as you can see, that T2 into the top side of the map looking pretty damaged now, so you're going to see that that's going to be one of the main focal points for the sides of APG in this next 5 minutes. They're looking to open that T1 into the mid lane and do get it now, but Nova are doing well, right? They're keeping alive and taking those Crimson Golems, but now Yulong finds himself in a sticky situation in the L crush. Speaking of L's, there could be more here onto the side of APG, but maybe the turnaround could be it, but it's not. It's going to be Wendes She-Shot into the backline, overextended there. Now Muji gets taken down as well, so 2-1 trade overall. Make that a third. CY looking to clean up shop. Now, with Sun in a rock and a hard place, he gets taken down.
Yep. Overzealous effort. Saber might be the next victim as well. Commits the flash, but still getting chased down. CY, he might just escort him to the graveyard. Is it worth the chase though? Really? Going in again?
I mean, you may as well, because you got Wendy pushing that mid lane, right? So just keep him pushed away. He can't use the Cannon Blast to stop this powerhouse that is Wendy.
Yeah, and take a look at the damage. This T2 is gone. And with that quick response from the side of Nova, exactly what you want to see from the number 2 MKLC. Because right now, it's number 2 versus number 3.
Exactly, 3 is definitely lesser than 2 when it comes into rankings. You want to be second place, not third, but APG have definitely shown themselves in this one.
Yeah, they have, but right now that advantage has gone all the way into the hands of Nova as well. Nova now, with one fell swoop, can actually take down the T3s in the mid and, you know, open up access into the crystal.
They could do, right? Obviously, they are literally laying waste to that mid lane. Was hoping that that was going to be what APG was looking to go for when they got that 4 bang onto their side for that 2 trade. But now, Nova's just like, you know what? We'll show you how to play this strat. We'll take it 4-man, we'll take your T2s, and now we're looking to open up that base. But now it is going to be Siak jumping in, but it's going to be the kill going up to Sun now. So Wendy, the crew's control when it comes to taking those turrets has been taken out of Nova.
Yeah, there's the burst potential that they're looking for, but right now it's really the tank, right? CY also has the Blood Rage, a very important marker for him to survive. And right now, APG, they're making a beeline. They're trying to distract Nova from the actual objective, which is the Tyrant, but at the same time, they steal this away. This will be great for APG.
Yeah, to get this double Tyrant, it's going to be huge here. We obviously see that CY, he claims the Smite and claims Siang as well. Sun, Shishan looking pretty low, obviously scaring off to the backside of that team fight, but Sun now maybe at the falter here. He does use the leader's stance. He uses the ultimate of Chano, but just to drive away Nova.
Alright, the Souls of the Wolves have come to the aid of the side of APG, but Nova, they have a saving grace. They have the Shadow Overlord at this point, so this is going to help clear one full wave and one full lane of minions away from the side of APG. Now, can that be the turnaround condition for the side of Nova?
I mean, you can imagine Nova's looking for a few pickoffs here onto the side of APG, drop it down into the mid lane, and then just look to open up that base a little bit further here. Because you can already see it, Bucci as well as Wavepit, they're trying to escort that Vanguard down to the bot side of the map just to try and get an extra bit of T2 goodness from the side of APG.
I mean, if they can balance this map pressure, it's going to be huge. Bucci does get it for the side of Nova, which means they can now make a decision. Do they want to go back or do they want to bait APG into another unfair fight?
Or they might just take away their Azure Golem and they try and do it, but Yulong gets a smite there.
I mean, we talked about the smite successes on both junglers, and of course Yulong has been pretty much up there against the other junglers across KIC 2025.
Absolutely, and Maestro in his own role, but it's going to be the Vanguard being placed top side of the map here, so looking just to recreate that pressure. Now, in the opposite lane, obviously as the Vanguard charges through down to that high ground turret into the bot side now, we see all eyes are on the side of the last standing T2 here for the side of APG.
It's not going to be easy at all. Wendy is already at level 50, going to hit that final marker of EXP. Nice block by the side of the Maple down for Muji. This could be the defining moment of the game.
They very much could so. Obviously the Papa Passing just going to use that to try and like bait them into a bit of a team fight. Once again, he's just trying to make way, trying to get that zapping damage onto the side of APG, but Yulong having to use that ultimate to try and keep away that Vanguard of the T3 territory that's forcing their way in. Yulong gets the HP heal back, but maybe with the Conductor Souls, it's going to be enough to drive him out of that T3 territory. Siang looking like he's in a hard place here. Going up against Chuan in that mid lane, but the Ruenjin catching 3. But can they get any kills from it? No! Shishan falls, Siang falls, Saber falls, Yulong falls, Sun falls! It's a team ace for Nova, and they take game 1.
Beautiful game from the side of Nova, looking shaky at the start, but that's the risk you take with a composition such as this.
I think the overall gameplay thus far from both teams has been magnificent. The early play coming in from the Maestro Nui Mozi and also the likes of the Uku Tachibana has put a lot of pressure against the side of Nova Esports, but that's the cruelty of a high-risk, high-reward composition. If you don't get a strong enough read to get your ball rolling into a 3,000 to 4,000 goalie, it's insufficient to combat a well-rounded draft like Nova.
Yeah. So is it the ice cream that kind of saved Nova just now, during the break, or is this the fatigue setting in for the side of APG that is taking effect in this game number 1?
I mean, that might be the case, right? Endurance is definitely an issue when it comes into Honor of Kings. I mean, it's one best of 7. You managed to finish out in 5 rounds, but now you have to try and finish this one even quicker if you want to keep yourself going. And unfortunately for the side of APG, they lost game number 1 after a defiant early game.
And sometimes we talk about scrims, right? Like, scrims doesn't matter everything, but scrims also trains your endurance, but that only trains you of how many games you can play in the stress-free environment. But this is audiences looking at you, big muffles on your ears, so it emulates the experience that you are under super high pressure here. So I don't think these scrims really give you those sort of high-stake moments for you to really train the long-term, long series endurance.
Yeah, and here is the difficult, but the bare minimum for them to win this entire series, the shortest way to do it is a total of 9 games. Right now, because they have been given the first L in this best of 7, it is still 9 games. So we'll take a look at the itemization coming in here. The one player I'm super curious in is Wendy. So yes, he did go for the Mask of Agony as well. This is to help deal the percentage health damage, which coupled with the Venomous Staff is actually a very damaging kind of itemization against the likes of the tanks like the Byron and the Morton.
I think the Byron coming in from Xiang actually found a lot of successful moments in catching out members like Wendy multiple times. And also, one of the few times was actually onto CY, which allowed the side of Alpha Gaming to push their strong early game lead, but they couldn't really capitalize more of that snowball.
Yeah, so I think this game is all about Wendy, right? When Wendy finds success, it is rare that Nova don't win a game. And especially, take a look at the damage dealt. 133,000 worth of hero damage dealt over to the side of APG.
Yeah.
They came back in such a strong force.
I mean, the fact that obviously Nova only took one Shadow Overlord compared to all the domination in the early game of the 2 Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant, and even an Overlord here for the side of APG just shows that if you stick to your guns, if you get that prime opportunity like they did in that mid lane, you can just make sure you're getting and banking that victory in game number 1.
It's all about the late game decision making and all those big team fights, right? As we see towards the side of Shisan, we prize him for his Mai Nui. The early game was looking fantastic for this young player here, but the key engages towards the backside, especially the late games, wasn't as consistent to find those multiple few members. Especially, I remember a crystal clear moment where he used the Ryu Engine flash and he caught no one in the bottom lane.
Yes, actually that was the same exact moment I was going to point to. So not only did he use his Ryu engine, he used his ultimate as well, but it went in the entirely wrong direction, did not hit a single Kachosen. And this is not because Shusan is bad, but this is because there's so many targets you have to choose.
That is the difficult part here. But let's award the first game MVP here to Muchi here. His Arlie was literally Maple dancing on the battlefield here, piloting that Parasola to a full extent.
Absolutely, the damage coming through here. 24% of that damage dealt and 20% of it taken, but you can imagine a lot of that was mitigated by that Maple dance, but the 5-3-7 KDA also puts him in the blitz, especially with his macro play.
I mean, 13,000 gold, 6 slotted. This guy was a monster for sure. Yeah. And Muchi continually proving that they are still one of the strongest teams in MKL. That number 2 stands for a reason. Now APG, now this is just game number 1. So let's take a look at how they're going to be able to change this insight and maybe shift their fates to get that fated rematch against Homeboys Black True Esports.
I mean, that would be the dream case, right? Obviously, getting back up into that upper bracket, getting into that grand finals for tomorrow, and getting that revenge, because obviously it is a revenge serve, this best serve cold if you are Nova Esports.
And these are the moments that the Mozi actually puts in so much value for you. And Son going in for a Hail Mary dive onto Son, making it a 1-for-1 exchange, giving back some of the lead into the hands of Nova from the early end.
And this is something that I think you have to notice across all the Nova games down here, right? The Nova games, sometimes you realize that, hey, they don't like to dive too much. Why is that? So, and this is exactly the reason why. I think this is a moment that Shishan missed absolutely everything, got bursted down in an instant. And then the game just started to swing from there to the side of Nova.
That could have been a game changer if he actually found the correct angle on towards the backline members here. But due to the fact that he missed out that engager, the landslide of lead that Alpha Gaming has generated really came out to these moments here. Because you see, even if Shisan got a beautiful engage, there was no one to really follow up with that big play.
They couldn't find a finishing flow, and I mean Nova, when you give them a room such space, and you know, with the advantage they had, not just in gold but EXP as well, you know the result is not going to be easy to look at.
Not being easy to look at is obviously the updated bracket right now for APG. They obviously just taken a 4-1 over Blacklist, but now Nova is showing that they are looking to stamp their second place within the Grand Finals, but also the MKL once again.
And this was the exact same way in the match number 7. Nova Esports started off the game with the Arlie Diadia and also Soul Guy combination. And in the same fashion, they got the game 1 win. It's a bit of a deja vu to revisit into this lower bracket finals.
So the number 4 goes to which team?
Well, only time will tell, right? Like Blair usually says. But with this performance in mind, and as we know, Nova is a very, how would I say it? The word to say engine starting team. Like if you place your foot on the correct footing in towards the BO7, they come in fast and strong.
Yeah, they got good clutch control, whereas APG, sometimes they do have a good smooth start within the car ride, but then they're like, you know what, let's floor it and let's see if we get the win, and then that's where you start to stall the car and stop on a hill and you start rolling backwards.
I mean, the silver lining for this is I feel like Yulong is not playing his number 1 #1 picks in the jungle, right? The Ukyo Tachibana, they were kind of experimenting, okay, is this worth the counter matchup against the Organ? You want to get the stun, get the big burst, and hopefully before he even gets his Conductor Souls off, you have the knockout from Susan on that Maestro Nui, right? The Fire Ninja. But now, with this being said, this leaves the entire pool of mega early game hero-centric for the jungle available to Yulong.
I mean, in that game, potentially they could revisit into the heroes such as the Musashi. Because why? Organ has healing, and the likes of the Diadeals has healing, and with the Musashi ultimate, you could also man-mark the Arlie in these attempts here, and you will be a pseudo-engage along with the Shisan to go towards that backline here, but maybe it's an experimental draft in Game 1 itself.
Right, let's see. APG, they pick up the blue side, so there's something they definitely want to wrestle for. Now, is it going to be the Arlie? Is it going to be allowed, right? Or do we just focus on the jungle, give the dangerous pay that we know Tigress into the hands of Yilong and let him tear the team to shreds?
Yep, let him cook with the Tigress. Could be the potential pickup here for APG onto the blue side. But I mean, we've seen some Dolias come through today. It's actually not been the most devastating in terms of combos, and it's actually been expanded pretty early within the drafts as well, right? Well, within the series, shall I say. And then we actually get to see when the Dolia comes through, we see the contestation of the Yang Jian, so that combo does not come through in its entirety, and we're still yet to see the Dolia and Nutsa combo come through. I
think we saw Dolia Nutsa in the previous series on the hands of Blackest International. Didn't work the best of the magics, which it's the same case like you mentioned here, Blam. Like the Dolia hasn't really found much success in today.
Maybe they need a deeper pool, you know. But with that being said, it's going to be the Maestro Nui as the prior ban for the side of APG. Now, this is going to open up the potential of the pay pick, but does Nova give it over, right? Do you have the confidence to deal with the Yulong pay here if you're Nova?
I think there's a lot of options to really visit into. Like, we were introduced the fact that pay, yes, is very strong, but they are available counters in the form of a Musashi, in the form of Organ is expanded, yes, Musashi, and also the likes of a Swift Strike in the form of Ukyo Tachibana.
Ooh, okay, so betting out obviously one of Wendy's big picks, one of Schwann's big picks here as well, obviously the Byron for themselves, but now they're looking to obviously put a bit of an aim here back onto maybe even Shishan with the Kunming.
Okay, so they pick up the pay. The Tigers now looking strong for the side of APG. Will be locked in. Do we get the counter pick Ukyo Tachibana or do we get the Jing as well?
I think Nova... Oh my god, there we have it. It's gonna be the Athena, Rome, Hubbard, and lock-in for the side of Nova Esports here. So interesting enough, this will be a fascinating one coming in towards the series itself.
Oh, very fascinating. I mean, even in the introduction, I was like, hey, neither of these teams play the Athena, and then Nova's like, all right, bet, we'll pick out the Athena for you here. Blam will show you how we do it in Nova Esports. But again, it's Muji getting the Lung here, which we've seen, obviously, a lot of promise from him with previous series.
But also, if you're Alpha Gaming, the way you view the game itself, of how Nova Esports beat HBSC, one of the best Athena Rome users in the tournament, you start to have a general idea. Get that double smite in for your jungle and roam, and pick a utility mage in the form of Shi or Lady Zen, and make sure that all the gold is funneled back into the pockets of Yulong.
I like the answer to this, because if you get that Silky imprint from the Shi second skill onto the Lung, it can potentially force out the Infinite Faster. That's a very big ultimate to waste on a second common skill. But Nova, I like this answer, like the Luna pick. Is it going to be enough though?
It's very scary. Obviously, we've seen CY actually demolish the Athena in the early series, but now he gets to pair it up with the Moonblade itself. So will we see a little bit of the same story of the last series, or will APG overcome this Athena?
It will be a very interesting early game at the very least, because if, let's say, your jungle is in the control of Waypit's Athena, it means that Pei and also Saber on the Beast is just going to be rampaging in towards your own jungle. So it's a trade-off of jungles and who gets damaged harder in the mid-game itself.
So do we look at more control for the side of APG? Because Luna suffers against CC, right? And if you do get the knock up, stun, whatsoever, with the burst potential of the pain, as well as the catch potential of Shi, I think that might be more than sufficient to get rid of this CY Luna.
Well, we got some card collectors in the audience here. I mean, where are they getting these cards from? I don't have a single one of these cards, but I would love a pickup here. But speaking of pickups, we're getting the white anchor once again. This has been the most in one day where the Arta comes through here for the side of Nova Esports, so that's going to more likely go over to Schwan.
Yep, another performance coming in from Schwan's white anchor here. Another debut pick coming in for this series itself here, a second time. And the full-board marks it a very early priority on towards the draft for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I love this answer from Nova. Now you have two different members that will always be in the front lines to, you know, kind of bait Shishan. I want to take the imprint. Give it to me. I'm going to just anti-CC my way out.
Speaking of anti-CC though, obviously we're looking for more crowd control onto the side of APG, so when that boat hits, maybe that Burning Sun arrow is going to be following quite close in suit. But I mean, on top of that, they have the Unbridled Outburst here from the Beast Junk Bay as well, so there is a lot of control onto the side of APG. So if we are looking at damage-wise, maybe they're looking for the prize pony, in better words, the Dragon Loom.
The Daji will be hovering here, so this might be a Knowledge Dem Daji, and the only usefulness that it provides will be on that spell 2 here. Anyone that leaps in, the Sun Sun coming with the bolt, when he jumps off the boat, he will get stunned. The Page jumping in with the Pounce will get stunned by the Daji here. So a very interesting Heart Seeker pickup here coming in from Nova. So you can see the focus is 2 players here, Muji and CY as the primary damage dealers here, Schwan and Waypit being the disruption for the team.
Both teams, they're carrying a butterfly net right now, right? They're going to be swinging in the garden. Someone will catch air, someone will catch a bunch of butterflies here. It really comes down to which CC is more accurate, which CC is going to be followed up by their team members. So this really shows you in this game number 2, who is the better team.
Exactly, I hope this CC finds you well. Is going to be the battle here between Nova and APG in game number 2. Obviously, Nova Esports currently up with 1-0 and bringing out some of those spicier picks like the Dachi, like the White Anchor, Arta, as well as the Athena.
As we pace ourselves into the lower bracket finals and grand finals of today, this is day 6 of the knockout stage, and we are starting to see more and more of the funnel strategy, with the mid lanes being the knowledge gem users and the roam picking up the smite here. Maybe this has been the evolution coming in for this tournament itself.
I mean, they're teaching you how to maximize the gold value, right? The gold growth of your teammates. And of course, also tells you who you should be putting gold into, right? Give me all the gold, I can spend better, I can buy better items, I can look better than you, I can be stronger than you.
But how do you prove you're better than your opponent than to really whip out your mechanics, your rotations in the Gorge itself? As we head on over to game 2 between Alpha Gaming and also Nova Esports, this will be the potential upcoming scoreline. 1-1 or 0-2. Casters, let me know.
Exactly, APG are looking to neutralize the scoreline here in game number 2 against Nova, who's currently on the front lead here. But if you are going to go for this series, you better dash for it, which is going to be your CD key to redeem and everything box here. But a big level 1 commitment here onto the blue side of the enemy jungle. Now CY is going to get taken down. That's one way you commit a lot of your teammates to take down CY. Still not quite entered the jungle, but it is going to be Yulong, actually Waypit, securing that Azure Golem.
Yo, that's the definition of team play right there. With the Leaping Savior as well. Saber makes sure that everyone stays alive. Yulong gets that the Azure Golem. Okay, you give it away from the side by Nova, but now, hang on.
She shot. Oh, Waypit comes out of nowhere with the dive of the Athena. So this is what we expected here from this pick, right? You are looking to rotate heavily around into your enemy jungle, looking to get those single pickups, get the Crimson Golem as well. If he gets out of this one, he is a bank robber.
Oh, yep. It's, I mean, it's nighttime, so it's a nighttime robbery at this point. And for now, Nova, they're trying to make the plays, have been successful. Waypit is doing so well, saving the game right now.
Done very well there. I think Sun actually was able to get the Phoenix there for the side of APG as a little bit of a Brucey bonus potentially there. But to be honest, Waypit playing this Athena very, very well.
I mean, now the MKL teams are showing you, okay, you know, Athena strat did not really show up too many times in MKL. We're going to perfect it for you. We're going to show you on broadcast. And right away, Waypit, the value of this pick is not the fact that he is able to steal away camps only. There is a potential for catch as well, but here we go.
Getting the push back there, obviously using the ultimate to try and get it, cancel out that CC as well. It does very well here for the side of Nova. But like you were saying there, kid, we see Waypit. He's like, you know what? You can pick the the Athena and actually not die 27 times.
Exactly. And they forced APG to use every single available ultimate. Did not find any value with that. And once again, Waypit is here in the jungle waiting for that steal again.
Looking for the steal again, using that ultimate, and it was not able to quite get that steal this time. Actually goes up to Shishan, so now it still means if you kill Waypit, it's still not going to go over to Yulong.
Yeah, look, this game is the hardest for both junglers. Once again, they go try.
They are going to try here, obviously trying to stampede him into the wall there. It's going to be Schwan, it's going to be the tanky one into this one. CY trying to get the dive onto the backline here, still has the mark onto Shishan, but it's going to be the Silk Imprint just pushing him away.
Yeah, man, that would have been a perfect situation to get the catch because Saber is still not level 4. There is no Unbridled Outburst, but straight away, here we go. The secure by the side of Saber means a Waypit will not be able to steal another camp away. Still, this slows down Yulong by a bit.
Oh, absolutely. He's looking just to put the damage onto Yulong as well as Shishan, but now he's taking that 2-3 and that 3v1 fight now, and obviously that's going to be enough to take it down.
He heard you. He was like, no, we're going to get 26 steps. But with that being said, Nova, they're still hanging on closely. And with all the steals happening, this is not what you want to see on the side of APG, right? You're supposed to have a goal lead, a massive EXP lead. It's not happening. Nice setup though.
Oh, nice setup there by Saber with the Stampede. Follow through as well. Wendy gets taken down onto the Dachi. Not looking too hot now, but CY maybe getting hit by that boat. And here it is. He gets claimed by the Sunset. Nice play by Xiang.
Yeah, man, APG respawn. Great response. Now, can they make the gold better on their side? They need to get more gold value across the map. But Waypit, that is the whole reason he exists as in this game is the Athena. Just buying time, being a nuisance.
Buying time, being a nuisance, but and also maybe try and potentially feed up one of the sides of APG so that becomes a little bit more of a prize pony when you get that shutdown, but he's still looking to go and commit here to get the takedown onto the Azure Golem. He was able to do it, but will he leave the jungle? Answer is no, but now gets hit by the turret.
Alright, they do feed it over to the side of Yulong. He will secure back that Azure Golem now. He has both buffs. CY on the other hand only has the Azure Golem to work with, but if it's a Luna, that's exactly the buff you want.
Exactly. Out of the options, you would just go for the Azure Golem here, but maybe trying to get the dunk here onto Shishan. He has got to be careful into that mid lane, but now he's going to take down that Tyrant, and the jungle was nowhere near it. It was all thanks to Saber and Sun.
Yeah, we'll see what this engage is going to be like. Once again, the Tigress
is the Burning Sun arrow with the boat as well. Gets claimed the life of Muji and the T1 as well into the bot side of the map, but Shishan does meet his maker, and that is CY. CY looks to go and claim another kill onto Yulong, but close but no cigar here.
Yeah, almost never does it in esports, and there we go. This is a potential turnaround here. CY waiting in the brushes.
Yeah, a bit of brawl into the jungle here, but baited out the Unbridled Outburst, gets hit by the stun though by the side of Sun, but still not going to be as devastating as that Unbridled Outburst.
Crazy, right, CY? That bait was masterful. And of course, with that being said, Nova now trying to regain control of the Gorge, and they're able to do it because the goal lead is negligible at this point.
Oh, very negligible. Like, literally, what, 600 gold at this point? Obviously, yes, they have the T1 down to the bot side. They do have the pressure here for the side of APG, but really now we're going to be seeing a bit of a performance here from Muji, maybe trying to get a bit of a macro play with a bit of a trade into that T1 top side of the map, whilst Waypit is just distracted the side of APG. But now that Burning Sun arrow is really going to claim and slow down the pace of Nova with this fall. Speed ahead, but Yulong falls as well as Shishan. They're looking for Saber as well. That's going to be a 2-1 trade for the side of Nova.
Yeah, but giving the life of Waypit in exchange for Yulong Shishan, that's a big trade. I would take it any day. And once again, they are still having access into the jungle of APG. So this is not good news for the side of Alpha Gaming Nova. They love this.
Yeah, they have no signs of stopping here on the side of Nova Esports. They're just looking to make sure and put pressure on, because that's the way you keep APG locked in that Pandora box.
Oh yeah, I mean, keeping them leashed, that is the #1 objective on the side of Nova, because you want to give room for this Luna to shine. CY needs all the time he can get. And the one curious thing for me is, look, Wendy, he has only fallen to once, but the value of him just being in the lanes also makes sure that Muji has space to farm. He will be the saving grace.
Yeah, saving grace here for the side of Nova Esports will be Wendy, but obviously Waypit just once again just making sure he's able to try and get and slow down Yulong. Yes, he's kind of like distracting a lot of the members of APG right now as they're trying to amass this pressure into the mid lane, even maybe into the bot side here. Waypit actually playing this Athena very well, but gets taken down by Saber.
Yeah, but it's all about information at this point, right? We talked about it. Arrow! Ooh. Oh, there there we go, the anti-CC movement by the Wave Breaker here on the side of Xuan.
Yes, obviously the white anchor, using that white anchor to be a CCMU target to take that burning arrow to the chest there, but now it's going to be that T1 down to the bottom side of the map where they're creating the pressure of Nova Esports. Maybe they're looking to scout out this Crimson Golden.
This has to be all the stunts in the world, right? Xiang, he said Seal is going to be very important. They have found their potential target. Now, what's the choice?
Oh, APG committing a lot into this mid lane. They definitely don't want to lose their OT1 before they try and take the strike here onto Nova. Taking down Wave Pit is not going to be the price pony here. But the Burning Sun Arrow onto Wendy, and then the Unbridled Outburst, but not getting the kill. They use a Stampede, they get Moochie, they're looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be the burst damage come from Wendy getting the takedown onto Xiang. So currently a 2-1 trade overall, but Xuan is having a hard time getting out of this fight, but now CY with the re-engage, looking to pick off the low enemies of APG. He gets the double kill. Now Wave Pit's back into the mix, and now they're looking just to punish them in their own jungle.
Yeah, just a little shy on timing there. Wave Pit, if he had come up a little bit earlier, I think that outcome would have been extremely different. But here comes the reward. You do have to lose the life of CY, but you get the life of Sun. That is your main carry potential in the late game for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Oh, absolutely. Taking Sun up the gorge here, I mean, giving a little bit of a reassurance to Moochie. Moochie did fall in that team fight, but very early, and now is back onto the gorge. But definitely trading and taking down that carry is going to alleviate some of this pressure into the bot side of the map.
Yep, we are about slightly more than 60 seconds away. Wave Pit steals it.
He does, but he had to contest 2 smites, right? Obviously, Yulong was like, hey, I may try and go for this. Saber's not quite here. I don't have that same advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is still an L for the side of APG. L in the form of learning. They have to take a look at the timing, and now looking for an opening. Moochie does get quite a bit of burst damage onto the life of Shishan here, and that's going to be a little bit concerning, because if you take a look at what kind of buffs you want to filter to the team, Shishan wants to have Sun given the Crimson buff, and right now it's not going to be looking good because Nova, they do have the lead in terms of both CY, top of the table, close to 2,000 ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, almost 2,000 ahead of Yulong there. Is definitely not where you want to be if you are APG, but I mean, they do have Sun quite close behind, just a little bit ahead of Moochie at this moment in time, but that could all change with a turn of a tide here for the side of APG. They're behind by around about 1k gold lead now, and looking to get into this shadow objective territory.
Alright, that's 10 seconds and took away. Every single heart thrown out by Wendy is going to be one that really hurts them. They're looking for the backline. Xuan looking for an opening, but Xiang as well, taking the split push.
Yes, he's looking for an opening, but in a different respect here. Looking for that T1 opening there, top side of the map, but obviously trying to get the Silk Imprinters land onto Wave Pit. Can they get that control? Can they get that damage? It's not going to be quite enough here. He's going for a bit of a re-engage right now. Saber taking the brunt of that team fight. It is actually going to be Wave Pit being taken down there. The boat does connect onto Xuan. They're looking for more damage. It's going to be an Unbridled Outburst that separates Moochie from the rest of the clan. But now, CY, he's looking for Shishan. Shishan is on the run. He has very little health, but really, Yulong is the target. He escapes and prowls over the wall.
Oh, he does not get the reset. CY, they've changed the targets now. Saber tries to TP home. They know he's here.
It's in trouble for the Beast. He has no Unbridled Outburst and no rage. That means it's going to be bye-bye night here for Saber.
Yep. Easy and straightforward kill, but APG, look at the response. They go straight for the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, feint of hand here for the side of APG as they go for the Shadow Overlord, but now we're seeing that Nova are going to go for that Shadow Tyrant as well. As if they do need any more damage going to these team fights, they're going to get it anyway.
I mean, I think they might. Right now with the Shadow Overlord, APG can definitely make a big push onto the T2 on the top, and that's going to open up the potential of a T3 crackdown on the top side of the map against Nova Esports.
But respectively for the side of APG, I mean, their T3 down to the bot side is looking like that is very unhealthy now. So really, looking at opening up that base is going to be Nova looking to focus and get some more pressure down there, but the Vanguard does meet them. They still have the Shadow Vanguard to be popped down onto the side of APG.
Yeah, Susan, this is a perfect positioning. He has baited them out. They don't know that he's there. And I mean, if he had got his hands on CY, this would completely change the game in APG's favor.
Oh, absolutely. Getting CY off the gorge here means that your backline is now safe. Unless Xuan gets in there first or Wave Pit, and then obviously there will be a different tale for another day, but obviously the Crimson Golden coming up in around about 6 seconds onto the side of APG. Will this be a point of contention here?
I'm not sure because I think APG, they found a bigger target, which is T2 at the top as well. Can he get the steal stolen by the side of Muji as well?
Yes, Muji getting some more of that damage into the Crimson Golem, but like you were saying, top side of the map has been opened up a little bit more here. Setzel connects onto Waypit, but if you're going to sacrifice somebody into this team fight, it's going to be Waypit, not CY.
Oh, they got him.
But all the crowd control comes through here from APG. They get the lockdown onto the Moonblade. They get Waypit as well. Damage really going to be reliant onto Wendy and Muji here as Schwan takes the brunt of that damage, but he gets a takedown onto Siang, but that is not going to be a good enough trade here. They have the minions coming into the mid lane.
It's not. APG are the better team. They can break the T3 on the top. The defense comes through. The Howling Wind as well. They want to get a start. Can they finish the job? No, they cannot.
Oh, no. Yulong stays alive ever so slightly, but obviously Waypit needs to come back now. If they don't, that crystal may fall here. We could potentially get a neutralized point here for the side of APG. We are going in. Wendy caught away from the team fight, flashed out as well, but only 2 minions to take down is going to be a saving grace from Nova Esports.
Yeah, Nova survives. The fans are calling for the defense. Nova makes it happen, but at what cost? The jungle, Crimson buff has been filtered, funneled into the hands of APG's Sun, and this guy has not really missed the mark today.
He's not missed the mark, and obviously he has a little bit more of a tankier build, building that Succubus cloak towards the end, right? So looking at kind of mitigating a lot of that damage from CY and Wendy.
It's looking a little bit crazy, Brev. 7-1-3 for this Sun. And HoK late game is, Solara's late game is just a totally different monster to handle.
Oh, absolutely. The late game, as long as he got the positioning, as long as he got the front line, which he does have in forms of Saber and Siang here, he will be absolutely fine, just smashing that basic attack button.
Yeah, and right now it's a 1.4 thousand goal lead going in favor of APG. One more big win in a team fight, they should be able to do it. But that's only because they caught CY with the multi-stun collaboration here.
He's not going to fall for that twice, surely. Like, that set sail coming through, then the Unbridled Outburst, then literally everything else but the kitchen sink being thrown at him there. He may not fall for that once more. So the fact that APG were able to finish that game with that win, or that play, means that they may be at the sacrifice here.
I think Yulong was pretty fast. He went out to buy another sink and threw it down onto CY again. Now with that being said, we will see. This is the defining moment between Nova and APG.
I mean, it'd be nice to get a Tempest Dragon game as well here between these two teams, but I mean, 15 minutes, we are 5 minutes away from that point, but here it is. The Shadow Overlord contested here. The damage onto the side of Saber. The Unbridled Outburst catches onto 3, and Chuan takes a lot of that damage, but can CY, Wendy, and Muji replicate that damage?
He can't do it. The white anchor is not going to be strong enough, not tough enough, but they do manage to funnel that Crimson buff into the hands of Muji. Right now, it's a race to the neutral objectives. Who gets it? APG already started. Half health, they should be able to secure this.
Yeah, easy secure here for the side of APG. Now they have the Howling Wind. They're going full speed ahead, and no set sail coming through now as well, looking for the sunk down onto CY. He finesses, but the boat obviously connects into the back line there, stops the barrage from Muji and Wendy.
Yep, CY, he had to take a fall there. This was a very uncomfortable situation, and it feels like APG have found their groove. Change and switch up in terms of objectives here. They're going to go for the T3 at the bottom. The defense is tougher for the side of Nova.
Yes, obviously there is a minion wave crashing into the top side of the map, but that's going to be met naturally by those enhanced minions for the side of APG as well. So really, APG want to be focusing all their eggs into this basket.
Yeah, look, this is late game HoK, guys. Late game Solaris, he milks towers. And right now, just the crystal stands in a way to tie the series up.
Looking to tie this series up to a 1-1 victory here, but that Burning Sun Arrow is not going to quite connect here. But is it just going to be a little bit of a divide so they know where the teams are going to go? They're either going to go left or right, but they got nobody.
It doesn't matter. APG, they have a lot of time on their hands. With 25 seconds before the Primal Bond is taken off their bodies, they can go for the buffs first. Now Yulong's going to work on this for sure. Crimson is going to go in the hands of Sun for sure, but they got a catch.
They tried to get the catch there onto Shishan, but it wasn't quite enough damage now. And once again, we have Waypit into the backline here, just soaking a lot of damage using the ultimate from the Athena.
Yeah, okay, Xiang did burn out the flash as well to set sail, so right now it's a prime position for Nova to turn this around if they can find the appropriate stun. CY does have the reset ultimate. right now. Waypit, he is looking for the potential steal, but everyone is here.
Will he live up to the hero title? Will he become the Sacred Warrior as he tries to soak a lot of that damage? He tries to get the steal, but it goes over to APG.
And this is going to be imminent pressure coming in. The arrow!
Yes, it lands, but it's going to actually not land onto anybody because Shawan's able to get that CC immunity from that first kill.
Yeah, I mean, he took it to the head, and right now they need more than that.
They definitely need more than a headshot right now for the side of APG, and Nova are taking a lot of brunt. It's going to be Saber using that broad lead burst to separating the members of the side of Nova Esports. Looking to neutralize this game point. It's going to be the takedown of Waypit, and there it is. CY falls as well. Double kill going up to APG. Game 2 Crystal goes over to MKL 3rd seed.
This is where the better team thrives. You want to have the control, you want to have the layering happening, and the controls, stun by stun, APG climb their way back into the series 1-1.
And I'm starting to see the flaw of the Athena roam thus far. If you cannot get a sizable lead in the early game, your mid game is just the Athena running through multiple members and trying to get minimal value here, just to get their HP bar. And then when you look to retreat, you cannot retreat. You're always in a 4v5 situation here, and that composition coming in from the side of Nova Esports puts so much pressure on the side of CY's Luna to overperform in multiple situations there, where in early game, yes, we saw a lot of CY moments, it was a CY show, but once you miss that one ultimate refresh, it's over.
Yep. So does this mean we have found a solution to the Athena strat already, right? We just make sure that the goal gap isn't too big, right? And we work our way onto finding value of the enemy jungler instead. CY had a very difficult game.
I think it's more of an experience ride rather than it's more of a shock factor, right? Like when the first Athena came through, obviously within the KIC 2025, that's where teams was like, oh, wait, how do we stop this? But then the more you become aware of this, the more you become susceptible to it, it becomes easier to actually overcome, as we've seen from today.
Teams are more prepared in actually handling the Athena strategy. Like you say, the shock factor has been mitigated, and teams have went back to their drawing board to know and to really research, like, okay, the Athena role, what's the #1 core strategy? Okay, we need to start giving back the kills and buffs towards our jungle, and then our jungle will start to take up more farm coming in from our mid mage that is going for the roam item here. So these things come into a slow step where jungle resource stolen, the gold will be coming back from the mid lane wave that will be sacrificed by your mage.
Yeah, and the value of making sure that your jungle has a big lead is the fact that Yulong down here dealing a total of 146,500 worth of damage over to the side of Nova. I mean, they dealt with the stuns, the Burning Sun arrows. Xuan took quite a few of them for the team, but it's not enough.
It's not enough as well. I mean, especially when Hulung has almost close to about 150k damage as well, right? That's almost close to 300k damage just between two of those heroes, which, when you look at APG's roster, you have the front line, you have the crowd control. All you need to do is funnel it into Sun and Hulung.
This game was a very back and forth game, I would say. The early parts of the game was looking very Nova favorite, with CY just dancing in and out in those fights, single-handedly manhandling the side of Yulong on that pay itself. But one mistake is what differs you from a perfect player and a pro player, whereby a perfect player under a top tier situation is a very tough task to actually pull off, especially enemies will actually react to when you dash and make sure that you don't get the ultimate reset from the moon blade.
Yeah, very good control coming in from the side of APG, right? Layering the stuns. We've seen the boat set sail. Once that lands, you have the Umbrado Outburst, and then you also have the Silky Imprint coming in from mid on the side of Wendy as well. Susan, sorry, on the side of APG. Yeah. Now, this all buys room for APG's stun, and he went full ham on the damage. GPM just slightly higher, 70 more gold per minute than Muji, but look at the damage. Almost double.
Yeah, almost double there for the side of Sun onto the APG, but it's going to be Yulong showing us the shush when he comes through with this pay. Tigerus came through with a clear performance here, going up against a very hard distracted Athena. Obviously, he does get 11 kills, most of them being Waypits here, but definitely spread fine here. But the damage also 31%.
It was a very well-played game coming in from the whole Alpha Gaming roster here. And yes, we do see Yulong as the prime MVP here, but I want to give props as well to three key members here. the Sun Ce coming in from the side of Xiang, and also the Roam here coming in from the side of Saber here. I believe their setups has been really beautiful in this game.
Unfortunate that Hall is not here because he doesn't like the Sun Ce pick as much as we do. But what a game to showcase the prowess of crowd control in this game of HoK.
Oh, absolutely. The set sales really landed hard here for the side of APG. Really setting up
this one.
Especially this one here, yeah. Unbridled Outburst, then everything on top of it just to catch down the CY.
The CC chain was beautiful, and the second round rotation here, the merry-go-round coming in from Xiang, really silenced CY, making sure that this Fed Luna doesn't join the fight at all. And as of this point, the Luna has already been outscaled by the likes of Son and Yulong on the double marksman here, with 3 towers going down from the high ground. It's just a slow burn game, and the game win goes over the side of Alpha Gaming. Equalizes here.
And you start to see the difference, right? When Xuan takes a fall here on the R-type, he's meant to be the main tank. He's also able to get himself CC immune when he uses his first skill. But once he's out of the fight, you can't tank the damage, you can't tank the stuns, and then APG, they're just on a tear across the Nova lineup. What a beautiful way to finish game number 2.
So yeah, definitely tear in the score line right now. It's going to be 1-1 here between Nova and APG. Looking to try and beat that second grand finalist right now is these two MKL representatives, but definitely a surprise punch here from Nova, from APG in game number 2.
I think this is where stakes provide you the motivation, especially when you're Alpha Gaming. You do not want to back out in such a fight, knowing that you are MKL 3rd versus MKL 2nd here. This is your shot towards glory. This is your shot to beat down Nova Esports, who has consistently outperformed you in your local region.
Yeah, I like that storyline because, you know, every time people ask, hey, okay, rankings, how do we get the better ranking? You do it by taking down the person on top of you. And right now, APG are well on their way after this game number 2 to probably cementing their status as MKL number 2, at least in status-wise, right? It's not going to be in the books just yet because this is a different competition entirely, but this is the biggest one out of them all in KIC 2025.
Yeah, this is the one that matters the most here as well, especially in terms of the prize pool, in terms of obviously trying to get that first FMVP skin within the global server, right? Like, this will be our very first one, and it will be a pride and a history marker whoever gets claimed that lovely bit of prestigious medal here. But now we're getting updated ban picks here, as you can see. Some expensive draft, others not quite as expensive in these picks.
I would say that Alpha Gaming's draft, aside from the pay and also the Zhangfei, the game 2 itself is not that expensive compared to the side of Nova Esports here. With the Luna and both the pay being removed from the pool, I would expect that these two picks might not see the daylight coming into game 3 to all the way game 6.
Correct.
Right, so let's take a look at this particular series here. They have 1 minute to kind of work through number 1, what kind of draft, but we'll take a look at the side selection first. So Nova going on the blue side. I think it's it's a switch up. Now it is going to be APG on the red.
That is correct. And this game itself, we are at game 3. So if we were to think about the potential first picks coming in for the side of Nova Esports, they have expanded the Arlie. They do not need to prioritize the Mai Shiranui because APG has already selected it, which gives it the focus of either the likes of the Dharma or some of the top tier roamers in towards the pool.
Top tier roamers. Do I hear Lapu Lapu? I mean, the Reef Heart Datu is definitely a signature pick that is, you know, very well versed in this KIC 2025. I think he has one of the highest win rates in terms of newly introduced heroes so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some massive MVP performances on the Lapu Lapu, the Reef Heart Datu as well. So far within KIC, I mean, Saber is definitely no stranger to that pick, and neither is Waypip because it plays into their playstyle. They are known as the Zhangfei Maestros, right? But we get into game number 3 here between these two teams. Best of 7. We're almost at the halfway mark between Nova and APG.
And there you go, the first ban Luna coming in. I'm not surprised if Alpha Gaming answers with a Mai Shiranui or a Pei coming into this game itself. The question is, does Nova want to ban out the Athena roam or give it over to the side of Alpha Gaming?
I'm not sure, man. Is this the game to pull out the Athena roam on the side of Nova here?
I mean, Nova has already expended it last game, so for Alpha Gaming, it's really up to where they want to do so or not. Because, like Graham mentioned as well, the Athena roam has suffered few losses in only today, and teams have started to debunk it coming into the series here. And there we go, the expected ban so far: Lunar, Arlie for South Nova Esports, the strong picks that they have expended in game 1 and game 2, and Alpha Gaming, similar to them, the Tigress and also the likes of the Mai Shiranui removed.
Yes.
So I think this one is pointing towards a potential Yangjin or a Nerza pick, right? At the same time, this opens up. Remember APG's answer to the Nerza? It was the Miyue, right?
Yeah.
So the Ravenous. I want to see if that's going to be a potential here. You know what? They're very comfortable. They will give it.
They may give it here as well. Obviously, they got the Hue one, but they're going to lock into Yang Jian as this second pick here, so they don't want to give over that Dolia Yang Jian combo. But like you were saying there, Kid, it still opens up the fact of the Nerza combo coming through here, or they can't even use the Lung anymore, right? Because they've already used the Lung onto the side of Nova, so you're not going to get that Dolia Lung combo either.
Now, this brings into the question here, because you know for the fact that Alpha Gaming still have the Ravenous Miyue coming in towards the pool, you can see the fact that Nova, they give up entirely on towards picking the Nerza in this phase itself. If they do venture into the second phase, that's where they can slowly but sure decide if they want to go for the Wild Spark.
And let me machine gun through this particular portion, because now if Nova pick up the Dun for the double D combination, here, APG respond with Agudo, which is a perfect answer against the Dun. And then in the mid lane, you just get absolutely destroyed.
I mean, do you see the potential of the Masashi coming through here with the Dolia, right? Obviously, we saw it quite a lot within the KME. There it is, the Masashi being banned out here.
Yes,
so,
we do.
No, we do not. They saw it coming.
Well, we do, but it goes into the bench.
Yeah. The players definitely agree on that specific statement here. They do not want to see a Musashi jumping onto you, and especially when you have the Yangjin and Yuhuan, these two are heavy healing picks that you do not want to be facing against Musashi here. So that leads to the question here. The pool is dwindling down for heroes that could realistically pair up with the Dolia here. Potentially we may look into the likes of a Nuwa mid or Gaia moment.
That's true. Burst damage is definitely going to be essential here. The question is, does Nova pick up the Nerza? Because I don't feel like that is the best solution here. There is the heals coming in, a lot of sustain coming in from the side of APG.
I don't think it's ideal to pick up the Nerza here, because you see the way that Alpha Gaming is drafting, the Yangjin still remains as a flex pick, which means that it can either go to the jungle, or they can save it up for the Miyue jungle that they are preparing in case of a Nerza.
Exactly. You don't get to pick that anymore. Nova, they're going to try for the double freshly forged couple blades with the Dune as well. And APG ban out the Agudo, no!
Yep, so they were maybe trying to be like, okay, maybe they go for the Agudo, maybe they go for that little bit more of a faster early game, a little bit more of that sustain onto the side of Nova Esports, but it was like, Nova was like, checkmate. We wanted this Dune, the double Ds do come here through for Nova in game at number 3.
It looks very comfortable thus far coming in for the side of Nova Esports. You have the early game being funneled by the side of the Magistrate and also the Dune here, but they still, in fact, go for the Miyue Raptors here. There's still an option for this to go towards the Clash lane here, because we've seen before Xiang play this pick, but still it's really up to how they want to shuffle this, and in the end it will go to the hands of Yulong for the second time in this tournament.
True, but what happens when the Nerza comes out?
Exactly.
What is your answer?
Maybe they have a different answer, whether we don't know about yet.
Okay.
Potentially, yeah. You know they have all these interesting pickups that could really counteract these drafts, but there's also a consideration. Without the Dolia and the Nerza combination here, I do feel like it's not as strong, and you don't need a direct counter like the Miyue.
That's true, but you know, I will give an addition to that particular draft when it happens, but for now, I think, okay, Miyue into the Dun, I think that's still a viable answer. Yangjin can definitely jump on the backlines as well. 1v1 monster, as we know the Ravenous to be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of use the Umbral Moon to get out of there, right? Obviously, just completely eradicate any kind of knockup from the Wind Slash or even the dive from the Unruly Blade.
Well, Nova Esports versus Alpha Gaming here in the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this before the break here will have a much comfortable lead, 2-1 in terms of scoreline in the final event here. But these are your final drafts here, gentlemen. Who do you give the edge to?
I give the edge to whoever gets the better stun, right? Okay, so let me make this clear first. If you're on the side of Nova, you should not miss those couple blades.
Oh, absolutely not. If you miss those couple blades, that's a lot of damage output for the side of Wendy that gets completely mitigated. But then if you look over the side of APG, they have the Nua, they have the Lung. That's a lot of damage that they can place on top of you. But getting into game number 3, this is going to be the decider as we go into the break after this one. Who comes out on top with a 2-1 victory is down to both these teams.
This is going to be a very scary, intense situation. APG looking to prove their doubters wrong. Nova wants to come back into the series, and Xuan already facing a difficult time in this first minute of the game.
Yeah, just looking to gain that pressure and leeway into top side of the map here. Maybe even try and go for that space right once it comes through, but they're looking to steal away the Spike-Tail Beast for now. Just kind of put pressure onto the side of Nova's jungle as well as their Clash lane.
Well, because look, Muji has already secured that HoK at the bottom line, right? So this is going to be valuable EXP, meaning there is going to be some growth. But Yulong here, he's not level 4 yet, he needs this.
Oh, he's not level 4, he's able to get that takeaway of the Crimson Golem, but gets taken down as well.
He did not get a smite on that, unfortunately, which is why he did not hit level 4. CY manages to circumvent that aggression, get the kill as well, which means Nova now, great start for them, but Xiang, he wants the opposite to be true.
Yeah, he wants to just finish this wave, kind of freeze it up here at the top side of the map as we see that Saber is just looking to kind of just make sure that the minions are just naturally crashing in here as well, forcing Juan back to base.
And he has to do the walk of shame. This one is a long walk, and an arduous one for the side of Nova fans here. As Xuan, first time, very rare that we see him get gapped like that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Clash lane maestro himself. We definitely put in respect to the name of Xiang as well. Like, he's definitely going for that crown for himself right now. But as we get into the second minute of this match, Nova still are able to keep that goal lead for themselves.
Alright, we'll see how this goes. Nice start. Can get the finish though.
Yep, the wind slash just comes through, and there it is! Wendy with a couple blades, looking to keep throwing them at Yulong, but he's like, hey, we got Saber, that's all that matters.
This is what I mean, it's so hard to miss the couple blades, especially when CY gives you the wind slash. That is like the longest knockup ever. You're gonna be in the air for hours.
Exactly, you're gonna get some air time. They're gonna call you Tony Hawk of the Gorge. But it's unfortunate for the side of APG, but Nova definitely want to try and be a little bit more defiant in this game number 3 because they want to be leading this series before the break starts.
They have to be, right? If you compare the mid lane matchup, Wendy against Shushan, Shushan comes online a little bit later. But Wendy does have sufficient wave clear at this point in the game, also has the ability to burst singular targets down, or maybe multiple targets when they're grouped up together on the side of APG.
Yeah, that Annihilation is definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of Nova Esports as we get into the latter part of this game. But right now, we are counting down to those the neutral objectives now, and obviously we've seen a bit of a tip-for-tat in top side of the map here. Xuan trying to contest that space fight for the second time here, but Xiang's like, nope, this one's mine.
Yep, not ideal for the side of Nova. They're winning across the map at some points, but then we need to look at the individual goal differences here. And look, majority of the lead has been given to the mid lane, which is good news for Nova.
Good news for Nova because Wendy is going to be loving life, especially with his passive, right? If he keeps getting those kills, keeps getting those assists, he's going to keep gaining that AP damage.
Yeah, max 20 stacks. And Wendy is too much to handle for the side of APG, especially when he heads on into the late game here. You can really see the wave clear is already being very noticeable between the difference for Wendy and Shushan.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, between these two mid lane maestros, they're looking to try and just make sure they have that pressure created before this neutral objective comes online, which right now, we started to see Nova start it right there, but they're like, you know what? Let's see if we can bait a bit of a fight. Let's see if we can get some kills come through.
And when he gets this, right, there's no way.
Oh, he does. He gets the snipe there. Nicely done by the side of Nova Esports. Obviously, Yulong was nowhere around. He needs to get himself back into the mix, right? Because obviously Yulong right now, he's 3,700, but whereas ZY, he's about 400 gold ahead in that jungle.
I mean, what he was expecting on the side of APG Yulong was the fact that maybe he could scout out a couple of the buffs as well, but it looks like the prize is going to be the T1. The two-man rotation up top is going to enable this T1K, but the defense on their own jungle, that's where they need to be really putting attention to.
Exactly, Saber's able to kind of mitigate that wind slash there with the unending sorrow, but they're the flaming palms. They're going on to the wrong target, right? CY at this moment in time, he can be able to tank those flaming palms.
Yeah, for sure. He's already at level 8, going on to level 9 soon. Yulong, he runs for a T1. That's I think a decent exchange. You get a T1 that will not come back versus a Azure Golem that eventually will come back into your hand.
Yeah, and also you put the pressure on Xuan as well, right? Like, that's somebody you don't want to let have a good time in a game or in a lane, is it's Xuan on this Dharma, because then he knows he can leave his lane, get those crucial pickups with the Truth Mantra flash combo, and then that's pretty much everything she wrote.
I think one of the things they need to close the gap on is also this mid lane. Wendy does have a 600 gold lead. Not the biggest difference, but you can start to see, right? Shishan doesn't have the ability to wave clear too much. At the same time, Wendy not only gets the wave clear, he also has the kill potential as well. So APG not looking too great in shape right now, but with timers going on, they can definitely change the situation.
Exactly. I mean, Nova may have the kills, but what are they really directly translated for these 2 kills, right? Whereas APG, yes, they have not a single kill onto the Gorge, but they're opening up their enemy's base, which at the same time is a lot more fruitful if you're looking to play the short game.
Yeah, look, they've taken 2 turrets already, and this is something that is very important. It's the side lanes, which means they get to get the flanks onto the side of Nova. And when you have Xiang, you have Yilong on this Miyue, the Tri-Light, Ravenous as well. There is literally almost any angle you can come in from.
Literally, you could fly from anywhere, right? Obviously, using that Umbral move is definitely going to keep you under the gaze of the enemy team's damage, and you're also going to be able to just kind of like dive into the backline there, but also feint them with the Ravens. But at the same time, speaking of feint, they feint out the ambassadors onto the side of APG.
They just completely ignore the fact that Nova is constantly taking the Azure Golem, which to me is super interesting, right? And right now, I want to see how does this gameplay come into, because there is no steal coming in from Nova jungle.
No steal at all, because both of those camps have gone down, but they're looking to kind of rotate around this Crimson Golem. But I think that's the one thing maybe Nova forgot, is the fact that the Ravenous is very good at split push potential.
Yeah, very quick, right? T2 already secured by the side of APG. And Alpha Gaming, this is quite the convincing turnaround at this point, because they have shifted the goal lead back into their favor. And look, CY, he's trying to open up the map for the side of Nova, but he's not finding anything.
He's not finding any joy, right? Like, even if he dives down into the backline, like, you've got the Emergence, you've got the creation blocks onto Shishan, you've got the Ride the Wind, you've got the Infinite Vastness, so even if you're successfully in there, how do you get back out? You're having to use that Celestial Melody to get the second one and actually not getting anything for it.
Yeah, I mean, for Nova fans right now, this does not bring me joy. Throw it away.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely their game to lose this time around, right? Obviously, losing their T2 so early within this one. We're at about, what, 8 minutes going into? Very soon here for APG, as they are still only behind by around about 200 gold, which, again, is just negligible.
Yeah, we take a look. Shen now being pressured as well. They're trying to get their hands on Sun, but I don't think he's going to be in danger.
He's not going to be in danger. He has the Infinite Vastness, right? This is what they're going to keep doing. Maybe just keep baiting out for these team fights where around these neutral objectives, but at the same time, you just see the pressure being created top side of the map. The split push potential here onto the side of APG, creating pressure elsewhere as Saber just takes all these chunky blows. The Flaming Palms are actually starting to hurt.
Yep, exactly. At the same time, they're also protecting the Azure Golem. Yulong, he is feeling strong with the Umbral Moon moves and repositions under the T1.
Beautiful play there, using the Ravens, using himself to reconfigure, but now he may get a hit onto Xuan. Xuan's like, you delete my lane, I'm going to delete you.
Yep. Questionable decision there to try and make his way under the noses of Nova, and thankfully for the side of APG, they don't exactly lose the Azure Golem. This one goes into the hands of Susan, maximum value extracted.
Yes, exactly. Giving it over to you mid lane and not losing it is definitely a better giveaway here from the side of APG. Nova, on the other hand, they're looking to pressure this mid lane, looking to get some more of the turrets for themselves.
Okay, but the clock is ticking. Now, Nova have secured that 1.2 thousand goalie into their hands, but Shishan, over time, late game, this guy is going to hit like a truck.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be crazy. Obviously, if he gets the combo and obviously uses all those creation blocks to get that big old block that kind of just lands, but also CCs onto the enemy, that's going to be a huge damage output.
Yeah, right now it's just, 500 gold that sets them apart. Shishan is well on his way to come back. At the same time, Saber is really providing so much value. Sun has been kept alive for this entire game.
Oh, speaking of which, though, they're obviously trying to get the dunk onto Yulong here. Gets obviously untargetable thanks to the Umbral Moon. But nothing again. Just very much tip-for-tap between these two teams.
I mean, you can understand why as well, right? The 10-minute mark is coming soon. That initial annihilation to try and soften the minion wave so they can make it that fast clear as well, to make that next rotation into the neutral objectives. APG wants to rush this.
They do want to rush this with 8 seconds onto the clock here with that Tyrant, but at the same time the pressure being placed onto the top side of the map here from Yulong means that Xuan is not going to have the privilege to escape his lane if he really wants to come and help his team with this one.
they're making him choose Nova now. You really want to leave Xuan alone. If Yulong gets that 1v1 win, then you have a T3 under threat.
At the same time, they're looking to go and take this down. Obviously, maybe get Wendy to claim this Tyrant, but it's going to be CY just putting in the chunky damage, but at the same time, he's able to claim that Tyrant.
I thought Sun was going to use the Dread here. They actually get the catch on the Saber.
Saber's got to be careful here. He does have the flash if he needs to use it, but he's rather like, you know what, guys? I want to store this one for later.
Okay, they actually stopped the attempt by APG. Alpha Gaming looking for some opening, unable to find the gap here in the defenses of Nova. And with that, Nova stopped the attempt on that Shadow Overlord, so they've bought some time. But the T2 at the bottom doesn't share the same fate.
It doesn't, exactly. I mean, just APG doing the same thing as they've been doing since minute 1, right? Just getting the push into the bot side and side on the map here, just to put that pressure onto Nova Esports. Yes, they have around about the 1.3k gold lead, but what's gold if you're not taking team fights, if you are losing turrets? But now we could be losing Saber here. He still has the flash, but he's using the ending sorrow to keep himself alive.
Exactly, and then take a look at the way that APG are playing this game. So what if you get the Tyrant buff? We're just not going to fight you. And you want to come and reset the Shadow Overlord? That's fine, we can play that game as well. We're taking turrets for free, guys.
Turrets are being taken for free here. At the same time, Yulong's just maybe trying to keep alive that Crimson Golem, was able to do so as well. So nicely done by the side of APG, not trying to give away any extra little bit of damage, especially with Nova with that Shadow Tyrant.
Alright, this is going to be a long-drawn battle. They get that catch onto the side of Sun, but Sun is already back to safety. They might have sacrificed the T1 in the mid though.
Yes, using the Sprite lane, they're going to be able to open that T1 into the mid lane. Yulong here is able to feint at the switch.
Yeah, I'm sure they're actually looking for the catch, unable to find so. And this one, Nova, if they get this, I think APG, all of the effort will be wasted.
No, absolutely. All of the dancing around, all the effort could be wasted here by the side of APG if they lose this Shadow Overlord. But the Umbral Moon is available here for Yulong, but get a bit of a tip for that into the mid lane, 2v1 going against Siang, but that's not going to stop him using the Umbral Moon, fades out the way, but again, not going to be the Annihilation that claims that Shadow Overlord.
And now Nova are shifting the sands in their favor as well. It's still a 1,500 gold lead, but with the Shadow Overlord, this could spell disaster for the turrets. At least minimum T2 for APG's side.
Yes, APG are going to be losing their monopoly in this game number 3. They definitely had the advantage early on, but now Muji is a undrivable, unstoppable force into these T3s.
Right, we're taking a look at what's happening here. APG going to make their stance. Whatever value you find here without the Shadow Overlord is big.
Yeah, I mean, CY still is holding on to the Shadow Overlord, so even if Yulong goes down there, he's going to just eradicate that wave down to the bot side as he has now done. He was waiting to see if he could just fly under the radar ever so slightly.
Yeah, and here comes the real trouble. Shadow Overlord summoned at the bottom. Nova, they don't want to relent. They want to take value here, and the T3s are still under pressure on all 3 lanes.
Yep, look at the pressure, all 3 lanes. It's going to be Nova Esports. Muji building the Daybreaker here as well. Means a lot more damage, but oh my goodness, Siang doesn't want to take too many of those couple blades to the face now, as well as those flaming palms. They are not in range and not being able to use a driving wedge onto the side of Nova Esports.
Right now the middle door is open. Shadow Overlord is going to be flying down onto the bottom. 5 members strong Nova looking for an opening. All about Wendy landing those blades.
Yes, looking to create some space here, but he's going to be dive into the back line. It's going to be Siang as well, as Yulong soaking a lot of that damage, but takedown onto the Vanguard into the bot side of the map is going to be a huge saving grace here for the side of APG, but they lost that team 3 into the mid. They're looking to lose this one into the top side of the map as well. And I mean, they are both damaged in these side lanes. But Xuan here looking for the catch. The emergence coming through to save Yulong.
Yep, the save comes in, but oh, hang on, CY.
CY is saying bye-bye. The tank of the side of Nova gets strucken down here. Could this be the turnaround into the mid lane?
Oh, nice catch!
We're used to see it, but Xuan picks up the catch here onto Yulong. Looking for the emergence, trying to put more pressure onto the back line here. Waypit looking pretty low onto his Dolia.
This is more damage limitation for the side of APG, right? They do get the T1 in the mid, but still, if you take a look at the situation, once the dust has settled, Nova have inflicted.
Oh, Muji claiming. As well as Waypit. That's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, APG, good job in making the recovery. They need to make sure they get this Tyrant though. Yes, Yulong is down, but they do have the potential to do it if they can keep Wendy at bay.
Yeah, Wendy into the mid lane is definitely going to be a sure safety for the side of APG as they get that Shadow Tyrant for themselves here. The second neutral objective onto the Gorge here for the side, and the boys here looking to prove themselves to be bigger than the 3rd seed.
Right now, APG, they just need to make sure they have the wave management, right? They cannot allow those sneaky backdoors on the T3s. If not, that's going to be a barren base for the side of APG. Nova, they know this, so they're going to slowly edge towards the center of the map and see what kind of value they can extract from the Alpha Gaming members.
Exactly. Nova's strongest lane here into the mid of the map, as well as APG's weakest lane, as they have no real estate, no turrets to run back to. They are looking for a full pressure, maybe just keep that mid-wave pressure off on themselves.
Right, we'll see how this is going to be like, because we are nearing the 20-minute mark. Okay, not exactly too near, but there is going to be a potential here. 16 minutes on the clock. And if you take a look at the damage being offered by APG, you can tell it's not actually that, it's not sufficient yet.
Yeah, not sufficient, but you have Siang trying to get the rotation from the side here, get the place of that first skill onto CY. So having to force anything for the fastness is going to be APG Sun. He's on the run, he's taking too much damage.
No way. Yulong, he cannot be here. He needs to be safe. He needs to buy time. They're rushing it down on the side of Nova as well.
Yes, they're able to get the Shadow Overlord here onto the side of Nova Esports. They claim Xuan, but lose the objective.
Yep, and this is not ideal. Nova, they don't mind losing one member. As long as they don't take a fight now, I think it should be okay for the side of Nova. Oh,
using the untargetable there. Yulong completely mitigates all that damage coming from the side of Nova Esports, but can APG try and pay them back with in kind? You are seeing the top side of the map, the minion waves being drove through as well as that bot side. Can APG really open and claim one of these T3s for themselves?
I would think it's a very hard task, but they will try nonetheless. APG, they find an opening on the bottom side, but Thunders come in for the side of Yulong. Meanwhile, they have not been able to touch the T2 in the mid. So once this aggression is over, it is Nova's turn. They can summon the Shadow Overlord and make it difficult.
Exactly. Summoning that is going to really put a bit of a blunder here on the side of APG as they're trying all their efforts to get a minion wave into those T3 territories. Obviously, the Ballistic was able to get there. They've done a bit of damage onto the bot side of the map, but still, ultimately here, the base is secure for Nova.
There's no way. APG, now you're caught in a tight spot. Shadow Overlord is going to be flying down on the bottom side. Do they want to delegate Yulong to try and fix this, or do they want to try and take a team fight here?
I mean, a team fight probably would be pretty scary here for the side of APG, right? Especially if you've always got Yulong away from it as well. I mean, yes, the damage is there from Jishan and Sun, but Saber is the only one protecting them right now.
Yeah, Yulong, let's see what kind of same grace he can deal against. He's already almost full stacks. 13,000, but the main problem is the T3s don't stand for long. As long as Nova makes the wave pressure come in, APG eventually will have an empty base.
Yeah, I mean, if they just got Muchi into both of these lanes, right, just threw that third token, you know for a fact those bases would, those T3s would definitely fall down here.
We'll see how that is going to impact the rest of the game now. We're about less than 2 minutes away from a Tempest game. I think the first one we've had in a while.
Oh, absolutely. The Tempest Dragon seems to be not on the cards here for these teams. They don't want to play to the Ultimate Battle. They don't want to play to the Tempest Dragon.
I think for APG they do want it, right? Because with that they will be able to equalize the kind of damage that they have been dealt with structurally. And right now with Wendy just looking for those stabs in the hearts. Nasai Yulong facing a little low.
Oh, Saber looking low, has to use the Unending Sorrow there to mitigate that death on the side of APG, but Siang falls as well as Wendy. So trading for their mid lane here, so that's a lot of damage for the side of Nova Esports being taken off the board here. Now Sun is online, he has even a fastness, using it very aggressively. Triple kill for Sun. He gets the Sage Sanctuary. He falls down now. Can they get the minion wave here coming through with Yulong into the bot side of the map? They are not looking to play here for that Tempest Dragon. They are looking to play for the win here. Yeah. Muchi maybe falling. Back-to-back series here for Nova, for APG to come back in this series. And there we have it. APG 2-1.
Big win for the side of APG. They will lead the series now at this point 2-1 before we head into the halftime break.
It was a very back and forth game, trading objectives, trading blows on towards the Dragons here. And especially when we talk about the late game insurance here, you do have a lot in terms of Shisan on the Celestial Nua that's dishing out so much range damage against the Wendy, Gun, and Mulger. That was a lot of pressure being generated just by Shisan himself.
It was such a tight spot to be in because Wendy was consistently looking for those little pincers and splinters into the health bars, right? one full combination of the freshly forged into the couple blades onto the different squishies, especially Sun on the Lung, it would have been game over because you did not have enough damage.
Yeah, as soon as Lung gets taken off the side of APG there, the damage definitely gets kind of cut in half. And you saw towards the end there, the frightfulness of that Lung pick, especially with that triple kill.
Oh, he definitely played that super duper well. He smelled the opportunity here and he immediately went for that game-winning push there. And you have to give props to Son. This is not his full season with the side of Alpha Gaming. He only played with them, what, this tournament only?
Yeah, I think it's crazy, right? If you take a look at the amount of time he's had in comparison to the performance, this guy, maybe he needed that rest, right? Because he has been very consistent the entire game. 5-0-2, the probable MVP for the side of Alpha Gaming at this point.
Yeah, and even Shishan here with a 2-0-5 as well with the newer. But I mean, they are two long-range picks. The only person that was able to get into the backline was CY, but then once CY gets in, you're really just relying on Wendy to just be the driving force with those couple blades, and unfortunately, Muji has to be within close range and just wasn't able to get that.
It was a very difficult task for the side of Muji and CY here. Every time that CY wants to go in, you will see Yulong playing really well and baiting out more of these members towards the side lane here. Hence, they're stalling a lot of time to allow the double late game here, Shisan and Son, to scale towards those late game markers. And when they hit that late game, one annihilation immediately depleted Wendy's health bar on the Ganemo.
Yep, this is where timing is very important. We were 19 minutes and 21 minutes into this game. This is late game status for Shisan on this Noah. We talked about this. It's all about him fulfilling the win condition, which is just get fully animized, right? Get your full EXP. And you could see at the last portions of the fights, he was the main difference maker. Those creation blocks pushing the different members of Nova. And you start to see, this is where fatigue is starting to set in. They're making mistakes.
They are. I mean, these are Lung series to play, and they are grueling ones as well, right? Especially when tournament life is on the line. But let's look at this head-to-head between Wendy and Shishan once again. But this time around, it's going into the favor of Shishan.
I think Shisan played a very clean game thus far. The creation blocks, the annihilations has been super on point, and every single kill that he provided for his team, it added a bit of pressure against Nova Esports because they were essentially playing on a timer. Every time they are delayed off the final game-winning push, the top side and bot side high ground wasn't taken down at all, which led to Son, the final triple kill, going in towards his pocket, circumventing the side of this game to a 2-1 for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Beautiful game coming in, no deaths at all. Once again, a zero death run from the side of APG. Alpha Gaming Sun here, 5-0-2. The amount of damage that he was able to do, really squeezing in during the important times to get the flaming palms of death onto many different members on the side of Nova, changed the state of the game in favor of Alpha Gaming.
Exactly, especially this end game push, as we'll see in the highlights very, very soon. But Nova definitely had their card in the race here, right? Obviously, they were able to open up the base of APG much earlier than APG was able to do with Nova, but APG Sun here with the aggression, just using the infinite fastness super duper aggressively.
I like that. This was a very good catch coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming as well. And this was the final fight. Take a look at Saber here, flashing in, stunning Wendy. And the teleport here coming in from Shisan, immediately forcing Wendy and executing. And as of this point, your long range reach is already removed from the pool. No Shuan, no Wendy, and Amuchi and CY. It's really difficult to take on the long, big minion wave coming in towards the mid side.
Definitely not, right? And with the Dread coming in as well. I thought for a moment this was going to be a little bit scary because with Muji, he could definitely potentially have cleared the lane and give his life in the process. But, of course, APG looking for the finish. There's no way you allow one farm laner to change the state of the game before we hit into a break.
Exactly. APG definitely looking for this 2-1 victory with a smile on the face as we head into the break and as we head from APG's last game where they took a 4-1 from Blacklist. They're looking to emulate this one onto Nova Esports. It's obviously to the detriment of Nova when they come back from the break to see if they can take this to a 2-2.
I would say they're in a very comfortable state thus far, knowing for the fact that they had a dominating fashion win against Blacklist International, now coming against Nova Esports right now. The hands are still hot and it is proven in the objective exchanges and the team fights in the game.
Right, we'll see how this is going to be like because we've seen teams recover after the break, right? And at this point, the halfway mark for both these teams, it is still very close, it's still very tight-knit. And then we will go and explore, okay, what is remaining in this hero pool? I mean, it's at this point for both teams, hero ocean, right? right? And we'll see how this is going to impact the rest of the series because it's still a best of 7.
But then, it has been a long day so far. The players need a short break before they can actually continue the series here. Because this has been, what, almost 10 games played thus far for both of these teams? Getting a breather will be very crucial for both Alpha Gaming and also Nova Esports to come back into a better mental state thus far. Hence, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, come back in about 5 minutes and we will see the epic lower bracket finale between whoever between Alpha Gaming or Nova Esports heading to the grand finals.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. To be a king.
Kings, it's an honor showtime. We barely fight as one, crashing pieces, you can cheat. First blood, double trouble.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 day number 6 of the knockout stage. And so far we are halfway through the Nova Esports versus Alpha Gaming series here, with Alpha Gaming currently 2-1 in the lead.
Right, we'll see what the difference is going to be here, because if you take a look at the expenses by Nova in terms of the jungle, quite a bit has been expended, right? You have the Ogren, you have the Luna. These are two big picks coming in from the side of Nova. While their hero pool is deep, I think the cost of the jungle heroes being put out by the side of Alpha Gaming hasn't been as expensive.
No, not quite as expensive on the side of Alpha Gaming. Obviously, we saw in game number 1, obviously, the telling tales of the potential of Consort U coming through, obviously, a little bit later on into the series. So maybe that's what Nova is either expecting from APG or Nova want to pick up for themselves, but it's going to be Nova on the reactive red side here.
The red side will be interesting here because the first 3 games really allowed you to venture into those high priority blue side picks here. When you go over to the red side, you're starting to think, how do I counteract the first pick that's going to be coming out from the side of Alpha Gaming?
So if you're on the side of Alpha Gaming now, on blue side, do you want to try the Nerza pick? I know that they might not have the Dolia. Do they still have the Dolia?
Alpha Gaming, let me recall, and I will give you an answer in... I think they still have the Dolia.
Yeah, so Nova don't have the Dolia, but
yeah,
Alpha Gaming
correct.
Yeah.
So why not go for the Dolia Nerza combination? You already used the Yang Jian, right? Xiang has played that to perfection in the previous game, making the dives on the Wendy as well, making his life very uncomfortable. Now, with the Nerza, what are you left with to deal, right? The potential Menki. Does Nova have a Miyue in their arsenal as well?
That is actually a very good point here. If, for the side of Alpha Gaming, they remove the likes of the Pei and also another strong jungler, we might just see a Dolia Nerza coming to fruition like what you mentioned.
Potentially here?
Yeah, we can definitely double dive there, right? I mean, okay, it's not the most prio pick now, but if you go with a double dive, imagine a lane, Dolia, and Nerza combination. Dive for free. Maybe play... They don't have the Long. I mean, okay, whatever farm lane you want.
Exactly, whatever farm lane you want to go for there within the Dolia, but it's going to be the Guan Yu here for Siang for game number 4 here, so take it away from Xuan.
This is also under the consideration that Nova Esports no longer have access into the likes of the Mayin already as expanded in game number 1. So counters are quite limited only to the selection of potentially the likes of the Charlotte.
No more Mayin?
No more Mayin. Game 1 it was played by Xuan.
Yes.
Okay, now this is going to be an interesting one, right? What kind of answers do you want from the side of Nova? It has to be stuns, it has to be disruptions. Now they pick up the channel. This is in the expectation that there is going to be a potential Ali coming up from side.
Potential Ali could be here for Sun. Obviously, it has been banned. It hasn't been banned here for them, but it's going to be the Jing for Yulong, one of his big picks coming through here with the Mirror Domain.
I haven't seen this in so long in the playoffs especially, and when you know Yulong picks the Jing, he wants to punch it to a 3-1. Because we always say, any addition of the Alpha Gaming roster, be it S3, be it until now, your jungler must know how to play Jing, not on a normal level, but on a top tier level.
Oh, exactly. And we see the exact counter here. So the Zhang Fei being picked up so far in the later stages of this KIC 2025, whenever the Zhang Fei shows up, the Lapu Lapu is the answer, right? As long as the Lapu Lapu is not caught out in the Unbridled Outburst, he can turn that whole situation around.
I feel like it's really because of the fact that Lapu Lapu, his engage timers are faster compared to the Zhang Fei here. If you miss the engage of Lapu Lapu, it's okay. You don't need to wait for the Rage Bar to stack. You can still use your skill 1 and skill 2 to find those decent engages here. But the difference for Zhang Fei is that once you miss the Unbridled Outburst, it's to go back and do the Walk of Shame and start farming those rage stacks here. But I like the counter-active play here coming in from Nova. The Musashi being logged in, it's a good direct matchup into Yulong's Jing.
Right, it feels like Nova has hit a wall here in terms of like the things that looking to explore. We have seen the potential counters in same situation, right? The Charlotte coming in for the side of Nova. Miggy did show us with Boom that he can counter that play with the Charlotte. Can Xuan do the same?
With all potential here for obviously the side of AP, obviously Nova here. Can they do it here onto Xuan? But right now, obviously getting the ban out here of the Ambrosa, the Shadow Plume coming through for them. Obviously great split push potential here once again, but they do still have the potential of the Q1. Having that great setup, using the Mournful Tempo, trying to get the lockdown onto those more initiated heroes here, but then obviously leaving up to Muchi to get the takedown.
And they're also saving the final counter pick for the side of Xuan on this clash lane here. With the pull being diminished, I only see an angle of Xuan going for the potential Charlotte here.
Okay, now talk to me about this consort Yu pick. This is one of your favorites, right? So with the protecting winds, how much is it going to save him? Sure, against the Musashi duo to the death, but then you have the Chano, you have the Changfei consistently stunning you as well.
I don't know if that's going to be the prime target of obviously the Musashi, right? Like obviously, yes, if you go in with the duel to the death, you have still the extreme speeds, then you can use the vaulting shot from consort Yu to leap away, but the delivery here for Musashi and Lu Bang is going to be scary.
I like the answer here coming in from Nova Esports here. It's like, okay, you picked the consort you want to mitigate any form of physical damage against me, bet I'll go for the Liu Bang here, go for the full magical build, and I will ride on towards the side of this Musashi on the hands of CY, and we will dive deep and try to find the assassination on these backline units.
And there's more to come as well, right? So besides the delivery system of the Battlefield Command, you also have the potential that, number one, you have the heals from the Liu Bang Battlefield Command. You also have the heals from the Wendy ultimate on this G1 here. With the Unending Sorrow, this feels like if Nova group up, this is a death ball. They don't die.
They don't die, they have the sustainability, they have the lack of the imperiled state here from the Musashi as well, and then obviously also that big damage burst with the magic damage from Lu Bang as well as the taunt coming through also. So yes, team fight wise, obviously it could be a long outdrawn team fight here for the side of Nova, but is the engage from the Lapu Lapu really going to be able to kind of like upset this whole thing?
I feel like it really boils down to execution here for both of these two rosters, Alpha Gaming and Nova Esports. Their draft is very consistent and very similar in the case where you have the key players here for Alpha Gaming. The engage forefront will lie onto the Clash, mid, and roam, setting up the perfect situation for Yulong to enter here. On the flip side, Nova Esports will look for these big engages coming in from the Zhangfei and also CY to do the delivery system here, finding the perfect initiation for the team. It's really about who finds the perfect engage, who pulls the trigger first in this game number 4.
Yeah, I fully agree. This one really is who pulls the trigger first, right? Because the first initiation, if you layer it, time it right, essentially a lockdown for the entire duration.
Yeah, huge lockdown for the entire duration here. Could be spelling the end of a good team fight here. But now, obviously, Wendy going up head-to-head with Shishan into the mid lane here. Just going for that 2v2 with the support here. But Yulong trying to just make sure that he's not going to get invaded, right?
Well, it's a better laning phase in the mid side for Nova, right? You have the heals and the shields from Waypit and Wendy, but you can see Yulong already understands that, hey, doesn't matter, maybe a potential first blood here. Do they want to force the flash? Unable to find that value here.
I mean, they found the value. They got the Crimson Golem, right? They took that away from the side of Nova Esports, and they're now looking to obviously just make sure that they keep hold of his own Crimson Golem. And see now that CY's like, oh, lads, my Crimson Golem's gone.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a sight that you are going to be very happy with, especially for CY. You need a level advantage to be able to pull maximum value, right? The higher the level is for CY, the tankier he becomes, and you will find it more difficult to take him down, of which then the combination of Wendy and Xuan really comes to fruition.
Yeah, Wendy and Xuan is going to be a huge sustained part of these team fights that can come through and happen onto the side of Nova Esports, but Nova just trying to get that space right, looking to get that upbeat tempo for themselves here in the early game.
I mean, it's more essential for CY to get that space right because he has lost that Crimson Golem to the side of Yulong. So the EXP value will be slightly ahead for the side of Yulong. You can see he's already at level 5.
Yulong at level 5, already kind of outpacing CY into the jungle as well. He's going to already be kind of like a staple marker in this early part of the game, right? The APG are looking to be dominant and looking to make sure they claim a victory with Yulong's signature pick.
Yeah, right now I think the other comparison I would like to take a look at is Waypit as well as Saber, right? These are two corresponding outs, both set up in a long-range fashion, and you can catch multiple people at the same time. Yulong here looking for an opening onto the side of Nova here. They're not going to find much. It's really more about the wave play.
Yeah, getting the wave play, getting that priority for the mid lane as we obviously heading into around about 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. So you can already still start to see that the second itemization for both of the jungle's items come through, and CY is able to reclaim his own Crimson Golem. So they know that where CY is going to be thanks to that little bit of intel, so they can kind of like go safely here into the top side of the map and claim that Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's all about the timing here. So based on how they've structured the map, Nova does have a slight goal lead, right? Because of the goal sharing, they found more value in the mid lane. Right now, approaching. You take that invade on the jungle with 7 seconds to go. Nova, they don't take the risk. They don't go for the steal on that Crimson buff on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, there's no need to, because obviously they still have that Guardian Sprite as well, right? So they're going to do reduced damage as well, whereas Yulong is going to do a full 100% damage come through to the side of Nova Esports, but able to secure their own Crimson Golem is going to be a saving grace here for the side of APG's Yulong.
Yeah, at this point I feel like Nova, they have the map control advantage, right? Because at any point of time, Xuan will definitely be able to rotate much faster with the Battlefield Command already. You'll see this first engagement, 3.5 minutes. Both teams, you want to squeeze them out, this is the best time to do so.
Yeah, you want to use that global ultimate to perfection here onto the side of Nova Esports, just putting pressure onto these team fights, but more importantly, keeping CY alive when he commits those big dives.
Yeah, and they can also double down on the damage as well, right? Xuan can come in with the Blitz, and with that, they will be able to get a stun, the burst from the Dominator Shield as well. That is extra value in terms of life-taking abilities from the side of Nova Esports.
Nova Esports just trying to set up these lanes as the Tyrant gets online here, as we see a bit of a brawl go for it right now. Started very quickly and evidently here by Nova, the ball being placed down.
Yep, set up by Saber. Here comes the steal potential, but CY secures it. The fight is looking great for the side of Nova, though they have taken a lot of lives, but Xiang comes back, takes the life of CY. Right now, it's a roam for a support, and Waypit will fall next as well. Nova lose 2, and APG looks successful.
They do look very successful, even regarding the fact that they didn't get that Tyrant and the increased damage buff here, and the fact that Nova has the gold lead as well. They had everything going for them in this team fight, but Xiang completely upset it for them.
I mean, they still have it. That's the craziest part, right? Yeah. So Nova with the gold lead, and with the Tyrant buff as well, unable to find the value of the team fight. And with this, they will be able to recover. The buffs will be left untouched on the side of Nova. So APG, they couldn't maximize it.
And I mean, because of that direct consequence, we do see that Xiang's able to build that Blazing Cape as well. So that's going to be the anti-heal they need going into these team fights to try and curtail that self-sustain of the side of Nova's draft.
Yep, I think, you know what, at this point, Nova, they're looking like they want to double down on the damage as well.
Yeah.
Damage and the heal values, because the stain for sorceries has been built into the kit of Wendy, and this is going to aid him not just in getting extra damage for every skill usage, it's going to increase his healing amount as well.
Exactly. Healing amounts can be increased here thanks to obviously just building that staves onto the side of Nova's Wendy. But obviously kill up for them. They are literally ahead in the gold lead as well. Obviously into the mid part of the map, gold lead is going over to Wendy.
Alright, I want to see the value that Shushan is going to be able to pour for his team. Every single board is going to be very important for the Board Master here. And at this point, Nova, they're holding on to the lead close to 1,000. So this is looking good, even though they gave away 2 pretty big kills over to the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, they're just trying to maintain that gold lead, right? They're just looking to keep themselves into this horse into the race for Nova Esports, because they are down 1 game point. Like, they have to make sure they put in every right foot forward into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, over time, I still feel like Nova's draft is pretty strong, because on the pick of Yulong for the side of the Mirage, right, for Jing, you want to be able to land down your skills on the Muji. But with the shields, the Leaping Savior giving extra shields to Muji, the Battlefield Command coming down if it's necessary from Xuan, I don't think you get that one-shot burst you're looking for onto Muji.
Oh, absolutely not, especially when you get that healing from Wendy, right? And also, obviously, the Battlefield Command from Juan, but it has to be used.
Oh no, Shushan, he's falling low as well, has been caught using the passive. He will not survive with the Battlefield Command. Wendy takes the credit for that kill, and right now it's a 4v5. Nova looking for more value across the map.
They are. Obviously, Xiang was looking for a rotation down there to go and help his buddy Xishan on this Board Master, but get taken out. Obviously, not being able to use that flash thanks to that Unbridled Outburst.
And this is a big deficit, right? Shishan was safe because he had his passive. Now, he's out of the passive for at least another 150 seconds. That's a long time. Nova can press for more.
Yeah, very long time within Honor of Kings here, so looking to keep himself in a great position or maybe just use those boards to zone out these enemy teams. Is the potential here from Shishan on the side of APG, but they don't want to lose this T1 in top side of the map.
Yep, they force the ulti from Wendy. Nothing too big for the side of Nova. Right now, as long as they don't take another fight, it should be A-OK. Sun, on the other hand, has other plans for the side of Alpha Gaming. They want to force this T1 down and look for the trade, but immediately Xuan makes that TP down. He's going to try and mount the defense. Unfortunately, not going to be in time. The rotation does come through. Nova, you can take the T1, but do you survive the escape?
Yeah, he doesn't want to take any hits from Sun, especially when he's got the Eternity Blade as well as the Shadow Ripper, right? Like, that's going to do a lot of damage, but then at the same time, you're able to kind of just use that ult bolt to poke at a long range as well. Or even you can just try and go for the turret, take the shots, use the protective winds to completely get rid of it as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the value of having that second skill, physical immunity, right? You're able to tank a little bit more shots and put yourself in a position where you could serve as a bait. And then once APG has access to your backlines after you've used that battlefield command, you find yourself out of options here.
Out of options and out of mind is going to be top side of the map. Muchi just trying to clear out the minion wave top side here to make sure they don't lose that second T1.
They're going to try and go on the CY at this point. Nothing too big. They did have to commit the Yulong ultimate at this point. So CY now in a better position. Border going to be laid down. They got the stun. Still unable to find it. CY secures the Tyrant for the side of Nova. And right now, they just need to maintain this lead. They still have a goal lead. They have the next buff for 80 seconds. Waypit and Wendy. These are your defensive structures on the side of Nova. Until you take them down, Muchi and CY are going to be unstoppable.
Absolutely, they're going to be safe here. CY, Muchi are just going to be basically hiding behind Wendy and Waypit at this moment in time. Even Chuan as well, right? Like, obviously, that's a lot of defense you have on the side of Nova Esports.
ABG, they look for the response immediately. Shishan helps to secure this, even without the presence of Yulong, and this is going to be valuable for the side of Alpha Gaming. They have managed to keep this gold gap to less than 1,000 at this point, and Nova, until they get that kill onto the important members like Sun or even Yulong, I don't think this is going to change.
No, it's not going to change at all. Obviously, they need to get the right pickoffs here for the side of Nova Esports. Just take the team fights, dismantle the part of APG, which they haven't quite yet found that right momentum or even way into the team fight.
I think the biggest thing here is like Xiang hasn't found an opening as well. He does have the Frigid Chant, which I feel is going to be pretty vital in the team fights, but I think it requires the usage of Waypit's ultimate, the Unbridled Outburst, to really find value here.
Oh yeah, exactly. Try and get rid of the Unbridled Outburst, then go in, use the Frigid Charge, try and get the lockdown onto, say, for example, either CY or Muchi there, but obviously Chuan took a lot of damage, used the battlefield command to get out alive.
Right, now with that being said, this is the 10-minute mark. This is the true wrestle between the teams. If you get this Shadow Tyrant buff, you win the fight. CY could be pushed back for a little bit. They will try to reset this Tyrant. In the meantime, you can see Xiang looking for an opening on this.
Yeah, dropping down Spritelets really stops it, kind of like resetting any further out of range of Nova Esports here, but then they clear out the Spritelets. They use Saber here to make sure it resets.
Yeah, also using the mirror image on the side of Yulong to see if there's any potential catch angles here. So Yulong trying to work down on it. CY coming back. They're both at level 14. Shields coming from Waypit.
Waypit using the shields, keeping his teammates sustained in this long drawn fight for the Tyrants. Obviously, Daybreaker being built here by the side of APG Sun is definitely just going to amass more damage. But look at those traps, man. They are waiting for the side of APG, maybe even Yulong, to proc all these walls.
Oh, they actually have one. No, Nova take the T1 in the mid. Right now, they can open up the map as well. Saber uses his dash to get out. Nova, they are patient, and the patience might be rewarded here.
It could be. Patience is a virtue here for these two teams, and they're looking to start to be a patient team around this fight of the Tyrant.
Oh, they wanted the ball. They can see why they're trying, but a save comes in from Waypit as well. All the damage in the wall, on the backline. Saber not gonna survive. Flash comes in from the side of Muji. They see the ending, they see the opening as well. And with that, 3 kills for the side of Nova as Alpha Gaming make a mistake.
They made a huge mistake there to underestimate Waypit's Unbridled Outburst, which really upset the flow of the ocean onto the side of APG. APG now, they are looking to lose a lot of their jungle, obviously the boars, as well as the Crimson Golem going up the side of Muchi is just going to enhance the growth of this hero.
Okay, and 1 minute in, this is the damage they've done structurally. Taken a T2 at the bottom, T2 in the mid looking, oh yeah, it's gone as well. So Nova now have done structural damage to the side of Alpha Gaming. And across the timing, you see T3 is now open on the menu. Nova just needs to strike hard one more time.
Exactly, that just get a break apart team fight like we just saw there. Take Shishan, take Yulong off the table there, and that is going to be a huge damage output taken from the side of APG. And the fact that Nova now climb further and further to that gold lead, around about 5.5k gold lead now, Nova's looking scary.
Yep. And they have multiple sources of damage, right? Wendy taking another attempt into the T2 on the top. This is going to be secured by Muchi, by the way. Both Wendy and Xuan have the Staves of Sorcery. They have extra magic damage. Sun does not survive this.
It'd be very easy. It'd be very hard for him to survive, right? Obviously, he's going to have to use that protective winds very well, or even use that vaulting shot onto the right person just to kind of get him, create space even further for him.
And the problems are going to get even tougher here. With 8 seconds to go, the Primal Bond will be taken away. And Nova start working on towards this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, so that means if any kind of push is kind of a massed here by APG, that when that Overlord gets taken down, they can just completely like, you know what? That's a nice try, but we'll use the Shadow Overlord to get that completely eradicated. As you can see, bot side of the map is just being controlled here by Xuan.
Yeah, Sun is trying to use the Protecting Winds as an extra movement speed here, but the true target is going to be the T3 in the mid. That is the lowest out of the 3 available tier 3s for the defense on the side of Alpha Gaming. Unfortunately, that should fall in a short moment.
Very fall. A short very fall in... fall short in a very full moment, exactly as I was saying there. English is my best suit, clearly, but APG, they need to stack a good defense here.
Yeah, it's looking a little dangerous, a little spicy for the side of Alpha Gaming. One more hit would do it, and I'm talking about the lives of APG members. The poke is coming in, they get some healthy damage onto the T3 on the top. There is no more minions to speak of, but the poke damage from Muchi as well as Wendy with the help of the Staves of Sorcery. This one is so hard to handle.
Oh, very hard to handle here for the both APG, right? Like, see, they have 2 T3s looking pretty low right now. They have the Vanguards marching through once again into the mid, into the top side of the map. This is going to be a hard defense.
They're going to get some free damage as well, but they're unable to contain the different members. Look, the T3 in the mid is going to be pried wide open. Nova find that first gash. It's going to be a deep one in the middle of APG's Gorge.
They always say the first cut is the deepest here for the side of Nova, and they're proving it into that mid lane. The T3 being taken down here. Vanguard, Shadow Vanguard, bot side of the map, still looking to put pressure onto the side of APG, but the pressure just not only from these turret games, but it's also from the gold lead here as well.
Wavy has been very patient with his Bridal Albers as well. The beast needs to be unleashed at the correct time, and Nova knows this. If they can find an opening, it needs to be a guaranteed takedown onto the members of APG. Shishan does have his passive, but take a look at the wraparound potential here. They're trying to hide Xiang, but Xiang unable to find an opening just yet.
Just yet into the backline, round about that Azure Golem as well. Maybe look for a big crucial fight, but at the same time, they have the minion waves into the mid lane crashing in, right? They have the enhanced minions. Like, what the playstyle here? The Unbridled Embers connects.
Yep, they set it up onto Saber, but Xiang is wrapping around there. They caught the catch onto Muchi. No, they don't. And this is going to be danger for the side of Nova. They have Prior over the Shadow Tyrant, and this is going to be 90 seconds of fighting prowess. Xuan has been making work at the top side of the map as well. APG caught out, CY makes a dive. The heals come through, and the kills might not, but they chase down CY as well, finishing the job here. A start, a great start. CY might have to give his life. No! It is going to be a trade. CY for 2 Yulong balls as well when he comes in with the heals, with the catch, and Nova, they have found an opening. It's going to be game number 4 going into the hands of Nova.
Yes, a beautiful finish there for Nova Esports. Wendy coming in with that flank there, getting a double CC onto the enemy team and just allow that damage to formulate and get that crystal takedown for game number 4.
And so far in the story of this best of 7 series thus far, it's really about mitigating the loss in that early game and bringing into a 10th minute mark. Whoever gets the best out of that 5v5 will dictate the game in a much bigger tempo here. And that fight was escalated at the front end for the side of Alpha Gaming, but in the end, it was the Musashi Liu Bang combination, bringing in the escape route for CY, nuking anyone close to that Musashi.
Yeah, just out tanking, right? The heals, the damage coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming actually is pretty scary. But when you're dealing with like the Leaping Saber shields, you're coming in with the Battlefield Command heals as well. How do you deal with it? And Musashi by nature is already pretty tanky in the late game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when he's using the lifesteal, there's also the extreme speed, right? Like trying to catch him is very slippery, but then also using that duel to the death to get that imperiled state to stop any healing on your enemy team is definitely a hard one to counter.
You can see towards the final few moments of the side of the Musashi coming from CY, his Swordmaster played it phenomenal. First thing, he marked down Xiang, the horse that is coming in from the backside here, isolating him, bringing in the ultimate coming in from the side of Xuan, the Liu Bang ultimate. And then, once they're taken down the War Saint, we thought that, okay, all the spells being dunked onto CY will result into an immediate burst. But no, the tankiness coming in from the pick itself allowed CY, before his death, to take another life from the side of Alpha Gaming, which was Yulong's Jing.
And that's not enough, right? That's the physical damage, that's the heals coming out. And then you have the animization coming in from the side of Nova as well. Wendy and Xuan giving the magic damage. This one was the one that really hurt players like Sun.
It was. When you see these moments, right, Wendy went for the full magical damage route. He did not go for the semi-tank route. This is a late game Yuhuan Tunecaster build that we are talking about here. So, for the side of Nova, they're playing with 3 core players and the advantage of the Liu Bang being the supplementary shield coming in for your safety.
Yes, Liu Bang being there just to be a pest for the side of Nova Esports onto APG, right? Obviously just basically using that shield, keeping their teammates alive, just being a great asset here. But I mean, to be honest though, when we're looking at Wendy, are we surprised that he's able to carry on this U1?
Of course, this is always the go-to route for the side of Wendy here. When everyone is looking to play the semi-tank, the healer route, he's always going for the more aggressive carry route here. Hence, in this goal lead alone, as we talk about it, at the 10th minute mark, there is not much of a difference here. But due to the fact that you lost the 10th minute team fight here, the entire avalanche just starts piling down on towards the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah. And I want to highlight the difference between the playstyle of Yulong as well as CY. CY is able to dive into the entire team and get AoE damage, right, with the duel to the death if they're stuck together. But Yulong doesn't have that kind of prowess. He can get that singular target burst, but it's not going to be enough. And he's not as tanky as CY. You see the difference here. Even with so much gold, the value they brought was completely different.
Yeah, it was just never enough, unfortunately, for the side of Yulong on the side of APG, but Muji, however, had a different story on this channel, right? He was pretty unstoppable with this one, always chilling towards the back line, not dying a single time, and dealing 37% of the damage, but only taking less than 9.
That's an impressive number, especially when we saw in those moments there, where was the enemy team? They had a Yixing, they had a Guan Yu, they also had a Jing here. So those are a lot of backline access, and to be able to be deathless in the game with only 9% damage taken, this goes to show how well this player on the pack leader is essentially positioning himself in those team fights.
It shows you why a good coach is very necessary, because you get to see now that every single option that APG wants to explore, you realize that actually Nova has one more save condition to be able to make life difficult for the side of APG.
I mean, that's a bit of an upset for the side of APG, right? Yulong not getting a dub on that Jing is definitely going to be a salt in the wound here, as they were a point with a head, but they are now neutralizing once again thanks to Nova. But this, for Bridal Outburst, was fantastic.
Immediately disengaging the side of Nova Esports and then allowing Xuan and CY to deal the final blows on towards the enemy team. That lead led to this monstrous of a Musashi here, single-handedly diving toward the backline here, tanking against Yulong and assassinating him before actually falling here. And after this point, Wendy's really trailing behind with the Mournful Temple, finding onto 3-man for the final moment here, which leads to this game to become a 2-2 all.
It's really all the shields and the heals that are surviving. CY doesn't mind giving his life because he already done the deepest gash possible to the side of APG, right? Taking the 3 most important members straight away in the fight. And this one, well-deserved win. I feel like, you know, Nova, maybe they found their stride here.
Maybe they have found their strides, or maybe they are literally just dueling to the death with that Masashi ultimate. But now we're getting a neutralized lead here into the bracket. Nova and now 2-2 against APG. Do they take another 2 victories, or do we go 3-2, 3-3 ultimate battle?
Oh, minimum 6 games on our hands here, gentlemen. So we will have a large potential of going into that ultimate battle that we talk about. Game 7, everything removed, going back to that classic blind draft. That will be very interesting, especially we haven't got one in the recent days.
Oh, that's true. But you know what? We will wait until we get to that point, right? Right now, I think the thing we have to explore is, okay, you have not found the value you wanted with the Jing pick. Does this hurt your confidence as a jungler? Because this was supposed to be prime Yulong, right? We were supposed to see him come out as a monster, destroy the likes of Nova, especially Muji. Confidence now on the side of Nova should be at an all-time high.
Well, for the very least, if we were to look into the mindsets of these players here, I do think that confidence has always been there. The only thing that is not there potentially is the stamina, because it's been a long day for both of these teams. Nova is the first to arrive in the venue, and they've stayed here for all 3 best of 7 so far. And if you're APG, you're playing back-to-back BO7s.
Exactly, it's scary, right? APG definitely starting to show a little bit of a blunder here within their performance, because they're having to play back-to-back games, but so far they've done well, right? Obviously they're keeping it to a 2-2 scoreline, but they need to do more if they want to be the second grand finalist within KIC 2025.
It will be stakes at hand right now.
I think the biggest difference here is the fact that Lapu Lapu was picked up, did not get the win.
Oh, that's
I think this one really hurts Alpha Gaming.
And it really boils down to Game 5 and Game 6, where we talk about it. We saw the global ban picks. In Game 4, after the game has concluded, 20 heroes are now default banned away from both sides here. And once again, Alpha Gaming taking the reactive red in towards their pockets here. As we really talk about the BO7 setting, the first few games, it favors the blue side for the strong blue side picks, OP picks. When it goes towards the red side, it's when you go into the Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, where the red side, it's an easier side to formulate a better draft.
And this is where it comes to a situation where, look, the difficulty is going to increase. And you have to start looking past the old mistakes, right? If you keep hanging on for Nova and APG about, hey, you know what, we didn't make the full use of this particular pick in the previous games, you're going to be caught in the past. Right now, you want to aim for the future. I think they need to look at what is the next best step to kind of hurt the confidence, but also to be able to dominate the competition.
I mean, to be honest though, Nova has obviously now brought this to a 2-2 score, so I feel like their confidence hasn't been shaken yet. If anything, it's kind of just like burnt it bright here for the side of Nova Esports. And now obviously getting into this game number 5, are we going to be seeing a little bit more back to basics? Are we going to be seeing a potential Orgrim pickup come through here as well? Because it is getting to that part of the series.
I think Alpha Gaming definitely has what it takes to pick up the Orgrim here, because Nova Esports, they have expanded that back in game number 1, and now both sides will go back to the bread and butter bans here. For the side of Nova Esports, potentially think of removing the Luna and also the Arlie here. These 2 picks can never go over to the hands of APG, because those 2 players, Son and Yulong, they are experts on that pick. Now, for the side of Alpha Gaming, same thing. Mai Shenui doesn't come out at all.
Straight away, as you spoke of it, the Fire Ninja is not going to be allowed into the Gorge for this game for the side of Nova. And APG, we will see what kind of difficulty they'll put across. Being on the red side, the counter pick side, Nova, like you said, will not allow the Arlie. This is one of the specialties of Sun. We've seen him perform on this hero even from 2024.
Now my question is, do you let go of the Guan Yu, or do you let go of the Pei here? This is an interesting factor, because if you let go of the Pei, there is still the counter matchup of the Orgrim here, but they do decide to let go of Xuan's Guan Yu in this game 5.
I think you don't let go of the Guan Yu, but straight away they want to put a little bit more steady hands with the steady will for this Flowborn Marksman into the hands of Muji here.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of focus onto Muji here in terms of the draft, right? Obviously the first so many games, he's just basically making sure he's locked in, has that marksman, but over to the side of APG, they're going for more crowd control here. They're going for Siang, Under the Dharma, the D-Ranger as well.
This is a very comfortable 1-2 coming in from Alpha Gaming. You have strong laning coming in for the side of DRJ, and you have a consistent setup coming in from Siang's Dharma here. It goes back to the same thing. Whichever Clash lane gets the better flank, whichever Clash lane gets the better opening, wins the game for their team.
And you know, if that situation does not present itself, then it becomes more of the clash lane is, okay, I'm going to stop you from reaching the point where you need to be. And that is going to be sufficient enough because the rest of my team, we're going to win the 4v4.
Yeah, the Motsu pick coming through here is definitely going to be able to stop that one.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh, Athena, the Sacred Warrior, coming through again today.
This is going to be an interesting one because so far, in today, Athena Rome has yet to find a singular win in the BO7 setting here. So I'm interested to see how Alpha Gaming decides to pull this off. As we know, the introduction of the potential counter of the Athena Rome is there is a few prerequisites. Yes. Number one, your roam needs to be able to bring smite. Number two, your mid lane should be a utility mage.
Oh no, and okay, technically the Motsu can go into the mid, but you really want the Peacekeeper in the mid here?
Probably not, no. I mean, you're definitely losing a lot of utility, or even potentially a lot of a carry potential, right? Obviously, we are seeing the ban out of the Nuwa as well as the Mai Shiranui, so... And the Kongming here as well for the side of APG, and then obviously Shishan, he got the use of the Yixing, the board master last game, so banning this one out is just going to mitigate the control of the battlefield here.
And surprisingly enough, in the recent pick and bans of this final lower bracket here, there is a surge of amount of the Kongming being the ban phase here, and this is targeted directly towards the jungle Kongming.
This is so difficult. Now APG, they're going to pick up the potential Lady Chen. Do they go for the Ogrim pick with this? Or do you go for a little bit more of an assassin type to try and, you know, ramp up the farming potential on the side of APG?
I think Alpha Gaming, if they go for the Ogrim, it makes a lot of sense here because it gives you a very comfortable situation that you can still consider full damage Ogrim.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Blacklist approach, but they could definitely go for the full damage Ogrim here, but it looks like onto the side of Nova, they may lock in the Agudo here, and even the Xiao Chao, as we're seeing here, being placed for the side of Nova, so they're going to have that huge AoE damage. A little bit of a long-range poke as well, thanks to Xiao Chao. Oh, wait, there we go, Princess Frost.
So that is the prerequisite. I'm still waiting for the lock. Okay, so it won't be Xiao Chao here coming in for the mid lane. So my question is, how do you realistically play the early game coming in from the Agudo? Because we know, Agudo's first clear, it will be very beneficial if you can release the first jungle monster, be it the Spiketail Bees, be it the Crimson Golem here. These are the available options here. But if you have an Athena constantly harassing you, that's a lot of pressure being put on towards the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, we saw one of the potential answers, right? Which is, let's ignore the Athena altogether. We just gank the hell out of the opponent jungler instead. So this one might be a little bit scary for Yulong here on the Fade, but at the same time, if APG finds success with the deterrence and irritants of this Athena, Yulong becomes so much more stronger because he's going to have the level advantage, he's going to have the gold advantage as well. And once you push against the corner, who's going to love that? Nobody other than Xiang. He's gonna slam you against the walls, and that's gonna be the truth that, hey, this game is a disaster for you.
Exactly. So pause you, place you in your, put you in your place, and then obviously we have the Hardened Jade Steel that's gonna come through to try and like just completely claim those kills and claim those objectives.
Now, main question is, how does Nova Esports play this early game here? Yes, we talk about the potential setup coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. That's only if they can successfully convert the Athena lead generated by the hands of Saber into these monstrous gold leads that lead to landsliding team fights here. So that is the game plan for Alpha Gaming. So for Nova Esports, how do you realistically formulate a defense to make sure that the Agudo on the hands of CY gets a comfortable game moving on?
I think you bring Xuan over, right? You bring Xuan, you try and get Saber using the push, heroic charge, push him away from the buffs. Just buy as much time as possible. Once you get the smite, just leave and try to use that gold sharing mechanism on the top side of the map in the clash lane and try to recover farm from there.
Now this is a very important game between these two teams. One mistake will allow your opponent to get the better of you, and also the series point in one of the most important BO7s in the lower bracket.
Oh, absolutely. Tournament life on the line here for Nova against APG for the fifth time now as we go into the fifth game of this best of 7.
There we have it. This is what I'm talking about. Just keep pushing away. And Saber now might have to give his life without even finding value. He can't steal anything right now. And this is what you want, Nova. This is a great answer.
Very good answer to the Athena is just bully them and move them out of position so they cannot steal anything. And to be honest, it's not really going to disrupt the flow of Nova's CY either.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is then a question of timing, right? Does Yulong try his best? Can he actually find value? Can he speed up his jungle rotation? Because right now, Saber is not technically doing his job. He's supposed to irritate the members on the side of Nova as well.
Yeah, I think the good thing here is the fact that obviously the Flowborn marksman down to the bot side of the map going against the D-Ranger is a decent matchup anyway, so it's not like he needs Waypit down there holding his hand. Waypit's like, you know what? I will handle Saber for you.
Yeah, and this is looking great for the side of Nova, right? And now Saber needs to find value here. Get a steal, get us something across the map. He only gets one camp immediately locked down. And now the entirety of Nova is showing why this Athena strat doesn't really work when you have the answers.
Exactly. I mean, especially if you go to the ultimate battle as well, right? And you're not really expecting it, then obviously that's where we start to see it be a little bit more fruitful. But right now, into the global ban pick, when you are picking the Athena around about that third, second pick onto your team, you can really reformulate and find a way around it.
Yeah, and this is where I like the pick on Wendy, right? This Xiao Xiao, one of the most biggest burst mid heroes in the game as well. This is one perfect answer to deal with Saber right now.
Oh, Saber, once again, just going to take it down more and more, but for those obviously watching who has never seen an Athena before, this is the Athena distraction strat, and the more you die, the less gold you get.
Oh yeah, exactly. Full value though, Yulong. Oh, he's playing with his life for this one. Stun comes in, not going to be able to find value in that, but with the respawn on the side of Saber, he's going to be able to get the knock-up. Now, do remember, Saber, every time he respawns, he actually knocks targets up. Will be locked for the time being. Unable to buy a little bit more time, and Nova actually, even with all the distractions, they have a immense goal lead. 2.5 minutes in. This is more than 1,000 gold.
It is more than 1,000 gold here for the side of Nova, especially so early. Yes, they got 5 kills, but it is going to all literally be for the side of APG Saber. So they are playing this one like as they are brawling. It's just basically Saber is offering himself to them.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I mean, the silver lining for the side of Alpha Gaming's Yulong is level 7. Once again, they can take the life of Saber, right? They don't really have to care about this at this point anymore. APG, now it's really about what other things can you do across the map? Because Saber is giving you that information already. He won't be able to do much aside from taking maybe 1 or 2 camps every few minutes.
Which isn't going to be as kind of like demonstrable as he hopes it's going to be, right? It's not going to disrupt the flow of CY on the Segudo. Very fast clearing jungle in the early game, but when to get a kill onto Shishan, didn't see that happen.
Yep, off cam, and this is now the start of a potential problem for the side of Alpha Gaming. You need to have the goal lead when you're playing this Athena strat, and time again, Saber unable to really give value to the side of Alpha Gaming. But there is a potential turnaround, right? Yeah. All this titles, the rampage, killing sprees, if they get the shutdown on the different members on the side of Nova, that could change.
Exactly. Are you looking at shutdowns onto Wendy, onto CY, or even Waypit, right? Like he's definitely landing the Cannon Blast to perfection, like really stopping. And obviously the synergy with the knockup of Xiao Xiao as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether that burst damage is going to be enough. Yulong trying to work down on this time and will get it here. Didn't have to commit. The ultimate actually uses his smite. He wants to make sure that this is not going to be a difference of smite ability for the Azure Golem. For now, Nova looking for a target. You know who they want. Ooh. It is going to be Sun. Everyone onto him. And even with the flash, it is still not enough. A killing spree for CY here. And the damage is not sufficient. Yulong, he may have the level advantage, but he does not have the damage.
Yeah, bit of a killing floor down to the bot side of the map. And Saber has now spawned into the backside of this team. He's going to do his best to try and keep, or at least get a takedown. And there he goes.
Yep, one more catch. Xiang here looking for an opening. They get the finish. If he gets the call, it's going to be huge, wow. And they get it! Combination unlocked here. Do they get the kill? They get one in the form of CY. They get Waypit as well, but the response is immediate. Xiang going to be taken down from the likes of APG. And is that the maximum value you can extract? Because the goal lead has not shifted at all.
Not shifted one single bit, but obviously they are going to get the takedown of CY, which means that you know for a fact that the enemy's buffs or camps, they're going to be a little bit free ride.
Okay, Saber did steal that one, did funnel that into the hands of Mushi. Still, nonetheless, not the biggest loss. They did buy some time on the side of Alpha Gaming, but the biggest issue here is that now you get to see the combination. You have to keep your eyes on Xiang. You commit 4 members onto Sun, you get the kill, so what? We can turn that fight around immediately.
Which is a good call for the side of Nova, right? Like, if they felt to Xiang's just amazing play there with the True Mantra, then didn't get anything single back, like no recall, no quick response, then Nova would be in trouble.
Yeah, and the timing of which Nova chose to take that fight has been great because you don't maximize the value of the Rampage. The gold difference, it's really minuscule. They have just cut it down by what, 400 gold at this point.
Yes, exactly. They're just trying to like make
Sun, he's gonna try, gets picked up again. Shen looking for the opening. Sun, he is caught in no man's land. CY finishes the job. T1 is the reward as well, and Nova are looking strong.
Yeah, very strong Nova here, taking that T1 down to the bottom side of the map, but you are seeing a bit of a quick response here from APG Xiang. Getting that T1 top side, but do they have a farm lane left after this at all?
I don't think they care. Look at the damage on the T2 as well. Nova is just making plays after plays. Alpha Gaming, they are the ones trying to catch up even with the Athena roam.
They are trying to catch up. I mean, they should be the ones that's kind of like, hey, Nova, let's slow you down. Let us be ahead in terms of that gold. And right now, Nova's like, yeah, all right then, let's see what you can do. And unfortunately, it's just not coming into fruition.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking for the wheel clamp here, right? But it's them who have their legs clamped on the side of Alpha Gaming. This is not ideal for them. CY, he has not been troubled at all. So far, the only time, I mean, it's been what, a singular buff stolen by the side of Saber, and even then, it was funneled back into the hands of Muji.
Exactly, putting it into the marksman, probably not something you should be proud of here, especially when it's going to be the flow bomb marksman. As you can see, Muji building the Doomsday already as well, looking very frightful with the itemization already.
Yep, this is not ideal. I mean, okay, Saber, did he actually get that? He did, right? So he went into the hands of Wendy with that one. But Muji, this is the real problem for the side of Alpha Gaming, right? Muji, late game, he's going to be able to shred the members like Xiang and Saber really quickly.
Exactly. We just shred them down super quickly here on the side of APG. Another Doomsday being built once again, so even more shred potential here for the side of Nova Esports as they're trying to get those catches, trying to get those cannon blasts onto Yulong. The Radiant's actually been rocked here.
Right, all nice stun combination, not going to find the job here because Saber actually comes in with the finish. Wait, hang on, CY, he's down for the count. Alpha Gaming, this could be big for them, but it's a rampage for Muji, and with that, the T2 needs protection on the bottom side, will be taken down, and even when they lose, Nova win.
I mean, that's a good time for CY to die, right? Like, you are seeing that the fact they're able to get the T2 down to the bottom side of the map, so with no neutral objectives up, obviously CY now coming up now as that second Tyrant here, definitely a prime moment for him to die, if any.
I mean, he resets the kill count, so, you know, the value of the gold for the kill is minimized, and with that, Yulong does get that take on the Tyrant, but can they find more? If they find Wave Hit here, it could be huge. Nice block by Saber, he's gonna give his life for the cause. It's gonna be an unstoppable reign for the side of Wendy, which means gold could be valuable if they get the kill on Wendy.
Very valuable here, obviously freezing away, top side of the map is going to be Schwan there, and making sure that minion wave coming through is going to naturally crash into that T1.
Ah, this T1, I think it's gone. Nice, a knockup by the side onto Shishan as well. Oh no, what is Waypit doing? He had to expend the Think Inside the Box, a wasted ultimate at this point.
A little bit unfortunate, but they are potentially going to get that T1 at the top side of the map, so they are still going to be able to get that prize that they were looking for, and the T1 into the mid lane is not looking too healthy either.
Yeah, it's not, and that's one of the most important turrets in this game, right? The moment you have that taken down, it opens up the map for the rest of the members on the side of Nova. Your camps will be under pressure. Once again, they're going on to CY. He's going to use his role to get out to safety, but the damage has been done. Alpha Gaming, they can't protect this T1 in the mid for too long.
They can't protect it too long here. Alpha Gaming are going to have to give it up at some point in time. Their side lanes are not looking too healthy either. Obviously, Muji's able to get that T2 down to the bot side also. He's just looking for that pain game. That Arrow Storm is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's starting already. He's at level 13. We need to take a look at his gold later on. Let me just actually take a look at that. He's at 7,000 gold already, halfway there.
He's halfway there. He has the Shadow Ripper looking to build into the Daybreaker as well, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming online very soon for the side of Nova Esports, but now they're looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
10 minutes in, this is where Nova wants to get the finishing blow. Nice stuns onto Saber as well. This is where Xuan has shined so many times, but on the sidelines, Xiang as well, looking for the opening. They're going in. Can they find the angle? Sam will be knocked back. They have him under control. Nice stun. There's going to be Saber giving his life, but Wendy has fallen. CY as well, and here comes the finishing blow. All they have to do is to finish the job. Waypit unable to land the stuns, unfortunately for him. And with a nice movement, they will not be able to find the kill. kill, but the T1 is for the taking, and Alpha Gaming win big.
Yes, a big opening here into the mid lane. Not even getting that Shadow Tyrant. They was just like, you know what, let's commit to this fit. Let's commit to the fight. Let's get the takedown of Nova Esports, and that's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, 10 minutes. This is such an important timer for both teams. Alpha Gaming did not win, did not take the Shadow Tyrant, but right now they secure it. And look at the structural damage they have done. T2s across the board, except for the one at the top, has been taken down. Saber looking for the steal on the Crimson Golem as well, will be successful. Alpha Gaming, they win big. 3,000 now in lead for the goal.
This was definitely a quick turnaround. I mean, you could have blinked and for a moment's notice you thought that Nova was in for a clear win, but then APG was like, no, let us get that big play, let's get that fight, and we will take that victory.
But you start to see the value of Muji as well. Look, he's melting Saber quite quickly with the arrow shower. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they need to be very careful about their positioning. So far, I think the biggest difference is that nobody has kept their eyes on Xiang. And I feel like this is costing Nova quite a bit.
Oh yeah, they've completely forgotten that they have a Dharma in this mix of the fight up onto the side of APG, right? Like, they are not expecting any kind of truth mantra, any enlightened mantras coming through. And then all of a sudden, just like a supernova, it explodes and implodes, and then Nova gets taken down with that sort of like 3-1 trade, which is not something they can really afford at this point in the game.
Yeah, because Yulong's ultimate, once he's in range, it's actually an AoE ultimate, right? So the number of marks he lands, that's essentially guaranteed kills if APG finds the damage in that moment. Waypit, he did manage to find a couple of knockbacks on the Xiang, but that was clearly not enough.
Definitely not enough here, but obviously we have the minion wave charging through top side of the map here. Waypit gonna have to use those cannon blasts to stop them in their place. Sun knows too well not to use that cleanse.
he is clear. He has been caught, what, 3 times in this game, each one more punishing than the previous one. So Sun, I think he has learned his lesson. Right now, they want to secure the Shadow Overlord. If APG gets this, it could bear the deep fangs that will cut into the T3s on the side of Nova's base.
Yes, the hunger pains start to set in here for the side of Nova. They are looking hungry for that gold lead once again, but unfortunately, it's slipping away by around about a 2.7k gold lead.
Yeah, a healthy one, but we need to look at where this lead is going into. The scary part, it is all into the hands of Yulong here. He has a 3,000 gold lead against the likes of CY. And with that, it means he can get the insta-kill onto the members of Nova easily.
And the fact that he's built the Demon's Bane as well, right? Like, they know that the trouble is coming from Wendy, is coming from Waypit as well in terms of those cannon blasts, because they can hit if you're a squishy hero like the Featherfoot Fade.
Yeah, and right now, I also want to place my eyes on Shushan. I feel like he has been getting immense value from this freeze states.
Yes, the freeze states have been huge here with the Destructive Deluge. Definitely using its protection here, just kind of zoning out and making sure the minion waves don't pass that point of that T3.
Yeah, right now they're just trying to bait out the common spells as well as the items coming in from the side of Nova. One more hit, it needs to be a perfect one, an uppercut into the faces of Nova.
The Arrow Storm used there just to kind of clear out the Vanguard down to the bottom side of the map the way it's meant to be intended here for the side of Nova Esports. But now, Nova just have to keep this defense up, and then maybe, just maybe, they can come back out of their base.
I don't think it's going to be that simple, right? Right now, Nova, they have a big problem. Right now, if Xuan gets caught off, it's going to be an instant 4v5, and Yulong, that same problem exists for him as well. They will be looking to push on this T3 on the top. They're making the run for it. CY tries to put the Wild Growth down, but Xiang is there to put damage onto them as well.
Yes, trying to use a cannon blast into the backline, trying to stop Xiang with a re-access into that fight there, but the T3 takedown top side of the map is definitely going to be for certain here for the side of Nova Esports. APG, sorry, they're looking to just get even more. Maybe even just chill a little bit, go for the Shadow Tyrant, have a lot more damage, and just go back in for a big team fight.
Radiant's going to be used onto Shushan. Just Shushan alone. In fact, Cannon Blast does not hit. I feel like the fatigue is setting in for Nova. Alpha Gaming, if they want to pounce, this feels like the perfect opportunity to do so.
It would be. There it is. Waypit, Saber, trying to dive in with the Sacred Warrior there, trying to set up the whole motion.
Yeah, they're all baiting, but here comes Xuan. He's looking for the catch. Can he find him? Oh no, he's being stopped. And right now, even with all that value, he has been caught as well. Xuan, the first one to fall. All the damage in the world will be available for APG. They didn't take a loss at all, and this is a guaranteed Shadow Tyrant.
It is a guaranteed Shadow Tyrant, especially with that minion wave crashing through top side of the map as well. They know for a fact they cannot take that fight, and if they did take the fight, that minion wave would be heading to that crystal.
I mean, the amount of stops they have, the disruptions, this is so difficult for Xuan. He can't find anything.
Nothing at all. He can't find a single crumb from the side of APG, and that's scary, especially when Nova was in such a position of power.
Yeah, and late game, this is where Saber's going to have a lot of value as well. He, with his anti-CC movement skills, is going to be able to cause quite a bit of a headache for the side of Nova. 2 more lanes to break through.
It's only looking very inevitable here from the side of APG as they're approaching the bot side of the map here as well, using that arrow storm just trying to clear them out, yet with a destructive deluge.
Oh, but the damage on the T3, the bottom side is going to be taken down. There is no response from the side of Nova. Just pokes and prods. They cannot finish off any member on the side of APG.
But APG is able to finish off that T3 down to the bot side of the map, right? That's basically what they came for into this little brawl, this exchange. And I've just noticed, obviously, HBSE are watching this match closely.
Very close, and this is very important because this is going to be a preview for the grand finals of tomorrow. Another best of 7 between one of these two hopefuls here. Now, with the Primal Bond, they're still doing a lot of work on the Shadow Overlord. APG should secure this. And now, with the final calls across the gorge, does APG finish the job?
They should do. I mean, they don't want it to go any longer, right? I mean, we have already seen almost close to Tempest Dragon so far between these two teams. And I mean, that just then means that if you get a steal onto the side of Nova, yes, you only have one T3 alive, but you get the Tempest, you get the Vanguards, you get that enhanced power.
And this is a team lineup composition on the side of Nova Esports that actually does quite a bit of turret damage as well when allowed to. So we see if this defense holds right now. Challenge is going to be issued by Alpha Gaming. Shadow Overlord flying down in the mid lane.
Flying down into the mid lane, looking to take that fight there as well, obviously with the singular last standing T3 here for the side of Nova Esports. ABG with around 4.8k gold lead is going to be negligible at this point because everybody is pretty much near 6 slotted.
Arrow Storm is going to be able to stop them for the time being. Xiam looking for an opening. Jump in by Saber. He wants to set the team fight up, pushing them back. He gives his life. That's great. Now it's going to be an empty base for the side of Nova. They have dealt with the Shadow Vanguard to the best of their abilities. And with that, APG say, no more risks. We will give you your time and space. We'll back off first.
Yeah, the fact is that they got that T3 right. Saber went in, he died, but he knew his teammates, they had the objective in mind, and the best thing was to get that T3.
Yeah, now Saber, he's just giving information. At this point, he has died too much that, you know, the gold that's given over to Nova is minuscule. APG don't care.
They don't care at all. APG are just like, you know what? Keep getting these little bits of gold. Try and take this gold lead from us. It's not going to happen. They're just going to kind of amass all their buffs into their utility and try and go for a big team fight.
Alright, they can't even catch Yulong here with the dashes. He's going to be able to get stunned off. But for now, APG, they have the Crimson buff in the hands of Sun, in the hands of Yulong. This is looking perfect so far for Alpha.
But yeah, if you want to give Crimson buff over to anybody onto the side of APG, it's definitely wanted to be going over to Sun and Yulong just for that extra tiny bit of damage before this next Tyrant comes onto the gorge in around about a 10 seconds time. And do Nova try and contest this one?
They have to, right? At this point, look, they're already priming the position. Saber finds out the positions of the different members on the side of Nova. But here comes the lockdown wave pit. Hang on, Yulong, he's gonna try, but the save comes in. Alright, they get the first life of Yulong. Can they finish the job here? Wendy's taken down. The catch by Xuan, trying to save the game for the side of Nova. It is gonna be available. Xiang does take a fall, but right now it's a 2-for-1 trade. APG, they play their cards right. They back off. They don't take any more losses.
Yes, a very nice trade here from Nova. They could even like to try and even go for this Shadow Tyrant, but now it's been taken off. Tempest is up in around about 24 seconds.
Right, Sun and Mochi, each of them have the Crimson buff. This is going to be true damage, burning damage available. Sun has had that right now expired. So we've seen the value of Xuan. Can he get another frigid charge within time? No way. 20 minutes is in 15 or 10 seconds now.
Exactly. It's very close to the clock onto the Tempest Dragon. As you see, the lights in the arena, they're shining orange, they're shining yellow. That's the Tempest Dragon onto the gorge.
No flash for Wendy, no flash for Muchi. One mistake will cost them their lives here.
Exactly, we're seeing a big push or start onto this from Nova Esports. CY just trying to keep it locked into that rage, but there's the Arrow Storm just driving them away.
Right, Shushan is really low. He does not have the Sage's Sanctuary as well. They're trying to go in for this, but the flank from the back as well. Xiang has stopped that movement from Xuan. Can they finish the job here? It's falling low. It is going to be less than half. The stuns do come in. All they need is a Hard and J Mark who secures it. It is not going to be enough. And APG secure it, but they might not have the members. Saber is down. Xiang is down. Sun first life gone. Nova are doing it, even with the deficit. And with that, they're going to try and back off. At this point, APG need to reset. They need to find some room across the gorge and finish the job. Wendy caught in the middle of 3. All he needs to do is burn Yulong down. Not going to be possible, but the base is under the attack on the side of Nova. And right now, they're making a sprint. Nova, they actually get it. It's going to be 3 points for Nova Esports.
Wow, what an absolute turnaround. We literally talked about this moments ago. If Nova goes to that Tempest Dragon, there's a chance they steal this away from APG, and that's exactly what they did here in this game number 5.
Alpha Gaming, even though they secured the Tempest Dragon, the fact that the team fight was in shambles coming in from the side of APG, which allowed Nova Esports, Wendy, selling his life towards the enemy team, making sure that the cavalry was sent directly towards the mid lane and find that 1 in a million chance to make that grand comeback. That is definitely heart-shattering for the side of APG.
Yeah, complete heartbreak for the side of Alpha Gaming because they were in control the entire game. And we talked about this, right? Okay, this is one of the most damaging turret-taking lineups, especially with the Agudo. So to be able to take this win away from Alpha Gaming, was it possible? Yes, it was. Were the chances slim? Pretty slim, but still, when you give them a chance, Nova rarely misses.
Exactly, Nova do rarely miss with that one. I mean, even with the Hard and Jade Steel, they knew for a fact it's like, hey, yes, they're going to claim this one from us. It's going to be hard if we try and smite this one away. So let's just fight, let's mitigate the members of APG, and let's just push that minion wave that's coming through at right time in that mid lane.
You can see the late game potential of the Flowball Marksman. Those arrow storms, the first one immediately deleting the health bar coming in from the side of Shisan's Lady Zhen. The second one was the consistent DPS provided in eliminating these multiple members here. As of this point, Son has dropped his Safe Sanctuary, Xiang has fallen from the fight, and then we see Wendy charging into the midst of all the remaining members, allowing the side of Nova Esports to go for that game-winning push.
We were joking about the Athena Rome getting like 26 deaths. Sabre's pretty close with 20 deaths on this game. But I think the biggest difference maker that was so hard, that I find that this is a miracle game for Nova, was the fact that Xuan was stopped so many times as the Guan Yu, the wall saint. He flanked a million times. Xiang was there a million times as well. And even though they got that Tempest buff on the side of Alpha Gaming, it really came down to the wire. That last team fight made the world's difference for Nova.
But this just shows the utility of the Arrow Storm from the Flowborn Flowborn Marksman as well, right? Like, that's the real thing that put a lot of pressure onto the backline of APG, that sorted them away and deleted them in that last team fight. But look at that. Not a single neutral objective, but yet Nova wins.
You need to think from their perspective, right? Alpha Gaming was in control after the 10th minute mark. Every single fight was in their favor, to the point where at the Tempest Dragon, 3 towers were all down for Nova, and Nova still came out on top of that. That is the absurd level that we're talking about on how Nova managed to find that comeback.
Right, so we talk about the farm lanes, and this is the one that has the biggest difference maker. Vladimir Muchi, that Arrow Storm, crazy amount of damage. We'll take a look at the damage here. Almost double the side of Suns, and this is the main difference, where range really helps Nova out in those big, messy team fights.
Exactly, it just sets a whole team fight up for them even before it begins, right? Just using the Arrow Storm, running down the health bars of your enemy team.
Wow. Well, I don't know who's going to be MVP, but definitely Muchi is going to be one of the candidates here coming in towards this game. But it will be awarded towards CY here. Without its consistent performance in towards the middle to late game stages here, we wouldn't have come so far for Nova Esports on the Agudo Wild Rider to find that game comeback of a push.
He was taking quite a lot of damage for the team, but the most important part was the usage of his ultimate. It was always layered with the different members on the side of Nova, which allowed them to get the free damage and maximize the potential of the Arrow Storm. And you can see once Muchi hits that damage point, it's so hard to fight against the steady will of a Flowborn Marksman.
Yeah, very hard, very difficult here, especially when he's just given the space, creating the space, and just using that gorge mobilization just to take the brunt of the damage of APG.
We can check out the highlights here on what exactly went down in the latest of the game here, but after this point, it was still very much in control, and this was what Kim was mentioned about. Trent finding the flank, but immediately, multiple levels of CC just stacking onto our strength here, making this Guan Yu inefficient in finding those flanks.
I would have given up on life, man. The way that I was controlled as a Guan Yu here, the wall saying, yeah, very difficult. But there's one play later in the game that shows you the difference of a couple of seconds. And I'm talking about Wendy here. When he uses the Splendor or the Moon Goddess, it really saved the game because they have to pay attention to him. You can't leave Wendy alone because he will burst you down.
Now, this is the fight, the final one. Yulong securing the objective here, and due to the fact that Nova Muji already shot down most of the health bars, this Hail Mary play coming in from Wendy, stopping the initial recall from Shisan, from Sun, making sure that they cannot come back from this play, which allowed Nova Esports, despite a 10 of 5,000 goal lead, coming back from such a dire situation. And this is series point going into the side of Nova, MKL's second seed.
Definitely a very difficult situation to come out of. Now you know that it is series point. One more mistake will cost you the entire series. Not just a series, it costs you your tournament life.
But not only that, if they lose this next game to APG, we are going to an ultimate battle, which Nova, coming out on top of this one, has yet to win an ultimate battle just yet. Obviously, HBSE are the only team to do it, but we know Nova statistically have been beasts in that ultimate battle.
And one more thing that had yet to find a single victory today has been the Athena role. Despite the fantastic performance so far coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming, this has been an unavoidable loss again for them. This will be a heartbreaking one. I'm worried, can Alpha Gaming actually come back from that heartbreak of a loss?
Based on the stats of the games we have had since match number 2 to this match number 10, I believe, or 9 or 10, we have only had 2 ultimate battles.
Correct.
That is very little. So if we're talking about the data based on the series we have had all the way here into the lower bracket finals, the answer is no. But APG, Alpha, you know they have the standards, they have the confidence as well. Can they make that a reality?
They have to try, right? Definitely have to make this a bit of a rise of the Phoenix, for lack of better words. Obviously, they did take this fall from grace. It's now up to them to rise like a Phoenix and try and crush Nova Esports once again. But then they have to do it back-to-back, whereas Nova get one win, they are in the grand finals.
That's when composure makes so much sense here. That's why in that game itself, the way that Nova Esports actually managed to come back, if they weren't composed, if they wasn't really in a single line of thought process here, it will be very difficult for them to actually find that game-winning comeback here. But this is the updated global ban pick thus far, and we are going to Game 6 here. With 25 heroes default ban for both sides, it will be a bit of a headache for both squads.
I fully agree. In fact, I think one of the biggest headaches here is there is still the young gen for the side of Nova. There is still the Nerta for the side of Nova as well. And this is a very scary potential coming in from Nova. Knowing that they're on series point, you know this is going to be the most expensive draft they will ever come up with.
Absolutely. Very expensive draft just to try and get this point through to them onto the board here. And Nova, once again, onto the blue side. So APG want to choose that red side once again.
Well, judging from the global ban picks that I have taken a picture of, so we do have Alpha Gaming still available with the likes of the Dolia, for example, here. So it does allow them to go into the situation where they need to play the Dolia lane, the Dolia Nutsa. All these are available options coming in from the side of APG. And from the side of Nova Esports, they did burn through a lot of these top-tier farm lanes here. No Arlie, no Long, no DRJ, no Channel, and no Flowborn Marksman here. So they are very down the pool here for the side of Nova.
I think they pull a page out of the Homeboys Blackstreet Esports page, book. Pick up the Sunbin, pick up a super tanky lineup, and just rush at your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, but the last time, obviously, we got the Sunbin, the Time Bender. We also had the White Anchor, which has obviously been used onto the side of Nova Esports. So they have to be careful with this one. What did they pair with it? Did they go for the Bai Chi?
Oh, we
that is-
have not seen that. I like that. I like that.
We haven't seen that in a while. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a Kingdom E special here. So we do get on into game number 6 here between Nova Esports looking for that deciding win and Alpha Gaming looking to bring it to an ultimate battle.
All right, we'll see. This one comes down to the wire. APG have a chance to make history here. Lower bracket finals. Can they bring Nova deeper into fatigue, deeper into game number 7? All they need to do is to win game number 6.
And what they won't do is allow the Luna or the Mai Shiranui to come through at this point in the game. And I can assume that the pay will not either.
Yeah, as of this level in towards the tournament here, all these top tier picks here will be really renting a spot in that pick and ban spot itself. And there you go, Blam. They pay the Mai Shiranui, Arlie, Luna, consistently banned since what? Game 3 and Game 4?
Yes, absolutely. But it's going to be the Mighty Conqueror coming through for the side of Nova. Another big pick here for Schwan, but does it get flexed into the jungle for CY?
Oh, that's a very good info, right? Because one of the junglers thus far, I'm not mistaken if it's Twisted Mind's Queen, he was the one who played the Mighty Conqueror in towards the jungle and had relevant success.
Very good success, to be honest, but APG, they're kind of teasing us. Stop it. If they really had picked up the Luban number 7 there, I would have gone crazy. But at this point, it is going to be the Marco Polo, so damage over time. Long extended fights will be the answer for Alpha Gaming.
I am Ogron.
Yes, exactly that. Obviously, the Marco Polo may be here to kind of try and maybe bait out. If they are saying like, hey, this party is going to go up to the top side of the map, maybe they try to go for the monkey here.
Oh, the monkey here does do pretty well against the side of the Ogren here. Sufficiently tanky, a very decent front line that can allow the Lady Sun on towards Mochi and Xuan on the party to go for those big team fights.
It's looking like a monkey for me, right? Now you have the board, you have the rolling raid, frag grenade, and the Fatih just chops you and slices you from afar. But APG, I like this answer. The Charlotte is definitely something that is going to be worthwhile, right? Not only can he mitigate those stuns, he can kind of have huge damage reductions, allowing for that insane dive potential.
I think the thing that I always find very exciting here is when Siang picks up the Charlotte, do we get the KIC 2024 5-man knock-up from the ultimate like we saw last year? Is that going to be a case here? Is that going to be a potential for APG?
Every little thing down the line here as of this point, especially game number 6, you need those miracle plays to push yourself into the tie series here, or to potentially push yourself into the grand finals here. Every single play, it counts into the books itself.
So what would you like to pick up in the mid, right? Like one of the things that Yixing suffers from, right, the Board Master, is long range. That is something that he is going to suffer with. And Shishan did use Ganemo, no?
He used the new one, but Ganemo is still available for the side of APG here. But always, the Yixing versus the Ganemo matchup is like a cat and mouse game. Do I snipe you first, or do I lock you in the board first?
That's true. Okay, so Shishan did use the Ganemo in the previous series, so I'm kind of confused.
Yes,
See a repeat of that. So yes, but they want to play the long game. They want to drag this out, but okay, Ganemo, Shishan, he found some success with it. Do they lock it in?
I feel like this is one of those big options here that he has to go for, because this was one of the few picks that he had relevant success in towards this day itself.
Ooh, okay, CY Fade. Is it going to be successful? This is something that could really hurt them, right? Our life bars on the side of APG are relatively low, and now they bring out the Lapu Lapu potential. This one is going to hurt.
Deadly here from the side of Nova Esports. Waypit finally getting another 10 pick come through as well, and obviously crucial team fight engage also here. So it does mean that the Mighty Conqueror is going to go top side of the map, and then obviously the Fade Featherfoot come through here. But a late Dolia pickup here with the Ganemo.
They're putting a lot of confidence and a lot of trust into Shisan in this final potential game here. If they lose this, there's a lot of pressure being thrown onto us, but this is what we call pressure forging heroes and diamonds here. But going towards the side of Nova Esports here, we have the Fade and Yixing combination. And I'm looking into the Lapu Lapu. Is Waypit going to go for the Smite approach and be the funnel?
Oh, that's true. That's a consideration. But I think at this point, I think the Flash works better, right? Because you want to be able to deal with the Marco Polo, or maybe even catch out the Gun and Mo, Smith and Blade for Shishan unawares. We all know that Shishan is one of the most adrenaline-based players, and when he is on form, he is literally unstoppable. So right now, that is a win condition for the side of Alpha Gaming. Can you funnel all of the resources and make sure Shishan survives, gets the pressure off of him so he can land those blades?
That's what only Tom could tell, right? Obviously, if those blades are going to land, if they are going to be as feisty as we need them to, because APG obviously, Lord only knows that they need this point to keep themselves into not only the tournament, but a potential bracket promotion into the Grand Finals tomorrow.
So much stakes on the hands for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Nova Esports currently holding the lead in this best of 7 series here. One win separates them from exiting the tournament or advancing to that grand final. This is game number 6, the final game before we head into the ultimate battle.
Yes, this is it for Nova Esports, but this could be the beginning of a new start for APG if they take this game number 6 away from Nova.
Yeah, this could be a whole new world for the side of Nova and APG. All they have to do is to see what options they can explore, and straight away Yulong makes that first steal onto the Tusk boards. And this is looking great for the side of Alpha Gaming. Now the next thing they're doing, they also know about the rotations. They know that CY has started on that Crimson buff first, and this is where the next decisions by the side of Yulong are going to be very important.
Exactly, already started to go for a bit of an invade here. It's going to be CY looking to try and contest that Azure Golem onto the side of APG, but CY's got to be careful here. Yulong was able to get that one.
And here comes the attempt by Shushan to get that finishing blow onto the jungler on the side of Nova. CY will be able to make it out. This buys him a little bit more space, but then this costs the rotational speed. Yulong is going to be just slightly faster.
Yeah, exactly. With the Path of Passing, it's definitely going to be faster here as well. Obviously, just having that creep movement speed, but also creating space to find your way into the enemy jungle or a new way into your own jungle. But there, completely blundering and taking away a few of these camps is going to be Saber onto this Dolia.
Yeah, this one is... It may seem like one camp, but this is really important. This is EXP. CY will not hit level 4 just yet, and Yulong is already at level 4. No pressure coming in from the side of Nova.
Yeah, that's a scary thing, right? Like, CY not getting to level 4, he doesn't have the hardened Jade Steel. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to steal away any of those kind of like contested smaller camps before level 4.
And this is going to put additional pressure onto Stren on this top side, which means this is a guaranteed space by going to the hands of Alpha Gaming. And with all the rotational speed in the world, this is great for the side of Alpha Gaming. TP is going to be coming down as well. He's going to join his farm laner Sun to take care, because Yulong needs that farm.
You can already see what's happening here, right? Obviously, Nova's just trying to chip away so much of that T1 into the bottom side of the map here. Then when the 4-minute mark comes up, do they go for the Tyrant? No, they look for pressure onto that T1, get that run down, and then obviously Sun is forced to go elsewhere.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case, because right now, until the bigger steals happen, I think Nova still can catch up. But at this point, I mean, the gold difference, I think it's just neck and neck, right? It's about, what, less than 500 gold at this point.
Yeah, basically, just like 376 it says there on top of the board there, so not even 500. It's literally negligible at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but no real first blood come through just yet.
Which makes the first blood even more valuable, right? Imagine it goes in the hands of Yulong or goes in the hands of CY. The junglers will make the difference. But the biggest one, Finley. If Wendy gets it, he gets to amplify his farming speed. If Shushan gets it, that amplifies his life-taking ability.
Exactly. It's going to be potential battle off of the mid lane heroes here for the side of Nova and APG, but right now, still, we see that Sun is like, you know what, Fuji's quite out of the lane at this moment in time. Let's see if we can get some pressure onto those T1s, get a little bit of damage come through, but Yulong just securing more of his jungle.
Right, so 40 seconds to see who laughs the test. Both teams, I think, will play very safe. They'll play very steady as well. You don't want to take a risk, because the cost of losing this game will be too much for either side. Nova wants to clean this up. APG wants another shot at the Grand Finals here.
And that other shot would be an ultimate battle here against Nova Esports. And forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I don't feel like APG's ever taken Nova to an ultimate battle.
I also don't think so. Now, we will fact check ourselves later on, but for now, it's all about Shushan. Can he get those couple plays down? Can they really batter them and soften them before the actual fight happens at the 4-minute mark?
They can only hope so, but there it is. In 1 second, it is now time to go for these neutral objectives. Yulong already starting the pace here, using those double blades from Shishan just to start it off.
Yeah, it's all about making sure that CY is able to get it. The board is landed down. Crucial kills them. And right now, if they make it out, this is all to the benefit of Nova. And they have. Everyone is safe and sound. I mean, generally, Wendy is low on health, but he does have his passive to work with.
Exactly. The passive is going to keep himself alive. Actually, no, he doesn't have that passive just yet. He's going to be careful with that one, but taking liberties just to kind of clear out this minion wave and even that sprite.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see and have out of the Fade pick, right? Featherfoot is very important because his ultimate allows you to secure resources once it's down to less than 1/8 of its health, and you can't smite it away.
You can't smite it away, and just like we saw there, the Tyrant does get stolen away, so really good play from Nova. Obviously still, you have to give props up to APG, they're still ahead with a goal lead ever so slightly, still not being able to take that away from them is going to be Nova Esports.
Yeah, you can see the mindset behind Yulong's build here. He wants to be the main tank for the team. Going for the Dragon Rage is going to be very valuable, okay, when he gets chunked down by quite a bit. And this is something that I'm hoping to see out of Shishan. Can he get those finishing one-shots?
One-shots maybe what he needs to get, right? Obviously, especially those couple blades. Those couple blades are going to tear through some of the members here on the side of Nova.
Right, we'll see how this is going to turn out. 15,800. APG still has the lead, but the map is going to start looking a little smaller because the damage is coming through. CY as well as Muchi just tearing through this T1 at the bottom.
Exactly, those early efforts are really now coming into a bigger practice here for the side of Nova Esports, who decide to go and take the T2 down to the bottom side of the map. This was something we used to see from Nova in the group stage, was complete domination into one of these side lanes.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate victims was OG as well, but we'll take a look at this. Nova, they're looking for the flank, but here comes the Ogre, and he's all alone in the middle of 3, 4, 5! He gets the Soul Conductor Souls here. Oof. The return damage by the side of Shishan, not going to find a target at this point. And still, APG, they're looking for another chance. Jump in by the side of CY as well as Waypit, unable to find any room for mistake, but they have staved off the aggression from Alpha Game.
Yeah, the artillery potential here, especially from Shishan, is absolutely nuts, as you saw there. If it wasn't for that correct dodge from Schwan, I feel like he would have been gone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I want to take a look at this top side now. The growth of Sun, 4,000 gold. The big thing is Muchi is catching up and keeping pace as well. This T1 is not looking, it's like it's going to stand any longer.
Yeah, but they're bot side of the map there. You can see that Xiang's getting that split push as well, so maybe he's going to get rid of that T2 down bot side. You can kind of see that CY's like, hey, that's our job. And now has to use the Hard and Jade Steel.
Oh, yeah, the Hard and Jade mount just to be a deterrent for the side of the dive for Xiang here. And it's working out well, but the damage on the T2 is looking a little bit too much. Nova, they have to find some of the answers across the gorge.
Nova definitely needs to get those answers, right? Obviously, they're still behind in terms of the gold. They're still looking to bleed through that mini wave down to the bottom side of the map. And honestly, the T2 is literally holding on by dear life.
Yeah, I want to see when Waypit is going to commit that flash Raging Seas, because it hasn't been done yet. And if it does not hit the mark, Nova instantly lose even further. It's a 1,000 goalie going into the benefit of Alpha Games already.
I feel like he's going to wait for the cleanse of Sun to be taken off, right? Like, he kind of then flash dives in onto Sun, Fever Barrage gets knocked out of its paces, and then that's it. You just kind of go ham onto the backline of APG, which is where the real damage is right now.
No, I don't think that's going to happen at this point. Oh, Muchi, just by the skin of his teeth, will secure the Crimson buff into his hands. That's going to be a lifeline for the side of Nova. They want to find that perfect setup. Muchi now will have the Shadow Reaper in his inventory as well.
Shadow Reaper, Eternity Blade, very powerful items into the early game here as well. And you can kind of see that Wendy forcing to be building the anti-heal because of his Orgrin and up to the Dolia before he gets his damage items on board.
Yeah, but the later this game goes, doesn't the risk for Nova become that much higher?
Yes, it does. It definitely does come a little bit higher here, but speaking of higher, is going to be the higher achievement here from CY, once again getting that second Tyrant onto the gorge here. So the damage output for now is going to be temporarily increased.
Yeah, for 80 seconds, right? But still, nonetheless, you have to take care of your towers. Right now, the T2 at the bottom, virtually non-existent. And with the tower advantage coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming, just one extra tower, you can see they have a little bit more map control.
They do have just a little bit more map control onto the side of APG, obviously, especially into those side lanes. That T2 is just waiting to bleed here, obviously, always making sure that Chuan has to take these expeditions down to the bottom side of the map to clear it out.
Yeah, this is going to be a constant pain in the neck for the side of Nova, right? At the same time, T1 and mid is so low. Oh, have they found it? Setup is not going to be there, but here comes the finishing blow, maybe. He is holding off. CY finds the kill onto Shishan. No more burst damage from the mid laner, and this is the first blood of all the things that happened. And Nova, they know not to over-aggress. They're going to retreat after clearing this wave.
Yeah, obviously Sun was really hoping for a little bit more damage from either Yulong or Shishan before he got caught out there, but the dash away, the flash away from Xiang really put the pressure onto the side of APG.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes where Xiang is going to be under constant surveillance. He's going to be in constant danger as well. And with that wave hit, what a way to force the fight. I mean, he did miss his Raging Sea, but it did set up the kill onto Shishan, which is one big factor you have to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. That takedown on Shishan gets rid of the artillery, gets rid of the... where is the couple blades going to come from? Kind of a question that's going to always be in the back of mind of Nova, but APG Sun. Gotta be careful here. Saber coming through.
Oh, they actually get the punish here and the shutdown on the CY as well. CY was doing well, but it's a 1-for-1. And still, Alpha Gaming, this is the time to come back. They make a mad rush for the Tyrant. This is the Shadow Tyrant, by the way. Alpha Gaming, they will be able to secure this. No steals available. And now they can start the fight.
They can start the fight, but this is the typical strat that we'd like to see down bottom side of the map is that minion wave being pushed through after getting that Tyrant. But then do they decide to open up the enemy team, but that T1 into the mid lane is definitely going down.
Yeah, the defensive board did manage to buy a little bit of time for the side of Nova, but still, this is something they have to take care of. The mid T1 being taken down means the Gorge is going to be so much darker for the side of Nova. Fog of War is going to set in, and now there is no way to go to that Shadow Overlord uncontested.
I mean, definitely Nova had the means of the early game, and now we get into that 10-minute match. It goes into a 50-50 split. Who's going to take it? But now APG looking like the stronger member.
2,000 gold ahead. This is the biggest goal difference we have seen in the game so far. Really, realistically speaking, it's all about a setup, right? If Nova gets a setup, they should be able to finish this game. But if Shishan gets surprise snipe before the fight even starts, then Nova have no chance.
They don't have a chance, but they are able to get that T2, so there's a little bit of a chance left onto the Gorge from the side of Nova Esports. But you saw that, right? Fuchi was able to get that Daybreaker. He is going into that late game.
Late game, that is definitely going to be a big problem. Now, Shishan, glad that, you know, APG have actually funneled that Azure Golem into the hands of Shishan. He definitely needs a mana regeneration. And you know what? What kind of hurt the cooldown reduction as well. This is going to mean more blades for the side of Alpha Gaming, more damage, and potentially that could be the turn around factor and the coffin for the side of Nova.
Ooh, they don't want that though. They do not want this to be the coffin. They want this to be the coffin breaker. They want to break out their sarcophagus off the side of Nova Esports because they were buried by HBSing.
Definitely buried. And at this point, look, Shishan just being the deterrence. Offense is the best defense as well. CY looking for an opening. Does not know that Xiang is there. Hang on, what is he doing? CY, that's a risky move. Ooh. A lot of damage coming out from Shishan as well. They cannot approach the Shadow Overlord. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they might have secured a very great chance. 12.5 minutes in. Alpha Gaming looking very steady.
Very steady indeed, getting that second Shadow neutral objective come through for the side of APG. And still not dropping that gold lead, but Schwan, he's going to go head-to-head against Saber. He's like, you know what, I'm going to do a lot of damage off that Mermaid because I'm sick of those heals.
Yeah, I think Songstress here not going to be having too much value at this point in time. They will push back the members of Nova for the time being.
Pushing them back is all they can do right now. It's obviously as APG try and get these vanguards to all crash through at the same time. As you can see, top side of the map needs a little bit of TLC. No, it no longer needs TLC. This is all going in the way of APG.
APG, no more mistakes. They had plenty of control in the previous game, but Nova snuck under their noses, stole it all away, took the glory as well as the win. So Alpha Gaming, they need to make this as clean, as crisp as possible.
They do. They need to try and get some T3s here, but I mean at the same time, we saw Nova come back from worse situations here. But it's going to be difficult. It's really going to be difficult here because APG definitely have everything going in the right direction for them.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the Blood Rage on the hands of Yulong as well. They do have the Frigid Charge. That is going to be the big difference maker.
If that connects onto some of the members of the back line of APG, Nova, but okay, hold your horses now. Just forcing them away with the board.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening. Right now, it's just slicing and dicing from the side of Xuan as well. Ultimate was laid down by Waypit. Unfortunately, did not find the value it was intended for. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they do survive that defense coming in from Nova, but this means they get some space to breathe. They go back and work on the neutral objectives as well as the buff.
Yes, exactly. Because it all comes down to resources at the end of the day, and that's the one thing that APG's had over Nova this entire game.
Yeah, if CY actually can get the steal here, he does have his Heart and Jade mark. This could be disaster for the side of Alpha Gaming. But with Waypit's ultimate up, he does not have the flash. This is going to be a very hard setup for him.
Yeah, I mean, look at CY. He's just trying to find some kind of angle into this Tyrant camp, right? But you can see that Siang is always trying to check him as well.
Yeah, this provision by the side of Xiang is so important. At the same time, Waypit is trying to provide the same value as well. Yeah. Let's see, Xuan does have the flash ultimate on this Barbie.
He does have the flash ultimate on the Barbie. There's the board being committed by Boardmaster.
Lay down, it's going to be secured, and right now they must survive the fight on the backlines as well. They take the first life. Waypit did not find the value he was looking for, and Muji's in trouble. The rolling raid trying to get the damage down as well. Can he finish the job with the blood rage? It might not be enough. Muji, he turns it around. Xuan and Wendy have given their life. Yilong as well as Shishan. That is the main damage dealers on the side of Alpha Gaming, and you can see right away CY makes a beeline towards the top, tries to get the safety, and he's going to TP, and throughout the entire exchange, Nova get the better of it.
Yeah, what a true MVP there, performance from Muji. Obviously, all propped up from that steal is CY, but to mitigate that pressure down to the bot side of the map, they got the kill, they cleared out the minion wave, and just allowed it to keep being pushed further, but now they've bought themselves some time, but this instant replay is really going to show you what happened here. It's a replay, obviously, yes, you have the Heart of Jade still, the steal come through here, but it's going to be artillery, obviously, completely uncontested here by Shishan. Just having that range, really putting access onto the back line, and then it was just that the fact that someone was just taking Schwann's blades to the face was just so much damage.
I think the biggest difference maker was the fact that the side of Alpha Gaming was kind of confused, right? Shishan wanted to go in for the finishing blow, but there was no one to offer the protection as well. Xiang was completely away, and once again, Shishan is in danger, but he's going to be fine for now. He has the TP back to base, which means this is a potential 4v5 fight. There is a minion wave on the bottom side of the map, making their way down as well. Right now, this means the T1 is open, and Nova obliged. They will be taking this for free.
Yes, T1 opening into the mid lane here is going to be the big open in, and maybe just that another notch in the belt here for the side of Nova to try and get this game number 4.
Right, game number 4, Xiang. Oh, you know about it. He's going to make the rotations. Same thing for Xuan here. He's looking for an opening angle. Whoever gets the vision. Oh no, the backline dive. Wendy has set the board. He wants them to be locked in, but right now, Xiang manages to catch as well. A rampage for Sun. Can they do it? They found them. CY first life gone. Wendy's gone as well. Xuan and Nova completely dismantled APG. They can definitely do this. Shishan is still alive. Amount of burst is available, and with his ultimate, the Freshly Forge is up once again. Alpha Gaming, can they break the base of Nova here?
I mean, they definitely have the long range advantage, right? They have the couple blades, they have the Splendid Revolver just to keep them away from this one. And they're going to be with Lapu Lapu here. Waypit and Muji are the last stand.
The Raging Sea is not enough, and we might be having game number 7 here. Alpha Gaming, if they can finish off Muji, that'll be great. First life gone, not yet, and they will be managing to stave off the aggression. They lose the T3 in the mid, and Nova, this one hurts.
Yeah, Schwann and Wendy are now back up, and CY as well. They're all back into the fold. Yulong is now back onto the gorge. They're looking to go for the Shadow Overlord as they bring Yulong back through.
Right, they commit the FIFA barrage, but a steal maybe? No, a little bit too far. And now Alpha Gaming, everything according to plan. They have the Sage's Sanctuary on Xiang. They have it onto Sun as well. How much more resources can they burn from Nova?
I mean, that's probably going to be the case at point, right? Obviously, we are seeing that they have pretty much 6 slotted here. Obviously, Muji's gone for obviously the Sage's Sanctuary as he had in the previous game. We see that Wendy's pretty much 6 slotted as well there, and see why he needs to build that last item to get that extra bit of damage come through. And then Schwann is looking to build a little bit more magic defense.
He's got the destiny. Here comes the setup by the side of Waypit. Gets a nice knock. Xuan, he wants to go in, but the Splendor has been committed. Can they get the kill on the Shishan? He's gone! And with that FIFA barrage, they don't even get the kill. And right now, Nova is surviving. And with this 4v5 situation, they can definitely turn this in their favor. Nova, they just need to reset. Make sure that the T3 stays standing as well. CY, he needs to make sure that he's alive. He gets his ultimate ready.
Yeah, gets his ultimate ready, but the Schwann here, bit of a saving grace for that T3 down to the bottom side of the map, but somebody needs to go and answer the call for that top side T3 as well. with the Shadow Vanguard coming through to the mid. The pressure is on here for the side of Nova.
They're taking a risk here. CY, they say ignore the bait. The Shadow Overlord will let our Clash Nina deal with that. Can they get that finishing blow with the Hunter J Must? They get to steal. CY, they just need to make it out. Xiang, the chase on as well. He has his first life. They want to get the damage, but there is not enough reach. And Nova make it out after the steal, but the Crystal is in danger. Someone needs to defend this. Waypit make it happen, and they have made it in time. Alpha Gaming, they will not be able to find that game number 7 just yet.
Yeah, unlike British Transport, you see that Nova Waypit got there in time to stop that steal with the minions there. We are not going to get a Winions match here for the side of APG. Nova cannot let this go to an ultimate battle because they could lose it, especially after losing the game 4.
Yep, they're going to try Yilong. Oh, this is not the position you want to be in. He does not have the heals right now. Shushan is trying to make the difference in terms of damage. And with that standoff, it is going to be Nova in a very precarious position. The life bars are low. Waypit is not healthy. But welcome into the final battle. The Tempest Dragon has arrived.
Yes, the game-ending mechanic here for the side of both APG and Nova. They need to try and get this one, or do they look to put the pressure on with these minion waves, because it looks scary if APG gets a good fight here.
Yep, CY, he's not here. They want to make the difference on the side of Alpha Gaming. They know that he is not around. They want to turn this into an unfair advantage. Right now, the map is looking pretty safe for Nova, but it's the timing of it. Can they get the T3 at the bottom? If they can, that alleviates a little bit of pressure.
It's going to happen. The minion waves obviously coming from the Crystal, but it's going to be a little bit too late.
Right, they get it as well. Xuan actually commits his ultimate. The ball locks them in on the corner here. Can they find the finishing blow? Shushan looking for an opening onto Waypit, unable to find that finishing one. And with this, Alpha Gaming, they will reset. You'll see why he needs to hide. He's a little low. In the meantime, Muchi does have the Sage's Sanctuary. He did not have to burn it just yet. He's going to be the winning formula, but he's so low on mana.
Yeah, I mean, that bot side of the map being completely eradicated there is going to give the pressure over to the side of Nova, because they still have their T3 just by the skin of its teeth.
Xuan does have the Sky Dome. This is going to be shared by across the map for Xiang as well. They want to go in for that finishing blow. Yulong looking for... Oh, Viva Barrage coming in from Sun, but immediately taken down. The save by Waypit. Is it going to be enough? Where is the damage? Save has been taken out, and Nova, they're doing it. They're able to take down the lives on the side of APG. Mushido has to run for his life. Xiang looking for the chase out. If they get rid of Muji, they have no more damage, and Muji will be taken out. 45 long seconds for the side of Nova. APG, they will try to hang on. First life gonna burn down for the side of Xiang, but CY, he needs to make it out. Where's the stop? No, they don't get it. CY, he gives his life. They just need to finish the job. And Waypit, he saves the day. And here comes Xuan as well. He's gonna take down Yilong. And this is gonna be the dream opening for the side of Nova. They don't get the Tempest Dragon, but they're going to be able to stave off the pressure. Nova fans are loud, they are proud.
They are definitely proud there, but I mean, you have to give it over to Wendy, right? He was in the mid lane, completely just getting that minion wave into that T2, putting even more pressure onto the side of APG, but now they have to reconvene. Yulong is back up in around about 19 seconds. CY in 9. They don't have a smite. Don't look to go for this Tempest Dragon.
Stats-wise, this is not supposed to be looking good for APG, right? In fact, this should be a guarantee. If CY comes in here, I'm not sure whether he has burned out all the uses of the Sage's Sanctuary, but that could really be the difference maker. Look at the damage being worked down by the side of Muji as well. They don't have vision on the backline. Xiang 1v1 against the likes of Xuan. They will secure it. CY opens up his ultimate. They get it. Nova, this is the dream start. Can they finish the job? They're going to start on the backlines. They get the first line with Shushan down. Can they finish it at this point? But in the mid lane, they need to make a run for it. We are looking at the attempt by Sun. He's going to try and carry, but he cannot do it. Nova, this is the dream for them. 40 seconds without Sun. All they have to do is to win the next team fight.
Yes, the team fight is going to be the big win here. Waypit trying to lead the charge, making sure he gets the intel from the side of APG, trying to get those couple blades sapped away and making sure he's going to soak that damage from the top side of the map here. CY looking for the push.
Yeah, 50 seconds. This one is a little bit too long for the side of Alpha Gaming. If they do the damage on the T3s, this is going to completely turn the tables onto Alpha Gaming. This is their last stand. The dream must stay alive for them.
It must stay alive. They are looking to try and redeem the House of Nova. T3 into the mid lane gets taken down. They're looking for the T3 top side of the map. It's going to be the final fight.
Yep, it's an empty base right now. Muchi carries the dream. The ball lay down. He catches 3. Can he finish the job? Jumping out, they're all locked down. The damage comes in. Han and Jade mark, and you are out of this game. Right now, Nova looking for the finishing blow. Nobody falls, and it's glory, honor for Nova Esports.
Nova rises once again. Their house crumbles, but they redeem themselves from the rubble, and they are your grand finalists going through to fight HBSE.
That was one of the most intense BO7s that I have watched in the KIC 2025. Back and forth. Game 5 comeback, Game 6 Tempest Dragon to decide who will march forward, and in the end, it was Nova, the Supernova, advancing to that grand finals to meet HBSE in that fated re-encounter.
Yeah, and this is what makes it so exciting for the side of MKL, because every time it feels like there's going to be a shake-up in terms of the standings. The teams that are at the top, they rise up, they show you that no, there is a reason why there is a 1-2-3 in MKL, and for now, it is status quo.
With status quo in mind, Nova Esports takes the winner's bow here as they do get the well-deserved victory after 6 hard-fought battles. They came into the stadium, the venue, in the early morning here, but as we celebrate the victors of today, we have to thank Alpha Gaming, the 3rd seed coming in from the MPL. They have fought strong and hard through the lower brackets here, but this is where they have to exit the tournament. We thank for their participation, and congratulations, you are 3rd in the world.
Yep, definitely they must stand proud, right?
Yes.
This was a heck of a last game. I mean, it was down to the wire at this point, but APG, they held on, they pulled it all the way to game number 6. Unfortunately, they did not make the cut, so they will be sent home. And tomorrow, we get that grand finals we deserve.
Yes, absolutely cutthroat here for the side of APG, but they did try the hardest. They are the 3rd place, but we are looking at Nova proceeding through.
This is coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. So definitely it's a painful experience here. You know for a fact that it's very saddening that you lost Game 5 in such a comeback way against your opponents, knowing for the fact that in Game 6 alone, it was very possible for you to bring it into the final ultimate battle here, but the last few moments was the key difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, just the usage of the Sage's Sentry, that was the difference maker in this game. Very few games in KIC 2025 have been brought down to the wire at this particular level. So just Muchi being able to survive, and that was so intense.
Oh yeah.
Muchi taking a fall at that last moment, I felt like, oh no, that's over for Nova. And maybe we get to see the rise of MKL's number 3 to take over Nova, to take that number 2 slot. But no, they did not want that to happen.
No, it was very close, but obviously you have to give over props to APG. They did play their heart out, but Nova just, they know how much this meant to them to be redeemed and look to try and take revenge onto HBSE tomorrow. But we're looking at these stats, right? Obviously a lot of damage outputs because we were at 24-minute game, and looking at Muji there, 185k damage.
And all this damage now, it was sent towards one man coming from Alpha Gaming here. Almost 300,000 damage tanked by APG's Yulo on their Soul Guide.
It's crazy, and I mean, they did find some value. Shishan was actually doing his job so well, but then they found out the reason for their success, and it truly was because of Shishan. So what was the call from the side of Nova? It was just CY, go and hunt down this Smith and Blade. Once he's out of the fight, they don't have the damage. You can have Sun throw as many Fever barrages as you want, but he's going to be taken out immediately.
Exactly.
Well, this goal lead explains a lot, right? Where Alpha Gaming, they were at the edge of the final push here, but it was Muchi with those final few frag grenades kiting out and extended the game into a Tempest Dragon here. And this is the jungle head-to-head matchup here. CY piloting the Assassin and Yulong piloting the Soul Guy here.
Yes, the Featherfoot coming through here for the side of Nova Esports. CY with those crucial Ardent Jade Seals really changed the whole pace of this game.
Yeah, it's crazy because if you take a look at the stats, damage taken, higher on the side of Yulong. Invasion rate, higher on the side of Yulong. Vision score, higher on the side of Yulong as well. And still, they couldn't close it out.
That was because this game was in the control of Alpha Gaming here. But you know who came out when times would matter the most? It was Muchi with the most consistent Lady Sun pick in this Game 6 here. He was really the lifesaver of Nova in preventing the series of going into an ultimate battle.
The Cannon Bell, also known as Lady Sun for our OG players here, 2, 1, and 5. Now, damage taken was a little bit much in terms of like 16%, but this came at the appropriate times where he gave his life for the cause because he was already healing the damage.
Yeah, he was down for the brawl. He was there to make sure that those prime plays were being made, especially down that bot side of the map, which we probably will see in these highlights where we saw a team wipe almost potentially happen for Nova.
And this was the primary fight that Alpha Gaming found the potential last game push. Son found a beautiful engage towards the backside, getting 3 core members. It was down to Waveit and Muji here, but they hold on to Strongboard so well, delaying it into a Tempest Dragon. This one, Yulong coming in with the Fever Barrage onto a Son here, immediately gets sniped down from the side of Muji here, coming back from spawn, but didn't swap to the Destiny here. And Muji, as of this point, he's over to the backline here, getting caught out. We were all thinking like, what's going on? What is this game going to extend into a further market here? But this was a beautiful play coming in from Sean.
They got Muji, they got CY, everyone. That the long-range damage you were expecting out was not there. But the fact that they got Yulong down created this beauty of a situation here, where CY was able to outsmite and get the ultimate down.
This was the beauty of the Featherfoot Fade here. Your ultimate, the hardened Jade Seal, gets you primary access into these objective takes here. Hence, in the final few moments here, when you have no more towers, you have no more identity, you will be losing to an overpowered Tempest Bug carrying down your base.
Last combination, super beautiful. Board by the side of Wendy. You also have the Raging Sea ultimate from the side of Lapu Lapu on Waveit, and then you have the finishing blow coming in with the dash from CY. Everything when it mattered came down to the wire. Nova delivered.
They did deliver that one. I mean, they definitely did deliver the exception of the audience there as well, right? We saw some amazing reaction from the audience, and they were loving it. Even though there's not a PKL representative in this competition anymore, they are supporting Nova, and they have been doing it since we were in the shooting gallery, right? They were flashing the Nova chips. They now have some Nova placards. We've got some real Nova fans here in the Philippines.
You could hear how much they were screaming and showing the energy when Nova Esports was really going in for the final few pushes here. But man, what a series thus far. We really have to hear more from Mara and Butters, that they will be interviewing the winners of this interview and also the losers of this interview. Take it away, Mara and Butters.
Everybody, let's give a big round of applause to our grand finalist, Nova Esports. Waveit, Xuan, congratulations. You've made it to the grand finals. But you know what I'm so curious about, Waveit, is that you had a very long day today. Great matches. How did you prepare after Homeboys Black Shoe Esports sent you down the lower bracket? You guys had a lot of fight.
We just go to have a nap and eat food, just like that.
You had a nap?
Yes.
You didn't practice at all after?
No, because I'm so tired.
You're so tired because you woke up so early today.
Yes.
And it looked like the nap works because all you have to do is reset and you came back like you're 100%.
Ready physically and mentally. Now I have a question for Xuan. This time around, APG, you had a lot of matches against this team. But right now, was there something different between you guys? Because they got a bit close today to getting that ultimate battle with you guys.
APG don't want to lose, then that's why very hard.
APG put up a good fight. They didn't want to lose. That's why it was a hard match for today. Speaking of hard matches, you're going to go up against Homeboys Black Shoe Esports tomorrow. And you've already lost twice to them in a best of 7. There's the camera right there. They're listening to you. What would you like to say to your opponent tomorrow, to Homeboys Black Shoe Esports?
We will win tomorrow.
You will win tomorrow. It's as simple as that.
Now that you're done with your opponent, let's go to the ones who support you. Waveit, can we ask you for a message for all the supporters and all of the believers that believe that Nova can bounce back after that loss. And tomorrow, for the Grand Finals, they're really hoping to see you guys win.
Tomorrow Grand Final, we will come back.
It's definitely going to be a great match. Once again, everybody, put your hands together for Nova Esports. Thank you so much, Shwen. Thank you so much, Waypit. Congratulations. Butters, they're really proving how strong Malaysia is. But of course, one of the brothers have fallen. But let's give respect and introduce for the last time, APG. Let's give a round of applause to Saber. Saber, you hear that? They're cheering for you. You and your team put up such a great fight. It just so happens that Malaysia is really the strongest, and you went up against a really strong team today. But regardless what, Malaysia is so proud of you. Even the Filipinos here are clapping for you. What is your final message to everybody, Saber?
We already tried our best. Thank you for all the support, and we will be better next time.
Saber, we thank you because your team, APG, put on such a great show for everyone. You heard everyone cheering for you, yelling APG. And I have to say, once teams rise, doesn't make you any weaker. It just means that Malaysia is the strongest of them all. But you know what? We look forward to what you have to show in the next competition. We are so impressed by what APG has shown us. This is just the continuation of your journey. The whole world sees how great APG is. Everybody, let's give him the honor. One more time. Everybody say APG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Now we're going to be discussing a lot more about what's going to be happening tomorrow.